In the smoke-filled divination classroom, 12 rickety armchairs formed a semicircle, and the crystal ball glowed cloudily under the candlelight. Harry Potter stared at the grey mist in his crystal ball that never dissipated, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the cracks on the back of the chair. This was the third time this month that he could not see any signs in Professor Trelawney's class. Attention, children. There were shuffling footsteps behind the podium, and Professor Trelawney's purple silk robes swept across the floor, bringing with them a scent of lavender. Harry looked up and met her usual hazy eyes, but the next second, the grey-blue eyes suddenly trembled violently, as if cast by the tip of a wand with legitimacy. Blood. She dug her fingers into the edge of the crystal ball, her knuckles turning white unicorn blood, dripping on a cursed silver plate. There were faint gasps in the classroom. Parvati Patil's crystal ball fell to the ground with a clang. Neville tried to pick it up in a hurry, but knocked over the teacup next to it. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. This was not Trelawney's usual ambiguous "an owl hooted at midnight with bad news." Her voice was as low as if she was cast under a silencing charm, and there was a whimper like sobbing in her throat. Dark magic revives in the rotten roots. Her body began to tremble violently, and the purple headscarf slipped behind her shoulders, revealing the bluish tips of her ears. When the shadow of the Savior shrouds the forbidden forest. That's enough. Dean Thomas stood up suddenly, his chair scraping against the floor. This is just another one of your exaggerated prediction games. Shut up. Trelawney's scream pierced everyone's eardrums. She suddenly fell forward, her forehead hitting the podium hard, and the crystal ball cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. The whole classroom fell into deathly silence. Even the crackling of the wood in the fire seemed to be cast under a silencing spell. Harry's palms broke out in sweat. He looked at Trelawney slumped on the podium, and his throat tightened. The last time he saw such a scene was during the fourth-year Triwizard Tournament, when Trelawney predicted Voldemort's resurrection in the leaky cauldron. At that time he hid behind the curtain, but now, the prophecy clearly mentioned the Savior and the Forbidden Forest. Get out of class. Dismissed. Trelawney's voice suddenly returned to normal. She sat up straight and adjusted her headscarf, as if the madness just now had never happened. Remember, bring the moonstone to next class. Harry only realized he was standing in the corridor when Hermione Granger's hand fell heavily on his shoulder. Ron Weasley grabbed the strap of his school bag, his Adam's apple moving. That just now. Was that really Trelawney? My cousin Olive said that she always described a cold and a stuffy nose as a sign before the prophecy. But this time is different. Hermione pushed up her round-framed glasses, the ends of her hair still stained with the smell of cigarettes from the divination classroom. The degree of her pupil dilation and breathing rate are consistent with the forced prophecy state recorded in advanced prophecy. She lowered her voice. Harry, she mentioned unicorn blood and the revival of dark magic, and your shadow. Harry touched the lightning scar under his school uniform. It didn't hurt, but his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. I have to find out what's going on. He looked at the stained glass at the end of the corridor. The sunlight shone through the Gryffindor lion pattern and fell on his feet. Unicorn blood is taboo in the history of magic. Drinking it can prolong life but will be cursed. If someone is using it for experiments. Let's go to the library. Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist. I remember there was a chapter about the unicorn blood sacrifice ritual in the Defense Against the Dark Arts casebook. Ron, go borrow fantastic beasts and where to find them and see if there's any record of the habits of the Forbidden Forest unicorns. Ron's nose wrinkled. Does it have to be now? I was going to the kitchen to get some rock cakes. Ron. Harry interrupted him, his voice soft but powerful. If the prophecy is true, someone might be hurting unicorns, or even. He didn't say anything else, but Ron's expression suddenly became serious. As the oak doors of the library closed behind him, Harry smelled the familiar musty smell mixed with the scent of parchment. Hermione ran straight to the restricted area and touched the tip of her wand to the dark arts label, causing the bookshelf to click. Ron tiptoed to reach the top copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and ended up knocking over a copy of 800 Methods for Making a Cauldron. The loud bang startled Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, and she jumped up from the windowsill. Mr. Weasley, came the shrill voice of Argus Filch from the second floor, with the rustling of keys. Creating chaos again. This time I'm going to dash. It's an important clue to the investigation, Mr. Filch. Hermione turned around holding up an old book with a copper-inlaid cover. It's a clue related to the dark arts. Filch paused and his cloudy eyes narrowed into slits. He stared at the books in Harry and the other two's arms. His Adam's apple moved, and he finally snorted, "You'd better not let me find out that you're flipping through banned books." As he said that, he pulled Mrs. Norris's collar and went upstairs. The sound of the key chain gradually disappeared at the corner of the second floor. Here, Hermione handed the book to Harry. The gold-plated letters on the cover had faded. Blood Sacrifice and Dark Contract, Records of Experiments in Dark Magic in the 17th Century. It records that a dark wizard once used unicorn blood mixed with the Thistral's tears to try to revive a destroyed Horcrux. Harry turned the pages of the book. There were twisted symbols drawn on the yellowed pages, and the ink had already blurred. The unicorn is a symbol of purity. Its blood can temporarily offset death, but it will plant the seeds of corruption in the body of the blood drinker. When the blood of 7 unicorns gathers on the silver plate, the shadow of the Dark King will return to the world. His finger paused on the word 7. The sunlight outside the window was suddenly blocked by clouds, and the shadow spread across the pages of the book. It seemed to come alive and move across the paper. Harry, Ron's voice was a little nervous. You're as white as a ghost. The unicorn blood in the prophecy may be this ritual. Harry closed the book, his knuckles whitening. Trelawney said that dark magic is revived in rotten roots. Maybe someone is repeating the experiment of the 17th century. Hermione twisted her hair with her fingers unconsciously. But why did you mention your shadow, the shadow of the savior? Does it mean that you will be involved? Because I'm the only one who can stop it. Harry heard his own voice, as if it came from far away. He thought of the unicorn he encountered in the Forbidden Forest in his first year. That was pierced through the neck by Quirrell, and its blood was like a burning red flame on the snow. Now, there may be more unicorns experiencing the same thing. Bang! The three of them looked up at the same time. There was a dull thud of something heavy falling from the second floor of the library, followed by hurried footsteps. Harry caught a glimpse of a dark figure passing by the window at the end of the corridor, a dark green robe, with a hooked nose casting a sharp shadow on the glass. Snape! Hermione gritted her teeth. He's been keeping an eye on you lately. He even marked me as a violation when I handed you the cauldron tongs in potions class. Ron's ears turned red. Last time I ran into him in the corridor, he stared at me for half a minute, as if I had stolen his truth serum. He suspected me. Harry stared down at the book, stroking the brass buckle on the cover with his fingertips. Because I always come to the library to look up information on dark magic, and he didn't finish, but the three of them remembered that Snape was a Death Eater in the 4th year. As the evening wind blew the sycamore leaves against the dormitory window, Harry was still staring at the ceiling in a daze. Ron was playing wizard chess with Neville downstairs, and Hermione was reviewing Transfiguration in the common room, but his brain seemed to be under a confusing spell. Trelawney's trembling voice, the distorted symbols in the book, Snape's sinister eyes, and the grey fog that never dissipated in the crystal ball. When the shadow of the savior looms over the forbidden forest. He closed his eyes, and suddenly a red light appeared in the darkness. Snow. Very thick snow. He stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, his teeth chattering with cold. A faint whimper came from the front, like a baby crying, or like a wounded beast. He walked forward on the snow. The branches above his head made a creaking sound. The moonlight shone through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the snow. Then he saw it. It was a unicorn, its white fur stained with dark red blood, its left front hoof entangled in a silver chain engraved with snake-shaped spells. When it looked up, Harry met its eyes pure blue, like a lake under a permanent luminescent charm, but overflowing with tears. Help me! The unicorn's voice exploded in his mind. Harry rushed forward, white light blazing from the tip of his wand, but the chains did not budge. The unicorn's blood dripped onto the snow, and each drop made a sizzling sound, as if corroding the earth. Trelawney's voice overlapped with the unicorn's whimpering. Harry wanted to call Hermione, wanted to call Ron, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. He reached out to touch the unicorn's horn, and just as his fingertips touched the cold curve, the whole world suddenly began to collapse. Black hands emerged from the snow and grabbed his ankles. A foul smell penetrated his nostrils, and he heard Voldemort's laughter, from deep underground, in every snowflake. Harry, Harry! Ron's shaking jerked him awake. He grabbed the bed sheet, his back was covered in cold sweat, and the strands of hair on his forehead stuck to his face. The moonlight from outside the window shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting silver lines on the floor. Did you have a nightmare? Ron said, sitting on the edge of the bed, the collar of his pajamas tilted to his shoulders. You were screaming like you were possessed by a dementor just now. Harry wiped his face, his throat was dry. I dreamed that there was a wounded unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and it was crying for help. He threw back the quilt and got out of bed. His wand cast a long shadow on the bedside table. Tomorrow, I'm going to the Forbidden Forest to take a look. What? Ron nearly fell off the bed. Forbidden Forest, are you crazy? There are werewolves, thestrals, and and there may be unicorns being harmed. Harry grabbed his robe and put it on. Trelawney's prophecy, the books in the library, my dreams. All clues point to the Forbidden Forest. I have to go. Harry, wait. Hermione's voice came from the door. She held care of magical creatures in her arms, the ends of her hair still stained with the warmth of the fire in the common room. There are thestrals in the Forbidden Forest at night, and it's not safe during the day. Last semester, Hagrid said that there were unknown creatures gnawing on the fir trees, so I need your help. Harry turned around, his eyes sweeping across Hermione's nervous face and Ron's hesitant expression. I may not be able to handle it alone, but if the three of us work together. He paused. Hermione, you are the best at removing curses. Ron, your patroness charm is getting better and better. Hermione bit her lip and her fingers left red marks on the spine of the book. By the time the morning light filtered through the dormitory window and drew golden threads across the floor, Harry had checked for the third time that his wand was securely tucked into the inside pocket of his robes. Ron, wearing washed white animal repellent gloves, was tiptoeing to pull out from under the bed an old leather bag he had bought in Nocturne Alley last year. Inside was the insect repellent powder given by Hagrid. Although he said, this stuff smells worse than Fred's excrement, his fingers still tied the bag tightly. Hermione stood at the door, the tip of her wand glowing softly blue, casting protective spells on the three people one by one. There were some drops of water on the tip of her nose, like morning dew. She must have just brought back some hot cocoa from the kitchen. The cup was still on Ron's bedside table and had already gone cold. "Protect from armor," she whispered, and as the blue light passed over Harry's chest, he felt an invisible membrane wrap around his body. "Also," she paused, and took out a small bronze box with runes carved on it from her robe. "This is the beast repellent box I made last night with moonstone and wormwood. Shake it every half an hour to confuse the beast's sense of smell." Then she stuffed it into Ron's hand. "You are responsible for holding it, don't lose it." Ron shook the small box and heard a slight noise from inside. "Merlin, your box is heavier than Percy's prefect badge." But he still stuffed the box into the innermost layer of the leather bag, as lightly as if he was putting in gold galleons. Harry pushed open the door to the corridor, and a damp breeze blew in, carrying the smell of pine needles. The outline of the forbidden forest was vaguely visible in the morning mist, and the treetops looked like dark green clouds. Occasionally, the screams of the Thestrals pierced through the mist, but now it was daylight, and those creatures that could only see the bereaved should not come out. He took a deep breath, the rancid stench of nightmares still lingering in his throat, as if the black hand was still gripping his ankle. "Let's go," he said, his voice softer than he had intended. At the entrance to the forbidden forest stood a rotten wooden sign with the words, "No trespassing," on it, eaten away to only half of it. Hermione's wand suddenly glowed with a fluorescent light, illuminating the path at her feet. It was more like a mud ditch trampled by wild animals, covered with crisscrossing claw marks and thorny vines. Ron's animal-proof gloves rubbed against a sticky leaf, and he immediately retracted his hand. "What the hell is this? It's sticky." "It's the juice of hellebore." Hermione squatted down, dipped her fingertips in a little, and put it to her nose to smell. "It smells a bit like bitter almonds, but it's not poisonous." When she looked up, there was a pine needle on the end of her hair. "But the strange thing is that hellebore usually grows on shady slopes, and this is the sunny side." Before he finished speaking, there was a slight noise coming from behind the tree. The three people froze at the same time. Harry's wand was so hot that it almost burned through his palm. He thought of the black hands in his dream and his heartbeat roared in his ears. It is indeed an elf. 5 little guys poked their heads out from behind the trees. Their pointed ears were covered with resin, their skin was as rough as old bark, but their eyes were as bright as fireflies. The one in the front was holding a broken oak leaf with burnt edges and dark red stains. "Outsiders," it said in a shrill voice, like wind through an empty bottle, "are you here looking for the bleeding horn?" Harry took a half step forward, his wand hanging at his side. "You know the unicorn, is it injured?" The elves touched their foreheads to each other, as if they were conveying some message. The shortest one suddenly grabbed Harry's trouser leg, his nails almost piercing the fabric. "Blood is flowing at the roots of the trees, and dark shadows are crawling in the night. Our trees are crying, their roots are being gnawed." It suddenly let go and retreated behind its companions. "But outsiders should not watch, or they will be eaten." Hermione squatted down and looked at the elf at eye level. "We are here to help. What does the black shadow you are talking about look like?" "Like a faceless mist," said another elf. "It will wrap around the unicorn's legs and put out the light on its horn." It held up the charred oak leaf. "Yesterday when the moon was full, we saw it coming from the north, carrying a rotten smell. Crack." A crisp sound startled the elves and they disappeared instantly, leaving only a few falling oak leaves. Harry got goosebumps on the back of his neck. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that under the fir tree 20 steps away, a branch as thick as a bowl had been broken at the root. There was dark brown mucus on the broken end, and the surrounding grass leaves were all charred and curled, as if they had been roasted by fire and then doused with ice water. Ron kicked the gravel at his feet. This couldn't be done by the Thestrals, they don't eat trees." Hermione crouched beside the broken branch and picked up a bit of slime with the tip of her wand. Under the flickering fluorescent light, the liquid was a strange purple-black color. When you got close, you could smell the smell of rust mixed with the scent of rotten roses. "Unicorn blood is silver," she said in a tight voice, "but according to the blood of magical creatures, if the blood is contaminated by dark magic." She pulled out the protection of magical creatures from her bag and quickly flipped to a certain page. "Look at this, cursed unicorn blood will be purple-black, and within 24 hours of contact with plants, it will cause necrosis of vegetation within 5 feet around it." She pointed to the charred grass leaves. "These traces should have appeared in the second half of last night, which is consistent with Harry's dream." Harry's fingers unconsciously stroked the handle of his wand. He thought of the unicorn's horn in his dream, and the cool touch still lingered on his fingertips. "So there really was a unicorn that was injured," he said, "and the thing that injured it." Roar! A low roar came from deeper in the forest, like something huge rolling rocks. The three of them froze at the same time. The sound was not as sharp as that of a werewolf, nor was it like the howl of a thestral. It was more like the muffled roar of some giant beast with mud stuck in its throat. Ron's animal-proof gloves rubbed against his wand, his knuckles turning white. I think the unknown creature Hagrid was talking about might be this retreat." Min's voice was suddenly uncharacteristically calm. She grabbed Harry's arm and walked back. "Now." "But Harry, that sound is at least 2 miles away, but the sound of the forbidden forest will be amplified." Hermione spoke quickly. If it comes towards us, with our current protective spells, it can only last for 10 minutes at most. Her other hand was holding the beast-repelling box, her knuckles turning white, and the elf said that the black shadow came from the north, that we were in the southeast just now. Maybe it hasn't discovered us yet. Ron walked backwards, his wand pointed in the direction of the voice. Merlin, 5 silver sickles. It's bigger than an acromantula. He tripped over a tree root and fell into the bushes, his gauntlet covered with thorny berries. Harry reached out for him, and when his fingertips touched Ron's wrist, he found that his skin was as cold as ice. Go, he said, his voice calmer than he thought it would be. By the time the three stumbled out of the forbidden forest, the morning mist had dissipated and the sunlight shone through the clouds, casting mottled light on the lawn. There was a rip at the hem of Hermione's robes, a dead leaf was stuck in Ron's hair, and Harry's palms were so sweaty that they left marks on the handle of his wand. I need a cup of hot cocoa. Ron slumped down on the bench by the Black Lake. No, 10 cups. Hermione didn't respond. She stared at the purple-black mucus remaining on the tip of her wand, her brows furrowed into parentheses. There are traces of dark magic in that slime, she said softly. I've seen similar marks in advanced defense against the dark arts. Like some kind of corrosive spell. Harry looked in the direction of the forbidden forest. The wind brought a faint stench of decay, exactly the same as the smell in his dream. He touched the scar on his forehead and it throbbed slightly. Ever since Voldemort's resurrection, this tingling pain had been like an invisible thread that would occasionally pull at his nerves. But this time it was different. It wasn't a burning pain, it was more like some kind of warning. Harry Potter. A cold voice came from behind. The three of them turned around at the same time. Professor Snape was standing 3 steps away from them, his black robe fluttering in the wind, his lips pressed into a line under his hooked nose. His eyes swept over Hermione's torn robes, the dead leaves in Ron's hair, and finally stopped at Harry's face. It seems that your adventure this morning was much more interesting than potions class. Harry's throat tightened. Snape's office was in the west tower of the castle. To get there one had to pass through the hall and corridors, so it was impossible for him to just pass by. Professor, we save your excuses. Snape interrupted him, the tip of his wand almost poking Harry's nose. The Forbidden Forest is not a place for you to play house. Last week, 3 second-year students were bitten to pieces by vixens in it, and what you are facing. He suddenly paused, a strange light flashed in his black eyes, is 10 times more dangerous than vixens. Hermione took a half step forward. Professor, do you know what is in the Forbidden Forest? Snape's eyes swept over her, as if he was looking at a piece of unqualified potion material. Miss Granger, some things can't be solved by flipping through a book. He took 2 steps back, and his black robe swept across the grass on the bench. If you still want to live to take the final exam, stay away from the Forbidden Forest, especially you, Potter. As he turned, Harry caught a glimpse of a silver tattoo on his sleeve, shaped like a tangled mass of black vines. The pattern reminded him of the black hands in the snow in his dream, and the blood under his skin suddenly began to heat up. Professor, he blurted out, if there is danger in the Forbidden Forest, we should shut up. Snape's voice was like an icicle piercing his eardrums. Do you think you can ignore the rules just because you are the savior? Wait until you can fight the Dementors alone, then consider becoming a hero. He took a last look at Harry, turned and walked towards the castle. His black robe cast a long shadow in the sunlight, like a snake that would bite at any time. Ron looked at Snape's back and touched his arm that was bitten by the vixen. He is more like a marrow sucker today than usual. Hermione didn't say anything. She stared at the purple-black slime on her wand and suddenly said, the curse marks in the slime are very similar to the rotting ivy curse I saw in A History of Dark Magic, a spell used by medieval dark wizards to destroy their opponents' territories, causing plants to rot and animal blood to coagulate. When she looked up, her eyes were abnormally bright, and Snape's reaction just now. What does he know, Harry? Harry looked towards the Forbidden Forest. The sunlight had penetrated the morning mist and the treetops were swaying gently in the wind, as if waving to him. He touched his wand beneath his school uniform and his scar jumped again. After curfew tonight, he said, we'll take Hagrid's map and go in again. Ron rubbed his nose with his animal repellent gloves. I'm going to put more insect repellent powder in the leather bag this time. Hermione took out Care of Magical Creatures from her bag and quickly turned to the chapter on unicorns. I need to confirm the symptoms of unicorn blood being contaminated, and... She suddenly stopped and looked up at Harry. Are you sure you want to go? Harry thought of the unicorn's eyes in his dream, a kind of almost human wine. In the early morning, the sweet smell of baking muffins wafted through the corridors of Hogwarts, but Harry was checking his wand over and over again in front of the fireplace in the common room. He rested his knuckles on the edge of the oak table and glanced over Hermione's open copy of Defense Against Magic. The page was turned to the chapter on Countering the Ivy Curse, and the edges were still stained with the insect repellent he had mixed last night. Harry, are you sure you didn't put the polyjuice potion in the wrong vial? Ron poked his head out from behind the sofa. His leather bag was bulging with insect repellent powder, animal repellent gloves, and half a piece of uneaten rock cake. I tried the new snake repellent spray I bought last night, and it made Neville's toad sneeze. Hermione closed the book, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the purple-black mucus marks on the wand. Ron, the point is not the spray, we have to avoid areas frequented by the Thestrals. She took out a roll of yellowed parchment from her bag and unfolded it to reveal a map of the Forbidden Forest drawn by Hagrid in thick lines. Hagrid said that there is a stream in the old fir forest to the east where unicorns drink water. The stench should be coming from deeper inside. Harry touched his wand beneath his school uniform and his scar began to feel hot again. Last night he dreamed of black hands in the snow again. Those entangled black vines were drilling out from the ground and crushing the unicorn's silver horn into pieces. Check it again before you go, he said, his voice lower than usual. Hermione, take the dark symbols quick reference, and Ron, make sure the fingers of your animal-proof gloves are not exposed. That's where the vixen got in last time. As the three of them walked through the side door of the kitchen, the sun was shining through the grapevines onto the cobblestones. But just as they turned the corner of the pumpkin patch, a harsh sneer came from behind the hedge. Oh look, the savior is going to the Forbidden Forest to be a hero again. Draco Malfoy was leaning against a hawthorn tree, his silver hair wet with morning dew. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind him like two walls. His eyes swept across Harry's leather bag, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. What, Miss Granger didn't bring enough books? Weasley's broken gloves are going to be torn into pieces again. Hermione's fingers tightened around her wand, her knuckles turning white. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and his anti-animal gloves clicked. It's better than some people who just hide behind Dad's gold coins and shoot arrows from behind. Malfoy's face darkened, and his wand slid from his sleeve to his palm. What did you say? Enough. Harry took a step forward, the burning pain from his scar making his voice cold. We don't have time to play in the mud with you, Malfoy. His eyes swept over the Slytherin badge exposed on Malfoy's collar, and suddenly stopped. There seemed to be very fine black vine patterns wrapped between the scales of the silver snake badge, exactly the same as the tattoo on Snape's cuffs. Malfoy noticed his gaze and tugged at his collar. What are you looking at? The savior even studies other people's badges. He swung his wand, and a ray of silver light whipped Harry's ear and exploded. Take a closer look now, before the monsters in the Forbidden Forest gnaw you to the bones, Draco. A stern female voice came from the other side of the hedge. Professor Sprout came out holding a basket of mandrakes, her eyes behind her reading glasses like thorns. I heard a spell wave in the third-year corridor. It turned out to be you. She glanced at the tense expressions of the four people, and then looked at the map of the Forbidden Forest in Harry's hand. Mr. Potter, I remember Professor Filch emphasized that students are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest without permission. Harry felt a cold sweat on his back. He was about to explain when Hermione suddenly held up care of magical creatures. Professor, we are studying the migration habits of unicorns. Hagrid said that there has been something unusual in the stream east of the Forbidden Forest recently. Unicorn. Professor Sprout's expression eased a little. She bent down and fiddled with the mandrakes in the basket. Last month, an injured unicorn did run into the herb garden, and its horn was entangled with rotten vines. When she stood up, her eyes swept over Malfoy. You guys, if I find out that you are using research as an excuse to mess around. She shook the mandrakes in the basket, and the seedlings cried like babies. I will make you bathe the mandrakes until the end of the semester. Malfoy snorted, knocking Crabbe off balance as he turned. Let's go, idiots. His voice drifted into the hedge. The savior better hope the unicorn's blood is sweet enough to feed those monsters. When Professor Sprout disappeared in the pumpkin patch, Ron let out a long sigh. I almost threw a rock pie at his face just now. He touched the snake repellent spray in his leather bag. Did you see that guy's badge, too? Hermione tapped her fingers on the map. The black vine patterns are similar to the structure of the rotten vines. When she looked up, her eyes looked through the hedge towards the Forbidden Forest. The Malfoys have been making moves in Nocturne Alley recently. My dad's Muggle newspaper said. She suddenly stopped talking and pointed ahead. Let's go. If we delay any longer, the sun will set. The fog in the Forbidden Forest was thicker than yesterday. The three of them moved forward along the red cross mark on the map. Damp moss wrapped around the tips of their shoes, and the stench of decay entangled their noses like a sticky spider web. Harry's scar throbbed as if a tiny needle was drilling into his skull. He touched his wand and suddenly stopped. There was a fresh scratch on the old fir tree trunk in front of him, and black slime was oozing out from the curled bark, exactly the same as the one on Hermione's wand. Look here. Hermione squatted down and picked up a fallen leaf with the tip of her wand. The back of the leaf was covered with purple-black web-like patterns. This is the spread of the rot ivy curse. When plant cells are corroded by the curse, veins like this will form. Her voice was tense. This is 10 times more serious than the case I found in the library yesterday. Ron rubbed his nose with his animal protection gloves. Why do I feel? He suddenly froze. Following his gaze, the three saw that the bushes in front of them were twisting, not because of the wind, but as if something was crawling underneath, and the branches were entangled with each other. It was woven into an archway half a person's height. Harry's wand automatically jumped out of his palm, and in the fluorescent green light, a crack appeared on the mountain wall behind the arch. The edge of the crack was covered with dark red symbols, some of which looked like snakes and some like winding vines, glowing an eerie blue under the green light. The cornerstone symbol of the dark magic circle. Hermione's voice was trembling. She opened the quick reference of dark magic symbols and quickly ran her fingers across the pages. This is the soul sealing engraving, which is used to imprison magic power. In this, the bone erosion vine, which was used by dark wizards in the Middle Ages to mark their territory. She slammed the book shut. This place was cast under a confusion charm, so it was not discovered before. Someone didn't want others to find it. The air in the cave was colder. The three of them walked in, bent over. Water droplets seeped out of the damp rock wall, dripping onto the ground, making a hollow echo. Harry's scar burned so hard it threatened to split, and he could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. After turning a stone beam, a faint blue light suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a pile of burning broken bones, and a few wisps of silver mist floated in the flames, like the soul of some creature. That's unicorn horn powder. Hermione's voice was as light as a sigh. In A History of Magic, it says that dark wizards use unicorn horn powder and the rotten ivy charm to create. Ron grabbed her sleeve violently. From deep within the cave came the sound of clothes rubbing against the stone wall. The three of them quickly hid behind the stalagmites, and Harry saw a dark figure walking in front of the blue flames. It was a man in a black robe, with his hood pulled down so low that only the chin line could be seen. His hands drew complex trajectories in the air, and each gesture emitted a dark red light. The symbols carved on the rock wall began to heat up, like lit charcoal. In the name of rotten vines, I gnaw at the roots of life. The voice was hoarse and low, with a certain rhythm. Let the old blood boil, let the new soul sacrifice. Harry's breathing almost stopped. He had heard this sound before, the same muffled, sandpaper-like sound when the professor tapped the back of his hand with the cauldron tongs in potions class last week. It's Snape. Hermione's lips barely moved. Ron's animal-proof gloves made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the stalagmites. The man in black robe turned his head suddenly, and in the shadow under his hood, a pair of green eyes flashed. They were not human eyes, but more like some cursed creature's eyes. Who's there? The three of them held their breath at the same time. Harry felt cold sweat running down his back into his collar, and his wand felt so hot in his palm that it almost burst out on its own. But Hermione's fingers were around his wrist, and Ron's free hand was pressing firmly against his shoulder. They couldn't be exposed, at least not now. The man in black robes slowly walked towards the stalagmite, and every step seemed to step on Harry's nerves. As his boots appeared on the edge of the stalagmite, Hermione suddenly squeezed Harry's wrist. The three of them crouched and retreated, their footsteps as light as falling leaves. It was not until he turned around the stone beam and heard the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground behind him that he dared to run. When I ran out of the cave, dusk had already spread over the forbidden forest. Harry tapped lightly on the old fir trunk at the entrance of the cave, and a silver star flew out from the tip of his wand. That was the mark of the new tracking spell he had learned, a mark that only he could see. What did you leave behind? Ron held his knees and panted, his face flushed. A fluorescent mark that can last for 3 days. Harry wiped the cold sweat from his face. The burning pain on his scar had not subsided yet. If Snape is really doing something, we need evidence. Hermione's fingers were still shaking. She opened the quick reference to dark magic symbols and pointed to a page. The ritual just now was the rebirth of rotten ivy. It requires continuous feeding of the magic power with unicorn horn powder and the blood of living creatures. Her voice suddenly choked. If completed, all life in the forbidden forest will be devoured by the magic power and then spread to the entire Hogwarts. When the three of them returned to Gryffindor Tower, curfew just rang. The common room was noisy. Neville was arguing with Lavender about how to raise salamanders, and Dean was teaching Seamus how to play wizard chess. As he walked around the dozing fat lady in the portrait and through the empty corridor, his scar began to throb again, not a burning pain, but more like someone poking it gently with the tip of a feather pen, over and over again, as if reminding him of something. From the chimney of the gamekeeper's cottage there rose pale blue smoke, mingled with the smell of peat and burnt malt. When Harry raised his hand to knock on the door, it creaked open by itself. Hagrid's huge figure blocked the doorway, and the yellow light of the lantern made the water droplets on his beard shine. Harry, you're finally here. When he bent down, the buttons of his plaid shirt jingled. Come in, the tea is ready. The cabin was as hot as a steamer. As Harry stepped inside, his knee bumped into a huge antique leaning against the door. It was the leg bone of some magical animal, with dark brown scales clinging to the surface. Hagrid kicked the bone into the corner with his thick-soled boot and grabbed 3 chipped ceramic cups from the mantel. I was just refilling the oats for the thestrals when Parvati came running to say you were back. He spilled a lot of tea as he poured it, and the tea smeared into a dark brown map on the wooden table. What happened in the Forbidden Forest? Did you see the black robe? Harry's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup. He could feel Hermione and Ron huddled behind him, Ron's elbow digging into the small of his back. They clearly had no intention of staying in the common room. We saw the ritual, he said. Hermione looked it up. It's rotten ivy rebirth. It requires unicorn horn powder and living blood. Hagrid slammed his huge fist on the table, and the teacup jumped. No wonder, last week I went to deliver salt to the unicorns. Normally they would have gathered here long ago, but that day they all hid in the northern valley. There was black stuff on the hooves of one of the females, like it was burned by a spell. His Adam's apple rolled twice, and he grabbed the teapot and poured another half cup of tea. And the Thestrals, who were supposed to forage in the swamp, have all flown to the Whomping Willow these past 2 days. Thestrals don't like to get close to places where living things are struggling. Hermione suddenly tugged at Harry's sleeve. Her fingertips were cold, but her eyes were unusually bright. Hagrid, have any rare magical animals gone missing recently, like moonstone beetles or silvermane foals? Moonstone beetles. Hagrid scratched the back of his head. Last time when I sent Mandrich to Professor Sprout, she mentioned that half a box of beetles was missing from the herb garden. She said that the shells of those things can be ground into powder to enhance the apparition charm. Silvermane Colt. He suddenly stopped, and his huge body leaned forward slightly. 3 days ago, I went to Nocturne Alley to buy pumpkin seeds, and saw Dirk Creevy counting gold coins behind the stall. There was a white thing moving in a cage at his feet. He said it was a magic pet, but the sound like a colt, but higher pitched than a colt. Harry felt a chill on the back of his neck. Dirk Creevy is a well-known black marketeer in Nocturne Alley, specializing in dealing in banned potion ingredients. He thought of the dark red blood in the cave, and what Hermione said about the blood of living things. His throat suddenly tightened. So they need these animals as a sacrifice, or to obtain materials. Hermione interrupted, her voice as light as a sigh. Her fingers tapped a rapid rhythm on the edge of the table, which was her habit when she was thinking. If the rotten ivy rebirth needs to be continuously fed, they must constantly replenish the blood source. The blood of rare animals is purer and can maintain the magic power for a longer time. Ron suddenly sneezed loudly. "Excuse me," he sniffed, pulling a crumpled handkerchief from his pocket. "This room smells awful." "Is that a scritch shell?" Hagrid grinned with amusement, and the heaviness just now seemed to dissipate a little. He bent down and pulled out a tin box from under the bed. When he opened it, a cloud of dust rose up. "Take this." He took out a pair of leather gloves with silver buckles. "Dragon skin, to prevent chewing. I got them when I helped the Ministry of Magic catch an erumpent last time. Wear them when you go into the woods." He threw a small packet of seeds to Hermione. "These are seeds of the foxflower. Sprinkling them on the ground can confuse the sense of smell of sniffer dogs. It can be used if you are being followed." When we left the cabin, dusk had already soaked the sky. Hermione held the gloves and seeds given by Hagrid and looked up at the darkening clouds. "We need more clues about the specific time and place of the missing animals." When she turned around, the ends of her hair brushed Harry's shoulders. "Let's go to the library." Marietta Edgemore from Ravenclaw is studying the magical animal trade. She may know something. The dome of the library has been lit up with magic lights, like stars dotted all over the ceiling. As the three of them passed through 2 rows of bookshelves that reached as high as the ceiling, the hem of Ron's robe caught on the spine of A Complete Collection of Medieval Magical Accidents, and a copy of A Casebook on the Law of the Protection of Magical Creatures fell out with a clatter. "Do you need help?" A sweet female voice came from the upper bookshelf. Marietta Eltmore poked her head out, her blonde braids hanging down her chest, and she was holding 3 heavy books in her arms. As she jumped down the ladder, her heels made a crisp sound on the floor. "I guess you're asking about the recent disappearances." Without waiting for an answer, she flipped open the leather notebook she carried with her. "The number of moonstone beetles began to decrease last Wednesday. Professor Sprout said that the monitoring spell showed that a dark shadow entered the greenhouse at midnight. The Silvermane foals have been here for even longer. The horse whisperer in Hogsmeade said that 2 foals didn't come back last month. They usually don't leave the pasture for more than half a mile." Her fingers slid across the notes, leaving a faint stain of ink on her fingernails. "The strangest thing is the curled-winged demons." She suddenly lowered her voice. "In the abandoned mill on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, there used to be a group of curled-winged demons living there, but when I went to observe the day before yesterday, not even the cocoons were left. The curled-winged demons will not migrate en masse unless they encounter natural enemies." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Natural enemy, or a more powerful dark magic." Marietta closed her notebook, her knuckles whitened. "My father is in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. He said there have been 3 smuggling cases recently, and the seized goods all contain poison sacs of the winged demon, which can be used to refine powerful hallucinogens." She suddenly raised her head and her eyes swept across Harry's scar. "You are investigating the Forbidden Forest, right? If you need, I can lend you the notebook, but don't say it was me who said it." When leaving the library, Ron held the stack of notes, but his mouth drooped. "Now we know they are stealing animals, but how do we find where they are imprisoned? We can't just wander around in the Forbidden Forest, can we?" "Professor Sprout." Hermione stopped suddenly. "She studies herbology. She must know plants that can track magical animals. I heard her and Professor Flitwick talking last week. She said that you can use luminescent moss to mark animal tracks, that stuff glows in the dark and can only be seen by people who have cast an identification charm." Professor Sprout's greenhouse smelled of moist earth. When they found her, the professor was squatting in front of the mandrake seedling bed, gently fiddling with the leaves with her gloved hands. "Fluorescent moss." She straightened up, her reading glasses sliding to the tip of her nose. "Indeed, mix the moss powder with nettle juice and apply it on your boots, and you can track the touched plants. Animals will rub against the stems and leaves when they pass by, leaving traces." She turned and took a pottery jar from the shelf. This is the Niffler grass juice I made recently. Apply it to the tip of your wand to attract small magical animals, they have no resistance to this smell. The professor's fingers suddenly stopped. She took off her gloves, her knuckles glowing dark red from years of contact with the soil. Children, I know you want to help. But there's a stench of decay deep in the Forbidden Forest lately, worse than the smell of the basilisk before. Her eyes swept across Harry's scar, and then fell on Hermione's tightly clenched notebook. If you encounter danger, immediately use the thorn barrier I taught you. Remember, safety is more important than the truth. The Forbidden Forest in the evening seemed to be dipped in ink. The tip of Harry's wand emitted a bluish-white glow, illuminating dots of green light at his feet. Those were traces left by Hermione's boots, which had been painted with fluorescent moss. Ron walked in the middle, holding his wand tightly in his dragon-skin gloves, wincing every time he stepped on a dead branch and broke it. I bet 5 sickles that this forest will be haunted tonight. Shut up. Hermione's voice was half a pitch higher than usual. Can't you smell it? Harry sniffed. There was a sweet, rotten smell in the air, like rotten pumpkin mixed with rust. His scar began to feel hot again, but this time it wasn't a stinging pain, but a dull burning sensation, as if something was scratching at his mind. Over there. He raised his hand and pointed to the left. I heard Dot sobbing. The 3 of them slowed down their footsteps at the same time. As Ron passed through a tangled bush of thorns, his glove caught on a thorn and he let out a low hiss. The whimpering sound suddenly became clearer, like the struggle of a young animal with its mouth covered, mixed with the rustling sound of the friction of the iron chain. Just ahead, Hermione's wand light trembled slightly. She squatted down and touched the ground with her fingertips. There was a flattened piece of grass with dark brown liquid on the edge. It's blood. She leaned over and smelled it. It's not from a unicorn. It's stronger, with a smell of rust. It might be a silvermane foal. Harry felt his heart beating so fast it might burst out of his throat. He motioned for the 2 to follow him, crouched down and went around the last row of furs, then stopped suddenly. It was a cage surrounded by thick iron chains, with a ball of grayish-white fur curled up inside. One of the foal's front hooves was caught in an iron clamp, and blood was dripping through the gap onto the rotten leaves. But what made his back shiver even more was the tree stump next to the cage. On it was a bronze basin filled with half-coagulated black blood, with twisted runes engraved all around it. Ron's voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. A slight rustling sound came from the right. The moment Harry turned his head, he saw 2 dark green reflections, not eyes, but compound eyes. He heard Hermione gasp as a giant spider crawled out from behind a tree. It was the size of a calf, with sticky goo on the spikes on its 8 legs and yellow spots on its abdomen that looked like drops of congealed blood. Ron's wand clanked to the floor. That's the offspring of Aragog. His voice trembled. But the offspring of Aragog won't attack the spider's calicity made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Its compound eyes locked onto Ron, and its 8 legs suddenly sprang up. Harry raised his wand first. Expelliarmus, he roared, and a blue light and a strong wind rushed towards the spider. The spider was knocked back 2 steps, but its calicity opened even more sharply, and venom dripped from its fangs, burning small holes in the ground with sizzling sounds. Lumos. Hermione's wand light suddenly became brighter, illuminating the mark on the spider's abdomen, a black cross carved into the shell. They're kept by smugglers, she shouted. They're trained to guard the cages. Ron finally picked up his wand. Get rid of you, no, to pieces. His spell went astray and blew away a branch nearby. The spider took the opportunity to rush over, only half a foot away from Ron's boots. Obstacles galore. Harry cursed again. The spider hit the invisible barrier with a dull bang, but the barrier only lasted 2 seconds before cracks appeared. The spider's spikes pierced the magic, and the venom splashed on Hermione's robes, burning a charred hole. Run! Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve and rushed back. Harry cast the spell backwards, sweat dripping down his chin into his collar. The spider's compound eyes moved closer and closer in the darkness. He could even smell its stench, like a ritual in a cave, like black blood in a bronze basin. Just then, a low whistle was heard from deep in the Forbidden Forest. The white light from the flashlight drew an interlaced web in the Forbidden Forest, making the shadows of the trees distort like monsters. Harry's scar was throbbing, as if someone was poking a nerve with a fine needle. This was a sign of approaching danger, more accurate than any prophecy ball. To the left, Hermione grabbed Ron's arm, her boots slipping on the slippery rotten leaves. There's a depression behind the bushes. Ron's wand was sweating in his palm. He glanced back at the approaching footsteps, his Adam's apple moving. They brought Muggle flashlights. Muggle tools, smugglers even use these. Don't be distracted. Harry pushed Hermione forward and followed behind. He could hear the men breathing, heavy as a bellows under a magnifying spell. Hide. Before he could finish his words, Hermione suddenly stumbled into his arms. The 3 of them paused at the same time. 3 steps ahead, a half-faded wooden door appeared behind a bush, and the lintel was covered with ivy. If Harry hadn't glanced at the shadow that was darker than the surrounding area, he would almost have thought it was a crooked tree. The hut. Hermione lowered her voice and pinched Harry's wrist with her fingertips. Why is there a hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest? There is no mention of it in the original book. A smuggler's base. Harry's heart was beating so fast that it threatened to burst through his ribs, that he could feel the burning pain from his scar running down his neck and spine. The spiders were called away by the whistle, which means there is someone controlling them here. If it was an ordinary ranger, he wouldn't use a muggle flashlight. Ron's wand tip trembled slightly. If there's someone in their dash, it's better than being caught by them on the spot. Harry pulled the two of them closer and bent over. The lock on the wooden door was rusty and made a creaking sound when he pushed it lightly. The smell of mold and rust came out, and Hermione's fluorescent flash illuminated the room. There were animal traps half a person's height piled up against the wall. The mesh was a faint blue and was made of moonstone fibers, which were specifically designed to defeat the defenses of magical creatures. In the corners of the wall stood several rows of glass jars, which contained strange-shaped tentacles and scales. The labels had crooked handwriting on them, saying Thestral wing membrane and Horned beast tear glands. The most eye-catching thing was the parchment spread out on the table. On the map with the ink still wet was a mark of 7 red dots in the Forbidden Forest, one of which was facing their current location. Oh my god. Ron's voice was stuck in his throat. He reached out to touch the map, but Hermione slapped his hand away. Don't leave fingerprints. She squatted down and rummaged through the box under the table. Here is the record book. Look at this. July 15th, captured moon bear cubs. August 3rd, traded to Eastern European merchants. SHH. Harry suddenly pressed her shoulders. The footsteps were just outside the door. The three people's breathing stopped at the same time. Hermione's wand light was shaking violently, casting a wavering shadow on the wall. Harry's temples were throbbing, and he could hear the sound of his own blood flowing, mixed with the gradually clearer conversation outside. The noise just now was definitely not from a wild animal. It was a hoarse male voice. Old Huo said that there are some young guys investigating smuggling recently. Who knows, it could be them. Who cares? Another voice sneered. If we catch him, we'll give him a truth serum first and find out who is behind this, then we'll deal with him. Deal with. The two words stabbed Harry in the back of his neck like an icicle. His eyes swept across the room, finally stopping at the pile of junk in the corner. Under a pile of dusty wooden boxes, half a loose floor was exposed, and a damp earthy smell wafted out of the gap. Come here. He pulled Ron and Hermione towards him, digging his nails into the edge of the floor. The dilapidated wooden planks cracked open, revealing the stone steps leading down. Hermione shone her wand light inside, revealing several torches embedded in the cracks in the wall. Although covered in dust, the wicks were still dry. Go down. Harry pushed Ron and jumped in last. As soon as I closed the floor, I heard the wooden door being slammed open. The basement was deeper than I had imagined, and the stone steps turned a corner before reaching the bottom. Hermione lit a torch, and in the dim light, the three of them gasped at the same time. There were chains with barbs hanging on the left wall, and wooden racks filled with silver needles on the ground. On the right was a row of iron cages, with a Dulford Niffler curled up in each cage, its claws tied to the bottom of the cage with thin iron chains. In the innermost large iron cage, a unicorn curled up, the wound on its hind leg still oozing blood, and the silver light on the tip of its horn was almost extinguished. They actually caught unicorns. Hermione's voice trembled and her wand fell to the ground with a clang. She squatted down and picked it up, but it didn't glow anymore. She just pressed it gently against her chest. Unicorn blood. They want to use unicorn blood to make a dark magic potion. Ron's fists were clenched white. My dad said that anyone who sells unicorn products should be imprisoned in Azkaban-SHH. Harry suddenly covered his mouth. There was a sound of floorboards being lifted overhead, followed by heavy footsteps descending the stone steps. The light from the torches cast shadows of three people, twisting into hideous monsters on the wall. Hermione's fingers dug into the back of Harry's hand. Ron's wand broke out in a cold sweat on his palm, and the three of them held their breath at the same time, their hearts almost stopping. The footsteps stopped halfway up the stone steps, and someone lit a match. There are torches below. The hoarse male voice echoed off the stone wall. It seems someone really got there first. The moment the light of the match pierced the darkness, Harry's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. The bright yellow light was winding down the stone steps, illuminating the other man's muddy leather boots, his worn trouser legs, and, when the firelight passed over his jaw, Harry almost bit his tongue. It was Professor Scrimgeour. The Transfiguration Professor always wore a dark green robe with intertwined vine patterns embroidered on the cuffs, but at this moment he was wearing a washed-out coarse cloth coat with dark red stains on the collar, like blood that had not been wiped clean. His wand twirled between his fingers and the matchsticks fell with a clatter on the stone steps, sending sparks flying around Harry's feet. Who's there? Scrimgeour's words were still caught in his throat when Harry's wand was already pressing against Ron's lower back. He could hear the throbbing sound of his temple, and the scar felt like it was being burned by a pair of tongs, and the pain was so severe that he almost curled up his fingers. But what was even hotter was the wand in his palm. Hermione's body temperature seeped into the wood grain. Just now she had quietly grasped his wrist and dug her nails into his palm, not to stop him, but to transfer strength. Expelliarmus, Ron suddenly shouted. No, that's not right. Harry screamed in his mind. The immobilization charm was the safest choice, They had no confidence in the disarming charm, but Ron's wand tip had already emitted a blue light, and Scrimgeour's wand flew out with a buzz, clanking against the iron cage. The professor's face flushed instantly. He rushed towards the falling wand, but froze like a sculpture halfway. Harry's spell came first. Petrification. The green beam of light brushed past Scrimgeour's right shoulder, and he fell flat on the stone steps, as if all his bones had been pulled out. His limbs were twisted at strange angles, and only his eyeballs could move. His bloodshot whites stared at the three children. Hermione's torch fell to the ground with a thud, and the flame illuminated Scrimgeour's twitching mouth. His chin hit the stone steps, and blood oozed out. Mixed with the ash on his beard, it looked like dark red berries. Is it Professor Scrimgeour? Ron's wand was shaking, and his voice was shaking even more violently than his wand. He was teaching us how to transmogrify pocket watches in class last week. He praised me when I handed in my homework. SHH. Harry squatted down, his fingertips almost touching the professor's frozen eyelids. Scrimgeour's pupils contracted violently, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Harry suddenly remembered the Transfiguration class last Friday, when the professor bent down to help Neville adjust the angle of his wand. His cuff slipped open to reveal his silver cufflinks. At this moment, the cufflinks were pinned on Scrimgeour's coarse cloth coat, glowing coldly in the firelight. He's pretending. Hermione's voice was like broken ice. She picked up the torch, and the flames passed through the barbed chains. Last week I helped Professor McGonagall sort out the teacher files. Professor Scrimgeour joined the company in. She suddenly paused, and the torch almost fell on the iron cage. It was the year Grindelwald fell. The Niffler in the iron cage suddenly let out a sharp scream. The unicorn struggled to raise its head, and the silver light from the tip of its horn was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. It was sounding a warning. Goosebumps rose on the back of Harry's neck. He turned to Scrimgeour and placed the tip of his wand against his Adam's apple. Who ordered you to do this? Where is the unicorn blood? A muffled sob came from the professor's throat. Hermione took out a small medicine bottle from her school bag. It was the truth serum she mixed herself. There was a note on the bottle that said, "Experimental subject, use with caution." She pulled out the cork and pinched Scrimgeour's chin. As the amber liquid flowed into the corners of his mouth, his eyeballs suddenly began to move rapidly, as if he was under the influence of legilimency. The ebony box. Scrimgeour's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. On the 15th of every month, at the Leaky Cauldron in Nocturne Alley, the man in the dark green cloak. He said that if I could get unicorn blood, he would help me. He suddenly coughed violently, and his saliva mixed with blood foam splashed on Harry's trouser legs. Help me revive my daughter. Hermione's hands shook so violently that the bottle of medicine almost broke. Your daughter. Her voice was so light it sounded like a sigh. I read about the magical accident 10 years ago in the Wizarding Times. She was only 7 years old. Scrimgeour's face was distorted by the petrification spell, but tears flowed uncontrollably. They said that unicorn blood can prolong the life of the dying. They said that as long as you collect enough blood for 7 full moons, you can use a black magic ritual. He suddenly twitched violently. No, I can't tell. He said that if I tell anyone, he will scatter Lily's ashes into the sulfur lake. Lily. Harry's scar suddenly hurt, and he staggered back half a step. This name was like a key, clicking open some forgotten memories. The last sound he heard in the cradle when he was a baby was his mother saying Harry in the same gentle tone. That's enough. Hermione suddenly closed the potion bottle, her fingertips white. He's been threatened, Harry. She turned to the cages. The unicorn's wounds were still bleeding, and brown blood scabs were on its fur. But that doesn't mean what he did was right. Ron had begun to unlock the cage. The tip of his wand flickered with fluorescent light, illuminating the intricate mechanism deep inside the keyhole. This is Gringotts' anti-theft lock, my dad said. Before he could finish his words, the lock popped open with a click, and the sniff came out immediately, nudging Ron's palm with his nose, with half of the padlock still hanging on the thin chain on his claws. Harry walked towards the unicorn. There were beads of blood on its eyelashes. When it saw him approaching, it did not retreat, but gently touched the back of his hand. The silver light at the tip of the horn suddenly became stronger, like a tiny bolt of lightning, striking Harry's scar. Fragments of images flashed before his eyes, a snake pattern engraved on the ebony box, a person in a dark green cloak raised his wand, and the light of the spell reflected half of his face. It was a face he had never seen before, but it made his blood freeze. Harry. Hermione's voice came from behind. The beast's wound needs treatment. I need moonstone and silver anemone. Maybe I have to go to the school hospital. Take them to the Forbidden Forest first. Harry interrupted her. He took out the Marauder's map from his robe, unfolded it, and tapped it with his wand. Peeves is on the 8th floor, and Filch is in the kitchen. Now is the best time. He turned to Scrimgeour. Ron, use the disillusionment charm to hide him in the storage box in the stairwell. Remember to leave a note for Professor McGonagall, but don't write any specific content. Ron nodded, and a light blue mist emerged from the tip of his wand, enveloping the petrified professor. Hermione had already picked up the unicorn. It was much lighter than it looked, like a breathing ball of moonlight. The Nifflers crowded around her feet and wrapped their tails around her trouser legs, as if they knew this was the person who could take them home. Let's go. Harry stuffed the Marauder's map into his bag and took one last look at the basement. The barbed chains were still dangling from the wall, and the wooden frame studded with silver needles cast ferocious shadows, but the iron cages were empty. He touched the bottle of Veritas serum in his pocket, Scrimgeour's words still ringing in his ears, the man in the dark green cloak. Lily's ashes. A sudden gust of wind blew in from the corridor, blowing out the last torch. Harry's scar began to burn again, more than ever. Harry's heels tapped a rapid rhythm on the marble corridor, and he could hear the sound of his own heartbeat mixed with the rustling of Hermione's robes. As the three of them walked around the moving staircase, Ron's wand tip was still stained with the light blue mist of the disillusionment charm, which was left when he cast a spell on Scrimgeour just now. At this moment, the petrified professor was hiding in a storage box on the third floor, and the unicorn in their arms was nuzzling Hermione's collarbone with its soft breath. "We're here." Hermione's voice was softer than usual, and she looked up. The bronze knocker of the headmaster's office shone coldly in the moonlight. The bronze eagle suddenly spoke, its voice like rusty gears. "What can penetrate the darkness and yet be older than darkness?" Ron subconsciously reached for the chocolate frog card in his pocket, but Harry gently grabbed his wrist. Hermione twisted her fingers through the unicorn's mane, her eyelashes casting fluttering shadows under her eyes. "Hope?" "Wrong." The eagle's beak clicked shut. "Try again." Harry's scar began to heat again, and as he stared at the mottled patina on the eagle's head, he suddenly remembered what Dumbledore had said at the banquet last Christmas when he had held up the crystal glass. The light in his eyes had fallen into the mead like stars. "The most tenacious darkness is often nourished by the most ancient fears." "Fear," he blurted out. The eagle head suddenly spread its wings, and the bronze door creaked open. The scene in the office made Ron gasp. The phoenix feather in the crystal bottle was emitting a soft light, the pensieve was floating in the middle of the oak table, and the silver memories were surging like a living thing. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, stardust still stained the folds of his purple velvet robes. He had obviously just returned from some faraway place. "Good evening, children." His voice was like wool soaked in hot milk, but it made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. The old principal crossed his fingers on his chin, and his blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses were like two bottomless lakes. "I guess you are not here to discuss curfew." Hermione stepped forward, and the unicorn moved in her arms, the silver light from its horn casting tiny specks of light on the tip of Dumbledore's wand. "We rescued these magical creatures in a basement deep in the Forbidden Forest," she said, as fast as bullets from a machine gun, "and there was Professor Scrimgeour, petrified and wearing Veritas serum." He mentioned someone in a dark green cloak, and Harry interrupted, his throat tightening, saying that it involved Lily's ashes. The air suddenly froze. Dumbledore's fingers trembled slightly, and the silver memory in the pensieve exploded with a ripple. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingertips, a gesture Harry had seen only once before, late last fall, when Voldemort's mark had appeared on the Quidditch pitch. "Sit down." The old principal's voice was a little lower, but it carried an unquestionable weight. As the three of them sat down on the phoenix feather chairs, Ron's knee knocked over the sugar bowl on the table, and the sizzling bees rolled all over the floor, but did not chase him as usual. Dumbledore took out a piece of candy from his sleeve and turned it between his fingers. "Professor Scrimgeour is investigating a smuggling case in the Ministry of Magic recently. I sent him there." His eyes swept over the unicorn in Hermione's arms. "The iron cage and chains you see are just the tip of the iceberg. Some people collect the blood, horns, and feathers of magical animals, especially those with healing or prophetic powers." Harry felt a lump of ice slide down the back of his neck into his spine. Why? Dark magic ritual. Dumbledore's knuckles were pressed against his temple, requiring a large amount of pure magical energy as an initiator. "In the past 3 months, antique dealers in Diagon Alley have begun to buy ebony boxes engraved with snake patterns at high prices." He suddenly stopped, his eyes passing through Harry's shoulder and falling in the direction of the Forbidden Forest outside the window, "which is related to the picture that flashed in your scar." The unicorn in Hermione's arms suddenly let out a short cry, and the silver light from the tip of its horn stung Harry's eyes. He remembered what was recorded in the history of magic about unicorn horns, that they could reveal the deepest fears in people's hearts. At this moment, the light was sweeping across Dumbledore's face, and a shadow appeared in the old headmaster's wrinkles, as if someone had smudged them with ink. "You can't interfere anymore." Dumbledore suddenly sat up straight, the tip of his wand on the table. "I will contact the Ministry of Magic tomorrow and let the Aurors take over the investigation." His voice returned to its usual gentleness, but with a steely hardness and some darkness, which was not something a young wizard should face. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and just as he was about to speak, Hermione quietly held the back of his hand. Harry stared at his folded fingers, his nails making crescent marks on his palms. He thought of Scrimgeour's distorted face before he was petrified, the blood beads on the unicorn's eyelashes, and the man in the dark green cloak holding a wand in the illusion. "Principal," he raised his head, his voice more stable than he thought, "if those people are looking for my mother's ashes, that's enough." A few sparks flew from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, and Fawkes flew up from the fireplace. The phoenix's tail feathers brushed across Harry's cheek, bringing with it a burning temperature. "Go back to the dormitory, Harry. Believe me." Harry deliberately lagged behind half a step as he left the office. He caught a glimpse of Dumbledore whispering into the pensieve, and unfamiliar faces surged in his silver memory. One of the silhouettes made his scar burn again, the high-nose bridge and the crescent-shaped scar behind the ear, which overlapped with the outline of the man holding the wand in the illusion. Harry, Hermione looked back at the stairs. The moonlight stretched her shadow very long. What was she in a daze for? Nothing. Harry touched the Marauder's map in his pocket. The parchment felt slightly warm in his palm. He looked at the unicorn in Hermione's arms. It was looking at him with moist eyes. The silver light on the tip of its horn was like a thin chain, tying his heart. When he returned to the dormitory, Ron fell asleep immediately, and soon his even snoring could be heard through the bed curtains. Hermione sat at her desk sorting out her notes, her quill scratching on the parchment, but she didn't finish her notes. Write down a word. Harry lay on the upper bunk, staring at the dancing glowworms on the ceiling, and Scrimgeour's words echoed in his ears. Lily's ashes. The man in the dark green cloak. At 2:17 in the morning, he found the Marauder's map under his pillow. As it unfolded, Filch's dots were wandering around the 7th floor, Peeves was stealing cakes in the kitchen, and the other students' names were huddled quietly in their dormitories. He put on his robes quietly, with his wand hidden in his sleeve. When he passed Hermione's bed, he smelled the lavender shampoo she often used. She was already asleep. Her notebook was spread out on the table, with the top page circled in red pen with the words "Blood Sacrifice of 1672" in an ebony box with a snake pattern. As the library door creaked closed behind him, the smell of dust filled his nostrils. He avoided the lighted administrator's desk and crouched down to enter the restricted area. The Marauder's map showed that Madame Pants was sorting old textbooks on the 3rd floor. Moonlight poured down from the dome, shining on the spine of detailed explanation of dark ritual. Just as his fingers touched the cover, he suddenly heard the sound of papers flipping behind him. It was not the wind, but someone turning the pages of the book. Harry pointed his wand towards the source of the sound, but all he saw was a row of curses and counter-curses shaking slightly. He held his breath and tiptoed around to find a mottled leather-covered book lying on the bottom shelf. The gold embossed words on the cover had mostly peeled off, but he could recognize that it was ancient runes, very similar to the words on the basilisk diary he had seen in the secret room in 2nd grade. When he turned to the first page, the moon outside the window was covered by dark clouds. The words on the parchment glowed blue in the darkness, and the first line made his blood freeze. Use the unicorn's horn to lead the soul, and seal the bones with an ebony box. When the snake's shadow reappears. There were footsteps in the corridor. Harry hurriedly closed the book, but a yellowed piece of paper slipped out of the book. He bent down to pick it up, and with the help of the wand's fluorescent light, he could see the contents clearly. It was a newspaper clipping, dated October 31, 1981. The title was blurred by ink, and only the Potters could be vaguely seen. The ashes. Madame Pants coughed from the 2nd floor. Harry stuffed the paper into his collar, held the book in his arms, and ran back. Harry had woken up 3 times when the early morning sunlight slanted in through the dormitory window. He stared at the light leaking through the gap in the bed curtains, listened to Ron's steady snoring, and unconsciously stroked the piece of paper under the pillow with his fingers. The edges of the newspaper clipping dated October 31, 1981 had been rubbed out by him, and the 3 words, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, were like a thin needle, pricking his neck. Harry, Hermione's voice came from the stairs. He hurriedly stuffed the paper into his pajamas pocket and looked up to see her standing by the ladder with a pile of notes in her arms. The ends of her hair were still stained with mourning. Breakfast was almost over. Did you not sleep well last night? Ron rubbed his eyes and sat up. Scabbers at the head of the bed was pulling at his socks with his claws. Merlin, why are Harry's bed curtains drawn so early in the morning? Could he sneak out again in the middle of the night? I went to the library last night. Harry drew aside the curtains of his bed, his robe still rumpled at his feet, and saw something. Hermione's eyebrows immediately raised and she tightened her grip around the notebook. What is that? The 3 of them squeezed in front of an empty table in the corner of the hall, and Harry lowered his voice and finished telling his story of last night. When they came to the page of ancient runes, Hermione's pen clattered onto the parchment, splashing a drop of blue ink. Ron's toast hung in midair, butter dripping through his fingers. Clippings. About your parents' ashes. Hermione's voice trembled. She quickly opened her notebook and turned to the page with the ebony box with a snake pattern circled in red pen. The 1672 blood sacrifice case also mentioned the sealing of ashes. At that time, the murderer used an ebony box to hold the ashes of 12 victims, saying that he wanted to summon some kind of dark magic creature. The book also wrote about unicorn horns. Harry touched his collar, where there was still a red mark left by the paper. Soul guiding. Bone sealing. The snake's shadow reappeared. Snake's shadow. He suddenly paused, remembering the Parseltongue he heard in the Chamber of Secrets in the 2nd grade, and Voldemort's snake Nagini. Ron shuddered and stuffed the last half of the bread into his mouth. So this is related to the dark magic smuggling we found before? The guy in the gray cloak I saw last time in Nocturne Alley, could he be buying herbs? Hermione suddenly pressed his wrist and turned to the latest page of her notebook, which was densely filled with smuggling lists copied from the old files of the Ministry of Magic. Yesterday, I checked the seizure records for the past 3 months, and there were 7 times when the goods seized from abandoned Muggle factories were mixed with a plant called shadow thistle. The records say it has a special smell and is suspected to be used in dark rituals, but Professor Sprout said in the last class that he had never heard of this name. Harry felt a sudden chill on the back of his neck. The faint cold fragrance at the stairs of the astronomy tower last night overlapped with the special smell Hermione described. We have to find Professor Sprout. He grabbed the bag beside the bed and went now. The glass of the herbology greenhouse was covered with a layer of water vapor in the morning mist. Professor Sprout was squatting in front of the mandrake seedling bed, carefully fiddling with the leaves with his thickly gloved hands. Hearing footsteps, she straightened up, and a few strands of hair emerged from her silver-gray hairnet. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, there is no class today. Are you here to ask for the moonstone for the potions class? No, Professor. Hermione stepped forward and opened her notebook to the page about shadow thistle. We would like to ask you about a herb. According to Ministry of Magic records, it may be related to dark magic rituals. Professor Sprout's fingers paused at the edge of the seedbed, and his knuckles, covered in dirt, slowly turned white. She stared at Hermione's notes for half a minute, then suddenly turned around and said, "Follow me." The door to the private laboratory was hidden behind the vines at the innermost part of the greenhouse. The moment Harry pushed open the door, he smelled a mixture of pine resin and rust. Glass jars on the shelves held all sorts of bizarre plant forms, purple tentacles curled in formalin, silver petals condensed with dewdrops of venom. Professor Sprout walked over to the top ebony cabinet and took out a brass key, exactly the same serpentine key that Harry had seen in the book. This is an old item from my father's time at the International Alchemy Society. She opened the cabinet and took out a glass box covered with black cloth. It contained a shadow thistle, a species that became extinct in the Black Forest of Romania 50 years ago. Its roots can enhance the resilience of black magic, its petals can delay the elimination of the curse, and the most dangerous thing is. She lifted the black cloth, and Harry gasped. The dark purple stems were dotted with fingernail-sized flowers, and when the petals were closed, they looked like tiny snake heads, and they would recognize their master. Once nourished by a wizard's blood, it can only work for that person's dark magic. Hermione's pen drew a thick line across her notebook. So the smugglers needed it to mass-produce. Carriers of the unforgivable curses? Worse. Professor Sprout's voice was as low as a whisper. The murderer of the blood sacrifice in 1672 used shadow thistle to maintain the resentment in the ashes. The newspaper clippings you found. Mr. Potter, if your parents' ashes were sealed in an ebony box, it is very likely it was used as an introduction to the ritual. Harry continued, his throat tightening. He remembered the handwriting in the book last night. When the snake's shadow reappears, could the snake's shadow be Voldemort's shadow? Professor Sprout took out a dried leaf of shadow thistle and handed it to Harry. Remember its smell, like fur resin mixed with blood and rust. To identify it, use a fluorescent flash to illuminate the leaf veins. The real shadow thistle will glow dark green. If it encounters a living being. She waved her wand lightly, and the leaves instantly turned into a pool of black water. She watered the roots with clear water like a spring. It was extremely sensitive to the water element. Hermione immediately drew the outline of the leaf on her notebook, marking its dark green fluorescent water element weakness. Ron leaned over to take a look, and his nose almost touched the black water. What if we see someone selling this in Nocturne Alley? Notify me immediately, or go to the Ministry of Magic and see Mr. Dawlish. Professor Sprout took the glass box when she rewrapped it and put it back into the ebony cabinet. The copper key left a red mark on her palm. This plant was too dangerous and must never appear on the market again. As they left the greenhouse, the late spring breeze blew over them, carrying the scent of wisteria, but Harry felt a chill on the back of his neck. He touched the newspaper clipping in his pocket and thought of the ancient runic book from last night, the reappearance of the snake shadow, the ebony box, the shadow thistle. These fragments were forming a terrible pattern in his mind. Tonight. Hermione suddenly stopped at the corner of the corridor, the sunset reflected on her glasses. I checked the night patrol schedule of the Forbidden Forest. Filch will go to the kitchen to supervise at 7 o'clock, and Mrs. Norris will follow him. Dusk completely enveloped Hogwarts. Harry crouched behind the oak barrel, listening to the sound of Filch's leather boots gradually fading away at the end of the corridor. Hermione poked his back lightly with her fingertips, and Mrs. Norris's golden eyes disappeared behind the kitchen door. Remember what Professor Sprout said? Hermione said in a low voice, her hair smelling of wisteria, but it couldn't cover up the sound of her rapid breathing as she took the glass jar out of her bag. In the jar lay 2 dried shadow thistle leaves, dark green in the fluorescent light from the wand. The tip of Ron's wand kept trembling, and the light spots swayed on the stone wall and turned into blurred stars. If we encounter a living one.do, we really use the spring water charm. Last time I watered a pig's nose, I almost washed it down the stairs. You slipped. Hermione stuffed the glass jar into Harry's coat pocket. Focused. The humidity in the Forbidden Forest is very high at night, and the fluorescence of the shadow thistle will be more obvious. She pushed up her glasses, and her eyes behind the lenses were surprisingly bright. If the smugglers are cultivating it, the soil near the roots should smell like blood rust. Harry touched the glass jar in his inner pocket. It felt cold as ice. He remembered the chill that ran down the back of his neck when Professor Sprout had said, "Your parents' ashes." At this moment, the wind from the Forbidden Forest poured in from the open window, carrying with it the smell of damp earth, which was more refreshing than the air in the corridor. "Let's go." He stood up, the hem of his robe sweeping the ground. "We must find the clues before the full moon." As they passed through the yew hedge, Ron's wand made a sudden, soft, crackling sound. Shit, he winced. I swear something just touched my ankle. It's a vine. Hermione lifted up a dark green branch with the tip of her wand. Under the fluorescent light, she could see the dense barbs on it. This is the twisted vine on the edge of the forbidden forest. Professor Sprout said they are only active at night. She tapped the vine with her wand, and it immediately shrank back into the shadows as if it had been burned. Ron stared at the tip of his shoe and swallowed. So are we playing hide and seek with biting plants now? It's better than playing with dementors. Harry walked in front, and the solace of his boots crushed a few pine needles, making a crisp crunch sound. The moonlight filtered through the fir branches, casting dappled shadows at their feet. A sweet and fishy smell gradually filled the air, like rusty coins soaked in red wine. Hermione suddenly grabbed his arm. Stop. She crouched down and used her wand to illuminate the ground. Half of the dark red roots were exposed in the pile of rotten leaves, and tiny beads of blood were oozing out. The smell of blood and rust. Hermione's voice trembled as her fingers gently stroked the soil beside the roots. Professor Sprout said that the roots of shadow thistle secrete trace amounts of blood to maintain a cold environment. She took out a glass jar from her school bag and brought the dry leaves close to the roots. The roots suddenly curled up and avoided the dry leaves like a living thing, while emitting the same dark green fluorescence as the leaves in the jar. Found it. Harry's heartbeat drowned out the chirping of insects in the woods. He looked in the direction where the roots extended, and saw an even darker shadow deep in the fir forest, like a curtain soaked in ink. The three of them looked at each other, and Hermione pressed the jar back into his hand. Ron's wand tip finally settled, emitting a steady blue light. Just as they took the third step, a low roar came from the left. The sound was like thunder rolling over rocks, with a damp, fishy smell that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. Hermione immediately pulled him behind an old oak tree, Ron's back pressed tightly against his other side. The three people's breathing mixed together, as rapid as drums. What is that? Ron's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. It's not a thestral. Hermione dug her fingers into his arm. The thestrals make sharper calls. Like some large carnivore. Her glasses had slid to the tip of her nose, but she didn't dare raise her hand to push them away. Could it be a ranger animal raised by the smugglers? The roar was getting closer. Harry looked through the gaps in the oak trees and saw that the bushes in the woods suddenly shook violently, and a few wisps of gray mist poured out from the shaking. Then, 7 figures in black cloaks walked out of the mist. Their hoods were pulled down low, leaving only their chins exposed. One of them was holding an ebony box in his arms. The snake patterns carved on the lid of the box shone coldly in the moonlight. It must be transported away before the waning moon. The dark wizard in the front said gruffly. Old Crouch urged us 3 times, saying that the ritual cannot wait. The roots of the shadow thistle haven't even grown to 3 inches. Another voice said hoarsely, last time in Nocturne Alley, that little girl ruined our plans. Now the stock in the forbidden forest is only enough to make 3 urns. Harry's temple was throbbing. He touched the glass jar in his inner pocket. His parents' newspaper clippings were still in another pocket, pounding against his ribs with every beat of his heart. Hermione whispered in his ear, the ebony box. Just like Professor Sprout said. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the bushes. The dark wizard holding the wooden box turned his head suddenly, with his wand raised. Who was there? He was answered by a deafening roar. A spider as big as a round table jumped down from the tree canopy, and its 8 shiny black legs broke 2 branches as thick as wrists. The dark wizard screamed and scattered. The wooden box fell to the ground with a bang, and the lid with snake-shaped patterns cracked. Harry saw a few wisps of gray and white light coming out of the box. The mist was like ashes blown away by the wind. Immobilizing charm. Harry's wand reacted before his brain did. A beam of red light shot out from the tip of the staff and accurately hit the back of the nearest dark wizard. The man immediately froze into a stone statue, and when he fell, he knocked over a wooden box at his feet, and a handful of shadow thistles rolled out of it, with fresh blood beads on their roots. Expelliarmus. Hermione followed with a spell, knocking away another dark wizard's wand. The wand spun and stuck into the soil, but no one noticed. The spider's compound eyes stared at the remaining dark wizards, and the wind created by its 8 legs made the robes of the 3 people rustle. Lumos, Ron suddenly shouted. A strong light burst out from his wand, illuminating the spider's compound eyes palely. The monster let out a shrill scream, turned around and rushed into the group of dark wizards. In the chaos, the 2 dark wizards grabbed the wooden box and the scattered shadow thistles and stumbled into the depths of the forest. Harry wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Hermione. Deal with the one who's been immobilized first. As they fell upon the fallen dark wizard, Harry glimpsed the hood of one of them sliding down, revealing an unfamiliar face with a crescent-shaped scar on its left cheekbone. But what made his heart stop even more was the pattern embroidered on the outside of the man's thigh, a coiled snake with thorny vines wrapped around its body. It's the Snake Vine Gang. Hermione's voice was as cold as ice. I've seen their logo in the Magic Times. They specialize in smuggling dark magic plants. She pulled off the dark wizard's gloves, revealing the tattoo on her palm, which was exactly the same as the pattern on her clothes. They must be related to Crouch. Wait, Crouch. Ron was rummaging through the dark wizard's pockets when he suddenly held up a crumpled piece of parchment. Look at this. Written crookedly on the paper were the words, "Bring 3 boxes of shadow thistle to the North Tower before midnight. Neville Longbottom will pick you up." Harry's fingers suddenly lost feeling. The parchment slipped from his fingers and spread out on the ground. As the moonlight illuminated the last few words, he heard his own rapid breathing. "Neville, impossible. He was in the greenhouse helping Professor Sprout take care of the mandrakes last week." The moonlight shattered into silver flakes between the branches at the edge of the forbidden forest, and the soles of Harry's boots crushed over the dewy grass, and each step felt like stepping on cotton. He could hear his own pounding heart, mixed with Hermione's rapid breathing. Her knuckles were white as she gripped her wand, and the hem of Ron's robes, still stained with the blood of the dark wizard, was bouncing with his tense steps. "Wait!" Hermione stopped suddenly, and the glow on the tip of her wand suddenly went out. The wall lamps in the corridor ahead glowed into a warm yellow in the morning mist, and the sound of footsteps could be heard in the corridor that should have been deserted. 3 Slytherin second years came over with textbooks in their arms, led by Minerva Brown, who had been chasing Harry for an autograph last week, saying he was a hero against the dark arts. "Get out of the way!" Minerva's voice was like frozen honey, and her eyes even showed disgust when she glanced at Harry. "Get out of the way, Potter." Ron opened his mouth, but Hermione elbowed him back. They stood against the wall, watching the 3 girls walk away. The moment the tip of Minerva's hair brushed the back of Harry's hand, he clearly smelled the sweet smell of the love potion, exactly the same smell as in Lockhart's office in his 3rd year. "She the way she looked at me just now." Ron rubbed the back of his neck, as if I had eaten her cauldron cake. Harry said nothing. He looked at Minerva's back as she turned the corner, and suddenly remembered that when he was having breakfast in the hall yesterday, Kevin Whitby from Ravenclaw had patted him on the shoulder and said that they wanted to form a team to participate in the wizard chess competition. But when he met him in the corridor just now, the child lowered his head as if he didn't know him. "Memory tampering." Hermione's voice was as light as a sigh, but it made Harry feel a chill on the back of his neck. "Confusion spell, memory spell, and even more advanced legilimency." She suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist. "Did you notice? On the way back from the Forbidden Forest, at least 7 classmates treated us in a completely different way than usual." Ron's Adam's apple moved. "Then could Neville's case also be? So we need evidence." Hermione dragged the 2 of them to the library, her hair spreading in the morning breeze. Madame Pants had a record of all the books borrowed. If the book on memory magic was borrowed frequently, Madame Pants' nose was almost touching Hermione's forehead as the oak door of the library creaked open before them. The old woman, who always wore her gray hair in a bun like a bird's nest, adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses and glanced at the 3 people's muddy robes. Her nose twitched slightly. "It's 4:17 in the morning and the Hogwarts library does not accept visitors, Miss Granger. We need to check the borrowing records of books on memory tampering." Hermione spoke as fast as a cannon. "Recently, some students frequently borrowed Introduction to Magical Memory, Forgetting and Reconstruction, A Black Magic Perspective, and even Cursed Memory, Taboo of Animagus." Madame Pants' pupils shrank. As she turned, her skirt swept across the oak counter, bringing with it a smell of old paper. Harry watched her pull a gilt-covered register from under the counter and run her fingertips along the ink-stained pages, pausing each time she stopped at a name. "In the past 3 weeks, all 3 books have been borrowed by the same person." She turned the register over and saw the handwriting in the borrower column on the yellowed page was as neat as printed text. "Padma Patil, 4th year Ravenclaw." "Padma?" Ron leaned over. "The Ravenclaw girl who was always hanging out with Parvati? He even helped me with my divination class homework last semester." Hermione ran her finger over the edge of the register. "Each borrowing time is between midnight and 1 in the morning, Madame Pants. Doesn't the library's automatic registration system only record opening hours?" The corner of the old woman's mouth twitched. "Someone used a confusion charm to tamper with the curfew." She took out a half-broken memory ball from under the counter. The blue mist was still slowly dissipating. "I found it in the history of magic area when I was cleaning this morning." The memory inside. She suddenly closed her mouth, as if she realized that she had said too much. Harry's wand burned in his palm. He thought of the parchment with Neville's name written on it in the Forbidden Forest, the love potion on Minerva Brown, and Padma Patil, the girl who always braided her hair neatly and curled her hair with her index finger when she spoke. How could she be related to books on dark magic? "We need to talk to her," he said, his voice firmer than he thought it would be, now. Padma's dormitory was in Ravenclaw Tower, and the morning mist had just covered the windows when they arrived. Parvati opened the door and her eyes lit up when she saw Harry, but she frowned after glancing at Hermione and Ron. Padma was not feeling well and she said she didn't want to see any visitors. "We are here to help." Hermione looked over her shoulder and saw Padma huddled on the edge of the bed by the window, with a history of magic on her knees, but the page was stopped at the chapter on the Goblin Rebellion of 1812. Harry remembered that Ravenclaw had just taken an exam on the history of medieval charms last week. Padma raised her head at the sound, her eyelashes casting fluttering shadows under her eyes. Her pupils were dilated, like a creature under a disillusionment spell. When she saw Harry, she actually shrank back, her back against the cold window glass. What are you going to do?" "We found out from the library that you borrowed a book on memory magic." Ron asked directly. "Did someone force you to borrow it?" Padma's fingers twisted the sheets tightly, her knuckles turned white. I don't remember." She suddenly covered her ears and walked away. "Go away." Hermione squatted down to look at her at eye level, and her voice was light and soft. Padma, we met in the hall at 3 o'clock last Wednesday afternoon. You said you were going to attend the Ravenclaw poetry reading and asked me to borrow the Bard's Centennial Classics. Do you remember? Padma's eyelashes trembled violently, her lips opened and closed several times, and finally she shook her head. I don't know you. Harry, my heart sank. He had seen people controlled by the Imperious Curse, and muggles whose memories were altered by the Oblivion Curse, but there was no empty obedience in Padma's eyes. Instead, there was fear, as if something was rummaging through her mind, ready to tear her memory into pieces at any time. We'll take you to Professor McGonagall. He held out his hand. She has a way of checking your memory, Padma, trust us. Padma stared at his hand for a long time, so long that the morning mist outside the window drifted into the dormitory and with the ends of her hair. Just when Harry thought she was going to refuse, she suddenly grabbed his wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. Please. Don't let them find me. The morning bell rang just as the four of them left Ravenclaw Tower. Padma walked in the middle, and Harry could feel her body trembling slightly, like a fallen leaf blown by the wind. Hermione walked in front, the fluorescent light from the tip of her wand illuminating the corridor. Ron was the last one, looking back every few steps, as if something was following their shadows. Professor McGonagall's office was on the 8th floor, and the stone beast in front of the oak door was yawning. When Harry reached out to knock on the door, Padma suddenly grabbed his sleeve and said in a voice as soft as a sigh, if I remember something. The stone beast's mouth suddenly closed with a crisp clicking sound. When the oak door was pushed open, a cold wind blew in, causing the parchment on Professor McGonagall's desk to rustle. Harry's palms were sweaty, and Padma's fingers were still pulling at the folds of his sleeves with such force that she almost left marks on the fabric. Professor, Padma is not right. Hermione spoke first, her voice faster than usual. She didn't remember talking to me in the hall last Wednesday, and she didn't even know us. Don't be impatient, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall put down her quill, her silver-gray hair gleaming in the morning mist. Her eyes swept across Padma's pale face, and her originally straight back leaned forward slightly. Come here, child. She patted the armrest of the sofa, and her voice became a little gentler. Padma, like a puppet being pulled by a string, moved step by step to the sofa and sat down. Her knees were drawn up to her chest, and the ends of her hair were still stained with the mist outside the tower, casting a few dark spots on the wool sofa. Harry stood 2 steps away from her and could hear her rapid breathing, like a bird with its tail stepped on. I need to check your memory. Professor McGonagall pulled out her wand, and the tip of the wand glowed blue. It might be a little uncomfortable, but I promise I won't hurt you. Padma suddenly grasped the edge of the sofa, her knuckles turning white from the effort. They said if I told anyone. Who? Ron blurted out, his voice filled with irrepressible urgency. He had been leaning against the door, but now he had taken 2 steps forward, with his wand halfway sliding out of his sleeve. Hush. Hermione held Ron's wrist, but her eyes were always locked on Padma's face. She squatted down and looked at Padma at eye level. No one will hurt you, we are here to help you. Padma's Adam's apple moved and she slowly loosened her hand. Professor McGonagall tapped her forehead with her wand, and blue light crawled along her skin into her pupils. Harry saw Padma's eyelashes trembling violently, her fingertips dug deeply into the cracks of the sofa, and her fingertips turned an unhealthy purple color. Merlin. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly tightened, and the light at the tip of her wand shook violently. This was not an ordinary forgetfulness spell. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He saw Professor McGonagall's brows twisted into a shape, and her wand drew complex arcs in front of Padma's forehead. Scattered images began to emerge in the blue light: the crystal chandelier in the auditorium, the dome of the Ravenclaw common room, a book with a cover inlaid with black gems. The images were swallowed up by the black mist as soon as they appeared, like parchment that had been crumpled up forcefully. The memory was tampered with in layers. Professor McGonagall retracted her wand and put her fingertips against her temple. The first layer was an ordinary forgetfulness spell to cover up the abnormality. The second layer. Her voice sank. It was a memory lock woven with spells from the Black Magic Book. Each real memory was replaced with a similar fictional fragment. Even the memory ball could hardly detect it. Dark Magic Book. Hermione's voice trembled. What kind of dark magic book could do this? Professor McGonagall pulled out a thick book called Advanced Memory Magic from the drawer and quickly turned to a page that recorded the ancient dark wizard's method of using shadow energy to tamper with memory. The Ministry of Magic destroyed a copy 20 years ago, but it is said that there are still fragments circulating on the black market. When she closed the book, the cover made a dull sound. What's more troublesome is that this kind of spell requires the caster to have a blood relationship with the tampered person, or long-term contact. Ron gasped. So the person who tampered with Padma's memory might be in Hogwarts? Padma suddenly let out a short scream and held her head in her hands. Harry saw beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. For a moment, her pupils turned a turbid grayish-white color, as if they were sprinkled with a handful of silver powder. Don't look through my brain. They will know. That's enough. Professor McGonagall quickly waved her wand, and a transparent barrier enveloped Padma. When she turned to Harry and the other two, her eyes behind her lenses seemed to be frozen. I will use a memory stabilization charm to temporarily lock her consciousness to prevent further damage. But to completely solve the problem, they must find the Book of Shadows. It is not only a tool for casting spells, but also the core to maintain the spell. How should we find it? Harry clenched his wand, the warmth of his palm coming through the birch wood. Do we need to go to Nocturne Alley? Still. Don't rush out yet. Professor McGonagall held his shoulder. The dark book would not move by itself. Since it could cast such a spell in the school, it was probably hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. She tapped the table with her fingertips and went to the library to find Madame Pants. She has been in charge of the restricted books section for 30 years, and the movements of any unpopular books cannot be hidden from her. When I left the office, Padma had fallen asleep in the barrier, her breathing as light as a feather. Hermione looked back one last time, her Adam's apple moving, but she didn't say anything in the end. Ron walked in the middle, his boot heels tapping on the stone steps, and he suddenly stopped. Do you think that when Padma said that they hushed? Harry listened. There were hurried footsteps coming from the end of the corridor, as if someone was trying to make his footsteps lighter but failed to completely conceal them. Hermione's wand immediately lit up. Ron picked up the anti-curse bullet from his bag, and the three of them stood back to back in a triangle. The footsteps disappeared around the corner. Probably the prefects on patrol, Hermione said, but there was uncertainty in her voice. Or. Ron's Adam's apple rolled. He was the one who tampered with the memory. When the oak door of the library slowly opened in front of them, Madame Pants came out from behind the bookshelf holding a stack of History of Magic. Her hooked nose cast a shadow on the bridge of her nose, and her eyebrows immediately raised into an inverted H shape when she saw three people: Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley. Her eyes swept over Harry's hand holding the wand. Is he here to cause trouble again? We need to find a book on the dark arts. Hermione directly took out the title she copied from Professor McGonagall, the Book of Shadows. Madame Pants' fingers suddenly tightened, and the stack of History of Magic nearly fell to the ground. She quickly looked around, made sure there were no other students, and lowered her voice. Follow me. The door hinges of the restricted area squeaked harshly. Madame Pants lit the lantern on the wall. In the dim light, countless books with skulls and snake emblems engraved on their covers cast distorted shadows on the iron shelves. Her fingertips brushed over the empty seat at the back of the third row. There was a thin layer of dust there, but there was a fresh scratch, as if it had been scratched by a fingernail. 3 days ago, a student came to check the index of this book using a Ravenclaw library card. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Ravenclaw. Padma is a student of Ravenclaw. But the book itself was not in the library. Madame Pants' voice was like a rusty deer. It was last registered 50 years ago, when it was borrowed by a professor named Avery and never returned. She suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. Listen, the book will consume the memory of those who approach it. If you find it, we'll be careful. Hermione held the back of Madame Pants' hand. Thank you. Madame Pants let go of her hand, took 2 steps back to adjust her skirt, and returned to her usual sternness. Don't thank me. If you mess up the restricted area, I will make you clean the crystal ball for 3 months. As the three of them exited the restricted area, the tip of Hermione's wand drew a faint light in the air, illuminating a fresh mud print on the ground, a dewy shoe print, the same color as the moss outside the Ravenclaw tower. Ron squatted down and touched the mud mark with his fingertips. Someone has just been here. And he didn't want to be discovered. Harry looked up at the ceiling. The surveillance telescope there was facing the restricted area, but at this moment, the lens was lowered, like an owl with its eyes closed. Hermione's wand suddenly made a crackling sound of electricity, and she looked down at her sleeve. The memory alarm pin there was getting hot. It's time to start looking. Harry took a deep breath. The damp air was filled with the musty smell of old books, mixed with a faint smell similar to burnt feathers. He started from Professor Avery's old office, or, let's check the borrowing records of Ravenclaw first. Hermione has already taken out her little notebook and quickly recorded it. Madame Pants said that the library card belongs to Ravenclaw, so it may be related to Padma. Wait. Ron suddenly grabbed her sleeve and pointed to the search table in the middle of the hall. The parchment index there was open to the pages of the shadowed book. The name of the last borrowing record had been erased with an erasing charm, but Harry saw the remaining ink marks, 2 letters, PA. Harry's fingers unconsciously stroked the handle of his wand. The 2 blurred letters PA on the parchment index were like 2 thumbtacks, pricking his back teeth. The clouds outside the window were so low that even the stained glass on the library's dome had faded to a leaden gray. He could hear Ron's heels tapping on the marble floor, once, twice, in rhythm with his own accelerated heartbeat. Let's start with the History of Magic section. Hermione's voice was half a degree higher than usual. She lowered her head and flipped through the small notebook. The end of her hair brushed against the memory alarm on her collarbone. The thing was still slightly hot, like a piece of red-hot cinder sticking to the skin. Professor Avery taught ancient runes 50 years ago, and his research notes might be mixed in with the old textbooks. Ron suddenly kicked something, and the sound of metal collision startled the three of them, and they all shrank their shoulders. When she looked down, she saw the quill that Hermione had just dropped, lying next to the pile of books on medieval witchcraft and healing. The tip of the quill was stained with half-dried ink, leaving a crooked question mark on the ground. Damn it, my feet aren't my eyes. Ron bent down to pick up the pen, then suddenly paused. Harry, look at this. He pointed to the gap at the bottom of the bookshelf, where a half-yellowed library card was stuck, and the mud marks on the edge were exactly the same as those on the floor of the restricted area. Harry squatted down and picked out the card with the tip of his wand. The borrowing record on the front is blurred, but there is a line of tiny cursive words on the back. When the moon is waxing and waning, 7th row, 3rd column. When he looked up, Hermione's eyes lit up surprisingly. That was the unique light she had when she solved a puzzle. 7th row, 3rd column. She turned and walked towards the history of magic area. The hem of her robe blew a breeze, causing the candlelight on the search table to sway. Madame Pants said that the surveillance telescope in the restricted area had been adjusted to a different angle, and someone didn't want us to find clues here. The three of them counted along the bookshelf to the 7th row. In the 3rd column stood a copy of Hogwarts, a history. There was a thin layer of dust on the spine, and it was obvious that it had not been flipped for a long time. Ron was about to take out the book when Hermione suddenly pressed the back of his hand. Wait a minute. The tip of her wand glowed blue and she lightly touched the spine of the book. The wood grain on the surface of the wooden shelf suddenly twisted, revealing a half-finger wide gap. It was the remnant of the apparition charm. Hermione's fingertips slid along the gap. Someone had used transfiguration to disguise the secret door as a bookshelf. She chanted Alahorma and the wooden shelf opened with a dull click and slowly turned to one side, revealing a narrow staircase behind. The damp, musty smell was overwhelming, mixed with the same burnt feather smell Harry had smelled earlier. Ron took out the luminescent spell, and the three of them filed down. At the end of the stairs was a small room less than 5 square meters. The 4 walls were all oak bookshelves. On the sandalwood table in the middle was an ancient black leather book with twisted snake patterns embroidered in silver thread on the cover. It was the Book of Shadows that Madame Pants mentioned. Hermione's breathing suddenly became rapid. She took 2 steps forward and then stopped suddenly. She turned around and grabbed Harry's wrist. Don't touch it. Madame Pants said it would devour memories. She fished out silk gloves from her pocket and put them on before gently turning the pages of the book. The yellowed pages were covered with bloody brown handwriting. On the first page it was written, "Memory is like spider silk, it can be pulled out, woven, and burned. Here are the complete steps for tampering with memory." Hermione's voice trembled, and her fingertips stopped on a certain spell. Grind the moonstone into powder, mix it with the hair of the memory owner, and recite the eclipse on a full moon night. Padma has been saying that she can't remember the content of the class recently. Maybe she was harmed by this spell. Ron suddenly raised his wand and pointed at the door. Someone. The sound of subtle footsteps came from the stairs, mixed with the sound of fabric rubbing against each other. Harry's throat tightened and he dragged Hermione and Ron behind the door, his heartbeat so loud that it almost drowned out the noise outside. The three men pressed their backs against the wall, not daring to breathe heavily. All they could hear was the roar of their own blood in their ears. The moment the door was pushed open, Harry saw the visitor's shoes clearly, polished dark brown leather shoes with a patch of repaired leather on the heel, which he was very familiar with. The professor had noticed the patch last winter when he squatted in the hallway to help him tie his loose shoelaces. Sure enough, it's here. A deep male voice sounded, with his usual gentleness, but now it was like a poisoned blade. Old Avery hid the book very well, but unfortunately he didn't expect that the person who borrowed the book 50 years ago would come to take it away today. Harry dug his nails into his palms. The visitor was Professor Carter, the potions professor, the one who always left 2 extra pieces of fizz-a-bees for them after class, and the one who comforted Ron last week by saying it was normal for Neville's toad to get lost. At this moment, his black cloak was dragging behind him, and the tip of his wand was glowing with cold green light, pointing at the Book of Shadows on the table. It's time to end it. Carter took off his gloves, revealing a crescent-shaped scar on the back of his right hand. Harry remembered that it was the one that Carter had been splashed with by boiling Felicis in order to save him in potions class last week. So everything was planned from then on? Hermione's fingers were clenched tightly around his sleeve. Ron's wand was shaking, but Harry quietly held it down. They watched Carter stuff the book into the inside pocket of his cloak and turn toward the stairs, Harry's temple throbbing with every tap of his boot heels on the stone steps. Only when the sound completely disappeared did Ron let out a breath. How could he? Hush! Hermione suddenly raised her index finger. There was a new sound of footsteps at the top of the stairs, lighter than Carter's and with a rustling sound of cloth. It was another person. The three of them looked at each other, and Harry saw his own tense face in Hermione's pupils. He moved gently to the gap behind the door and saw a figure flash into the room. The moonlight leaked through the air vent above his head, illuminating a cinnabar mole behind the person's ear. It was Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. Padma's eyes swept across the empty sandalwood table, and she suddenly covered her mouth, tears falling heavily on the ground. She trembled as she took off a silver pendant from her neck. When she opened it, she saw a yellowed photo. Young Professor Carter was hugging a girl in Ravenclaw uniform. The girl also had a cinnabar mole behind her ear. Cousin. Padma's whisper was interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps. A cold sweat broke out on Harry's back. He heard Carter's voice coming up the stairs. Miss Patil, are you still in the library so late? I came to find a book. Padma's voice was crying. Do you need me to take you back to the tower? Carter's tone returned to a gentle tone. After all. His voice suddenly lowered. Some secrets were better kept to oneself. The three people in the room held their breath until all the sounds disappeared. The darkness in the darkroom was like a wet cloth soaked with fear, making it hard to breathe. The red light of Hermione's memory alarm stung Harry's eyes, and the pulsating number 4 left a mark on his retina. Carter had tampered with his memory 4 times, but they didn't even understand each other's purpose. Ron's wand light flickered, casting a wavering shadow on the wall, and suddenly, the beam of light swept through the air vent and shone into the corridor. Wait. Harry's Adam's apple moved, and his fingers subconsciously pressed on Hermione's wrist. The red light of the alarm and the light of the magic wand intertwined in the air, and he saw a translucent figure floating at the end of the corridor. It was a ghost wearing silver-white armor, with a crooked helmet and a faint blue crack on the neck. It was Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, one of the most famous ghosts at Hogwarts. Sir Nicholas's eyes were fixed through the air vent and on the door of the dark room. His armor should have been shiny, but now it was covered with a layer of grey mist, and even the wind brought by his flying carried the smell of stale book paper. When Harry's eyes met his, the ghost's mouth moved as if he was saying something, but the sound was blocked by the stone wall. What is he doing? Ron's wand tip trembled, and the light spot flashed across Sir Nicholas' chest. Why is he not hanging around in the kitchen in the middle of the night, but coming to the library? Hermione's fingertips touched her chin, her pupils contracted in the red light. Ghosts usually don't take the initiative to approach the secret places of the living. Unless there is something that must be conveyed. Before she finished her words, Sir Nicholas suddenly raised his translucent hand and tapped the air window glass with the tip of his fingernail. The sound was as thin as a spider's silk, but it clearly drilled into the ears of the three people. Harry felt a chill on the back of his neck. He remembered the ghost party held by nearly headless Nick in second grade. Although Jazz always complained that he was not chopped enough, there was always a light-hearted boasting in his tone. But at this moment, the light in the eye sockets of this almost headless knight seemed to be immersed in ink, the corners of his mouth drooped, and even his floating posture seemed heavy, as if he was carrying an invisible stone on his back. I'll go open the door. Harry put his palm on the wooden door and could feel the rough wood grain piercing his palm. Ron immediately grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? If Carter comes back, he's crying. Harry interrupted him. Sir Nicholas's face was pressed against the air vent, and two light blue traces were slowly flowing down his translucent cheeks. Ghosts can't cry, but he was venting his sorrow. He remembered the feeling of being attacked by dementors in his third year, the deep grief, which was exactly the same as the emotion floating in the air at this moment. Hermione loosened her grip on his sleeve and began to calculate rapidly with her fingertips. The emotional residue of a ghost is usually related to unfinished business. If he reaches out to us, she pushed up her glasses, maybe it would be a chance to divert Carter's attention. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and he finally let go of his hand. If the bloody baron sees us, I'll say you forced me to come here. The wooden door creaked open a crack. Sir Nicholas' figure floated in immediately, the silver paint on his armor gleaming coldly under the light of his wand. His eyes swept over the three people in turn, and when they stopped on Harry's face, his Adam's apple, or rather the translucent bulb similar to an Adam's apple, moved. Mr. Potter, I need your help. His voice was an octave lower than usual, and its tail note had a hollow echo, like the wind blowing through an abandoned tower block. Harry noticed a faded ribbon pinned to the inside of his armor, a pattern of entwined laurel branches. It was the emblem of victory in the chivalric tournament 50 years ago, and Nick had shown it off at the ghost party. What's going on? Harry stood up straight, subconsciously facing a 300-year-old ghost. He suddenly remembered the chivalry that his father James always talked about. Sir Nicholas's hand passed through his chest and touched his left waist, where the sword should have been hung, but now it was empty. I lost something more important than my head. He pulled the crooked helmet and forced a smile. His transparent fingers pressed in the air, which was the silver box my mother stuffed into me before she died, which contained the last magic contract of my family. Without it, his voice suddenly choked, and I would not be able to enter the final place of ghosts, but would have to wander Hogwarts forever. Why are you looking for us? Hermione's voice was soft, but with a sharp inquiry. There are so many ghosts in Hogwarts, and Peeves. Because you are the chosen one. Sir Nicholas turned to her, his eyes gleaming slightly. Last year you solved the riddle of the basilisk, and the year before that you figured out the trap of the polyjuice potion. And Mr. Potter. His gaze returned to Harry's face. You have seen death, and you have also seen regrets heavier than death. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Cedric's blue eyes as he fell, of the white roses falling in the snow at Dumbledore's funeral, the words left unsaid, the things left unfinished, burned in his chest. When was it lost? Ron suddenly asked. That thing couldn't just disappear for no reason, there must be some clue, right? Sir Nicholas's transparent fingers were pressed against his temple, his expression painful. The last time I saw it was Christmas Eve, 1472. I dueled a Ravenclaw in the astronomy tower, young and hot-tempered, over a ridiculous bet. During the fight, the silver box slipped from the belt and fell into the gap in the floor. By the time I realized what was happening, the secret room at the bottom of the tower had been sealed by ancient magic. His fingers clenched into an empty fist. I tried everything over the years, but ghosts can't touch entities, and they can't unlock living people. Chamber of Secrets? Hermione's eyes lit up. The Chamber of Secrets in the astronomy tower? I remember it was mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, that many hidden spaces were built in the Middle Ages to store dangerous magical items. But the exact location? The clue is in the gargoyle. Sir Nicholas floated to the wall, and his transparent finger pointed at Ron's wand light, and the light spot immediately twisted into an inverted five-pointed star. The corridor on the third floor of the astronomy tower, The third painting on the left is Night Under the Starry Night. There is a bronze star in the lower right corner of the picture frame. Turn it 3 times to trigger the gargoyle mechanism. His voice suddenly became urgent, but you have to find it before the full moon. The lunar eclipse next Wednesday will activate the self-destruct magic of the secret room. The silver box will disappear with the secret room, forever. Ron's wand clattered to the floor. As he bent to pick it up, he looked up and met Harry's eyes. Harry could see his reflection in Ron's pupils. His brows were knitted, his lips were pressed into a line, but there was a fire burning in his eyes. That was the fire that ignited every time he faced a puzzle, starting with the fight against Quirrell and the rescue of the Philosopher's Stone, and it had never been extinguished. "We'll help you," Harry heard himself say. The moment he said this, he thought of Carter outside the darkroom and the number 4 on the memory alarm, but those things seemed far away, pushed to the back of his mind by the earnestness in Sir Nicholas's eyes. Some things are more urgent than uncovering the conspiracy, like preventing another soul from being trapped in regret forever. Hermione had already taken out her notebook, her quill flying across the pages. "Need to confirm a few details. What is the silver box made of? What type of seal does the Chamber of Secrets have? The exact location of the gargoyle. The silver box is inlaid with emeralds, and the inside of the lid is engraved with my family's crest." Sir Nicholas' tone finally became a little lively. "As for the seal, his transparent fingers slid across the cracks on his neck. It was blood magic, which required the blood of a living person to activate." Ron gasped. "Blood magic? If that thing gets out of control. That's why I need you." Sir Nicholas floated to the door, and the fog on his armor began to dissipate. It was still time to get to the astronomy tower. Remember, the 72 hours before the lunar eclipse is the window period for breaking the seal. When he turned around, his translucent back brushed against Hermione's hair, bringing a cool breeze. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley. If you succeed." His voice was as light as a sigh. "I will speak well of you in the Ghost Council for 300 years. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly faded, as if someone had erased it with an eraser. When the 3 men chased to the corridor, they saw a thin layer of frost on the air vents. The shape of the frost flowers was exactly the same as the laurel branches on Sir Nicholas' armor. He left. Hermione's quill stopped at the words blood magic, and the ink smudged a little on the page, but the clue was complete. The 3rd floor of the astronomy tower, Nights Under the Starry Night. "I remember that painting." Ron suddenly slapped his forehead. "When he passed by the divination class last semester, Professor Trelawney said that the position of the stars in the painting corresponded to an ominous sign. It turned out to be a trap." His wand lit up again, and the light flickered on the corridor wall. "Go now? What if Filch saw us?" When the soles of Harry's boots scraped against the stone surface, there was a slight friction sound, like someone grinding their teeth in the dark. Hermione walked in the middle, the corner of her robe raising a few specks of dust as it brushed against the wall. She had never extinguished her wand since entering the tower, and the faint blue light was dancing on the stained glass of the dome, cutting the constellation map into pieces. Ron stopped suddenly, his nose almost bumping into a painting with a gilded frame. The moonlight leaked in from the air vent diagonally above, just overflowing the signature on the lower right corner of the canvas, Night Under the Starry Night. In the painting, the knight in silver armor knelt on one knee, looking up at the starry sky. The blood oozing from the cracks in the armor was solidifying into dark red stars, exactly the same as the ominous omen described by Professor Trelawney. Hermione ran her fingers lightly along the edge of the frame. There was magic there. Her brows were drawn together in parentheses, the lingering effect of a transfiguration spell, very old, at least 50 years old. Harry fished out the silver box Sir Nicholas had mentioned. The emerald glowed coldly in the wanlight, and when the box was attached to the frame, the metal suddenly buzzed, like a beast awakened. With a slight click, a crack appeared on the edge of the frame, and the knight's armor, which had been still, began to flow. The coagulated blood beads slid down the armor and formed a line of ancient runes on the canvas. "The eclipse is the key, and the blood makes the stars move." When Hermione read it aloud, the entire picture frame flipped backwards. The dust gushed out like a yellow mist, choking Ron and causing him to sneeze 3 times. Behind the secret door was a narrow passage that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. The fluorescent stones embedded in the stone wall had long been extinguished, leaving only a damp, musty smell mixed with the sweet smell of some rotten petals. "I go first." Harry held down Hermione's wand. His lightning scar began to burn again, a burning sensation he hadn't felt since fighting the Dementors in 3rd year. As his toes just stepped into the narrow path, the ground suddenly shook slightly, as if countless nails were scratching in the cracks of the stone. The moment the secret door closed behind them, the world fell into absolute darkness. When Hermione's luminescent charm lit up, the 3 of them gasped at the same time. This was not a narrow passage, but a forgotten secret room. A faded tapestry with a pattern of wolves biting a laurel tree hung on the moldy stone wall. Half-rotten wooden boxes were piled in the corner, with several blackened feather pens exposed through the cracks in the box lids. On the stone table in the center, there was a bronze container with the same pattern as the silver box, its surface covered with cobwebs, but without any dust. "The item Sir Nicholas mentioned." Ron's voice tightened, and the wand light trembled as it swept across the stone table. "Could it be in there?" The air suddenly became thick. Harry's throat felt like it was stuffed with water-soaked cotton, and every breath he took was an effort. He saw the ends of Hermione's hair moving without wind, and the tips of Ron's ears turning an abnormally pale blue. Even stranger, the bronze vessel on the stone table was oozing with black mist, as thin as a gossamer, but with a bone-chilling chill, and when it brushed across the back of his hand it was like being scratched by broken glass. Get out! Harry's scar burned so hot it almost burned through his skin, and something in his instinct screamed. But just as he took half a step, he heard a creaking sound of wood behind him. Potter, Granger, Weasley. Mrs. Filch stood in the dark doorway holding a lantern, her grey curls sticking out of her hairnet, looking like a cat with its tail stepped on. Her lantern illuminated the tapestry on the wall. The wolves, which had been stationary, were now moving slowly along the threads, their red eyes glowing with green light. Do you know where this place is? Her voice was trembling, but her hand holding the lantern was tightly clenched. 50 years ago, the former administrator went crazy here. He said the wolf on the wall was moving, and that there was a baby crying in the air. She suddenly stopped, her Adam's apple rolled twice, and later they sealed the room with blood magic. Blood magic? Hermione's notebook was open, and the quill drew 3 exclamation marks next to the word curse. Do you know the specific type? Is it a soul-binding spell? Still, I know enough. Mrs. Filch rushed over, blinding her with the light of her lantern. She dug her nails into Harry's arm with unnatural force. Leave now, before the lunar eclipse starts. The curse in this room is not something you can deal with. How do you know this? Harry held her wrist. The old administrator's skin was as cold as ice. He remembered the laurel branch in Pudma's locket, which was exactly the same as the one on Sir Nicholas' armor. Are you related to the Goodwin family of Ravenclaw? Mrs. Filch's pupils suddenly contracted. The lantern fell to the ground with a clang, the glass cover cracked, and the firelight made her face flicker. Who told you? Her voice suddenly became hoarse, as if someone had strangled her throat. The last heir of the Goodwin family died on this stone table 30 years ago. Her blood. She shook off Harry's hand, took 2 steps back and bumped into the wooden box. Go. It will be too late if you are any later. Too late for what? Ron stood in front of Hermione, his wand pointing at the bronze container on the stone table. If he left now, what would happen to Sir Nicholas' commission? What about Pudma's pendant? His voice rose, but he paused when he saw Mrs. Filch's eyes reddened. Tears hung from the corners of the old administrator's eyes, like 2 broken diamonds in the firelight. The girl's locket. Mrs. Filch suddenly covered her mouth. Her lantern swung on the ground, illuminating a half-broken piece of parchment at the base of the wall, with the same family crest printed on the edge as Pudma's pendant. You don't know what you're looking for. That's not a secret. It's the key to the curse, Hermione whispered. She squatted down and picked up the parchment, her fingertips brushing over the faded handwriting. The ancient runes read, the blood is the contract, the moon is the guide, and whoever breaks the curse must bear the sin. Mrs. Filch, you yes or no? That's enough. Mrs. Filch snatched up her lantern and turned away, the trapdoor slamming shut behind her. After the footsteps disappeared, the room fell into silence again. Only the bronze container on the stone table was still oozing with black mist, which was thicker this time. It wrapped around the container like a living thing, making an inaudible whimper. Harry fished out Pudma's locket. The girl's cinnabar mole in the photo had somehow turned into a laurel branch, which matched perfectly with Sir Nicholas's ribbon and the faint ring pattern on Mrs. Filch's trembling fingers. His scar was still hot, this time with a burning pain, as if a voice whispered deep in his skull, open it. Hermione's quill scratched against the parchment. Blood magic requires human blood to break the curse, Sir Nicholas had said. Her voice was quieter than usual, but Mrs. Filch was referring to the cursebreaker as the one who must bear the consequences. Whatever his crime. Ron suddenly kicked away the wooden box at his feet. The rotten wood cracked, revealing the neatly stacked baby shoes inside. The toes of each pair of shoes were stained with dark red. Pudma asked me about the history of the Goodwin family in the library last week. She said her grandmother's grandmother was. His voice was stuck, staring at the top pair of small shoes embroidered with laurel branches, her pendant, and the pattern on the shoes. Harry's fingers were still on the edge of the silver mirror. In the mirror, the wolf hair on the tips of Ron's ears was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, changing from light gray fluff to sharp spikes with a metallic luster. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and the scar felt like it had been branded with a pair of tongs. The voice deep in his skull was clearer, this time with the sweet smell of rotting roses. Find the ring, it's in the darkest corner. Harry was so hot. Hermione's fingertips suddenly pressed against the back of his hand. Her palms were sweating, but Harry's skin was incredibly hot, as if molten lava was flowing in his veins. Your scar, her voice trembled, and the wand light swept across his forehead. In the light blue spot, the lightning-shaped scar was oozing out very fine blood beads. Ron quickly used the hemostatic spell. Wait. Ron's Adam's apple rolled twice, his right hand was still on the tip of his ear, the wolf hair had rubbed against his knuckles. You see the silver mirror. His voice was strangely muffled, as if there was a ball of hair stuck in his throat. The 3 of them lowered their heads at the same time. In the mirror, Hermione's pupils were no longer brown, but were dotted with tiny starlight, as if the Milky Way was crushed and sprinkled in. Harry's blood fell on the mirror, but did not slide off, but instead condensed into small red dots, moving along the mark of the approaching lunar eclipse. The strangest thing was Ron himself. His incisors were getting longer, and his canines were so sharp that they pierced his lower lip, and the blood that seeped out fell into the wolf's fur, glowing a strange purple. This is. Hermione's quill fell to the ground. She staggered 2 steps and held onto the stone table. The last wisp of black mist in the bronze container suddenly rushed out and wrapped around her wrist. She cried out in pain, and a laurel-shaped bruise immediately appeared on her wrist, with the same pattern as that on Padma's pendant and Mrs. Filch's ring. The curse marks us. Harry gritted his teeth and pulled off his scarf, wrapping it around Hermione's wrists. The black mist was touched by the cloth, and it let out a scream like a baby crying. Sir Nicholas said that the blood of a living person was needed to break the curse, but now his words were interrupted by Ron's gasp. The red-haired boy was squatting in the corner, picking up half a piece of rotten wood with the tip of his wand. The smell of mold and rust hit me in the face. There was an iron box embedded in the exposed wall. The lid of the box was also engraved with laurel branches, and a blackened key was inserted in the keyhole. This box. Ron's wolf harriers trembled. I have seen the sketch in Padma's diary. She said that there was a moonlight box in the tomb of the Goodwin family, which was used to store. He suddenly closed his mouth, and his Adam's apple moved, to store family evidence. Hermione pulled off her scarf, and the bruise had turned to pale gold, like a ray of moonlight. She squatted beside Ron, and the light of her wand swept across the iron box. Ancient runes, sealed with blood. She looked up at Harry, and the stars in her pupils became brighter. We need our blood. Harry took out his wand and stroked it lightly across his fingertips. The moment the blood dripped on the keyhole, the iron box popped open with a click. There was no gold, silver, or jewelry inside, only an ebony ring with a faded moonstone inlaid on the ring face and a hairline crack in the center of the stone. That's it. Sir Nicholas' voice came from overhead. The 3 of them looked up at the same time. The ghost was floating on the stone beam. His ribbon was no longer silver gray, but dark red, like silk soaked in blood. This was the wedding ring of the 13th generation head of the Goodwin family. He slowly lowered it, and his transparent fingers stroked the ring. In order to continue his bloodline, he sacrificed his wife and unborn child in exchange for 100 years of prosperity for his family. The curse lies in this ring. Every descendant of Goodwin who touches it will turn into his or her most feared form on a lunar eclipse. Padma's pendant. Hermione suddenly grabbed her wrist, where the bruises were rising and falling with Nicholas' words. She said last week that her grandmother always locked the door on full moon nights and that the moon at the Goodwins would eat people. It turns out it's not crazy talk. So Mrs. Filch wants to stop us. Harry stared at the ring. A faint black gas oozed out from the cracks in the moonstone. Is she also from the Goodwin family? The brim of Nicholas's hat was lowered, covering half of her face. She was the last direct descendant. 50 years ago, she tried to break the curse, but it backfired and she could only use the forgetfulness spell to erase her memory. When you picked up the parchment just now, her memory began to resurface. It was not anger, but fear. A cold wind blew, and the baby shoes in the corner suddenly moved without wind. The small shoes embroidered with laurel branches tapped on the ground, as if an invisible child was running. Ron's wolf harriers trembled violently, and he picked up his wand and pointed it at the air. What's that sound? They are the sacrificed babies. Nicholas lowered his voice. Their souls were trapped in the curse and would wake up every night of the lunar eclipse. He floated to the center of the room, and the secret door under the stone table suddenly vibrated. There were still 3 days before the lunar eclipse, and the ring must be put back on the base before then. His finger pointed to the darkest corner of the room, where a stone base appeared at some point, and the surface was engraved with the same ancient runes as the silver mirror. Only in this way could the curse be sealed back into the earth veins with the end of the lunar eclipse. Harry gripped the ring tightly. The moonstone pressed against his palm, sending a bone-chilling chill, as if absorbing his body temperature. What if he didn't let go? The moonlight on a lunar eclipse night will turn blood red. Nicholas' ribbon suddenly straightened, like a taut string, and all those marked by the curse, including the 3 of you, will become what they fear most, and they will never be able to recover. Hermione's star-shaped pupils suddenly contracted. She grabbed Harry's hand, her nails almost digging into his skin. Let go now. Ron's canine teeth had pierced his lower lip, and blood was dripping onto the baby's shoes. The embroidered laurel branches suddenly lit up, like a spell activated by blood. He kicked away the wooden box that was blocking the way, and the rotten wooden boards cracked and shattered. I'll clear the way. The 3 men stumbled toward the corner. Harry could hardly open his eyes because of the pain from his scar, but he could see clearly that there was a groove in the base that matched the ring perfectly. When his fingers were about to touch the base, the temperature in the room dropped to freezing point, the tapping sound of baby shoes turned into screams, and a large cloud of black mist poured out of the secret door, through which a woman with disheveled hair could be vaguely seen. It was Mrs. Filch. Her eyes were a strange blue, and she was holding a lantern in her hand, with the wick burning with a green flame. Don't let go. Her voice is like nails scraping on metal. It will awaken something even more terrifying. But Padma can be saved, Harry roared. He remembered Padma smiling at him in the corridor yesterday, her hair matted with library dust. He remembered her eyes shining as she was looking through the Goodwin family records. He remembered the cinnabar mole on the photo and her locket, which had now turned into a laurel branch. The moment the ring touched the base, the whole room shook violently. The black mist seemed to be attracted by a magnet and all rushed into the cracks in the base. The screams of the baby shoes stopped abruptly and Mrs. Filch's green lantern went out with a snap. Warm golden light rose from the pedestal, like spring sunshine melting winter snow, and the bruises on Hermione's wrists disappeared. Ron's wolf fur and canine teeth began to fade, and Harry's scar no longer stung, leaving only a faint itch. Sir Nicholas's ribbons turned back to silver gray and he floated in front of Harry, his hat brim tilted slightly, the ghost's way of saying thank you, brave children. The curse was lifted, and the sealed soul was able to rest. His eyes swept towards the secret door, where he heard the sound of Mrs. Filch falling down, but remember, his transparent fingers pressed on his chest, where a laurel-shaped mark could be vaguely seen. The curse of the Goodwin family was just the tip of the iceberg. The moonlight on a lunar eclipse night will illuminate many forgotten secrets. Hermione picked up the quill on the ground and wrote something quickly on the parchment. Ron rubbed his ears, which had returned to their original shape, and squatted down to put the baby shoes back into the wooden box, his movements as gentle as if he was comforting a sleeping child. Harry stared at the ring on the pedestal. The cracks in the moonstone had healed and it glowed with a soft white light. It's time to go. Hermione's voice returned to its usual calm, but her fingertips were still trembling slightly. Mrs. Filch might call Mr. Filch. We have to get back to the tower before curfew. The three of them packed up their things and turned towards the secret door. Sir Nicholas floated behind them, stopping only at the door. When Harry turned around, he saw the ghost facing the pedestal with his hands clasped together, his transparent lips moving as if he were chanting a requiem. Go see Padma tomorrow, Ron said suddenly. There were still traces of canine teeth biting his lower lip, but he smiled easily. If she knew that we had lifted the curse on her family, she would definitely treat us to some sizzling bee candy. Hermione's quill paused on the parchment. When she looked up, the stars had disappeared from her pupils, but there was still a light in her eyes. I think she may have known. The moment the secret door closed behind him, Harry heard a very light click, like the sound of some mechanism being activated. He touched the silver mirror in his pocket. The mirror now only reflected the normal shadows of the three people, but the imprint of the approaching lunar eclipse and the need for sinners to wake up was still terrifyingly clear in his mind. Harry's heel was just over the third loose tile when Mr. Filch's cough exploded at the end of the corridor. He subconsciously tugged at Ron's sleeve, and the three of them huddled together against the wall, listening to the footsteps and complaints going away. You little naughty kids fooling around in the basement in the middle of the night. Wait until I catch you, I'll deduct all the points from Gryffindor. Ron let out a long sigh, the ends of his hair still stained with ivy leaves that he had rubbed against when he hid in the potted plant just now. If he had suddenly rushed in from the secret door just now, I would have turned into a wolf and chewed his keychain. Hermione turned the quill in her palm for half a circle, and then quickly stuffed it into her sleeve. It's safe now. Her voice was 2 degrees higher than usual, and her fingertips still had the tingling of magic power surging when she lifted the curse, but she turned her head and looked behind her. The secret door that was originally closed was now emitting a faint silver light. Where was Sir Nicholas? Before he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew across the back of the three people's necks. Sir Nicholas' figure emerged from the wall, the silver-gray ribbons floating in a translucent mist behind him, and the feathers on his hat trembled. Brave children, can you stay a moment? His voice was clearer than usual, like the high notes of a harpsichord. I have a thank you gift, and I want to show you the real treasure of Hogwarts. Harry touched the silver mirror in his pocket, and the warmth of the mirror against his thigh made him feel more at ease. Just now in the secret door, this mirror had reflected a distorted shadow, but now it only reflected the corners of his slightly pursed mouth. What treasure? He asked, and saw Hermione had taken out the parchment from the corner of his eye. Ron's eyes were shining as if they were fluorescent. It is the corners hidden by time. Sir Nicholas floated towards the stairwell, and when the transparent toes of his boots brushed the handrail, the wooden carved vine suddenly bloomed into 2 crystal flowers. When I first passed through the trapdoor 400 years ago, I was almost mistaken for an intruder by the fat lady in the portrait. I later learned that the castle would reveal its true colors to those it trusted. His voice echoed as the three followed him up the spiral staircase. Hermione's fingers kept lightly touching the wall, and when they turned the 7th corner, she suddenly stopped. The stone brick pattern here is different from that in the corridor. She squatted down and brushed her fingertips over a blue stone slab with a snake relief. This is the Hogsmeade masonry method in the 12th century. I have seen illustrations in medieval castle architecture. Clever lady. Sir Nicholas paused at the top of the stairs and opened an ivy-covered wooden door. A musty smell mixed with the scent of pine resin came out, and Harry squinted his eyes and saw a bronze bell tower hanging inside the door. The pendulum is 2 people tall, its surface covered with star maps, and each notch is filled with light blue magic. This is the castle's earliest timekeeping device, 300 years earlier than the clock in the astronomy tower. Ron moved closer to the clock, reached out to touch it, then pulled his hand back. Is it still moving? The bell tower suddenly began to buzz. The pendulum began to swing, and each stroke caused ripples in the air. Harry saw that the numbers on the clock were changing, not from 1 to 12, but from birth, growth, decay and rebirth written in ancient runic script. When the pendulum passed the lowest point, a line of words automatically appeared on Hermione's parchment. The original form of time magic, without beginning or end, only follows the laws of nature. Professor Flitwick should really take a look at this. Hermione's voice trembled, and she tugged at Harry's sleeve. Don't you think these magical fluctuations are very similar to the ones when the curse was lifted just now? Harry didn't answer. He stared at the shadow cast by the pendulum on the ground. The shadow was not a straight line, but intertwined into a complex spell. Just now in the secret door, when the ring on the base cracked, he had seen similar patterns. The cracks in the moonstone looked very much like the branches of this shadow. It's time to go to the next place. Sir Nicholas' voice suddenly became brisk, and he passed through the wall of the bell tower, keeping close to avoid being led astray by the moving stairs. This time they came to the second underground floor. Ron just started to complain about why it was another basement when he was choked by the scene before him. The whole wall was covered with glass jars, and glowing creatures floated in each jar. There were salamanders with butterfly wings, eels with tails like flames, and in the jar on the top layer, a ball of faint blue light was slowly stretching into the shape of a phoenix. This was the magic laboratory when Phineas Nigelis was the headmaster. Sir Nicholas floated to a rusty crucible and ran his fingertips over the notches on the edge of the crucible. He always said that the real magic lies in failure. Look at this. He points to a lab table in the corner, on which sits a half-full bottle of solidified green liquid, the remnants of his attempt to replicate the Elder One's magic. I saw him stir in hippogriff feathers, dragon's blood, and Thistral's tears, and it blew away half a wall. Ron leaned close to the bottle of green liquid, his nose almost touching the glass. Can it still be used now? Don't touch it. Hermione grabbed his wrist. The label said it could cause time and space displacement, using 18th century danger symbols. Her fingertips brushed across the label, and the parchment suddenly turned automatically and began to record the proportion of the liquid ingredients. Harry retreated to the laboratory door. He noticed a portrait covered with cloth in the corner of the wall, revealing half a hand wearing a ring, exactly the same style as the moonstone ring on the base. Just as he was about to lift the cloth, Sir Nicholas suddenly floated over, his hat brim drooping heavily. It's getting late, this is the last place, we have to leave after we see it. The three followed him through a corridor lined with blank portraits. When Sir Nicholas' fingertips touched a certain wall tile, the entire wall suddenly rippled like the surface of water, revealing the circular secret room behind it. There was a huge magic circle engraved on the ground, and the pattern was made up of glowing silver sand. In the center was suspended a fist-sized crystal, which was sucking in the silver sand and then spraying it out, forming a rotating star track. This is the core defense formation of Hogwarts. Sir Nicholas's transparent finger pressed on his chest. The laurel branch mark there is dazzlingly bright. It was laid by the four giants together and can transform all the malice directed at the castle into protective power. Voldemort's curse was weakened during the Triwizard Tournament because of it. Harry approached the magic circle and suddenly a burst of light burst out from the crystal, casting a light blue mark on his forehead. He touched the scar, and this time it didn't sting, but felt like it had been washed by cool spring water. So what you said before. The secret of the eclipse night, is it related to this? Sir Nicholas' figure suddenly became blurred, like smoke blown away by the wind. His voice came from all directions. The lunar eclipse will temporarily block the light of the crystal, and then the loopholes in the defense array. Will be exploited by someone. Lately I keep hearing the sound of chains in the wall, like someone is digging something. Harry, you have to be careful. Who? Hermione clutched the parchment. The Goodwins, or hush. Sir Nicholas's hat brim became clear again, and he pointed out the window. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds at some point, and the whomping willow in the distance suddenly waved its branches wildly. Mr. Filch's light came on, and it was time to go back to the tower. Remember, his figure began to dissipate, and the last words floated into Harry's ears. The moonlight on the eclipse night will illuminate the real sinner. As the three of them ran down the corridor, Harry fished out the silver mirror. The notch on the mirror suddenly became hot as if responding to Nicholas' warning. Ron's breath sprayed on the back of his neck. That crystal just now. Does it feel very similar to your scar? Maybe, said Harry, but he was thinking of the healing ring in the secret door, and the hand with the ring behind the portrait. Hermione suddenly grabbed him. Look. As they turned the last corner, the portrait of the fat lady was yawning. When she saw the three people, her eyes suddenly widened. Oh my God, you are finally back. A ghost came to you just now and told you to keep your eyes open during the lunar eclipse. What ghost? The three asked in unison. The one in the black cloak, his face hidden in the hood. The fat lady scratched her curls and said to tell Harry that Goodwin's curse was only the beginning, and then walked through the wall. The back of Harry's neck was still cool from the corridor as the three of them entered the portrait hole. The fire in the common room was crackling, and the warm yellow light made the tips of Hermione's hair look golden, but Ron's red hair lay limply on his forehead like a piece of unburned charcoal. Lock the door first. Hermione turned and pushed the trapdoor. The brass latch made a crisp click when it fell, startling Crookshanks, who was napping on the sofa, to prick up his ears. Ron sat down in the armchair and put his feet on the low table, but Hermione hit him on the instep with History of Magic, don't touch my parchment. She was still holding the roll of paper she had pulled out of the corridor, and the edges were wrinkled. Harry didn't sit down. He stood in front of the fireplace, the silver mirror still hot in his pocket, burning his thigh through the cloth. Sir Nicholas' words before he disappeared rang in my ears. The moonlight on the night of the eclipse will reveal the real sinner, and the black-cloaked ghost mentioned by the fat lady added that Goodwin's curse was only the beginning. He touched the light blue mark on his forehead. The skin there was colder than other places, as if it was covered with a thin piece of ice. The Goodwin family that the ghost mentioned. Ron tugged at his bow tie. My dad mentioned that they were pure-blood radicals and were liquidated by the Ministry of Magic decades ago. But the curse. Could it be related to the crystal array? Hermione had already spread out the parchment, and the tip of her wand touched the paper lightly. The ink suddenly floated up, outlining the pattern of the magic circle they had seen in the secret door in the air. Sir Nicholas said that there was a loophole in the defense circle, and it would be exploited on the night of the eclipse. Her fingertips moved along the light mark. When the light of the crystal was blocked, the weak point of the magic circle would be exposed. Maybe it was a node where energy flowed, or maybe it was a seal that imprisoned something. Harry connected. He thought of the healed ring in the secret door, with twisted snake patterns engraved on the ring face, exactly the same as the ring worn by the hand behind the portrait. I had seen a similar ring behind the portrait in the room of requirement, and that hand. Seemed to be frozen in time, with black mud all between its nails. Ron shuddered. You mean, someone is digging the wall? Sir Nicholas said he heard the sound of chains. Could they be digging a way to that place? Hermione suddenly closed the parchment, and the ink slid back into the paper. We need to look up information. She pulled the fur-trimmed cloak draped over the sofa, about ancient dark wizards, especially those related to the Hogwarts defense. There may be clues in the restricted section of the library. Now, Ron stared at the completely dark sky outside the window. Madame Pants had already locked the door, right? But there is a trapdoor. Hermione blinked and fished a piece of thin wire from her pocket. The last time I helped Neville find his lost toad, I noticed that she always hid the spare key behind the Monster Book of Monsters on the third bookshelf. 10 minutes later, the three of them crouched and sneaked into the library. The moonlight poured down from the dome, cutting out silvery white grids on the floor. Hermione walked around the patrolling ghost book cart with familiarity. Harry's heels made very light tapping sounds on the marble, causing the pages of the book, Magical Potions and Medications, next to him to flip a few times. Ron walked at the end, holding a pumpkin pie from the common room in his arms, chewing it until his cheeks were as bulging as a hamster's. The door to the restricted area was made of oak and was engraved with anti-theft spells. As soon as Hermione poked the wire into the keyhole, the door made a low roar. Don't panic. Sweat broke out on her forehead. This is the identification spell. I tried it last week by using Polyjuice Potion to transform into Madame Pants. The lock has her wand wave in its memory. Click. The door opened. Ron raised his fluorescent wand and shone it at the innermost bookshelf, and the dust danced in the beam of light. Hermione stood on tiptoe and pulled out a thick book with a copper-inlaid cover. The gold-plated letters on the spine had peeled off, and only the words Hogwarts, A History of Secrets, could be vaguely seen. As soon as she opened it, a piece of dry parchment floated out. Malfoy's Blackwood joined Hogwarts as the defense against the Dark Arts professor in 1672. Hermione's voice suddenly tightened. The information said that he was obsessed with eternal rule and tried to use the school's magic circle to combine dark magic with the power of nature. In the winter of 1676, he initiated the ceremony on the night of the lunar eclipse and was sealed by the descendants of the four founders. Combined seal. Harry leaned over and saw the man in the illustration, hooked nose, two deep lines at the corners of his eyes, and a snake-shaped ring on the middle finger of his left hand, exactly the same as the one he saw behind the portrait. Here, Ron pulled out a yellowed newspaper clipping from another book. It was the headline of the Daily Prophet in 1677, The Dark Wizard Blackwood has fallen completely? There is a crack in the Hogwarts defense array. He stumbled over the words and said that the sealing ritual consumed the lives of four descendants. Although the magic array trapped Blackwood, it left a hole that needed the light of the lunar eclipse to be completely repaired. The tip of Hermione's wand began to tremble. The loophole in the defense array that Sir Nicholas mentioned is the place where Blackwood was sealed? The eclipse night blocks the crystal light, which will weaken the seal, and he can get out. Harry finished for her. He remembered the marks on the silver mirror. A lunar eclipse is approaching, and the sinner should wake up. At this moment, the heat seemed to penetrate through layers of clothes and burn directly into his blood vessels. The portrait of Blackwood became clearer in his memory. Could the blue light he saw in the crystal array of the secret door be a sign that the seal was loosening? Could the light blue mark on the forehead be some kind of induction? The ghost said that Goodwin's curse was just the beginning. Ron crumbed the pie into crumbs. Could the Goodwins be followers of Blackwood? Maybe they were helping him to remove the seal? The library clock struck 12. Hermione slammed the book shut, the brass buckle snapping the cover. We have to tell Headmaster Dumbledore. There was a rare urgency in her voice, but it was too late tonight, and the gargoyle password in the headmaster's office might have been changed. Tomorrow morning. Harry touched the silver mirror in his pocket, and the mirror finally cooled down. Come on, now I need to sort out all the clues. When he returned to the dormitory, Ron fell asleep immediately, with the bed curtain pulled askew by him. Hermione sat at the table organizing her notes, her quill flying across the parchment, the ink bottle glowing blue in the moonlight. Harry lay down on his bed and pulled the blankets over his chin, but he couldn't close his eyes. Blackwood's face emerged from the darkness. He dreamed that he was standing in the corridor again where the sound of chains echoed, and the moonlight was nibbled by dark clouds until only a thin edge remained. Blackwood walked out of the wall, the snake-shaped ring flashing coldly between his fingers, his mouth opened and closed, and his voice was like rusty gears. Do you think you can stop me? That ring. Is the key to open the seal? No. Harry sat up suddenly, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. He reached for the bedside table and found a silver mirror that had slipped out of his pocket at some point. The mirror was covered with a layer of white mist, and his distorted face could be vaguely seen in it. Outside the window, the dark clouds are retreating, revealing a half moon that is almost full. There are only 3 days left until the lunar eclipse. He threw back the blanket and got out of bed, the coolness of his bare feet on the floor sobering him up. Hermione's notes were still spread out on the table, with the top page reading Blackwood's seal requires the light of an eclipse to maintain or destroy. He picked up the quill and added, the scratches on the silver mirror, the crystal mark, the ring, are they all the key? The Hogwarts corridor in the early morning seemed to be dipped in light golden honey. The morning light slanted in from the stained glass windows, casting mottled blocks of color on the polished stone tiles. Harry walked in the middle, and when the corner of Hermione's robe brushed against the back of his hand, a gust of wind was created, which was the sound of the parchment notebook in her arms being crumpled. Ron followed at the end, kicking the dust at the base of the wall with the toe of his boots every 2 steps, and the metal shoe buckles knocked on the stone, making a tiny click sound. We're here. Hermione stopped suddenly, the ends of her hair feeling the cool breeze from the corridor. She raised her head and saw the gargoyle squatting in the niche at the top of the spiral staircase. The night dew was still condensed on the surface of the blue-gray stone, and it was glowing damply in the morning light. When Harry looked up, the hair on the back of his neck suddenly stood up, not because of the cold, but because of some kind of intuition like being stared at by a snake. He touched the notebook in his inner pocket, and the corners of the paper were wrinkled by the sweat from his palms. The password, his voice tightened. Last time it was lemon sherbet, but Hermione said it might have changed. I've checked the school history records. Hermione pushed up her round-framed glasses and tapped her fingertips lightly on the gargoyle's claw carvings. The password for the principal's office changes on the first Wednesday of every month. Today is the 15th, which happens to be the second week. She pulled out a piece of parchment folded into a small square from her sleeve. It was an excerpt from the Hogwarts building and magic protection regulations that she sorted out last night. According to the precedent of 1927, when the principal needs to meet with students frequently, the password will be words related to recent events. Ron leaned forward, his nose almost touching the page. So what's going on? Quidditch tournament? Or the kitchen elves protesting the new menu? No. Hermione's eyelashes cast trembling shadows under her eyes. It was during the defense against the dark arts class last Wednesday. The headmaster came in person to demonstrate the patroness charm. He said at the time, true light never needs to be deliberately shown off. She took a deep breath and raised her chin towards the gargoyle. The password should be true light. The gargoyle's stone lips suddenly opened, revealing 2 rows of fang-like carvings. It groaned like a dislocated joint, turned and jumped away, and the stone wall behind it slowly swung open, revealing a spiral staircase covered with red carpet. Harry's throat tightened. The last time I stood here was in 3rd year, to ask about Dementors. But this time it was different. He could feel the silver mirror in his inner pocket getting hot, like a red-hot coal. It had never cooled down since last night. When the door of the principal's office opened above their heads, the hot air from the fireplace wrapped in the scent of cedar filled their faces. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, the silver threads of his dressing gown gleaming like stars in the firelight. A copy of A History of Magic was spread out on the oak desk in front of him, and a quill was inserted diagonally in the ink bottle, the ink not yet dry. Good morning, boys. His voice was like taffy and hot cocoa, but when he looked up, the blue eyes behind his glasses were like a frozen lake. I suppose you're here about Blackwood? Hermione's fingers wrinkled the notes. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and Harry thought his heartbeat was loud enough to drown out the crackling of the wood in the fireplace. He touched the light blue mark on his forehead. Since last night, the skin there felt itchy and swollen, as if it had been stung by a bee. You don't know? He heard his voice trembling. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He took off his half-moon glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with a silk handkerchief. When the reflection from the lenses swept across Harry's face, he suddenly remembered that the headmaster had looked at him like this in front of the mirror of Arist in his first year. Tell me what you found first. The old man put his glasses back on. Start with what the ghost said. Harry dug his nails into his palms. He thought of his dreams last night, the sound of chains, Blackwood's serpentine ring, the mist on the silver mirror. He spoke slowly, and every detail seemed like he was searching for memories that had been cast into oblivion. Spells, the Goodwin's curse mentioned by the ghost, Ron's speculation about Blackwood's followers, the lunar eclipse inference in Hermione's notes, the mark on his forehead and the abnormality of the silver mirror. At the end of his speech, he took out a silver mirror and placed it on the table. The mirror was still covered with a thin layer of mist, and the distorted reflections of the 3 people could be vaguely seen. Hermione pushed the notes over. The edges of the pages had been folded repeatedly by her, and they were frayed. The Goodwin family crest is a snake wrapped around thorns, similar to the pattern on Blackwood's ring. Their ancestral home was in Cornwall and was seized by the Ministry of Magic in 1672 on the grounds that it was related to a dark magic contract. Ron rubbed his red ears. My uncle said that no one in the Goodwin family used a wand at a funeral, saying that they were afraid of disturbing the sleeping master. Now that I think about it, could that master be Blackwood? The room was so quiet that you could hear the second hand ticking on the wall clock. Dumbledore's fingers overlapped to form a spire, his eyes fell on the silver mirror, and the blue eyes behind the lenses slowly sank, like a lake covered by dark clouds. He reached out and touched the mirror lightly. The misty silver mirror suddenly rippled, reflecting a snake coiled in a chain, exactly the same as the pattern on Blackwood's ring in Harry's dream. Blackwood. Dumbledore's voice lowered, as if he was saying a cursed name. I thought he was trapped there forever. He turned to the three people, and the tip of his wand suddenly lit up with a faint blue light, drawing a streak of light in the air. A picture emerged in the streak of light. Under the deep purple night sky, there was a castle built of bone-white stones. On the top of the castle was a man tied with chains, his hair twisting like a group of snakes, and black blood dripping from his fingertips. 50 years ago, he was the professor of ancient magic at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's wand light trembled slightly. He was obsessed with source magic, a power older than Merlin's time, which was said to be able to control time, life and death, even breaking all the prohibitions of the Ministry of Magic. The man in the picture suddenly looked up, his red eyes like two burning coals, and Harry took a half step back and bumped into Ron. He tried to use the ancient magic circle under Hogwarts to summon source magic. Dumbledore's voice became like a rusty gear. That magic circle was carved by Salazar Slytherin himself to seal certain things that shouldn't exist in this world. Blackwood wanted to break the seal and use the power of those things to rule the wizarding world. The image in the light trace suddenly distorted, and the crisp sound of broken chains exploded in the room. Hermione covered her mouth and Ron's face turned white as parchment. We stopped him. The light on the tip of Dumbledore's wand dimmed, but he escaped into the gap in the magic circle, a crack in time and space that even I could not completely seal. He pressed his knuckles to his forehead, as if rubbing his temple. Now it seems that he has found the key. Key? Harry blurted out, his hand unconsciously touching the mark on his forehead. Is it.my mark, or the silver mirror? Dumbledore's eyes swept across his forehead, and the pale blue mark suddenly became hot, as if it had been cast under a burning spell. The silver mirror is a relic of Slytherin, capable of revealing hidden truths, he said. The mark. Was left by Blackwood's spell when you were investigating Goodwin Manor. He is marking you, Harry. Ron suddenly tugged at the hem of Harry's robes. That eclipse night. Was it related to his escape? A lunar eclipse is the moment when yin and yang are most unbalanced, and the barrier of the rift will become weak. Dumbledore stood up, his dressing gown dragging a long shadow on the ground. If he unlocks the last seal on that day. He did not finish his words, but looked out the window. The morning mist was dispersing, revealing the half-full moon in the sky. 3 days later, it will be the night of the lunar eclipse. Hermione's knuckles were white. We can help. I can find out more about the Goodwins, and Ron can go to Nocturne Alley to get information. No. Dumbledore's voice was suddenly harsh, like a hammer hitting a bronze bell. He walked up to the three of them and placed his hands on Harry and Hermione's shoulders respectively. The warmth of his palms came through the robes. Blackwood is more dangerous than Voldemort. He doesn't care about ruling, he only cares about completing the experiment. Your recklessness will become his key. Harry felt a lump in his throat. He remembered the fear he had felt when facing Quirrell in his first year, and the anger he had felt when facing Voldemort in his fourth year, but this time the feeling was heavier, like a stone pressing on his chest, not fear, but powerlessness. What should we do then? He heard himself asking, the voice seeming to come from far away. Trust me. Dumbledore bent down and looked at him at eye level, the light of the fireplace dancing in his blue eyes. I will contact the Ministry of Magic, check all the barriers, and find clues about the Goodwins. But you, he glanced at the three people in turn, must attend classes, eat, and participate in Quidditch training as usual. Do not act alone, do not touch any suspicious objects, and do not try to track down Blackwood. Hermione opened her mouth and closed it again. Ron scratched his matted red hair and stared down at the tips of his shoes. Harry looked at the silver line on the corner of Dumbledore's robe. In the firelight, the line looked like flowing stars, but he knew that some stars were actually meteorites that were about to fall. When I left the headmaster's office, the gargoyle had returned to its position, with half a piece of uneaten cream cake under its stone claws. It should be Dumbledore's breakfast this morning. The wind in the corridor was cooler than when he came. Hermione's notebooks rustled in her arms. Ron kicked the dust against the wall even harder, as if he was venting something with every step. Harry came last. He touched the silver mirror in his inner pocket. This time it wasn't hot, but rather bone-chillingly cold, so cold that his fingertips went numb. The mark on his forehead was still itchy, so he pressed it gently and suddenly remembered what Blackwood had said in his dream, that ring. Is the key to open the seal. He looked up at the sky. The moon has disappeared, leaving only a pale trace, like a blackboard that has been wiped but not wiped clean. 3 days later, it was the night of the lunar eclipse. As he left the headmaster's office, Ron's leather heels made a crisp sound on the marble steps, 3 times heavier than usual. Hermione's knuckles turned white as she held the parchment notebook, and the ends of her hair were blown up by the draft, but she was completely unaware. Harry walked at the end, the silver mirror in his inner pocket like an ice lump sticking to his ribs, causing pain with every step. On the night of the lunar eclipse 3 days later, Blackwood's words turned into a tangled mess in his mind, the ring, the book on dark magic, and the unspoken heaviness in Dumbledore's eyes. Wait. He suddenly grabbed the hem of Hermione's robe. The two stopped, and when Ron turned around, his nose almost hit Harry's forehead, and his red eyebrows were twisted into a knot. What's wrong again? Harry looked at the tapestry at the end of the corridor. The knight on it was pacing back and forth with a rusty spear in hand. The sound of metal colliding was very much like his heartbeat at the moment. Dumbledore said to act as usual, but his Adam's apple moved. What if we really do nothing and wait for Blackwood to find the book first? Hermione's eyelashes trembled, and her fingertips unconsciously stroked the edge of the notebook, but the headmaster said not to touch suspicious objects. But we don't even know what the suspicious objects are. Ron suddenly raised his voice, and the echo hit the dome, startling the ghost in the armor next to him and shuddering. That guy talked about keys and seals in Harry's dream, so he couldn't just wait for him to insert the key into the keyhole, right? Harry curled his fingers into his palms, his nails tracing the lines in his palms. He remembered himself trembling under the trapdoor in his first year, and clenching his wand in the graveyard in his fourth year. At that time he always thought that he could solve the problem by just rushing forward. Now I understand that the most terrifying thing is not the enemy in front of me, but the threat hidden in the shadows, whose shape cannot be seen clearly. Library. He suddenly said that Madame Pants is in charge of all the books in Hogwarts, and maybe she can find clues about the ancient curse. Hermione's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. But if the professors find out? We don't do this alone. Harry grabbed her wrist, which was cooler than usual. The three of us were together, just looking up information and not touching anything weird. He turned to Ron. Okay? Ron stared at the throbbing scar on his forehead and suddenly grinned, revealing his slightly crooked front teeth. It's better than going back to the dormitory and counting the tassels on the bed curtains. As the oak door of the library creaked shut behind him, Harry smelled the familiar musty smell mixed with the bitter scent of parchment. Madame Pants was standing on tiptoe, arranging the top bookshelf, her grey-blue skirt sweeping across the rungs of the ladder. She turned her head sharply when she heard the noise, and her gold-rimmed glasses slid to the tip of her nose, like an owl under a confusion charm. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Her voice was half a degree higher than usual, and her fingers were tightly gripping the spine of the book. The library is not closed today, but please do not disturb the restricted area. We want to look up information about ancient curses. Hermione stepped forward and pulled out a quill and parchment from her bag, about black magic rituals, sealing keys, and so on. Madame Pants' fingers suddenly trembled, and the history of medieval magical disasters in her arms fell to the ground with a thud. As she bent over to pick up the book, Harry saw the hair on the back of her neck stand up like grass swept by a Dementor. Curse. She straightened up, her eyes behind her glasses blinking rapidly. West corner of the third floor, dark ritual illustrated, the forgotten sealing art, and she paused, her Adam's apple rolled, the red covered one at the back. Don't touch it. The three of them exchanged glances. Hermione was the first to walk to the west corner of the third floor. The corner of her robe brought up a gust of wind, which blew the pages of the illustrated handbook of magical plants next to her. As Harry followed, his shoes scraping across the floor, he noticed that Madame Pants' eyes were like a string tied to their backs. The torchlight in the ancient books area was dim, making the parchment look like an aged honey color. When Hermione tiptoed to take down dark ritual illustrations, Ron had already slammed the forgotten sealing technique on the table. A wisp of dust floated out from the crack in the cover, choking him and making him sneeze. Silence, came Madame Pants' low voice from a distance. Harry flipped open the forgotten sealing technique. Various runes were drawn on the yellowed pages. Some were similar to the ones he had seen in the trapdoor, and some were twisted like snake tongues. He turned to the middle chapter and was suddenly fixed on his sight by a passage of text. The night of a lunar eclipse is when yin and yang overlap. Any seal set on a lunar eclipse night must also be unsealed on a lunar eclipse night. The key must be the bloodline of the caster, or an object that carries his obsession. Harry, look at this. Hermione's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. She was holding a book thicker than a dictionary, with a dark purple leather cover and engraved with coiled snake symbols. Each scale was raised, like a living thing. The secret records of the Goodwin family, the red book that Madame Pants mentioned. Ron leaned over, his nose almost touching the cover of the book. Goodwin? The family that Dumbledore mentioned? Hermione's fingers hovered over the spine of the book, and she hesitated for 2 seconds before giving it a gentle push. The moment the pages of the book opened, Harry smelled a cold fragrance, like a rose that had been frozen in the snow for 100 years. The first page had faded pen writing, the ink smudged into light gray. My clan used blood as a bond to seal the forbidden power on the night of the lunar eclipse. There are 2 keys, one is blood, the other is obsession. The object of obsession. Harry repeated in a low voice, and the silver mirror in his inner pocket suddenly vibrated. This time it was not cold, but burning hot, which made him stagger a step. Ron suddenly raised his finger. There was a sound of shuffling footsteps outside the oak door, like someone dragging their feet down the corridor, each step scraping the ground. Hermione hurriedly closed the book, and the purple cover made a dull sound on the table. Harry quickly stuffed the book into his arms and covered it with the corner of his robe. His heartbeat was so loud that it almost drowned out the sound of his footsteps. When the door was pushed open, a draft blew in, bringing with it a chill. Madame Pants stood in the doorway. The shadows were stretched so long by the torches that they almost climbed up to their desks. Her eyes swept over the bulging hem of Harry's robes, and then over Hermione's crumpled parchment, and the corners of her mouth twitched. It's getting late. Her voice was like a rusty door hinge. It's time to go back to the dormitory. Ron's chair scraped against the floor and he was the first to stand up, shaking the table. Hermione shoved the dark ritual illustrated back onto the shelf, with a few pages curled up. Harry held the purple book in his arms and could feel the snake symbol on the cover rubbing against his belly through the fabric, as if confirming something. Wait! Madame Pants suddenly called them over. The three of them froze in place, and the book in Harry's arms became heavier, as if something was pouring lead into it. Madame Pants walked up to them, and when she looked up, Harry saw the creases at the corners of her eyes glistening with water. Don't turn to the last chapter. Her voice was as soft as a sigh. That book is not for the living. No one dared to speak. It was not until they walked out of the library that Ron exhaled sharply, and the white mist dispersed into pieces in the cold air. The look in her eyes just now was just like Professor McGonagall discovering that someone had blown up the trophy display room with dung eggs. Hermione didn't answer. She stared at the book in Harry's arms. The moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, making the purple cover glow strangely. Harry, her voice trembled, do you feel that Madame Pants seemed to know that we would come to find this book? Harry touched the spine of the book, the raised part of the snake symbol pressing against his palm. The silver mirror in the inner pocket was still hot, matching the temperature of the book. The scar on his forehead began to itch again, but this time it wasn't painful, it was numb, as if ants were crawling into his brain through his blood vessels. Go back to the dormitory. He said, walking twice as fast as when he came here, and going back now. The fire in the common room had burned down to a few dim red spots, and Harry's boot soles had just scraped the edge of the carpet when he heard Ron slam the door. The tip of Hermione's wand was trembling with a blue light, illuminating the tense faces of the three people. The purple book in Harry's arms was getting hot, and the snake-shaped seal seemed to be alive, slowly moving under the fabric. Put it on the table. Hermione's voice was 2 notes higher than usual. She pulled Ron's pillow and placed it in the middle of the oak table, being careful not to touch the cover. Just now in the library, Madame Pants said. I know. Harry interrupted, pinching the spine of the book through his sleeve with his fingertips. When the book was finally out of his arms, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up as if something sticky was crawling up his spine. When Ron came closer, he created a gust of wind, and the cover flipped open half a page. The yellowed paper was covered with blood-brown runes, glowing coldly in Hermione's blue light. Look here. Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. She pressed the light of her wand downwards, shining on the third page. This paragraph described a double seal that needed to be activated with the blood of the caster, but her Adam's apple moved. There was a line of small words below, saying that the key to unlocking the seal was on the night of the lunar eclipse. Ron's wand clattered to the table. Lunar eclipse? Tomorrow at midnight. His ears instantly turned red. My cousin said that this month's lunar eclipse is the most thorough in the past 10 years, and even the stars will be swallowed up. Hush! Harry suddenly pressed the back of his hand. In the corridor came the sound of leather heels hitting the stone slabs, very slow and heavy, as if someone was deliberately stepping heavily. The light from Hermione's wand began to shake violently, causing the shadow of the tapestry on the wall to distort into hideous animal shapes. Ron grabbed the wand, but found his hand shaking when he touched the handle. Is it the prefect who's checking the dormitories? His voice was weak, but Filch wouldn't be here so late. No. Harry's scar was beginning to feel numb again. This time it wasn't a stinging pain, but a burning itch that spread from the temples to the back of the neck. He remembered the faint sound of flipping pages outside the library window, and the hot silver mirror in his inner pocket. At this moment the silver mirror was pressing against his chest, so hot that it almost burned through his shirt. The moment the door was pushed open, cold wind blew in with a strong smell of dragon dung powder. Lucius Malfoy leaned against the doorframe, his pale fingers holding the emerald wand, the curve at the corner of his lips colder than a snake's tongue. His black satin robe hung to his feet, casting a shadow on the ground that seemed to swallow up the entire room. Good evening, Mr. Porter. His voice was like ice scraping against glass. I heard someone stole an interesting book from the restricted section. Hermione slammed the purple book shut so quickly that several pages ripped apart. Harry's wand was already in his hand, his knuckles white. Ron staggered back to his side and made a sound like sobbing in his throat. How did you get in? Male dormitory. The prefect's warrant cannot control the bloodline of the Malfoy family. Lucius raised his hand, and the tip of his wand lit up with a faint green light. Hand over the book, child. Otherwise I wouldn't mind giving you an early taste of winter in Azkaban. Dream on, Harry yelled. His wand reacted before his brain did, and there were many obstacles. The red light bullet grazed Lucius's right shoulder and exploded, blasting a charred hole in the wall. Lucius' smile became even colder. He gently turned sideways and his wand drew a silver arc, Expelliarmus. Ron's wand flew out, hit the wardrobe and bounced under the bed. His face turned pale and he rushed over to pick it up, but was forced into a ball by a green light. Hermione's wand tapped a rapid rhythm on the table. Her hand, which was quickly flipping through the purple book, suddenly stopped. On the edge of a page, it was written in tiny letters, the seal needs to be guided by the blood of a living creature, and moon moss and night star feathers are collected from the depths of the forbidden forest. Harry, she screamed, grabbing the book. I found a way, but it requires. Shut up, Lucius backhanded him and knocked him to the ground. Hermione slumped in her chair, the book slipping from her arms and landing right at Harry's feet. Harry bent to pick it up, only to see the tip of Lucius' wand pointed at his heart. Come here. Lucius' voice suddenly became sticky, like a snake spitting out its tongue. You don't want to know whose soul is hidden in this book, do you? Your mother's? Or your dear godfather? Harry's scar exploded with pain. He thought of the Dementors in Azkaban, of Sirius's face disappearing behind the veil. Anger rushed to his head like boiling magma, and the tip of his wand glowed with warm golden light. That was the patroness charm he had practiced for 3 months, and now it was pouring out uncontrollably. Call to God. The silver stag burst out of the body, shattering Lucius' spell. The green light and the golden light collided in mid-air, creating dazzling sparks. Lucius stumbled back, with several holes burned in his black robe, revealing a shirt embroidered with a snake-shaped family crest underneath. He glared at Harry fiercely, the tip of his wand still smoking. You will regret this, Potter. Waiting for the night of the lunar eclipse. Before he finished his words, he disappeared in a cloud of black mist, leaving behind only burnt marks on the ground and the smell of dragon dung incense powder. Ron slumped to the ground, gasping for breath while holding the wand he had retrieved. Hermione rubbed the back of her head and climbed up, her fingertips still stained with the torn pages of the purple book. She grabbed the book and turned to the last few chapters, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. The seal requires the feathers of the thestrals and the thorns of the erumpent, both of which are in the moonmoss in the north of the Forbidden Forest. Now, Ron's voice rose. There are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest at night, and blast-tailed squirts. The lunar eclipse will be at midnight tomorrow. Harry wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his scar was still throbbing with pain. He bent down and picked up the purple book. This time, the snake pattern on the cover was as quiet as death. If he didn't get the materials tonight, when the seal was broken, he didn't say anything else, but Hermione and Ron both remembered MRS. Pants words were not meant for living people. Hermione stuffed the book into her magic pocket and dimmed the blue light on the tip of her wand. I brought the lumos, Ron has brought the insect repellent. Harry. She paused and took out the silver mirror from her inner pocket. The silver mirror had cooled down by now, and the mirror reflected the tense faces of the 3 people. You have brought the patroness charm. Ron took a deep breath, fished out his owl cage from under the bed, although the piglet was fast asleep in it, and pulled on his thick cloak. Whoever had his ears pecked off by a thestral first would get 10 galleons of butterbeer. When the snow particles hit Harry's face, he realized that his eyelashes were covered with a thin layer of frost. The moonmoss on the northern edge of the Forbidden Forest was farther away than they had imagined. The screams of the thestrals had chased them halfway. Ron had spilled half a bottle of insect repellent on his trouser legs, which now exuded a pungent smell of garlic mixed with dragon dung, but at least they had the thestral feathers and erumpent thorns in their hands, and the purple book was getting even hotter in Hermione's pocket, like a red-hot coal. Lock the door. Hermione's fingers were shaking, but she was the first to rush into the dormitory. She threw her bag on the table, and parchment and quills fell out with a crackling sound. Ron, seal the window tightly with barriers, and Harry, she unfastened the clasp of her magic pocket, and the purple book fell onto the oak table with a clatter. The serpentine pattern on the cover was glowing with a faint green light. She placed the materials on the silver tray in order, the thestral feather on the left, the erumpent thorn on the right, and the moonstone in the middle. A blue light flashed from the tip of Ron's wand, and the windows were instantly covered with ice. He rubbed his frozen red hands and moved closer to the table, his nose almost touching the purple book. Wasn't this thing a little light in the Forbidden Forest just now? I clearly remember, it's a magical resonance. Hermione has already turned to the last few pages of the book, her fingertips quickly sweeping across the secret text. The sealing ritual requires the energy of the book itself as a guide. She suddenly paused, and when she looked up, sweat oozed from her forehead. Harry, is your scar hurting again? Harry held his forehead as the burning sensation shot up the back of his neck, as if someone were poking his skull with pokers. He thought of the night of the lunar eclipse that Lucius had mentioned before he disappeared, and the roar deeper than that of the thestrals in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, the snake pattern of the purple book was rising and falling with his heartbeat, as if a living thing was moving under his skin. Maybe it was because he was too close to it. He pulled off his scarf, which was still stained with the silver powder of the thestral's feathers. What do you need me to do? Stand on my left, Ron's right. Hermione took out a crystal bottle from her skull bag, poured out 3 drops of silver potion, and drank it. This is my improved concentration potion, which can resist the interference of dark magic. She drank it first, and when her Adam's apple rolled, there was still half a drop of potion at the bottom of the bottle, which was a strange red under the candlelight. Ron pinched his nose and drank it, then immediately frowned. This tastes worse than Professor Flitwick's energy potion. How much moonstone powder did you add? Enough to keep you from being frightened by the Dementor illusion in the middle of the ritual. Hermione didn't look at him. She had already drawn a hexagram on the table using edible gold powder she stole from the kitchen. Now, put the ingredients in. As the thestral feather touched the silver plate, the candlelight in the entire dormitory suddenly rolled back, as if an invisible hand had grabbed its throat. The purple book cracked and a few wisps of black mist floated out. Harry's wand was getting hot in his pocket. It was an intuition that danger was approaching. He turned his head to look at the window. Spider web-like cracks were appearing on the ice. Something was moving in the darkness outside the window, and the shadow was darker than the night. Hermione, stop. He held her wrist. Something was coming. Impossible, I set up a triple protection spell. Hermione's voice rose, but when her eyes swept across the window, the cracks in the ice had already spread to the window frame. The next second, a loud bang shook the ceiling so much that dust fell off. Blackwood's figure fell in from the broken window. His black cloak was stained with blood. There was a scratch deep enough to see the bone on his left cheek, and his right eye was a dark blue that did not look like that of a living person. Books. He made a gurgling sound in his throat, like a rusty gear. Give me the book. Ron raised his wand first. Expelliarmus. The red light flew past the tip of Blackwood's ear and shattered the wardrobe behind him. Blackwood laughed, and his laugh sounded like nails scraping across a blackboard. You think you can stop me? I have been tortured in Azkaban for 10 years, all for this book. The tip of his wand glowed blue-gray, a spell Harry had never seen before, the Imperious Curse, Expelliarmus. Harry cast the Patronus charm almost at the same time, and the silver stag smashed through the blue-gray mist. The stag's antlers grazed Blackwood's shoulder and burned a scorch hole in his cloak, revealing a bandaged arm underneath, the bandages oozing black blood. How did you escape? Dementors of Azkaban. Dementors. Blackwood stumbled towards the table, the black mist of the purple book wrapped around his fingers. They sucked away my fear, but gave me something more powerful. He suddenly raised his wand. This time it was Cruciatus. Feel the pain, Potter. The pain rushed into Harry's veins like boiling oil. He stumbled and knocked over a chair, and saw Hermione still in front of the hexagram, her fingers trembling as she pinched the moonstone and chanted a spell. Ron's wand fell to the ground, and he was reaching for it with trembling hands, his forehead against the floor, sweat dripping into the wood grain. Hermione. Harry gritted his teeth and climbed up, the light at the tip of his wand flickering, and continued the ritual. Blackwood's spells were getting faster and faster, the Cruciatus Curse, the spell of Strike Back, and other dark magic that Harry couldn't name, all of which emitted a pungent smell of burning in the dormitory. Ron finally touched the wand, and this time he cast the funny charm. Although Blackwood's face was already distorted enough, a pink balloon still emerged from the tip of the wand and wrapped around Blackwood's ankles. Quick! Hermione's voice was filled with tears, and the moonstone cracked in her palm. The last step would require the blood of 3 people. Harry understood instantly. He bit his index finger and blood dripped in the center of the hexagram. Ron also bit his finger and blood splashed next to his blood. Hermione's blood dripped onto the cover of the purple book, and the snake pattern suddenly stood up, like a living thing that was scalded. The air in the entire dormitory began to distort. The purple book let out a shrill scream and the black fog surged wildly, but was trapped by the golden light of the hexagram formation. Blackwood suddenly let out a beast-like howl, and his right hand began to fester. The skin was like melted wax, revealing the bluish-gray bones underneath. That was a sign of the backlash of the dark magic. No, he threw himself on the table, but it was deflected by Hermione's barrier spell. The cover of the purple book snapped shut, and the snake pattern disappeared completely, leaving only ordinary dark purple leather. Blackwood knelt on the ground, looking at his festering right hand, and suddenly laughed. Do you think you win by sealing the book? On the night of the lunar eclipse, when darkness enveloped everything, his figure began to blur, like smoke blown away by the wind. He will come back, Potter, you can't stop him. Before he could finish his words, he disappeared, leaving behind a pool of black blood on the ground, emitting the stench of rotting flesh. Hermione slumped in her chair, her hands on the table, her knuckles turning white. Ron picked up his wand and patted Harry's shoulder with trembling hands. After that Cruciatus curse just now, you turned as pale as Peeves. Harry said nothing. He picked up the purple book, the cover now as cold as stone, and felt like any other book. The snow was still falling outside the window, and the moonlight shone through the broken window, casting a layer of silver frost on the floor. Give me. The 3 of them turned their heads at the same time. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, snow falling on his purple cloak, holding the ruby-encrusted gold watch in his hand. His eyes traveled across the broken window, the charred wardrobe, and finally landed on the book in Harry's hands. Well done, boys. But as I always say, darkness always casts its shadow on the brightest place. Hermione swept the gold powder of the hexagram array into the trash can, her voice still trembling. Principal, who is this he that Blackwood is talking about? What happens during a lunar eclipse? Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He took the purple book and lightly brushed his fingertips across the cover, as if confirming something. Then he looked up, and there was a light in his blue eyes that Harry was familiar with, the light of a man confronted with a great secret. Some questions had answers more dangerous than books on the dark arts. But I can tell you, his eyes swept over the 3 of them in turn, you have proven your courage and wisdom. And courage is the sharpest weapon against darkness. Harry looked out the window at the snow. His scar still ached, but this time it was not from the dark arts but from some deeper premonition, like the rumbling thunder before a storm, rolling behind the clouds. He thought of Lucius's threats, Blackwood's curse, and the unknown roar deep in the forbidden forest. We're going to have more challenges, right? He said. Snowflakes were still hitting the windows, and the fire in the common room of Gryffindor Tower had gone out to a dark red charcoal. The coolness that remained in Harry's palms when he handed the purple book to Dumbledore had not yet faded away. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the spiral staircase, looking at Hermione's back as she walked towards the dormitory with a stack of parchment. As Adam's apple moved, he knew she would stay up late again tonight. Harry? Ron's voice came from behind him. He was stuffing the Transfiguration textbook under the bed. Would you like some pumpkin juice? I got a bottle of cold one from the kitchen. Harry shook his head, his eyes falling on the documents Hermione had spread over half of the table. She just said she wanted to check Blackwood's background. He reached out and touched the wand under the pillow. The lines on the handle hurt his palm. I think we should check together. Ron's hand paused in midair, the pumpkin juice bottle glowing coldly in the moonlight. You mean what Dumbledore didn't tell us? He suddenly lowered his voice and moved closer. Just now the headmaster said, darkness casts its shadow on the brightest spot. The hairs on the back of my neck haven't gone down yet. There were the sounds of footsteps on the stairs, and Hermione came in, carrying 3 thick volumes of Hogwarts history and a yellowed-bound volume of the Daily Prophet. The ends of her hair were still stained with ash from the common room. I checked the student files for nearly 30 years, and the surname Blackwood was discontinued in the records of Ravenclaw. She put the book heavily on the table, and the parchment rustled. But I found a clue in the 1978 Defense Against the Dark Arts annual report. That year there was a student named Avery Blackwood who scored full marks in the ordinary wizarding level examination in potions, but was suddenly expelled in the winter of his second year. Expelled? Ron leaned forward, his nose almost touching the yellowed newspaper. What's the reason? It says unable to continue studies due to mental state. That's too vague. Hermione's fingertips traced over a small section of words circled in red ink. There's a footnote here that says the potions professor at the time submitted a report to the headmaster, mentioning contact with unspeakable forces leading to mental breakdown. And in the records of the board of directors that year, the Malfoy family representative voted in favor. When she looked up, her eyes were surprisingly bright in the candlelight. Lucius Malfoy was only 17 years old at the time and had just inherited the family seat. Harry's scar suddenly jumped, as if a thin needle was gently poking under the skin. He remembered the distorted expression on Blackwood's face when he pronounced he in the abandoned classroom tonight, and the sound of Lucius' emerald-encrusted cane hitting the ground when they last passed each other in Diagon Alley. So the Malfoys might have something to do with Blackwood's collapse? He gripped the edge of the bed, the pain of the wooden thorns piercing his fingertips making him more sober. If Blackwood comes back now to look for the dark magic book, is the Malfoy family pushing him from behind? And the night of the lunar eclipse. Hermione flipped open the illustrated guide to ancient magic circles and pointed to the page with the stars painted on it. In mysticism, the lunar eclipse is when the cracks in time and space are the thinnest. Blackwood wants that book. Maybe not for his own use. She suddenly paused and pressed her finger heavily on the word blood sacrifice. Harry, I think we need more direct evidence. Ron shuddered and pulled the quilt over his shoulders. Direct evidence, like Blackwood's diary, or the secret letter from the Malfoys. You don't want us to go through Malfoy's boxes, do you? Last time I stole Percy's prefect badge, he kept complaining about it for half a month. Not Malfoy. Harry interrupted him, his voice as light as a feather falling on the snow. I was in the abandoned classroom tonight and heard a roar deep in the Forbidden Forest. Blackwood may have been hiding there after being expelled. He took out the invisibility cloak, the fold still stained with broken ice from the broken window tonight. I'm going to the Forbidden Forest to take a look. Hermione snapped the book shut, shaking the ink bottle. Now, 2 in the morning, Harry, there are thestrals in the Forbidden Forest at night, and Dash and I have an invisibility cloak with me. Harry wrapped the cloak around himself, and the figure in the mirror disappeared instantly, leaving only a pair of surprisingly bright eyes. Wait for me, at most an hour. Ron jumped up to grab him, but only mid-air. Hey, at least bring a Lumos Dash. Before he could finish his words, the wind broke a crack in the window, and snowflakes blew in, landing on Hermione's history of magic, leaving a puddle of watermarks. The nights in the Forbidden Forest were much colder than in the castle. Harry clung to the rough bark of the old oak, trying not to make any noise with each step he took over the thick pine needles. His breath condensed into white mist in front of him, and the fluorescent light on the tip of his wand flickered into a light the size of a bean, like a jumping firefly under the invisibility cloak. The deeper you go, the denser the trees become. Harry remembered the route he took on night patrols with Hagrid in his 3rd year, but the Forbidden Forest tonight seemed to be under a confusion spell, and the familiar fork in the road seemed unfamiliar. He walked around a clump of thorny mandrakes and suddenly smelled the smell of rotten wood mixed with rust. There was a small house in front of him, with wooden walls covered with ivy, no smoke coming out of the chimney, but the door was ajar. He held his breath and pushed the door open, and the musty smell immediately rushed into his nostrils. The moonlight leaked through the broken roof and shone on the wooden table in the corner, where a leather-bound diary lay, with the brass buckle on the cover still shining. As soon as Harry opened the first page, the wet ink on the handwriting made his pupils shrink. Lucius said that as long as I find the Book of Shadows, he will help me open the family secret room. I will make those who said I was crazy and those who kicked me out of school kneel at my feet on the night of the lunar eclipse. The Dark Lord's blessing will make me the sharpest knife. His name was not written, but Harry knew it without having to guess. The last page of the diary has a hexagram drawn on it, and the scene in the abandoned classroom tonight written in blood-red ink next to it were the words, Malfoy's promise, guided by the blood of purebloods. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the window. Harry instinctively tucked the diary into his arms, his muscles tensing like bowstrings under the invisibility cloak. He shrank behind the door, listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, the sound of leather boots crushing dead branches, the light sound of the tip of the magic wand scraping against the tree trunk, and the low conversation between two people. The master said that the cabin must be checked tonight if that boy dares to touch the diary. S.H. Harry's heartbeat roared in his ears. He could hear his own blood pumping through his veins, could hear the breathing of the two men, could hear the scrape of metal as one of them drew his wand. Not until the footsteps faded away again, and their voices became the sound of the wind in the forest, did he dare to loosen his clenched fists. His palms were covered with crescent-shaped nail marks. When they returned to the dormitory, Hermione was dozing off in a chair with a history of magic in her arms. Ron's bed curtains were not drawn, and he was lying on his back with his legs spread out, his wand still in his hand. The moment Harry lifted the invisibility cloak, Hermione woke up suddenly and dropped her book to the ground with a bang. You were gone for an hour and a half. I almost asked Neville to call Professor McGonagall. Look at this. Harry slammed the diary on the table. Ron rubbed his eyes and came over. As soon as he saw the first page, he gasped, Malfoy, Lucius, that old bat? Hermione's fingers trembled as she turned a few pages. The ends of her hair brushed over the words, Night of the Lunar Eclipse. So Blackwood is Lucius's pawn. They want to find the Book of Shadows to complete a ritual. And the one that Dumbledore took away tonight may be the key. She suddenly looked up, her eyes like the tip of a wand tempered by fire. We have to tell the headmaster. Dumbledore's fingertips slowly stroked the cover of the diary. The dew on the edge of the parchment was dried by his body temperature, leaving light watermarks. Harry stared at the headmaster's silver eyebrows and found that they were now tightly knitted into a knot. This was a serious expression he had never seen before. Even on that rainy night in the Leaky Cauldron in 1991, Dumbledore's blue eyes were still filled with a warm smile. The night of the eclipse. The old man suddenly spoke, his voice like a swarm of bees under a silencing charm. I had seen this word in Borgin and Burke's 30 years ago, as a rune engraved on a piece of meteoric iron. Lucius Malfoy's father, Abraxas, bought it. The tip of Hermione's wand trembled slightly, and she unconsciously grasped the corner of her robe with her other hand. So Blackwood is just a pawn? What are the Malfoys planning? A ritual that requires pure blood. Dumbledore's eyes swept across the scar on Harry's forehead. And the diary you found confirmed that their goal was related to the Book of Shadows, an ancient book that recorded the darkest magic of time and space. I thought it was destroyed in the 16th century. Ron suddenly choked. He had just tried to lift the cover of the diary with the tip of his wand, but some kind of protective spell had hit him. Turning the back of his hand red. So, headmaster, you want us to find their lair. Dumbledore pushed the diary back to Harry, and the phoenix fox suddenly flew down from his perch, sweeping the three people's heads with his golden red feathers. Based on your description, the diary repeatedly mentions the underground eye, and combined with Blackwood's recent activities in the Forbidden Forest, I speculate that their base is deep underground in Hogwarts, most likely a forgotten secret room. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He remembered opening the Basilisk Chamber of Secrets in his second year, but that time it was Tom Riddle's trap, and this time. Would it be another Chamber of Secrets? There are 7 chambers of secrets under Hogwarts. Hermione suddenly interrupted, her fingers quickly flipping through Hogwarts, a history. I studied the foundation of the castle last year. In addition to Salazar Slytherin's chamber, there are also medieval fortifications, safes for storing dangerous items, and even rumors that Rowena Ravenclaw once buried a planetarium underground. Dumbledore nodded. Your memory is accurate, Miss Granger. And according to the diary's record of the hexagram array and the lunar eclipse being in sync, the most likely place is the stone cairn secret room directly below the kitchen. The dome there is engraved with a star map that completely matches the changes in the moon phases. Ron's Adam's apple moved, so now we have to. Now. Dumbledore tapped his wand lightly on the table, and 3 folded parchments unfolded. This was the map of the underground secret passages I drew when I was young. The red marked route could avoid all the movable floors and Dementor patrol areas. Remember, you must be back before 2 a.m. The eclipse will reach its peak at 3:17 a.m., which is when they are most likely to act. When the castle clock struck 2:15, the trio huddled in the kitchen coal room. Ron's nose was caked with soot, and he frowned at the cracks in the brickwork that formed the entrance to the secret passage. The smell was stronger than Mrs. Weasley's cauldron cleaner. Concentrate. Hermione's wand emitted a faint blue light and swept across the brick wall. According to the map, the 3rd and 7th bricks needed to be pressed at the same time. Harry, you press the left, Ron the right. With a click, the brick wall retreated to the sides like a living thing, and the smell of mold mixed with damp earth hit my face. Harry took out the fluorescent light and the beam of light reached the stone steps extending downwards. The stone walls were covered with dark green moss, and some places were condensed with water droplets that flowed down along his fingertips, making people shiver. Be careful with the steps. Hermione walked in the middle, holding onto the wall. According to ancient magical protection, this kind of secret room entrance usually has. Her words were interrupted by a crisp sound. As Ron stepped onto the third step, purple ripples suddenly appeared on the ground, and interlaced runes appeared on the surface of the stone steps, climbing up like burning vines. It's a warding spell. Hermione's wand drew a lightning shape on her chest. I've seen it before in History of Magic. This is the blood covenant wall used by pure blood families in the Middle Ages to prevent intruders. It needs a specific spell to break it. Wait. Harry stared at the runes. Their shapes suddenly reminded him of the hexagram in the diary. Are these symbols related to the formation diagram on the last page of the diary? Hermione turned her head sharply, her hair brushing Harry's cheek. You mean, try Aegis solution, Harry blurted out. The word suddenly became clear in his mind, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Could it be the Book of Shadows that Dumbledore mentioned? Or is it the remaining memories of that diary? The purple ripples suddenly stopped. Sparks flew from the tip of Hermione's wand as she quickly chanted Aegis solution. The runes shattered into points of light with a crackling sound, and the stone steps once again revealed their blue-gray surface. Ron wiped his forehead exaggeratedly. Merlin's big pants, I thought I was going to be teleported to Azkaban. The further down you go, the colder the air gets. When their Soleil stepped on the solid rock slabs, two bronze doors appeared in front of them, with coiled snake patterns engraved on the door lintels, exactly the same as the decoration in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, but the snake eyes were inlaid with rubies, which were slowly turning as they approached. The magical fluctuations here. Hermione pressed her palm against the door, which was 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary Chamber of Secrets. Harry, did you take the silver spoon that Dumbledore gave you? Harry fished the silver key with the laurel leaf carved on it from his pocket and inserted it into the crack in the door. There was a sound of gears turning from inside the door, and the two doors slowly opened. A sweet aroma suddenly mixed with the musty smell, like rotten roses. The secret room is far more than they imagined big. The flickering fluorescent beam swept across. On the left was a wall of bookshelves with parchment scrolls and hardcover books stacked up. Some of the gold stamped letters on the covers had peeled off. On the right was a stone altar with 6 black candles inserted in hexagonal grooves, and the candle wax solidified into dark red stalactites. On the wall directly in front were 3 portraits. The frame of the middle one was carved with winding thorns, and the painting showed a young man with a pale face and a hooked nose, who looked exactly like Blackwood, whom Harry had seen in the Forbidden Forest Lodge. That was. Ron's voice tightened. Blackwood? But he looks no more than 20 years old. Hermione rushed to the bookshelf and pulled out a book with a skull on the cover, detailed explanation of the Blood Moon Rift and anchor point of the Spacetime Rift. God, these are all S-level banned books listed by the Ministry of Magic. Her fingers suddenly stopped. Look at this. On the page she opened was a photograph of Lucius Malfoy, dressed in a sophisticated black suit, shaking hands with a silver-haired man. In the background was Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. Written in red ink below the photo were the words, Summer 1989, Bone and Blood Contract reached. Harry felt a chill on the back of his neck. He walked towards the altar and found that the stone platform was engraved with the same hexagram array as in the diary. There was a dent at the center of the array, which was just the right shape for a thick book. It should be the location of the Book of Shadows. Take these pictures quickly. Hermione handed the camera to Ron and took out the parchment to record it frantically. Dumbledore needed to know the steps of their ritual, and Harry suddenly raised his finger. There were footsteps in the distance, like the sound of leather boots rubbing against rock slabs, 1, 2, echoing in the empty secret room. Ron's camera clattered to the floor and Hermione's quill rolled under the altar. Hide! Harry dragged the two of them towards the secret door next to the altar. That was something they hadn't noticed when they first came in. A stronger musty smell wafted out of the half-man-high gap. The moment the three squeezed in, the secret door closed automatically, leaving only a gap 2 fingers wide, just enough to see what was happening in the center of the secret room. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. Harry could hear his own heart pounding, and smell the scent of lavender on Hermione. She must have taken the energizing potion again, and feel Ron's knees shaking. The tip of his wand had dug into the small of Harry's back. When the figure appeared at the door, the 3 of them held their breath at the same time. Moonlight filtered through the air vents above her head, outlining her long silver hair. Lucius Malfoy was wearing his signature black velvet robe, twirling an emerald wand between his pale fingers, with his usual sneer on his lips. His eyes swept across the bookshelves, across the altar, and finally stopped at Blackwood's portrait. Foolish boy. His voice was like a snake's tongue sweeping across the slate. Did he think hiding the diary would stop the ritual? When the lunar eclipse arrives, the power of the Book of Shadows will belong to the Malfoys. He walked towards the altar, his fingertips gently touching the markings of the hexagram. The musty smell wrapped in the smell of rust behind the secret door penetrated into Harry's nostrils, and he could feel Hermione's fingers pinching his wrist, not because of fear, but because she was suppressing a trembling. After Lucius' footsteps disappeared in the small room, the Book of Shadows on the altar was still glowing with a faint blue light. The hexagram carving seemed to come alive, crawling along the cracks in the stone towards the surrounding rock walls. What is he doing? Ron's voice is muffled like a squashed hummingbird, and I think I hear tinkling. Harry narrowed his eyes. The door of the small room was half open. Lucius could be seen with his back to them, his pale hand taking something out of the inner pocket of his robes, a pigeon egg-sized gemstone, with a blood and purple halo flowing on the surface, like solidified venom. Is that a blood diamond? Hermione's breath brushed Harry's ear. A history of magic mentioned that gemstones soaked in dragon blood for 700 years by dark wizards can enhance the resonance of the curse. Before he finished speaking, Lucius had already turned and walked towards the altar. He placed the tip of his wand against the gem and uttered a muffled spell, the tail of which swept like a snake's tongue across glass. The gem clicked into the edge groove of the hexagram array, and the air in the entire secret room suddenly became sticky. Black mucus seeped out of the walls, and even the moonlight turned into a turbid gray. Goosebumps broke out on the back of Harry's neck. What Dumbledore said in the Forbidden Forest last week suddenly came to mind. The ritual of shadows on the night of the lunar eclipse requires 3 things: an ancient scroll, a blood diamond, and a living sacrifice. Living sacrifice. The bones and blood that Lucius just mentioned, is it someone's life that needs to be sacrificed? He couldn't be allowed to complete the last step. Harry's throat tightened, his nails dug deep into his palms. When the eclipse was complete, the power of the Book of Shadows would be activated, and the Malfoys might use it to open. What? He didn't dare to think further, only to see Hermione's knuckles turn white because she was clenching her wand. Ron's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the fluorescent light on the tip of the wand trembled slightly. Listen. Harry lowered his voice, breathing in our ears, and when he bent over to examine the gem, I rushed over to grab the book. Hermione used the obstruction charm to hold him back. Ron. Use your fireworks charm to create chaos. He could feel his voice shaking, but he knew that if he didn't act now, it would be too late when the sacrifice was brought. Hermione suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sweeping over the several clay jars stacked beside the altar. The labels on them were blurred, but Harry recognized that it was the salamander bile mentioned in the restricted section, which would explode when exposed to heat. Her eyes lit up for a moment and she nodded quickly at the two of them. Lucius's attention was focused on the altar. He leaned over, his fingertips brushed across the cover of the Book of Shadows. The sneer on the corner of his mouth was like a knife. Dear Dumbledore, do you think you can stop me by taking the book? There was morbid excitement in his voice. When the ceremony is completed, the glory of the Malfoy family will illuminate the entire wizarding world, including your baby Potter. The opportunity has come. Harry touched the back of Hermione's hand and kicked Ron lightly in the ankle. The three of them held their breath at the same time. The gap in the secret door was just enough for them to squeeze out. Harry rushed out first, pointing his wand directly at Lucius's lower back. Expelliarmus. Lucius's reaction was astonishingly fast. He spun around and swung his wand. A green curse brushed Harry's ear and hit the wall, sending gravel flying. A little mouse dares to bite a cat. His pupils shrank into the vertical lines of a snake. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson about respecting elders. Hermione's barrier spell followed suit, but was bounced off Lucius's shield, leaving a charred crater on the ground. Ron's fireworks spell worked. Golden and red sparks hit Lucius head-on. He had to raise his hands to block them, and several holes were burned in his black velvet robe. Grab the book! Hermione screamed. Harry rushed towards the altar, and just as his fingers touched the cover of the Book of Shadows, they were bounced away by an invisible barrier, and the back of his hand felt a burning pain. Lucius' laughter was like an icicle piercing his eardrums. Do you think you can touch it casually? This book is for the Lord, Potter. The situation took a turn for the worse. Lucius waved his wand, and 3 basilisk shadows sprang out from the ground, hissing and spitting out their tongues. Ron was knocked over by one of them, and the back of his head hit the corner of the altar, causing him to groan in pain. Smoke came out of the tip of Hermione's wand. She had used too strong a spell, and the wand core was protesting. Clay urn, Hermione suddenly shouted, pointing to the salamander bile beside the altar. Harry understood instantly. He picked up the candlestick at his feet and smashed it at the nearest pottery jar. The green liquid splashed on the basilisk shadow, making a crackling and burning sound. Lucius's face changed, and he waved his wand to stop it, but was deflected by Hermione's disarming charm, and his wand fell with a clang at Harry's feet. Now, Harry grabbed the Book of Shadows and ran. Ron covered his head and climbed up, picked up another candlestick and smashed it at the last pottery jar. With a loud bang, the whole secret room was shrouded in green smoke, and Lucius' figure was looming in the mist, and he roared angrily, "You will pay for this. Potter, the Malfoys will not let you go." The voice stopped abruptly. When the smoke cleared, Lucius had disappeared, leaving only the blood diamond on the ground, still emitting black gas. Hermione slumped to the ground, her wand falling at her feet. Ron covered the back of his head, with a trace of blood seeping out from between his fingers. I think I just saw his nose was crooked. Don't laugh. Harry held the Book of Shadows in his arms and could feel the book getting hot, like holding a small stove. His heartbeat hadn't yet calmed down, and the cold sweat on his back had soaked his shirt. When he said living sacrifice, it meant there was another step. We were exposed, and he now knows we are investigating this matter. Hermione stood up with the help of the wall, her eyes sweeping over the blood diamond on the altar. We must take this evidence to Dumbledore. And Ron, you need to go to the hospital wing. I'm fine. Ron straightened up immediately, but staggered a little, just a little dizzy. Harry looks towards the air window. The moon had been completely eclipsed and turned dark red, like blood dripping on black cloth. He touched the cover of the Book of Shadows, and there seemed to be a few new scratches on it, like some kind of ancient runes. "Let's go," he said, his voice more steady than he thought, "back to the dormitory. What happened tonight needs to be sorted out." Harry's boots soles crunched over gravel as the secret door to the Chamber of Secrets closed behind him. The Book of Shadows in his arms was still hot, and the scratches on the cover were slightly raised like a living thing, burning his skin painfully through his shirt. Hermione clutched his wrist, her fingertips were surprisingly cold. She had almost exhausted all her magic power just now in order to block Lucius's spell, and now she didn't even have the strength left to raise her wand. Ron was the last one to come down, holding onto the wall every 2 steps. The back of his head, which had just been scratched by the fragments of the pottery jar, was bleeding, and it glowed dark purple in the moonlight. "Here we are." Hermione's voice trembled. The three of them squeezed through the narrow passage and finally saw the torches at the end of the corridor. Only then did Harry realize that his breathing was ridiculously loud, echoing off the stone walls like a bellows. Ron suddenly stumbled and hit his forehead against the stone wall, gasping in pain. "Merlin, I feel like my brain is swaying in my head." "Stop talking." Hermione grabbed the hem of his robe and took out her wand with her other hand and gently touched Ron's wound. A pale golden light flashed, and the blood stains gradually solidified into scabs, but Ron's face was still as pale as paper. She turned and looked at Harry, the ends of her hair still stained with dust from the Chamber of Secrets. "The book in your arms. The page you just opened, do you remember the words on it?" Harry touched the hot spine of the book. He remembered the phosphorescent words, as if engraved on his retina. "The eclipse ends, bones and blood appear, the Lord of Shadows returns to the world." The night wind poured in from the corridor window, making the back of his neck cold. Lucius mentioned a living sacrifice, which meant that they had not completed the ritual. His voice was tensed. If what the book said was true, "Let's go back to the dormitory first." Hermione interrupted him, the fluorescent light on the tip of her wand flickering a little unsteadily. "We need to lock the blood diamond and the Book of Shadows in the prefect's cabinet, and then," she paused, her eyes swept across Ron's bruised eyes, "and go see Dumbledore early tomorrow morning." Ron suddenly bent down and picked up something at his feet. It was a broken piece of pottery, with dark red blood on the edge. He wiped the blood off with his thumb, and half of the snake emblem was faintly revealed on the pottery, which was similar to the Malfoy family emblem. "SHH. Hermione covered his mouth with her hands. There were footsteps in the distance and Filch's lantern was swinging at the end of the corridor. The three of them froze in place until the light turned the corner, then they supported each other and rushed into the nearest empty classroom. With his back against the door, Harry could hear his own heartbeat drowning out the night owl's cry outside the window. "No one should sleep tonight." Hermione took out the empty bottle of polyjuice potion from her school bag, poured out the last 2 fizzing bees and gave them to everyone, taking turns to keep watch. "I always feel like..." She stared at the book in Harry's arms, the book waiting for something. The dormitory was like an ice cellar in the second half of the night. Harry sat on the edge of the bed wrapped in a quilt. The Book of Shadows was pressed under his pillow, but the warmth could still be felt through the cotton. Hermione dozed in an armchair, wand clutched in her hand. Ron slumped over the table with his face buried in history of magic, his saliva turning the portrait of Ms. Bones into a blur of color. Moonlight seeped in through the gaps in the curtains, casting silvery streaks on the floor, completely different from the blood moon in the secret room. "Harry." Hermione suddenly woke up and her voice was hoarse. "Did you hear that?" He pricked up his ears. There was a tiny scratching sound coming from under the pillow, like fingernails scratching on the pages of a book. Harry lifted the pillow and saw that the cover of Book of Shadows was trembling slowly. A few wisps of black mist seeped out from the spine of the book and condensed into tiny snakes in the air. "Close it quickly." Hermione rushed over, and just as their fingers touched the spine of the book, the black mist suddenly dissipated, and a muffled sound came from the book, as if something hit the paper heavily. Harry opened the book and found that the originally blank pages had a charcoal drawing, an altar surrounded by thorns, with a blood diamond embedded in the center, and 7 blurry figures kneeling around it. The face of the one in the front was painted black. "This is..." Ron rubbed his eyes and came closer. "A prophecy? Or a warning?" Hermione's fingertips hovered over the painting without touching it. "Whatever it was, her voice was as soft as a sigh. She would have to tell Dumbledore tomorrow." There was a thin mist in Hogwarts the next morning. As the three of them walked through the corridor in the morning mist, Harry noticed that Hermione had wrapped the blood diamond in 3 layers of magic velvet and put it in a small leather box. Ron had stuck the pottery fragments into his textbooks with chewing gum. He said that this way Filch's sniffer wouldn't be able to smell it. The gargoyle in Dumbledore's office heard Lemon Sherbet's command, turned its fat body to make way, and the spiral staircase carried them up to the dome. "Good morning, children." Dumbledore's voice came from the swirling smoke. He sat behind his desk, covered with an astronomical tablecloth, his silver beard stained with cocoa foam, and the hippogriff's quill was writing automatically on the parchment. When Harry placed the Book of Shadows and the blood diamond in front of him, the old man's blue eyes suddenly shrank to needlepoints. "The crest of the Blackwood family." He rubbed the snake pattern on the pottery with his fingertips. "I thought they were extinct in the 17th century." He opened the velvet wrapping of the blood diamond, and the gem immediately released black gas, condensing into a small snake in the air. "This is the shadow core, the key to open the shadow ritual. The Malfoys." "It seems Lucius is greedier than I thought." What is the ritual going to release? Hermione leaned forward, her hair brushing across the table. The eclipse is over, and the bones and blood are revealed. What does that line of words mean? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. The phoenix fox outside the window suddenly cried out, and its golden red feathers fell on his shoulders. The source of the shadow. He said that the sound was like knocking on bronze, an ancient existence sealed by Merlin himself. It grows by consuming the vitality of living things, and requires a blood sacrifice every 100 years, using the blood of a pure blood family as a medium. He looked at Harry. The living sacrifice that Lucius mentioned should bite must be some wizard who meets the requirements. Ron's Adam's apple moved. Then, what should we do? Continue to investigate. Dumbledore took out an emerald pocket watch and shook it gently, but more carefully. The Malfoys will not give up, and the followers of the Shadow Source. Are far more numerous than you think. He pushed the Book of Shadows back in front of Harry. This book will guide you, but remember, he glanced at the three of them, don't let it lead you too far. By the time I left the office, the fog had cleared. Hermione walked in front, holding the small leather box, and her steps were twice as fast as usual. Ron touched the pottery and the textbook, muttering about the blood of the pure blood family. Could it be me? Harry was the last, staring at the marks on the cover of the Book of Shadows. Those runes had an extra one, shaped like a bloody dagger. Go to the library. Hermione suddenly turned around, her eyes brightening up surprisingly. I need to look up history of dark rituals and forgotten curses, and maybe. Wait. Ron grabbed her sleeve and pointed forward. A group of students gathered in front of the bulletin board at the end of the corridor. They squeezed in and saw a crumpled parchment pinned in the most conspicuous place. The handwriting was crooked, as if written by left hand. If you wish to prevent the disaster, head deep into the Forbidden Forest at midnight. There was no signature on the back, only a snake symbol entangled by thorns, exactly the same as the emblem on the pottery fragment. The three of them looked at each other. Hermione's fingers pinched the edge of the parchment, trembling slightly. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed back what he wanted to say. Harry touched the Book of Shadows in his arms. It began to heat up again, and the dagger rune on the cover was glowing slightly. This is a trap. Hermione's voice was soft but firm. It could be Lucius or another believer. But what if it wasn't? Harry looked out the window at the setting sun. The treetops of the Forbidden Forest looked like a group of monsters baring their fangs and claws in the twilight. If this was the only clue. Ron suddenly pulled out his wand and twirled it in a circle in his palm. The dark circles under his eyes had not disappeared yet, but a crooked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. We can't let Potter take the risk alone, can we? I don't want to be turned into a coward for failing to protect Harry by Neville's boggart. Hermione closed her eyes, took out a miniature peephole from her bag, and hung it around her neck. Meet at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest at midnight. Her voice was as warm as the fire in the leaky cauldron. Bring the polyjuice potion, Lumos, and she looked at Harry, your phoenix feather wand. Hogwarts at midnight was like a sleeping beast. Only the wind from the astronomy tower occasionally swept through the corridor, carrying up a few forgotten homework papers. Harry stood against the wall in front of the fat lady's portrait, his fingers trembling slightly under his cloak. This was the third time he had violated curfew this month, but unlike the previous times when they were looking for Nicholas Flamel's notes and confronting Professor Quirrell, this time they didn't even have a clear goal. Hermione's peephole was dark. Ron's voice came from the left, and his shadow shook under the invisibility cloak. The pottery shard in his arms hurt his ribs. She had just checked the polyjuice potion 3 times and was now prodding the cracks in the portrait with the tip of her wand. Before he could finish his words, the fat lady's portrait suddenly creaked open. Hermione's head popped out first, her ponytail stained with the gold dust from the portrait. Hurry up, Filch's Niffler has just gone to the kitchen. She reached out to grab Harry's cloak, her fingertips were as cold as ice. History of dark rituals said that the symbol with thorns and snakes belonged to the Shadow Brotherhood in the 17th century, who specialized in blood sacrifices. Hermione. Harry held her wrist. The Book of Shadows was incredibly hot under his cloak, and the dagger rune on the cover was pressing against his stomach. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest first. He could hear his own heartbeat drowning out the sound of Ron adjusting the position of his wand. The oak wand turned 3 times in Ron's hand, an old habit when he was nervous. As they walked across the lawn, dew soaked the tips of the 3 people's shoes. The outline of the Forbidden Forest gradually became clear in the moonlight, like a ball of solidified ink. Hermione suddenly stopped, the spyglass spinning wildly around her neck. Wait, I smell it. She lifted the corner of her cloak and moved her nose. The smell of rotten roses was the same as the smell on the pottery shard. Ron's wand clattered to the ground, exploding in the silence. He squatted down to pick it up, but touched a piece of wet moss. No, he was clearly stepping on grass. The 3 of them looked up at the same time, and realized that at some point, the green grass under their feet had turned into dark purple thorns, with dark red juice hanging on the leaves. Lumos, the tip of Hermione's wand burst into white light, illuminating the surroundings. The lawn, which was supposed to be smooth, now looked like crumpled parchment, and thorns were sprouting from the ground, entangled around Harry's ankles. The Book of Shadows suddenly shook violently, a crack appeared on the spine, and a yellowed page floated out, with blood writing on it. Dementors are coming for Shadows. Back off. Harry dragged Ron towards the Forbidden Forest. The thorns pierced his trouser legs, causing burning pain. Hermione's wand fired a barrage of Expelliarmus attacks, but it could only temporarily curb the spread of the thorns. When the first hiss of a Dementor passed overhead, Ron's face instantly turned as white as Muggle copy paper. How could they come? This place is far from Azkaban, expecto patronus. A silver flash blasted from Harry's wand, and the stag patroness knocked the nearest Dementor away. But this time was different from the fight against Quirrell. At least 7 grey shadows emerged from the cracks in the trees. There were no faces under their hoods, only swirling black mist. One of them even stretched out a bony hand and pierced directly through Harry's patroness. Hermione's spyglass snapped in two. She trembled and took out the polyjuice potion from her skull bag. Drink this. As soon as the brown liquid touched Ron's lips, his pupils immediately shrank into pinpoints. It was a Dementor blessed by dark magic. They can see through invisibility cloaks. Harry's temple was throbbing. The Book of Shadows grew hot in his arms, and the pages automatically turned to a chapter with a picture of a silver animal bound by chains. That was a diagram of the weakness of the patroness charm. He gritted his teeth, pressed his left hand on the book, and the light of the wand in his right hand suddenly became stronger. Using shadow as a guide and light as a blade, the antlers of the stag suddenly showed golden spots, smashing the nearest Dementor, and a piece of scales with thorn patterns floated out of the black fog. The Dementors screamed shrilly and retreated deeper into the woods as if they were scalded. Hermione slumped on the ground, her knees were all scratched by thorns. They were leading the way. She pointed in the direction where the Dementors retreated, where the treetops suddenly parted, revealing a small open space dyed silver blue by the moonlight. There was a man standing in the middle of the clearing. Harry nearly dropped his wand. It was Blackwood, the dark wizard they had seen on the Ministry of Magic's wanted poster last week, with a grey beard under his hooked nose and a missing little finger on his left hand. But at this moment his wand was hanging at his side, and there was no blood on his robe, but instead some white wildflowers. "Good evening, Mr. Potter." Blackwood's voice was like an old wooden door hinge. "I guess you are here for the serpentine symbol." He pointed to the pottery fragment in Ron's arms. "It was fired in the same kill as the one I received that year." Ron raised his wand sharply. "You killed Professor Drake." The Daily Prophet said Drake broke the Horcrux himself. Blackwood interrupted him and took out a piece of pottery from his pocket. "I have been tracking the source of shadows for 20 years. Lucius Malfoy bought the Shadow Workshop in Nocturne Alley 3 months ago. He is refining the fear energy of Dementors and will do it on the summer solstice." He suddenly stopped. There was a crisp sound of dead branches breaking in the distance. Time was running out. He threw the fragment to Harry. The fragment turned into a silver beetle in midair and told Dumbledore that the key to the source of shadows was in. The footsteps were getting closer. There were at least 5 people. Blackwood's figure suddenly blurred, like a drop of ink dissolving into the night, leaving only one sentence exploding in the ears of the 3 people: "Your choice will determine the future of Hogwarts." The tip of Hermione's wand was still shaking. She bent down and picked up the beetle, digging her nails into her palm. The source of shadows he mentioned might be related to the Book of Shadows. Ron kicked the gravel at his feet, and the gravel hit the tree trunk, startling a group of night owls. But he is a dark wizard. His voice was trembling. "My father said that Blackwood used the Cruciatus curse to torture peeling Muggle children, but the Dementors were protecting him just now." Harry touched the book in his arms, and the pages in the book suddenly stopped. Even the rustling sound of turning pages disappeared, and the Book of Shadows was no longer hot when he appeared. He looked up into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The moonlight was mostly blocked by dark clouds, and the thorns on the edge of the clearing began to creep slowly again. "We have to go back to the castle and tell Dumbledore about this." "Wait." Hermione grabbed his sleeve, the beetle in her palm glowing blue. If Lucius was really planning something. She didn't finish her words, because Ron suddenly grabbed her wrist and pointed to the way they came. The Dementors that had just been driven away appeared again, this time with red eyes vaguely visible under their hoods. The 3 of them looked at each other. Harry gripped his wand tightly, the shadow of the stag leaping at his feet. Hermione stuffed the beetle into her collar, her fingertips already resting on the fire charm textbook in her school bag. Ron bit his lip and took out the wool socks knitted by his mother from his pocket. That was his amulet when he was nervous. Harry's sneakers thumped against the castle steps as the moonlight was torn to shreds by dark clouds. He could hear his own violent heartbeat, as if a falcon trapped in his chest was flapping its wings frantically. The scene in the Forbidden Forest was still flashing before his eyes. The red eyes under the Dementor's hood were like 2 pieces of charcoal that could not be burned vigorously, and Blackwood's words before he disappeared: "Your choice will determine the tomorrow of Hogwarts," like an icicle piercing his ear. "Wait." Hermione suddenly stopped at the corner of the corridor. The fluorescent light on the tip of her wand flickered a little. "We can't go directly to Dumbledore." The beetle fragments in her other hand still retained a faint blue temperature. Blackwood said that Lucius was refining the fear energy of the Dementors. On the summer solstice. If the source of the shadow is really related to the Book of Shadows, the headmaster may be entangled in more important things now. Ron pulled the wool socks out of his pocket and stuffed them back in, his Adam's apple moving. "But that's Malfoy's father." "The 3 of us." His voice echoed in the empty corridor, and he suddenly seemed to realize something and lowered his voice. "We can't defeat the Death Eaters." Harry touched the Book of Shadows in his arms. Ever since leaving the Forbidden Forest, this black book that always loves to turn its pages by itself seems to have fallen asleep, and its cover is as cold as a slate soaked in well water. He remembered that before Blackwood disappeared, the distorted shadows in the book suddenly became still and became neat runes. Maybe this is the clue. but we have the stud. He patted his chest. Blackwood said it was the key, which means that we may find what Lucius wants first. Hermione tapped her temples rapidly with her fingers, as was her habit when she was thinking. The Dementor sphere energy required a container, and the container was usually hidden near the source of the energy. There are 12 ancient barriers under Hogwarts, which are most suitable for sealing this dark power. She suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist and asked, "Remember the secret passage of the Shrieking Shack that we discovered in the third year? There may be unrecorded secret rooms beneath the castle." A faint blue light emanated from the tip of Ron's wand, illuminating the suit of armor at the end of the corridor. He stared at the empty eye holes in the armor and swallowed. "So shall we go now?" Harry could feel the sweat beading on his palms. He remembered the same sense of urgency when he faced Voldemort last term, but this time was different. There was no prophecy, no headmaster to support him, only the three of them. If they waited until dawn, Lucius might have completed the ritual. He drew out his wand, green light flickered on the tip of the wand, and walked. The three of them moved along the wall towards the kitchen. As they passed the fat lady's portrait, she was playing cards with the knight, and the clattering of the cards made Ron's shoulders shrink. Hermione took out the magic map from her school bag. The light golden ink suddenly fluctuated violently, and a black stain exploded on the second underground floor. "This is it." Her nails almost pierced the parchment. The map never showed this room. The secret passage leading underground is hidden behind the wine barrels in the kitchen storage room. As the musty smell mixed with the sour smell of old ale came out, Ron sneezed loudly. Harry swept his wand across the steps and saw that each stone was engraved with tiny Parseltine runes, very similar to the markings on the Chamber of Secrets, but older, as if they had been worn away and then re-engraved. "Watch your step." Hermione crouched down, her fingertips brushing against a raised stone. "These were the anti-apparition spells, and..." She frowned suddenly, "the remnants of the Imperious Curse?" Ron's wand shook even more violently. "So the keys that Blackwood was talking about actually mean that we have to break these spells?" "No." Harry pressed the Book of Shadows on his waist, and the cover suddenly began to heat up. It was unraveling. The black book slipped out of his arms at some point and floated between the three people. The silver threads on the cover stretched automatically, transforming into countless glowing little snakes that drilled into the cracks in the stone steps. Every time they drilled in, the stone made a dull sound, and the runes faded like erased chalk words. When the last silver snake sank into the ground, the stone wall in front suddenly cracked, revealing a bronze door. The air inside the door felt like ice. Harry's breath condensed into white mist in front of him. He saw a crystal box on the stone platform in the middle of the room. A ball of black mist was floating inside. A human face could be vaguely seen in the mist. Were they memories sucked away by the Dementors? Or something scarier? The source of shadow. Hermione's voice was as light as a sigh. She took out the beetle fragment, and the fragment suddenly emitted a dazzling light, resonating with what Blackwood gave her. "It seems the little lions are braver than I expected." A sinister voice came from behind the door. Harry nearly dropped his wand as he turned. Lucius Malfoy was leaning against the doorframe, twirling his serpentine wand between pale fingers, his platinum hair blowing in the cold wind, or rather, more stupidly. Ron's wand clattered to the floor. He tried to pick it up in a hurry, and the wool sock slipped out of his pocket and fell at Lucius' feet. Malfoy looked down at the ball of pink wool and sneered. "The poverty of the Weasley family can be smelled even underground. Why do you want to extract the energy of the Dementors?" Hermione stood in front of Harry, but her voice was surprisingly steady. "Is it to resurrect the Dark Lord?" Lucius' pupils shrank into thin lines. He raised his wand, and a purple-black blade of light came through the air. Hermione hurriedly used the armor protection charm to block it. The blade of light hit the barrier, exploding a pungent smell of sulfur. "You are not qualified to ask questions." He approached step by step, and pointed his snake-shaped wand at the book in Harry's arms. "Hand over the Book of Shadows, and I can let you die more easily." Harry could hear his blood roaring in his ears. He remembered the choice Blackwood talked about in the Forbidden Forest, and what Dumbledore often said: "It is our choices that determine who we become." He gripped his wand tightly, and the stag patroness leaped out from the tip of the wand, illuminating the entire room with a silvery light. Except Ron finally picked up the wand, and the red spell flew past Lucius' shoulder and hit the wall, blowing off a piece of stone. Childish. Lucius flicked his wrist, and Ron was thrown against the wall by an invisible force, groaning as he hit the wall. Hermione immediately cast a protective spell, and a transparent barrier rose around the three of them. Lucius' curse hit it, crackling like raindrops hitting glass. "Use the Book of Shadows," Hermione shouted, sweat dripping from her forehead. The barrier was visibly thinning. Blackwood said it was the key and might be able to destroy the source of the shadows. Harry's hand was shaking as he grasped the spine of the book. He remembered the first time he opened the book, the dark shadow inside almost devoured his soul. He remembered last week it suddenly drew a map of the Forbidden Forest and led them to Blackwood. Now, the cover of the book was so hot that it almost burned my palms, and the silver lines on the cover formed an arrow, pointing directly to the crystal box on the stone platform. Avada. As soon as Lucius finished the spell, Harry flipped open the Book of Shadows. Countless dark shadows emerged from the pages and pounced on Lucius like a group of hungry bats. Malfoy's spell was knocked off balance and he stepped back in horror, dropping his serpentine wand to the ground. The black shadows did not attack him, but all went into the crystal box. The black mist let out a shrill scream and began to twist wildly. No, Lucius rushed towards the crystal box, but was bounced away by Hermione's barrier spell. Harry recited the most powerful crushing spell in his memory, and the blue-white light hit the crystal box. With a bang, crystal fragments flew everywhere, and the black mist made a final whine and dissipated into the air. Lucius knelt on the ground, looking at the empty stone platform, and seemed to have aged 10 years. Heart-wrenching, his wand was suddenly knocked away by Ron's disarming charm. Harry rushed over and tied him up like a dumpling with a binding spell. Lucius' face was twisted with anger, but he could no longer speak. Hermione slumped to the ground, holding onto the wall and catching her breath. Ron rubbed his sore back, picked up his woolen socks, and suddenly laughed. It turns out that the socks knitted by my mother can really bring good luck. Harry looked at the crystal fragments on the ground. Suddenly, one of them glowed faintly. It was the same pale blue as the beetle Blackwood had given him. As the morning light streamed over the spires of Hogwarts, the soles of Harry's boots dragged on the marble of the corridor. He still held the Book of Shadows in his arms. Although the cover had cooled, it was like a piece of red-hot iron that had been quenched in water, leaving a numbing heat mark on his palm. Hermione walked on the left, the ends of her hair stained with the burnt smell of Lucius's curse collapsing, her right hand still in the posture of casting a protective spell, her fingertips trembling slightly. She had almost drained all her magic power just now to maintain the barrier. Ron was the last one to fall behind, and he had to hold onto the wall with every step he took. His back, which was bruised when he was thrown against the wall, was now burning. He sniffed, then suddenly lowered his head and tugged at his socks. I should have worn 2 more pairs knitted by my mother. The stone beast in Dumbledore's office had not yet changed its password. Just as Harry was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, the oak door creaked open by itself. The heater in the principal's office was burning brightly, and the scent of pine mixed with the sweet aroma of mead wafted out. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, his silver beard hanging down in front of his gold-embroidered robe. The blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses were like 2 pools of warm water, but ripples appeared when he swept across the 3 people. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the robes of the 3 little warriors were stained with the ashes of dark magic. I guess the story of the Source of Shadow should come to an end. Hermione's knees weakened and she collapsed onto the sofa. Ron staggered towards the lemon snowball on the coffee table, took a bite and frowned again. It was too cold, and it made his back teeth hurt. Harry stood where he was, the crystal fragment in his palm suddenly felt hot, and Blackwood's voice exploded in his mind again. Be careful of the person you trust the most. His Adam's apple moved, and he held the fragment tighter. The edge of the fragment pierced into the lines on his palm, and the pain woke him up. Lucius Malfoy was bound in the Chamber of Secrets by the binding curse. Harry spoke, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. The Source of Shadows. Was destroyed by the shadow of the Book of Shadows and the shattering curse. He placed the book on Dumbledore's desk, the silver arrow on the cover still glowing slightly, but Blackwood left a message. He opened his hand, the blue fragment lay in his palm, and he said to be careful of the people you trust the most. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the chair handle, and his eyes behind his glasses darkened. Let me tell you the process first. Hermione sat up straight and began to recount, from the clue about finding Blackwood deep in the Forbidden Forest, to how Lucius tracked them into the abandoned magic circle, to her shouting to use the Book of Shadows when the barrier became thinner. Her speech speed became faster and faster, and when she talked about the black shadow entering the crystal box, her fingertips unconsciously twisted her cuffs, until Ron suddenly interrupted. When that guy was tied up like a dumpling, his face was greener than Narcissa's potion jar. Dumbledore laughed, but quickly stopped. He stood up and walked to the window. In the morning mist, the Tower of Hogwarts looked like it was dipped in milk. You did a good job, kids. But the Source of Shadows is an evil thing sealed with 7 layers of black magic, and its destruction will not be as clean as blowing out a candle. When he turned around, the corner of his robe swept across the crystal ball on the table, and the stars inside suddenly twisted into black mist. The aftermath of the black magic would be like broken glass, piercing into the softest place, perhaps memory, perhaps soul, perhaps. His eyes fell on the fragments in Harry's hand, which were some forgotten connections. Ron's Olaf clattered onto the coffee table. You mean there's going to be trouble? It's not that it will happen, but it has already begun. Dumbledore took out a pocket watch from the drawer, with the moon phases engraved on the gold case, and went to eat something and have a good sleep. But remember, his voice suddenly becomes like the wind on a winter night. From today on, the shadows in the corridor, the sighs in the portraits, and even the hesitation of your most trusted friends, you should ask one more question: why? The Gryffindor common room was in an uproar during the first class the next morning. I got up last night. Neville Longbottom clutched the collar of his pajamas, his round face pale, and when he passed the corridor on the 8th floor, he saw a shadow crawling on the wall. Not Peeves, it has no feet, it's like a flayed Dementor. Parvati Patil raised her hand. My mirror. The fog rose automatically at 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was a face in the fog. It was not me, but a man, and his hair looked like it had been burnt. Hermione's quill snapped in her hand. She looked at Harry and Ron, and the 3 of them acted in unison. They grabbed their wands, stuffed their textbooks into their backpacks, and almost pushed their way out of the crowd. The windows of the corridor on the 8th floor were open, and the breeze swirled the sycamore leaves. The tip of Harry's wand glowed with fluorescent light, and the pale green light swept across the wall. At the location Neville mentioned, there was a layer of grey mist on the stone bricks, like ink soaked in water. When he touched it with his hand, his fingertips immediately felt the pain of an icicle piercing into his bone marrow. It was soul fragments. Hermione squatted down, took out A History of Magic from her bag, and quickly turned to the chapter on the great trials of dark magic in the Middle Ages. The book said that when a dark magic tool made with the soul of a living person collapses, it will tear the soul into pieces. These fragments have no independent consciousness, but will be. Her voice suddenly paused and she looked up at the ceiling. Ron raised his wand and shone it upwards. Spider-like black shadows were seeping out from the gaps in the ceiling relief, as if pulled by an invisible thread, slowly gathering towards the portrait at the end of the corridor. It was a portrait of a lady in a silver-blue robe. At this moment, her eyes were following the shadows, and her lips were trembling. Go away. Go away. We need to ask the ghost, Harry said. Almost immediately after he finishes his words, nearly headless Nick pops out of the wall, blood dripping from a cut on his neck. It's actually red potion. Oh my god, kids. I knew this damn castle was going to be haunted again. What were those shadows looking for? When they touched me, I felt like my ribs were going to be frozen. Did they have a destination? Hermione grabbed Nick's arm, though her fingers went straight through it. A certain location? Something? Nick's head shook even more. I saw them going towards the kitchen. And the bloody Baron, who just made the whole castle shake with his roar, saying that those filthy creatures were touching my Horcruxes, but that Baron always liked to exaggerate. Horcrux, Ron almost dropped his wand. Wait, Barrow is the ghost of Slytherin, his Horcrux could be. To the library first. Harry interrupted. Blackwood's warnings were still buzzing in his ears, but more pressing now were the wandering shadows. The faster they gathered, the more damage they would cause. Under the dome of the Hogwarts library, dust danced in the beam of light. Hermione's fingers flew across the pages of The Dark Arts of Purification, and the parchment rustled. Ron brought in a stack of Ghost Psychology, each of which was as thick as a brick. Harry was guarding the Soul Fragments and Dark Magic Aftermath, borrowed from the restricted area. The pages smelled moldy, and the corners were stained with brown traces of blood or potion. Found it. Hermione suddenly slammed the table, startling Filch next to her and causing him to cough. She pointed to a faded passage in the book, Purification Rite. 3 things are needed: moonlight from a lunar eclipse, soul-purifying grass mixed with phoenix tears, and her voice lowered. The person presiding over the ceremony must use his or her own soul as a guide to temporarily trap all the fragments. Ron's ears turned red. Using souls as a guide, would that? The fragments will bite back. Harry stared at the illustrations in the book. The wizard in the picture had black blood oozing from his forehead and his eyes were empty. But if he didn't do anything, these fragments would gather more and more, and eventually become a new source of shadows, even more terrifying. He touched the crystal fragment in his pocket, and the fragment suddenly became hot again, as if responding to his words. Hermione closed the book, and the gold-embossed runes on the cover flashed. The night of the lunar eclipse is 3 days later. Soul-purifying grass can be found in the swamp west of the Forbidden Forest, and phoenix tears. She looked up at Harry, and needed to find Fawkes. Ron suddenly stood up, and the chair made a harsh sound on the ground. What are you waiting for? Get ready now. His voice was a little trembling, but the corners of his mouth pulled out a crooked smile. Anyway, my back is bruised, I won't mind being frozen by soul fragments again. Harry stood up as well. The sunlight outside the window was shining through the stained glass, casting mottled light on his face. He thought of what Dumbledore had said yesterday about the person he trusted the most, thought of Blackwood's warning, thought of the fragments that were now burning in his school bag, but these were like distant thunder, blurred by the urgency of the moment. The corridors of Hogwarts glowed grey in the twilight. The trio's footsteps stepped on the polished stone slabs, and the echoes hit the walls. The crystal fragment in Harry's pocket began to heat up again, burning his thigh through the fabric. This was the 3rd time it had issued a warning today. Did you apply the insect repellent evenly? Hermione's voice was deliberately brisk, but her fingers were tightly gripping the straps of her school bag. Her knuckles were white. The swamps west of the Forbidden Forest were flooded recently, and the Thistral's hooves could sink into the mud up to their ankles. The last time I helped Professor Lovegood collect moonstones. Hermione. Ron interrupted her suddenly. His Adam's apple moved, and he raised his arm and waved it in front of his nose. I applied it 3 times, and now I smell like licorice soaked in insect repellent. He tried to force a smile, but the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched. Besides, with Harry's wand, even if the Thestrals wanted to bite me, Thestrals don't attack random people. Harry interrupted, his eyes unconsciously sweeping across the tapestries on both sides of the corridor. As he passed the knight's tapestry just now, he thought he saw something shrinking in the shadows, but when he turned his head, only the faded gold thread gleamed dully in the twilight. The heat of the crystal fragments suddenly intensified. He subconsciously pressed his pocket, and his fingertips touched the edges of the fragments through the cloth. They could sense people's fear. So, he looked at Ron. Just stop shaking like a sieve. Ron's ears turned red. Just as he was about to retort, a familiar rough voice came from the corner in front. Harry. Hermione. Ron. Hagrid was wearing a patched leather jacket and holding a tin bucket with a pungent smell of green liquid in it. There were grass clippings on his beard, and he had obviously just returned from the vegetable garden of the gamekeeper's cottage. "I've prepared the insect repellent for you, apply it as much as you can." He squatted down and handed the bucket to Hermione, and his huge body made the stone slab creak. "But I have to say," he lowered his voice and glanced at both ends of the corridor. "Something is wrong with the west of the Forbidden Forest recently. I heard a wolf howling in the middle of the night yesterday, but it was not an ordinary wolf. There was a kind of..." He rubbed his arms, as if something was gnawing at his bones. Hermione's fingers paused on the edge of the bucket. "You mean..." "It's related to those soul fragments?" Hagrid's thick eyebrows knitted together. "It's hard to say, but Blackwood went west a few days ago." He suddenly raised his voice and glanced into the distance. "Go. Get back before the moon rises." Harry's heart skipped a beat. Blackwood, the name suddenly pierced his nerves like a needle. "When I ran into him in the corridor a few days ago, there was something wrong with that guy's eyes, as if there was a fire burning too brightly." He was smiling, but the curve at the corners of his mouth looked like it was carved with a knife. "Thanks, Hagrid." Ron took the tin bucket and patted the back of Hagrid's hand. "We will be careful." The three of them turned and walked towards the Forbidden Forest, with Harry falling behind at the end. He looked back at Hagrid's back. The old gamekeeper was standing there, looking in their direction. His huge figure cast a long shadow in the twilight, like a moving wall. There was a damp mist at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, and the fresh scent of pine needles mixed with the earthy smell of rotten leaves. Hermione raised her wand, and the tip lit up with a faint blue fluorescent light. "Follow me, don't break the dead branches." Her voice was 3 degrees softer than usual, and the Thistrel's hearing. "Smarter than an owl, I know." Ron's voice came from her left, but his footsteps were deliberately heavy. "I just want them to know that we are not sneaking around." "Hush!" Harry suddenly grabbed both of their arms. The crystal fragments were so hot that they almost penetrated the cloth. He could clearly feel the lines on the surface of the fragments getting hot, as if something was crawling up through his blood vessels. In the bushes 5 meters ahead, there was a crisp sound of branches being broken. It was not the heavy hoofbeats of a thestral, but rather like someone was crawling forward. The tip of Hermione's wand trembled slightly, and the blue light drew a trembling arc in the mist. Ron's hand was already on the wand holster at his waist, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. "Is it a thestral?" "No." Harry's voice was a whisper. "The Thistral's hooves would not be so gentle." He slowly untied their arms and fished out the crystal shard from his pocket. The shard was now bright red, like a glowing coal. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted through the mist, like the smell of burning hair. The bushes shook suddenly and violently, and a spotted cat with mottled fur jumped out with its tail blown up into a feather duster. Hermione covered her chest and let out a sigh. "It's Mrs. Norris." "Why is Filch's cat here?" Ron bent down to touch the cat, but Mrs. Norris scratched his wrist with her claws, leaving 3 red marks. He retracted his hand and shook it off. "Why are you so fierce? It wasn't me who locked you up in the library." Harry stared in the direction where Mrs. Norris had disappeared. Behind the bush that was shaking just now, a leaf was curled up strangely, as if it was being grasped by some invisible force. The heat from the crystal fragments was fading, but he still got goosebumps on the back of his neck. His intuition told him that the sound just now was definitely not a cat. Soul-purifying grass is easier to find than you think. Under the rottenwood at the edge of the swamp, Hermione used the tip of her wand to pick up a bunch of plants with silver-edged leaves. "This is it." Her voice was full of joy. The illustrated handbook of magical plants said that the roots of the soul purifier must be covered with swamp mud, otherwise it will wither within half an hour of leaving its native environment. Ron squatted down to help dig, mud splashing on his trouser legs. "So we have to use the preservation charm?" "First, wrap the roots with the silk of a trapdoor spider." Hermione fished out a small glass jar from her bag. "I found it in the kitchen this morning when I asked Dobby for it. The silk of house elf spiders is the best." Hermione. Harry stood up suddenly. The crystal fragments began to heat up again, but this time the heat was different, as if someone had injected some kind of cold energy into the fragments. The thing went down his palm and into his arm. He looked at the woods across the swamp. The treetops there were shaking abnormally. It wasn't the wind, but some kind of force pushing up from below. Over there. "What happened?" Ron stood up as well, pointing his wand at the swaying trees. "It's all right." Harry squeezed the crystal shards, and the battle between heat and coolness made his fingertips turn white. "It might be a thestral. Let's go quickly, it's getting dark." When we returned to the castle, the clock in the hall was striking 8. Hermione ran straight to the kitchen with a bottle of soul-purifying herb wrapped in velvet cloth, saying that she wanted to borrow a magic food storage box from the house elf, while Ron went to the hospital wing to apply a soothing agent on his wrist that was scratched by a cat, muttering that Madame Pomfrey would definitely nag him again. Harry stood at the stairs, looking at Blackwood's portrait. It was a wizard in his 20s, wearing a green robe with silver edges, with a half-smile on the corner of his mouth. The Blackwood in the portrait suddenly blinked his left eye, moved his lips, and said silently, "Be careful of the moon." Harry felt the chill on the back of his neck again. He touched the crystal fragment in his pocket, turned and walked upstairs, but did not return to Gryffindor Tower, but turned into the corridor leading to the north wing. There was a forgotten spiral staircase leading directly to an abandoned classroom on the top floor. Blackwood had appeared there late at night for the past 3 days. His roommate said he was going there to study ancient runes, but Harry saw the tip of his wand glowing black and purple last night. That was no ordinary rune research. The castle in the middle of the night was like a sleeping beast, with only the occasional sound of footsteps coming from a distance. Harry walked close to the wall, avoiding the creaking flagstones with every step. When he walked to the door of the abandoned classroom, he heard a low voice from inside. It was not Blackwood's voice, a hoarse voice, as if there was broken glass stuck in the throat. The ritual must be interrupted on the night of the lunar eclipse. Once the soul fragments are purified, our plan will be ruined. I know. Blackwood's voice was filled with suppressed impatience, but those 3 little troublemakers have been like a ball of chewing gum stuck to the bottom of my shoe lately, and I don't even have time to mix a disruption potion. You shouldn't have warned Potter in the first place. There was a sneer in the hoarse voice. Sympathy is the most useless thing for wizards. That was to let him relax his guard. Blackwood raised his voice, then immediately lowered it. Believe me, before the eclipse night, I will make their ceremony a joke. Harry's wand suddenly felt hot in his palm. This was the warning spell he had set. He stepped back suddenly and heard hurried footsteps around the corner. It was Filch. The old administrator held up a lantern, and the flame from the lantern made his face blue and purple. Who is there? Harry crouched down and went into the storage room next to him. Just as the door closed, he heard Filch's footsteps stop at the door. He held his breath and heard the conversation between Blackwood and the mysterious man disappear, leaving only Filch's muttering, "It must be those brats again." When Filch's footsteps faded away, Harry slid down to sit on the floor, leaning against the wall of the storage room. The crystal fragment was cold as ice in his hand. Blackwood's words echoed in his ears. The ritual must be interrupted on the night of the lunar eclipse. Our plan. It turns out that the mysterious man did not act alone. They had a bigger conspiracy, and the soul fragments were just one part of it. When they returned to Gryffindor Tower, Neville was the only one left in the common room, knitting. Harry went straight to the empty classroom on the 6th floor. Hermione and Ron were squatting on the floor with Purification of the Dark Arts and a pile of parchment spread out in front of them. Ron's wrists were wrapped in bandages that still had Madame Pomfrey's distinctive lavender scent on them. Harry, Hermione looked up, her eyes brightening abnormally. I found the specific steps of the ritual. The astronomical tower is the most suitable place. The starlight there can enhance positive energy, and the moonlight on the night of the lunar eclipse will pass through the magic circle on the spire. Blackwood is up to something. Harry interrupted her and repeated the conversation he had overheard in the abandoned classroom. Ron's hand trembled, and the ball of yarn rolled to the corner of the wall. Hermione's lips were pursed into a line, and her fingertips unconsciously scratched the edge of the parchment. So he warned us before to make us let down our guard. Ron's voice was muffled. That guy didn't intend to help at all. He wanted to control the soul fragment. Harry took out the crystal fragment and placed it on the table. The fragments were now glowing with a faint blue light, like a frozen night sky. The mysterious man said that the ritual had to be interrupted, indicating that they needed the soul fragments to remain in their current state, perhaps to absorb their power, or use them as vessels for more terrible dark magic. Hermione said, her voice as light as a sigh. She suddenly grabbed her wand and drew a star on the table. We have to speed up. The soul purifying grass has been preserved with a preservation spell. I will ask Fox for phoenix tears tomorrow morning. The magic circle of the astronomy tower needs to be carved 3 days in advance, so I will start tonight. Wait. Ron suddenly raised his hand. The astronomy tower is locked at night, right? That Filch guy. I have a way. Hermione took out a small potion bottle from her skull bag, which contained a light golden liquid. This is what I learned from the Magic Lock Breaking Guide, a lock dissolving agent that can make the door lock ineffective between midnight and 2 am. She glanced at Harry and Ron, but we have to take turns to guard to prevent Blackwood from sabotaging. Harry looked at the crystal shards on the table. The moon outside the window is peeking out from behind the clouds, and the half-circle moon is like a silver knife, cutting through the night sky. He remembered the words, "Be careful with the moon," in Blackwood's portrait, the hoarse voice of the mysterious man, and the mysterious black shadow in the forbidden forest. All the clues were like a tangled mess, but they were twisted into a rope at the note of the lunar eclipse night. I'll be on duty for the first half of the night. Harry said. Ron will be on duty for the second half, and Hermione will be on duty for the third half. Responsible for sleeping. You have only slept 4 hours a day recently. If you continue like this, you will faint. Just as Hermione was about to retort, Ron patted her shoulder heavily. Listen to Harry. If you faint, who will recite those tongue-twisting spells? He bent down to pick up the ball of yarn, winked at Harry, and said, I'll get some Fizzy candy to chew while I keep watch. After Ron left, Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist. Do you really think we can succeed? Her fingers were cold. Blackwood and the others had been preparing for so long, and we have each other, said Harry, and Professor Dumbledore, and Fawkes, and he pointed to the shard of crystal on the table, which served as a constant reminder of danger, that it was on our side. The moonlight cascaded down the carved railings of the astronomical tower's spiral staircase like a silver waterfall. Harry's boot heels knocked on the bluestone slabs, making a hollow echo. This was the third time he checked the canvas bag. A small ball of soul-purifying grass wrapped in a preserving charm was at the bottom. A crystal bottle of phoenix tears was pressing down on Hermione's handwritten ancient magic circle diagram, and on the top was Ron's soul fragment crystal tied tightly with magic rope. Here we are. Hermione's voice trembled in the wind at the top of the tower. Her fingertips brushed over a newly carved star-shaped symbol on the stone wall. It had been drawn 3 days ago using basilisk venom and was now glowing with a faint blue fluorescence. Ron bit his wand in his mouth, held the kerosene lamp in one hand, and with the other hand he laboriously moved the half-man-high altar. He had secretly brought it from the greenhouse of the herbology class, saying that the ancient ritual required would to conduct magic. As Harry placed the canvas bag on the altar, the crystal shards suddenly began to buzz. His palm was against the canvas and he could feel the vibrations through the fabric, like some living thing knocking urgently at the door. Hermione was already squatting on the ground, with the tip of her wand touching the ground, and she began to chant along the pre-drawn chalk line, guided by the stars, with the moon as the medium. Broken souls, wait a minute. Ron suddenly raised the kerosene lamp. The light swept across the edge of the magic circle, illuminating a few chalk marks blurred by the night dew. Here, the third circle of the reversed moon pattern has not closed. He squatted down, and a tiny flame emerged from the tip of his wand, drying the damp chalk dust. Hermione, did you come into contact with dew when you were drawing yesterday? It's my fault. Hermione's ears turned red, and her fingers quickly brushed over the repaired lines. The mithril book said that the magic circle must be completely dry before the moon rises, otherwise the moonlight will leak through the cracks. Her voice faded away, and when she looked up, she met Harry's worried eyes, and suddenly smiled, but now it's fixed. Ron, go and place the moonlight prism in the southeast corner of the altar. Ron responded and took out a diamond-shaped crystal from his canvas bag. When he pointed the prism at the moon, the silvery moonlight was refracted into 7 thin streams, which happened to fall on the 7 star tips of the magic circle. Harry looked at the flowing lights and suddenly remembered the dark shadow in the Forbidden Forest. When they were tracking Blackwood in the Forbidden Forest 3 days ago, the black fog dissipated along a similar star-shaped trajectory. Let's begin. Hermione took a deep breath and crossed her wand in an arc across her chest. The soul-purifying grass on the altar suddenly burst into green flames. The crystal bottle of phoenix tears cracked with a click, and golden-red liquid dripped into the fire. The rising smoke condensed into a snake shape in the air that was the emblem of the Blackwood family. Harry felt a chill on the back of his neck. He could feel the soul fragments heating up in the canvas bag, as if trying to break free. When Hermione chanted the last spell, Animapurger, purify the soul, the crystal fragments suddenly flew up with a buzzing sound and hung above the altar. Black mist oozed from the cracks on the surface and dripped into the magic circle like corrupted blood. Success! Ron jumped up with joy, but froze the moment he touched the mist. Where the black mist touched the back of his hand, the skin was wrinkling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Merlin, he staggered back and almost dropped his wand. Don't touch the fog. Hermione's wand tip burst into blue light, creating a protective shield around the 3 of them. The black mist hit the shield, making a teeth-grinding hissing sound. Harry stared at the suspended crystal and spotted a vague shadow deep within the cracks. It was Blackwood. His face was pressed against the inner wall of the crystal, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Foolish little wizard, do you think you can take away what belongs to me by purification? The sound of the wind suddenly became sharp. The wooden door of the astronomical tower burst open, blocking out most of the moonlight. Blackwood stood at the door, his black robe stained with the mud of the Forbidden Forest, his left eye covered with a bloody bandage. Harry's sharpshooter curse 3 days ago did scratch him, but it was obviously not fatal. He pointed his wand at Harry and his voice was like rusty gears. Hand over the soul fragments and I can let you die more quickly. Dream on. Ron raised his wand first, Expelliarmus. Before he finished the spell, purple sparks burst out from the tip of Blackwood's wand. Sparks hit the shield, and spider web cracks instantly appeared on Hermione's blue shield. Quick! Continue the ritual, she shouted, quickly forming a seal with her other hand, adding another stone wall outside the shield. Sweat broke out on Harry's forehead. He could feel the vibrations of the crystal shards growing more and more violent, threatening to break free from his control. Blackwood's spells came one after another, and when a gap appeared in the stone wall, he caught a glimpse of blood oozing out from under the other party's bandages, not red, but black blood with purple spots. He is using dark magic to maintain the injury, Harry shouted. Ron, use distilled essence. Ron fumbled for the small medicine bottle and sprinkled powder into the gap. The fresh scent of white mulberry mixed with the stench of black blood. Blackwood suddenly screamed and staggered back 2 steps. Hermione took the opportunity to wink at Harry. Now, press the crystal into the flame of the soul-purifying grass. Harry clutched the crystal tightly, burning his fingertips painfully. The moment he pressed the crystal into the green flame, the entire astronomy tower shook violently. The moonlight prism shattered with a snap, and the refracted light suddenly gathered into a beam of light, rushing straight to the zenith. Blackwood's eyes flashed madly in the beam of light. He roared and pounced over. The black mist coming out of the tip of his wand actually penetrated Hermione's protective shield. Hermione, Harry was knocked back and the crystal flew out of his hand. Blackwood's fingers almost touched the crystal, but were caught by Ron's spell at the last moment, a trapdoor spell. The ground suddenly cracked and Blackwood's lower body sank into the crevice. He waved his wand around and a piece of gravel flew past Harry's ear. Grab the crystal. Hermione's voice was filled with tears. She knelt on the ground, the tip of her wand against the ground, blood oozing from her forehead, using all of his magical power to maintain the trapdoor spell. Harry rushed over, and the moment his fingertips touched the crystal, green flames suddenly surged, burning Blackwood's black mist with a sizzling sound. The dark shadow in the crystal let out a final scream, then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the moonlight. The silence came suddenly. Ron slumped to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Hermione's protective shield dissipated with a clang, and she held onto the altar to avoid falling down. Harry held the cooled crystal, watching the cracks completely healed, and a soft silver light flowed on the surface. The soul fragments were purified successfully. "Well done." An old voice came from the stairs. Dumbledore stood there, his purple robes fluttering in the night wind, and Fawkes perched on his shoulders, his golden-red feathers shining in the moonlight. His gaze swept across the messy magic circle and the shattered prism, and finally fell on the crystal in Harry's hand. "Blackwood's remaining soul has been completely purified, but you must remember." His blue eyes suddenly became like the deepest black sea, and the person behind him was 100 times more dangerous than him. Harry felt his throat tighten. He thought of the dark shadow in the Forbidden Forest, of Blackwood's last words before his death, "The Master will crush you all," and of the crossed-out name riddle that he had seen in the Ministry of Magic archives 3 days ago. The tip of Dumbledore's wand lit up with a warm light, repairing the mess on the astronomy tower one by one, and finally stopped at the scar on Harry's forehead. Tonight's victory is important, but more difficult challenges are yet to come. As the moonlight climbed up Dumbledore's silver beard, Fawkes suddenly let out a clear cry. It flapped its wings and flew into the night sky. Its golden-red tail feathers drew a streak of light on the sky, like a signal or a warning. Harry watched the streak of light disappear behind the clouds, Dumbledore's words echoing in his ears. He held the purified crystal tightly and felt a familiar warmth pulsating in his palm. It was what Voldemort left behind, and it was also his power to fight against darkness. The wind suddenly changed direction, bringing with it the noise of Knockturn Alley in the distance. The hair on the back of Harry's neck was still standing when the night breeze from the astronomy tower blew the corners of Dumbledore's robes and disappeared at the top of the stairs. He looked down at the crystal in his palm. Silver light leaked through his fingers and onto the stone bricks, just like the tail flame trailed by Fawkes as he flew away, but that golden red was hope, while at this moment the silver light contained ice chips, which penetrated into his bones along his veins. "Did you hear that?" Ron suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. His wand was still loosely clenched in his hand, his knuckles white, and the Olby said that the people behind Blackwood were more dangerous. He glanced at Hermione, who was wiping the blood from her forehead with her sleeve, and paused, her eyelashes casting a trembling shadow under her eyes. "I've checked the Ministry of Magic files." When Harry spoke, his throat felt like it had been rubbed by rough cloth. 3 days ago, he sneaked into the archives of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, covered by Hermione's confusion charm, while Ron kept watch in the documents with the surnames crossed out. The ink of the 3 words riddle was not yet dry. 7 years ago, Blackwood dealt with illegal cursed items for the Malfoy family, and even earlier he was a caretaker for the old Gaunt house. Hermione's hand stopped in mid-air. When she looked up, the moonlight was falling on the corners of her red eyes. "The last male heir of the Gaunt family was Morphin Gaunt. Before he was imprisoned in Azkaban, he said that my cousin would come to save me, and his cousin was Tom Riddle." Ron's Adam's apple moved. He suddenly bent down and picked up a piece of gravel at his feet, and squeezed it into his palm. "So the owner that the old pervert said is still uncertain." Harry interrupted him, and the crystal in his palm became hot. He thought of the shadow in the Forbidden Forest that was colder than the Dementors, and the twisted face of Blackwood before he died, but Dumbledore would not say such things for nothing. He turned to Hermione. "We need to check Blackwood's network of contacts, especially those he had contact with recently." "Knockturn Alley," Hermione said suddenly. She took out a crumpled paper from her robe pocket and unfolded it to reveal a few lines of crooked handwriting. "An owl letter received this afternoon, unsigned." She pushed her round-framed glasses that had slipped down. It said that at midnight next Wednesday, there would be something good in the deepest part of Knockturn Alley, a toy of a dark wizard, enough for you to check out. Ron leaned over, his nose almost touching the letter. "Who will tip us off?" "Maybe it's someone who knows we're investigating Blackwood." Harry stared at the ink on the letter. There were some burn marks on the edges, like it had been burned by fire. Or maybe it was a trap. Hermione folded the letter and put it back in her pocket, her movements as neat as if she were organizing a textbook. "But if it's true, there might be clues in those toys of dark wizards that can help us find the real reason." Her fingers tapped the edge of the altar unconsciously. "I've looked up the history of Knockturn Alley. It was a gathering place for exiled dark wizards in the 17th century. There were 72 secret auction houses underground, and each entrance corresponded to a different code." Ron suddenly snapped his fingers. "Last time Fred said he was buying fireworks in Knockturn Alley and saw an antique shop called the Rusty Copper Compass. There was a cellar door at the back that was opened with Parseltongue." He shrank his neck before he finished speaking. "But I don't speak Parseltongue." "I will," Harry whispered. The 3 of them paused at the same time, the moonlight cutting out tiny fragments of light in their overlapping shadows. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, which was getting slightly hot with his heartbeat. This ability always reminded him of the man who must not be named, but at this moment, it might become a sharp blade. If the entrance to the auction is behind that store, I can try it. 3 days later at dusk, the fog in Nocturne Alley was heavier than ever. Harry turned up the collar of his robes, and a damp, musty smell entered his nostrils, mixed with the fishy smell of some kind of rotting meat. In the broken wooden barrel on the corner of the street, there was a goblin corpse with white eyes soaking, and maggots were crawling out of its cracked ear holes. Hermione walked in the middle and used the disillusionment charm to transform the three into three adult hooded wizards. She grew 5 inches taller, Ron's nose swelled into a bulb, and Harry's chin grew a messy red beard. This was something she learned from advanced disguise, and her fingertips were shaking when she cast the spell. The third window on the left. Hermione's voice came from under the hood, a rusty copper compass, and a compass symbol with green rust on the door lintel. Harry followed her gaze. It was a shop that was even more shabby than the surrounding shops. There was a faded wooden sign nailed to the wooden door, and a needle was missing in the center of the compass pattern. His scar began to feel hot again, as if a tiny needle was stirring inside it. Was this a signal of approaching danger, or some kind of call? Follow closely. He lowered his voice and took the lead in entering the store. The door hinges creaked harshly, startling the copper bells on the shelves into jingling. An old witch wearing monocular glasses was sitting behind the counter, using tweezers to pick up a blackened pocket watch with snake-like patterns all over the dial. When she looked up, Harry saw that her left eye was a cloudy grayish-white color, the mark of a burn from a curse. What to buy? An old witch with a voice like sandpaper on slate, cursing props. A book of dark magic? Or did she glance over the hoods of the three men, trying to find tickets to the underground auction? Hermione's fingers touched Harry lightly inside her robe sleeves. This was the trigger signal they agreed on. Harry stepped forward and said in Parseltongue, "We heard there was something good going on tonight." The old witch's one eye suddenly opened wide. She stood up suddenly, and the curtain behind the counter was quickly pulled open, revealing a bronze door on the stone wall behind. In the center of the door was carved a coiled snake with its mouth wide open, revealing its sharp fangs. "Come with me." She came around the counter, tapping her cane on the floor. The command was death end, but you must prove you are not ministry spies first. She stopped in front of the bronze door, half her face in shadow as she turned her head, and gave me the wand. Ron's body stiffened. Harry kicked the tips of his shoes under the table and took the lead, pulling out his wand and handing it over. The old witch scraped her nails across the shaft of her staff and suddenly revealed a toothless smile. "Holly, with a phoenix feather core, yes, that qualifies." She tossed the wand back, turned toward the bronze door, and said something in Parseltongue. The snake-like carving suddenly came alive, and the scales trembled and parted, revealing the stone steps behind the door. The old witch sat back down behind the counter and said that if she didn't come out before midnight, she would never come out again. The stone steps extended downwards, and damp cold air surged up with faint chanting sounds. The tip of Hermione's wand glowed with fluorescent light, and tiny dust particles floated in the halo, like ashes blown away by the wind. When he reached the 13th step, Ron suddenly stumbled and hit his knee against the wall. Half of a blackened fingernail was embedded in the crack of the stone brick, and there was a dark brown bloodstain on the nail. "Be careful," Hermione whispered, her voice bouncing off the stone walls, which had absorbed too much dark magic to interfere with memory charms. At the end of the stairs was an oak door. Dim light leaked through the crack of the door, mixed with low voices of conversation. Harry reached out and pushed at the door, but the wood didn't budge. He was about to speak when a hoarse male voice came from the door. "Tell me your name." "Raven." Hermione answered quickly. This was the general code name for the underground auction in Nocturne Alley that they had found in the library. They heard that there were new cursed items. The door creaked open a crack. Harry squeezed in sideways and his view suddenly opened up. This is a circular underground hall with hundreds of kerosene lamps embedded in the walls. The flames make people's shadows look thin and long. About 20 hooded buyers were sitting on wooden chairs. The auction table in the center was covered with black velvet, and on it was a wooden box covered with cloth. A strange green mist seeped out from the edge of the lid. "Harry." Ron's voice trembled. His eyes were fixed on the third row of chairs in front of him. On the left, there were two women sitting there, the one on the left wearing a black dress covered with skulls and twirling a snake-shaped wand in her right hand. The man on the right was wrapped in a hooded cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, but on the back of his left hand there was a dark red scar shaped like a coiled snake. "Bellatrix Lestrange." Hermione's voice was so soft it was a sigh. Her fingers were digging into Harry's wrist tightly, her nails almost digging into the flesh. She escaped from Azkaban 5 years ago, and the Ministry of Magic issued an A-level wanted warrant. Why was she here? Bellatrix suddenly smiled. The laughter was like broken glass scratching the eardrum, with a crazy sharpness. "Dear, are you sure this thing can trap that little bastard?" Her snake-shaped wand pointed at the wooden box on the auction table. "I personally used Cruciatus on Potter, and that kid's scream was more beautiful than the Bloody Baron." "That's enough, Bella," the cloaked man spoke. His voice was like metal dipped in ice water. "We are here to discuss business, not to listen to your reminiscing about fun." Harry's scar burned violently. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, 1, 2, so loud that it hurt his eardrums. A faint green light flashed at the tip of Bellatrix's wand, a precursor to the Avada Kedavra curse, but she simply used her wand to lift the cloth on the wooden box, revealing what was inside, a piece of charred bone, the surface of which was engraved with snake-shaped spells, and drops of black blood were oozing out, forming strange patterns on the velvet cloth. This was dug out from the cellar of the old gaunt house. The cloaked man said it belonged to an ancient bloodline. Hermione suddenly tugged at Harry's sleeve. Her lips turned pale and she leaned close to his ear. That bone is a human ulna, and the spell on it is a blood covenant spell used to bind master and servant. The lights in the auction room suddenly dimmed. From the stairs came the sound of leather boots stepping on the stone steps, once, twice, like knocking on a person's heart. All eyes turned to the entrance, even Bellatrix dropped her smile. A man in a dark green robe walked up to the auction stage. His face was hidden behind a silver mask, revealing only his hard jaw. When he raised his wand, the kerosene lamps in the entire basement hall burst into blue flames at the same time, illuminating everyone's face with a bluish-gray glow. The air in the auction hall was filled with a damp, musty smell mixed with the odor of burning metal. When the silver-masked man finished speaking, the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood up. He recognized the word, Horcrux, this taboo word repeatedly mentioned by Dumbledore, was now being uttered from the masked man's mouth, like a red-hot needle piercing his eardrum. The first lot had a starting price of 100,000 galleons. The auctioneer in black robes had stood beside the silver-faced man without him noticing that his voice was amplified by a sound amplification spell, and it echoed under the stone arch. Harry's eyes swept across the stage. Bellatrix's snake-shaped wand was tapping her thigh, and every hit seemed to hit his nerves. The hood of the cloaked man slipped down a little, revealing half of his bluish face. The curve at the corner of his mouth reminded Harry of the old witch who sold dark magic potions in Nocturne Alley. Hermione's nails almost dug into Harry's palm. That's not an ordinary Horcrux fragment. Her voice was like grinding teeth. I've seen similar descriptions in Advanced Potion Making. The cellar of the Slytherin ancestral home was reinforced with the bones and blood of living people. Next item. The auctioneer's gavel slammed down, interrupting Hermione's words. The second item was a carved silver box. When it was opened, the sound of a baby crying could be heard from the black mist that overflowed. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and he quietly put his wand into his sleeve. The smell. Like Filch's office, but worse. The third item. When the black cloth covering the items was lifted, Harry's breathing suddenly hitched. It was a bronze statue half a person's height. A wizard with a blurred face was kneeling on one knee, holding a crystal ball with purple light in both hands. Hermione suddenly gripped his wrist so hard that it almost dislocated it. Mr. Ollivander talked to me for half an hour in Diagon Alley last week. He said that an old customer bought a similar statue 20 years ago, and the next day all the wands in the family cut their owners' throats by themselves. Harry's scar began to throb regularly, as if someone was prickling the nerves with a fine needle. He looked at the faintly visible snake-shaped carvings on the base of the statue and recalled the illustrated handbook of dark magic that Dumbledore had shown in his class. It was an extension of the Blood Pact curse, used to seal a living curse. The starting price was 50,000 galleons. The auctioneer's voice was like a rope, strangling Harry's temples. He could hear his own heartbeat, which was getting faster and faster, hurting his ribs. If this thing was bought, he didn't know how many people would suffer. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the invisibility cloak in his pocket. It was a gift from Ron last Christmas. There were still small holes in the corners where Fred had burned them as a prank. Harry, Hermione's voice suddenly softened, with a familiar calmness before an adventure. What are you thinking about? Destroy it, Harry blurted out, shocking himself at the very thought. But this thought was like a fire, burning more and more in his chest. He remembered the fear of being chased by the basilisk in the second grade, the night when Cedric died in the cemetery, and Dobby's cold body. We can't let black magic hurt any more people. Ron's wand clattered to the floor. He hurriedly tried to pick it up, and when he looked up his ears were red as blood. Are you crazy? There are at least 20 dark wizards here. I don't want to try Bellatrix's Cruciatus curse a second time, but we have the invisibility cloak. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she quickly flipped through the magical item safety guidelines she brought with her. The core of the statue's curse was in the crystal ball, so she just needed to aim the shattered bones at that place. The auctioneer's gavel sounded again. Bidding now begins. Harry's fingers curled around the edge of the invisibility cloak. He could feel Hermione slipping a note into his hand, which she had just written using a shorthand spell. There is a ventilation duct at 3 o'clock, Ron will create confusion, and I will use a confusion charm to delay time. 55,000, Bellatrix raised the tip of her snake-shaped wand, and her laughter was like broken glass. I will give this to my dear little Tom, he will definitely like it. 60,000, Harry raised his hand. His voice was trembling, but it didn't matter. The noise in the auction hall was enough to cover it up. Everyone's eyes swept over. Bellatrix's pupils suddenly contracted into snake-like vertical lines, and the cloaked man's fingers beat a rapid drumbeat on the chair handle. Harry could hear the sound of his blood rushing, like a train running over tracks. He touched the invisibility cloak in his pocket to make sure it was still there. Professor Flitwick had taught him last year how to move without making any noise, and now was the time to put it into practice. 65,000. 70,000. The auctioneer's voice rose higher and higher, like a taut string. Harry slid down from his seat in the chaos, and just as the shadow of the invisibility cloak covered his head, he heard Hermione scream, "My wallet! Someone stole my wallet!" Ron cooperated and knocked over the coffee table next to him, and the silver tea set fell to the ground with a clanking sound. The statue was in a glass case to the right of the auction table. As Harry ran over, crouching, he could smell a faint musty smell on the glass, mixed with the fishy smell of some rotting plant on the surface of the statue. He raised his wand, but his palms were so sweaty that the wand almost slipped and shattered into pieces. The green spell struck the crystal ball like a bolt of lightning. The glass cabinet exploded with a bang, and fragments flew like a rainstorm. Harry was thrown against the wall by the gust of air, and his ears were buzzing. He saw the bronze body of the statue cracking in spider web-like patterns and the crystal ball shattering into millions of pieces, each of which was crying like a baby. Dark red liquid gushed out from the cracks, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound, and burning out charred holes. Porter! Bellatrix's scream cut through all the noise. Her snake-shaped wand emitted a faint green light. It was the Cruciatus curse. Harry rolled over on the ground, the spell brushing past his shoulder and hitting the wall, causing stones to fall. As he got up, Hermione's voice came from behind him. Expelliarmus, Ron's spell followed closely. Disarming spell. Bellatrix's wand was knocked away for a moment, but she quickly drew another, and Harry then realized that she had 3 wands hidden under her sleeves. Her face was distorted with anger, and her originally delicate features were squeezed together like a crushed pumpkin. I will tear you into pieces. Like tearing your mother apart. Expelliarmus, Harry's spell hit her wrist. The snake-shaped wand flew out and hit the auctioneer's gavel, emitting a string of sparks. Bellatrix roared and pounced on him. Her nails turned into sharp black claws, leaving 3 bloody marks on Harry's arm. Petrify, Hermione's spell hit her knee accurately. Bellatrix stumbled and fell, and Ron immediately rushed over and tied her up like a dumpling with a rope. It was the rope he took from the kitchen, and Fred said it could tie up trolls. Catch the organizer. Harry suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the auction table. But the silver-faced man had disappeared, and the kerosene lamps that had been lighting up with a faint blue flame just now were now completely extinguished. Only a few wisps of black smoke floated out from the wooden door in the backstage, carrying the smell of burnt paper. He ran off. Hermione crouched down to examine Bellatrix's wand, her fingertips stained with dark blood. She had apparat, probably preset the porte-clés. Ron pressed Bellatrix's head into the floor. At least we caught this crazy woman. The Aurors from the Ministry of Magic should be here soon. I just contacted Tonks using the two-way mirror. Harry wiped the blood from his arm and looked up at the vents in the auction room. The moonlight leaked in through the iron fence, casting a silvery grid on the ground. He touched the still-hot scar and suddenly remembered the snake-shaped mark on the back of the silver-masked man's hand. It was very similar to Voldemort's dark mark, but the color was redder, like a drop of solidified blood. We have to go back to school, Hermione said suddenly. She picked up half of the auction list from the ruins. The words on it had not yet been completely soaked by the black blood. There were more whereabouts of dark magic items here, and Professor Dumbledore needed to know. Especially the Horcrux fragment. Ron kicked the remains of the statue on the ground, and suddenly a black beetle crawled out of the fragments. He jumped up in fright. Merlin's big pants. That thing can't still be alive? Harry bent down and picked up a shard of crystal. In the moonlight, there seemed to be a shadow wriggling in the fragments, like a trapped snake. The night wind made the spires of Hogwarts whimper, and Harry's hands, which were gripping the straps of his school bag, became slippery with cold sweat. The wound on his arm was still bleeding, and mixed with his body temperature, it left a dark red mark on his sweater. But what made his heart beat faster than the pain was the crystal fragment in his school bag. Just now in the moonlight in the auction hall, he clearly saw the black shadow in the fragment spitting out a snake's tongue. Wait, Harry, Hermione's voice came from behind. She trotted to catch up, holding half of the auction list tightly in her arms, and the ends of her hair were stained with black dust from somewhere. You walked too fast. I just looked at the back of the list again. There was a line of very small blood words, which might be written in Parseltongue. I saw it, too. Harry paused, and when he turned around, the moonlight fell on his forehead, and his scar throbbed as if it had been burned by a pair of tongs. The next stop was 13 Nocturne Alley. He touched the painful spot and lowered his voice. Hermione, you said that mark is like the dark mark, but redder. Hermione's fingertips trembled slightly on the edge of the list, and her eyes behind the lenses suddenly narrowed. Red snake mark. I've seen a similar description in Unsolved Mysteries in a History of Magic. In the 17th century, there was a black wizard organization called the Blood Circle. They used the blood of living snakes to mark the backs of members' hands, and specialized in reselling cursed items to revive ancient gods. Ancient god, Ron's voice came from between the two of them. He was still holding the rope that had been used to tie up Bellatrix. He had cut several holes in it. Merlin, are we going to deal with Thulhu again? Last time I beat the snake monster, my legs became weak. Hush. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve and the three of them stopped at the same time. The armor at the end of the corridor ahead suddenly creaked, and the candlelight cast a slender shadow in the draught, falling on the bronze door knocker of Dumbledore's office. The griffin on the door knocker suddenly opened its eyes and said in a hoarse voice like sandpaper, "Password?" Pickles, Harry blurted out, remembering that this was what he had used when he discussed the Mirror of Erised with Dumbledore last time. The door opened, and warm golden light with the sweet aroma of mead poured out. Dumbledore was sitting in a high-backed chair in front of the fireplace, with advanced potion-making on his knees, his silver beard shining in the firelight. Good evening, children. His voice was like warm butter, but when his eyes swept over Harry's wound, the list in Hermione's arms, and the binding rope in Ron's hand, The smile in his blue eyes slowly froze. It seemed that tonight's adventure was more exciting than Filch's trap. The three of them sat down one by one. Harry's trouser legs were still stained with dust from the auction room. He placed the crystal fragments on Dumbledore's oak desk. The fragments glowed coldly in the candlelight. We caught Bellatrix at the underground auction, but the organizer, the silver-faced man, ran away. He left his address on the list in Parseltongue, 13, Nocturne Alley. Hermione flattened the list and pointed her finger at the line of blood words. Professor, this mark is similar in structure to the dark mark, but it's written in Parseltongue blood. I suspect it might be related to the Blackwood family? Blackwood. Dumbledore tapped his fingers twice on the armrest of his chair as he repeated the name. Harry noticed that the headmaster's knuckles were unnaturally pale, like a frozen candle. In the 18th century, they were expelled from the Ministry of Magic for summoning shadow creatures. Before the last head of the family committed suicide in Azkaban, he carved the words, "The source of shadows will eventually revive," on the wall of the cell. He pushed his half-moon glasses and glanced at the crystal fragments. "And this one you brought?" He tapped the fragment with the tip of his wand, and a silver spell spread like ripples. The black shadow in the fragment suddenly rose up and shattered in the invisible barrier. It was the cursed basilisk lens, used to seal the resentment of living things. Ron sat up straight. So the items sold at the auction are not ordinary dark magic items, but containers? Exactly. Dumbledore's voice sank. Someone was collecting carriers that could hold powerful grudges, and Death Eaters like Bellatrix were just pawns they used to divert attention. He took out a copper box engraved with a star map from the drawer. When he opened it, there were 3 diamond-shaped crystals. It was this kind of shadow container that was stolen from Gringotts last Friday. Combined with your intelligence, I have reason to believe. He looked up at the 3 students. Their goal is to awaken a sealed existence. The fire in the fireplace suddenly crackled and exploded. Sparks splashed on the back of Harry's hand, and he felt a chill down his spine. Hermione twisted her fingers around her cuffs, her voice trembling. Then, what can we do? Go to 13 Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore took out a bronze key from his robes, with a faded red rope wrapped around the key teeth. The Night Owl bookstore sold old books on the history of magic, but it was actually a transfer station for information about dark wizards. They will transfer a new batch of goods at midnight tonight, and you need to find the record of the source of shadow before then. He pushed the key in front of Harry, and the invisibility cloak was in the box. Remember, evacuate immediately if you find anything unusual. Professor, it's too dangerous. Ron's ears turned red. Last time I met Sir Cadogan's ghost in the Forbidden Forest, I still don't dare to walk at night. But it's our responsibility, Harry interrupted, his finger on the key. He could feel the residual body temperature on the key, as warm as Dumbledore's palm. If we don't investigate, there will be more auctions and more people will be harmed. He turned to look at Hermione, who was biting her lip and nodding. Her eyes behind the glasses were surprisingly bright. Then he looked at Ron. The red-haired boy scratched the back of his head, muttering that it was better than being pooped by Fred, but his fingers had already quietly touched the wand at his waist. Nocturne Alley at midnight is like a dormant beast. Under Harry's invisibility cloak, his skin could clearly feel the smell of rotting fish gills and black gunpowder in the damp wind. Hermione poked his back lightly with her fingertips. Turn left and go to the 3rd door. On the faded wooden sign, in cursive letters, it read Night Owl Bookstore. The door knocker. It was an owl with its eyes closed and dark brown stains on its feathers. Ron's breath was on the back of Harry's neck. This smells like blood? Hermione's voice came from the right, with suppressed excitement. There's no padlock on the door, and the bolt is an ordinary muggle spring lock. Harry, the key. The moment the bronze key was inserted into the keyhole, the sound of glass shattering was heard from inside the door. The 3 of them crouched and slid in. The musty smell mixed with the scent of old parchment hit them in the face. The tip of Harry's wand lit up with fluorescent light. In the dim light, the stacked bookshelves were like giant black hands, hanging from the ceiling to the ground. Each layer was piled with tattered books. The cover of My Opinion on Defense Against the Dark Arts was torn off half a corner, and there were dried bat wings sandwiched between the pages of the Death Eater's cookbook. On the innermost shelf, a gold-stamped compendium of curses was turning pages automatically, and the friction between the pages sounded like someone laughing. Look here, Hermione's whisper trembled. She squatted in front of the bookshelf in the corner and pulled out a hardcover notebook. The gold-stamped letters on the cover had peeled off, but the handwriting on the inside pages was as fresh as if it had just been written. The source of shadows requires 7 seals, blood vessels as guides, and living sacrifices as mediums. Harry leaned over and saw a yellowed newspaper clipping on the last page. In 1927, a fire broke out at Blackwood Manor, killing 13 members of the family. Snake-shaped scorch marks were found at the scene. Wait, this is it. Ron suddenly tugged at his sleeve, and the light of his wand swept across the bookshelf opposite. There was a glass display case, and inside it lay a snake-shaped wand. It was almost exactly the same as the one that flew out at the auction, except that the wand was wrapped in dark red silk thread, just like the wand used by the silver-faced man before. Hermione's fingers quickly flipped through the notebook. It is recorded here that the revival of the shadow source requires a guide, and the guide's wand must be made of the vertebra of a basilisk. She looked up suddenly. Harry, your scar hurts again? Harry subconsciously touched his forehead, and this time the pain was like a hot iron running under his skin, clearer than any other time Voldemort had felt it. He turned and looked at the shop door. The door, which had been closed just now, had opened a crack at some point, and wind rushed in, causing the cursed collection to snap shut and making the glass of the display case buzz. "We should go." He lowered his voice and reached for Hermione's arm. Dumbledore had said, "What's the hurry, little guest?" A hoarse male voice came from above my head. The three of them looked up at the same time, and saw a man in a dark green robe standing in the shadow at the corner of the stairs. His face was hidden under the wide-brimmed hat, but when he raised his hand, the moonlight fell on the back of his hand. There was a tattoo of a red snake there, and the snake's eyes were two blood-red rubies. When the faint blue light from the tip of the silver-masked man's wand drew a thin trail in the air, the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood up. He could hear his own pounding heartbeat drowning out Hermione's rapid breathing. Her fingers were tightly grasping the cuff of his school uniform, and Ron's wand was trembling slightly on the other side, but the eyes of the three of them met at the same moment. Invisibility cloak. Hermione's voice was like a compressed buzz, and her fingertips had already reached into the inner layer of her school bag. Harry's scar hurt so much that he could hardly open his eyes, but the subconscious sense of urgency was sharper than the pain. He remembered that Dumbledore once said that some shops in Knockturn Alley would lock their doors and windows when customers triggered taboos, and the silver-faced man was blocking the stairs at this moment, and the shop door had been cast with an anti-apparition charm at some point. Ron, the door. Harry gritted his teeth and cast a levitation spell, and the dark contract on the shelf fell towards the silver-faced man. The opponent easily dodged sideways, but the blue light at the tip of the wand suddenly surged, and a snake-shaped blade of light brushed Hermione's hair and hit the wall, and lime fell on her shoulders. She finally took out the invisibility cloak, and the moment she opened it, Ron rushed over and grabbed her wrist. "I'll cover your back." Obstacles abound. The spell hit the amulet on the silver-faced man's chest, emitting dazzling sparks. His laughter sounded like rusty gears. "Three little wizards want to play cat and mouse." Before he finished speaking, Harry had already pushed Hermione under the cloak and grabbed Ron's arm and let him in. The moment the cloth fell, the light from the silver-masked man's wand swept across the place where they had just stood, leaving charred marks on the ground. "Left," Hermione whispered into Harry's ear, and the three of them hunched over and moved towards the counter. The space beneath the invisibility cloak was hot as a steamer, and Harry could smell the faint smell of gunpowder on Ron that was left when his wand went off accidentally, and the faint scent of lavender in Hermione's hair. The sound of the silver-masked man's leather boots rang overhead, and every step seemed to step on their nerves. "Come out, little mice." The silver-faced man stopped in front of the display case and tapped the glass cover of the snake-shaped wand with his fingertips. "Do you think you can unlock the source of shadows by taking that notebook?" "Ridiculous." He turned suddenly, the tip of his boot almost brushing Harry's knee. "Do you know why you found this place?" "I left the clues here on purpose, waiting for Avada." "No." Harry's heart nearly stopped. But before the spell was completed, a shrill siren suddenly sounded outside the store, the rattlesnake horn of the Ministry of Magic's night patrol. The silver-faced man's face suddenly darkened and he suddenly pulled off the tapestry on the wall, revealing the secret door behind. "You were lucky." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared into the secret passage. "Let's go." Hermione threw back her cloak, and the three of them stumbled toward the door. When Ron's wand flashed across the door lock, the brass lock cracked and a cold wind blew in, blowing away the parchment on the table. Harry looked back one last time. The moonlight was shining through the broken window frame onto the snake-shaped wand. The dark red thread was glowing with an odd light, as if it was bleeding. While the moving staircase at Hogwarts was still creaking, the three of them had already rushed into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore's phoenix fox fluttered out of the fireplace, and its golden red feathers brushed Harry's hot cheeks. The old headmaster was sitting in an armchair with a gold-covered copy of Unsolved Mysteries of a History of Magic on his knees. When he saw them come in, his blue eyes behind his glasses narrowed slightly. "It seems that the snacks at Night Owl Bookstore are not very appetizing." "He's the silver-faced man." Hermione slammed her notebook on the table. The pages were crumpled from running, and the wand, which was made of the same material as the one that attacked us at the auction, a basilisk spine. "There are also clippings from Blackwood Manor." Harry took out a half-page fragment he picked up from the floor of the bookstore. "The source of shadows requires 7 seals, and the blood container." "Headmaster, is the missing magic painting related to this?" Dumbledore's fingers slowly slid across the notebook, and when his eyes stopped at the line of words "living sacrifice as medium," his knuckles tightened slightly. "The source of shadows is the most dangerous black magic aggregation in the 19th century, formed by the fusion of the soul fragments of 7 dark wizards." He took off his glasses and wiped them. The eyes behind the lenses were like a deep pool. "The magic painting you saw at the auction was probably one of the containers that sealed it. So the silver face wants to revive it." Ron's voice was muffled. He was stuffing the lemon snow treasure from the principal's office into his mouth. "Then we have to find the painting." "Exactly." Dumbledore pushed the notebook back to Hermione. Bob Ogden, the owner of Ogden's antique shop in Knockturn Alley, was once an appraiser of ancient magical items. 3 days ago he was seen collecting a 16th century portrait corresponding to the features you describe. The fog in Knockturn Alley was thicker than last night, like a ball of grey cotton wrapped around the ankles of the 3 people. The sign of Ogden's antique shop swayed in the wind, and the 3 copper characters Ogden had been corroded to leave only the word "Dan." Just as Hermione was about to push the door, it creaked open by itself, and the smell of mold mixed with the scent of old parchment hit her in the face. "Welcome." The voice came from behind the counter. Bob Ogden sat among a pile of old pocket watches and broken crystal balls. His hair was as white as cotton, and he wore a black eye patch on his left eye. The iris of his right eye was a rare amber color. Seeing three people coming in, he pushed his round-framed glasses with his hands covered with age spots, looking for magic paintings. Harry's throat tightened. Hermione had already spoken. "We need to know where it is." Bob's fingers tapped a regular rhythm on the counter, his eyes sweeping across the red marks on Harry's forehead. "The painting was bought 3 days ago." He suddenly lowered his voice. The buyer was wearing a black cloak, his face was covered tightly, but when he paid, I saw a red snake tattoo on the inside of his wrist, just like the one you met in the Night Owl bookstore. Ron clenched his wand violently, and Hermione dug her nails into her palm. "What's in the picture?" Ghost. Bob reached under the counter and a tin box opened to reveal a faded fragment of a picture frame with tiny runes engraved on the edges. The 16th century painter Adrian Hawke went mad after painting a portrait of his wife and said that there were voices in the painting. The painting later ended up at Blackwood House. The fire of 1927, remember? Harry's scar began to ache again. He stared at the runes on the fragments of the picture frame, and suddenly remembered the 7 seals in the notebook, Blackwood Manor, the snake-shaped wand, the silver-masked man. These fragments formed a vague pattern in his mind. The ghost knows the location of the treasure. Bob pushes the fragment to Harry, which has been trapped in the painting for 400 years and can only be freed by finding the key to the 7th seal. And that key. His eyes flickered out the window toward the dark clouds of Knockturn Alley, the abandoned cabin on Old Mill Road. The three exchanged glances. Hermione's fingers were already stroking the magic map in her pocket. Ron's Adam's apple moved and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Harry clenched the fragment of the picture frame, and the runes in his palms became hot, as if urging something. "Thank you." He put the fragment in his coat pocket. "We will find it." Bob's one eye suddenly narrowed and looked towards an invisible corner outside the store. "Be careful, little sir. Some ghosts will get hungry if they wait too long." As I left the antique shop, the clock tower in Knockturn Alley struck 7 times. The wind on Old Mill Road was colder than that on Knockturn Alley, and the damp smell of rust seeped into Harry's collar. He walked in front, the solace of his boots crushing a few dry fern leaves, and the crisp sound startled Hermione's shoulders and trembled slightly. Her fingertips had never left the wand tube since leaving Bob's antique shop, and at this moment they were unconsciously stroking the brass edge. "We're here." Ron's voice was trembling with the wind. He raised the fluorescent wand, and the light swept across the crooked wooden door. The wooden sign on the lintel had been gnawed away by wind and rain, leaving only half of it. The 2 faded letters "Mill" could barely be made out. Harry reached out and pushed the door open. The rotten wooden boards groaned in their death groan. The smell of mold and damp sawdust hit him in the face. He squinted his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The first thing that caught his eye was a shallow rectangular scratch on the wall. A piece of the dusty wall was rubbed off, revealing the bluish bricks underneath, like a curtain that someone had deliberately lifted. "Look there." Hermione's voice suddenly rose, and the light from the tip of her wand was accurately cast on the corner of the wall. A painting. It was leaning against the dusty fireplace. The frame was covered in a thick layer of dust, but one could still see that the carvings were exactly the same as the fragment Bob had given him. Tiny runes were hidden among the intertwined vines, one of which glowed a faint blue under Hermione's fluorescent light, like a living creature that had been awakened. Harry's Adam's apple moved. He remembered Bob saying the ghost was trapped in the painting for 400 years, and his heart was beating so fast that it almost broke his ribs. He squatted down, his fingertips hovering 2 inches above the picture frame, and paused again. "Hermione, is there a protective spell?" "Checking it now." Hermione was already squatting on the other side, her wand moving slowly along the frame. "Anti-curse. Anti-tampering. And well, it looks like an ancient binding spell." She looked up, her eyes shining behind the lenses. "It matches the magical style of the 16th century, so it should be the one by Adrian Hawke." Ron suddenly sniffed. "Do you smell it?" He shone his wand towards the painting. In the faded oil paint, there was a faint outline of a woman in a lace dress. "It's a bit like lavender." Harry's fingers finally touched the frame. A chill ran up my arms through my fingertips, colder than the fog in Knockturn Alley. He was about to retract his hand when ripples suddenly appeared in the painting. The oil paint spread out like water after a stone was thrown into it, and the figure of a woman emerged from the painting. She was wearing a moon-white dress with the cuffs and collar embroidered with darkened gold thread. Her long hair was loosely tied up with a few strands hanging in front of her shoulders. The most striking thing is her eyes. It was the same year as the fire at Blackwood Manor that Bob described. Her left eye was covered with a layer of white mist, like burnt glass, but her right eye was clear enough to reflect Harry's reflection. "It's finally here." Her voice was like the wind blowing through the pages of an old book, hoarse with the accumulation of time. "I've been waiting for 400 years. Hermione's wand snapped at the ghost, and tiny sparks began to fly from the tip of Ron's wand. But Harry did not move. He remembered what Bob said: the ghost knows the location of the treasure, remembered the 7 seals in the notebook, and remembered that when he touched the picture frame just now, the fragment in his palm suddenly became hot, as if responding to something. "Are you Allison?" He heard his own voice, calmer than he thought. Adrian Hawke's wife. A hint of surprise flashed across the ghost's right eye. You know my name. Bob Ogden said so. Harry pointed to the inner pocket. He gave us the fragments of the picture frame and said you were trapped here and needed the key. Bob. Allison smiled faintly. The old guy who always polished his pocket watch to a shine. Is he still alive? She glanced at the three people and stopped at Hermione's tightly grasped wand. Don't be afraid, I can't get out of this painting. 400 years ago, Adrian trapped me with 7 seals, saying it was to protect me, but in fact, her finger gently stroked her foggy left eye. It was so that I could look at his masterpiece forever. What masterpiece? Ron's wand tip dropped a little. Treasure. Allison turned her gaze to the painting. Only then did Harry notice that the originally blurry background was becoming clear, a dark green forest with crooked symbols carved on the tree trunks. In the distance there was a pointed tower with window frames shaped like snakes. In the grass at the very bottom, half of a silver badge could be vaguely seen, with intertwined snakes carved on the edge. Adrian is a dark wizard. Her voice suddenly turned cold. On the surface, he paints portraits for nobles, but in private, he uses the souls of living people to refine potions. When I found out he was about to use me as the last ingredient in the medicine, her misty left eye suddenly oozes dark red. The fire was not an accident. I burned his laboratory, but was also trapped in the painting by his curse. Hermione's wand clanked to the floor. She hurried to pick it up, but her fingertips were shaking. The treasure. Is it is stolen property? It's his evidence. Allison placed her right hand on the tower in the painting. He sealed all the potion formulas, the list of victims, and the snake-shaped wand made from 30 wizard ribs in the tower's cellar. The key to the 7 seals is the code to unlock this painting. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The snake-shaped wand, he had seen it in the Night Owl bookstore. The man in the black cloak was using a wand with a snake-shaped head. What's the code? He leaned closer to the painting, staring at the symbols on the tree trunk. These scratches, every element is a symbol. Allison ran her fingers across the forest. The trees are letters of the Ethek language, the windows of the tower are star maps, and the emblem is the crest of the Blackwood family. Their ancestors were Adrian's accomplices. She turned to Harry, her right eye blazing. You need to piece them together, like a bleeding puzzle. Hermione had already taken out parchment and a quill and was writing quickly. Ethek. I remember it was mentioned in ancient magical semiotics that the alphabet shaped like twisted branches. The window frames of the towers. Tonight is a new moon, and the star chart should correspond to the moon phase position. Ron suddenly poked the emblem in the painting with his wand. Is this snake. The same as the red snake tattoo Bob mentioned? Harry's scar jumped. He remembered Bob's suddenly narrowed eye outside the antique shop, the whimper when the clock tower in Nocturne Alley rang, and the gaze that swept across the back of his neck in Night Owl bookstore. The black cloak, the red snake tattoo, the snake-shaped wand, all the clues were circling in his mind as if they were cast under a levitation spell. Decode the code first. He suppressed the stinging pain from his scar. Allison, what do you need us to do? Touch the symbols in the painting. Allison's hand passed through Harry's wrist, and the chill penetrated his bones. Use your magic to activate them. Adrian said a blood contract, and only those with the mark of fire can break it. Fire mark. Hermione's quill stopped in mid-air. Harry touched his forehead subconsciously. The scar began to feel hot again, as if it had been branded by a pair of tongs. Ever since he was attacked by Voldemort at the age of 1, this lightning-shaped scar had always been a warning of danger. At this moment, its heat was different, more like a response. It's you. Allison's right eye reflected his scar. Only you can solve it. Harry took a deep breath. He looked at Hermione, who was nodding vigorously, and at Ron, who was winking at him and twirling his wand in his palm. He reached out his hand and his fingertips touched the notch of the first tree in the painting. The pain exploded from the fingertips, like being pierced by thorns. Harry gasped, only to see the notch glow red and cast a crooked letter on the parchment. R. Go on. Allison's voice was so soft it sounded like a sigh. The second tree. The second letter is A and the third is V. When the fourth letter E appeared, Hermione suddenly froze. Her ears moved and she turned to the cracked window. Harry. There's someone. Ron pointed his wand at the door with a swish. His breathing suddenly became heavy. I heard it too. Footsteps. In the mud. Harry's scar burned so hard it threatened to split. The smell of moldy dust mixed with damp earth rushed into Harry's nostrils. His back was pressed tightly against the cold fireplace tiles, and he could clearly hear his own pounding heartbeat. Hermione's fingers dug into his forearm, and the tip of Ron's wand trembled slightly beside his ear. The shadows of the three of them were stretched out by the moonlight, like 3 snakes curled up in the shadows. Amid the creaking of the door hinges, the sound of leather boots crunching over gravel suddenly stopped. Harry's scar was so burned that it almost bled. He squinted and looked out from the gap in the corner of the blanket. A flesh-pink arm was exposed under the black cloak, the cuffs were embroidered with bows trimmed with gold thread, and above that was a round chin and the iconic pair of small eyes that bulged out like 2 moldy grapes. Dolores Umbridge. Oh, the shrill voice sounded like a rusty bagpipe. The little mice hid quite well. Umbridge's short legs took small steps on the muddy ground, and her black cloak slipped down to her arms, revealing a pink sweater embroidered with cat patterns. But a little wizard who can't even transfiguration thinks he can block my eyes with a tattered blanket? Hermione dug her nails deeper. Harry could feel her shaking not with fear, but with suppressed anger. The memory of being locked up in the room of requirement by Umbridge to write an inspection last semester had not yet faded. The pale pink scar on the back of her hand left by the words "I don't lie" written in blood was now turning slightly white as she clenched her wand. "Come out, Mr. Potter." Umbridge stopped in front of the painting, her ring-covered hand stroking the edge of the parchment. "Do you think you're the only ones looking for this painting? It's Adrian Malfoy's private collection, and even the Ministry of Magic has registered it in the list of prohibited antiquities. I've been chasing it for 10 years. She turned her face away, and the corners of her mouth pulled out a sweet and bitter smile. After all, who doesn't like a magical painting that can tell a story? Harry's throat tightened. He thought of the blood pact that Allison had mentioned, and the 4 letters Rave that appeared in the painting. Was that the abbreviation of Marauders written backwards? Or is it the beginning of some ancient spell? At this moment, all these thoughts were mixed up by Umbridge's words that he could clearly hear the sound of himself swallowing saliva. "How do you know there are paintings here?" "Oh, my dear Potter." Umbridge's finger traced the mark of the 3rd tree in the painting. When the old cripple from the Owl bookstore sold the news of the Mark of Fire to the information dealer in Nocturne Alley, I was sitting at the tea table next to him. She tilted her head, with a cold light in her small eyes. "Who do you think that person who always touches the back of your neck is? I discovered earlier than you that this lightning scar is not just the mark of the Dark Lord, it is clearly the Mark of Fire of Adrian Malfoy's family." "Nonsense!" Ron suddenly shouted, snapping his wand at Umbridge's throat. "What does the Malfoy family have to do with Harry? Mr. Weasley is always so easily irritated." Umbridge didn't even raise her eyelids. "Adrian Malfoy is the cousin of old Barty Crouch, and Mr. Potter's mother. Oh, Lily Evans, she has half a piece of parchment made of the same material as this painting hidden in the basement of her old house in Hogsmeade Village." Her fingertips lightly pressed on the letters Rave, and the red light suddenly surged. "Now, are you still going to pretend you don't know?" Hermione tugged at the corner of Harry's clothes. He could feel her writing something on his palm with her fingernails. "Don't believe her," 3 crooked words. Harry took a deep breath and forced his voice to steady himself. "Since you know so much, why don't you solve it yourself?" "Because of the blood contract." Umbridge's smile froze instantly. "The old man Adrian set up a double insurance. Only those who possess both the Mark of Fire and the Snake Kiss can fully activate this painting." She raised her wrist, and the scales of the snake tattoos suddenly turned blood red. "And I only have the Snake Kiss." Harry's scar suddenly stopped feeling hot and was replaced by a biting chill. He thought of Bob's one eye, the sobbing of the clock tower, and the glance across the back of his neck. It turned out that all the clues pointed here. Umbridge needed his scar just as he needed the secret of the painting. "So you followed us." Harry took a step forward, half of his face emerging from the shadows. "You needed me as a key." "Smart." Umbridge clapped her hands. "Now, let's make a deal. You solve the rest of the code, and I'll tell you what's hidden in this painting." She glanced at Hermione and Ron. "Of course, if you refused, I don't mind letting these 2 little wizards try the Cruciatus Curse." Ron's wand was shaking and Hermione's breathing was suddenly heavy. Harry could see her Adam's apple moving up and down, a sign that she was about to start reciting the anti-threat clause from the Compendium of Magical Law. But he got there first and stepped out from the shadows. "First, tell me what you mean by Snake Kiss." "The blood alliance between the Malfoy family and the descendants of Slytherin." Umbridge's snake-shaped tattoos suddenly bulged, moving under the skin like a living creature. "Each generation of family heads will use basilisk venom to brand their wrists, and the flame mark." Her eyes locked on Harry's scar. "Is the oath between the Malfoy family and a certain ancient bloodline. Only when the 2 meet will the blood alliance be resolved." "So the treasure in the painting." Hermione's voice trembled. "Isn't gold? Treasure?" Umbridge laughed suddenly, the sound like nails scratching across a blackboard. "Mr. Potter, do you think Adrian would hide the gold coins in a talking painting? That's a curse that can drag the entire wizarding world into darkness." Her fingers suddenly poked at the 4th tree in the painting. 400 years, a long time ago, the ancestors of the Malfoy family summoned the goddess of the night with the blood of 100 Muggle children, at the cost of sealing the curse in this painting. Now, her eyes narrowed into a slit. "The seal is about to be broken." The moldy ashes behind the fireplace fell down and hit Ron on the head. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Hermione's face was as white as parchment, and her fingers were twisting unconsciously around her cuffs, where there were still marks of scratches from Umbridge's black quill last term. Harry could feel his heart beating so fast that it was about to burst out of his chest, and his throat felt like it was filled with a burning coal. "So you want to stop it? Me?" Umbridge's fake smile broke into pieces. "I want to release it. The Malfoys ruined my career. The old fogies in the Ministry of Magic always said that I was too extreme, and this curse," her snake tattoo began to ooze light red blood beads, "can make all those who despise me kneel at my feet. But you need me." Harry stared at the blood drop on her wrist. "Without the fire mark, you can't open the final seal. So we work together." Umbridge took out a crystal bottle from her cloak, which contained a fluorescent green liquid. Drink this, and your scar will temporarily suppress the fluctuations of the curse. Together we can unlock the remaining codes. She tossed the bottle over, and when Harry reached out to catch it, he could feel the coolness of the bottle piercing his bone marrow through his palm. Don't worry, I worked in the potions department of the Ministry of Magic for 10 years. This thing is not poisonous. Hermione suddenly rushed over and snatched the bottle. Let me check it. She took out a potion test paper from her school bag. As soon as the light blue test paper touched the liquid, it burned to ashes with a sizzle. Veritaserum, she said, her voice filled with anger. It's 3 times the standard strength. You want Harry to tell you everything he knows. What a pity, Miss Granger is always such a spoilsport. Umbridge's snake tattoos suddenly grew larger, wrapping around her entire arm. Then I can only try another way. Expelliarmus. Ron's wand shot out a red light first, but was deflected by Umbridge with a casual wave of her hand. Hermione's petrify everything came almost at the same time, but the moment it hit her, it was like hitting an invisible wall, bouncing back and smashing the broken pottery jar in the corner. Harry's scar felt hot again, not as a warning this time, but with a burning sting. He remembered what Allison had said about activating the symbols with magic, and the unfinished rave in the painting. The last letter was missing. He turned suddenly and pounced on the painting, pressing his fingertips on the notch of the 5th tree. Severe pain exploded from the fingertips. This time it was not thorns, but boiling lava. Cold sweat broke out on Harry's forehead, but he saw golden light gushing out from the notch, spelling out the last letter in the air, N. Raven, the symbol of Slytherin? No! Umbridge's scream pierced the eardrums, and her snake-like tattoos suddenly twisted into countless small snakes, which emerged from her cuffs and collar, hissing and spitting out their tongues and pounced on Harry. Hermione's armor protection opened in time, and the golden light shield smashed the 3 snakes, but Ron's flame ignited the torn blanket in the corner. In the firelight, the painting suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Stop! Allison's voice came from the painting. You have activated all the symbols, the cursed seal. Bang! The window was suddenly shattered, and cold wind blew in with broken glass. Harry saw Umbridge's face in the white light. Her little eyes were full of fear, and the snake tattoo was melting, flowing down her arm like a ball of dark red paste. The tree in the painting began to twist, and the originally emerald green leaves turned into black thorns, with blood beads on each thorn. The curse is about to start. Hermione's voice was filled with tears. She grabbed Harry's arm tightly. We have to get out of here. Ron's wand was still spitting fire, but it was becoming weaker and weaker under the pressure of the white light. Harry could feel the ground shaking beneath his feet, and a baby crying could be heard in the painting. Was it the wrong ghosts of those Muggle children from 400 years ago? His scar was so burned that it was about to split, but at this moment he heard Allison's voice, use your blood to drip on Raven. Harry bit his fingertip and blood dripped onto the golden letters. The white light suddenly faded, the tree in the painting turned green again, the baby's crying disappeared, leaving only Umbridge's panting. She collapsed on the ground, with only a light pink mark left of her snake tattoo, like a crushed earthworm. You destroyed the ritual. Her voice was like a leaky bellows. The curse has been suppressed temporarily, but it will awaken again, Potter. When the moon completely covers the sun, when 13 ravens gather in the shrieking shack. She suddenly laughed, with blood foam in her laughter. You think you won? The real danger has just begun. Hermione stood up, holding onto the wall, while Ron put out the last of the fire. The moonlight once again poured into the shabby house, shining on Harry's bloody fingertips and on the quiet forest in the painting. Harry could hear his own violent heartbeat, could feel Hermione's hand trembling slightly in his palm, could hear Ron swallowing his saliva, but the clearest sound was the cry of a night owl outside the window, once, twice, 3 times. We have to take the painting back to Hogwarts. Harry bent down to put away the parchment, the residual warmth still lingering on his touch. Go find Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. They must know how to deal with this curse. But what? Umbridge said. Ron glanced at his former professor, who was lying on the ground, digging her nails into the mud and muttering Raven and Moon. Is what she said true? The corridors of Hogwarts were filled with the sweet smell of roasted pumpkin, but Harry's footsteps were heavier than the stone bricks. He clutched the parchment under his cloak, and the curse on it was temporarily silent, but another thing was like a piece of lead pressing on his chest. This morning, Marietta from Ravenclaw suddenly vomited in the corridor, and her lips were purple like grapes soaked in blood. Madame Pomfrey said she had eaten a poison licorice wand, the 3rd such incident this week. Harry, wait. Hermione's voice came from behind, her hair stained with sparks from potions class. I checked the medical records, and all the poison students mentioned that the candy was bought from outside the school. Filch found a piece of candy wrapper in the vomit, with a wax seal of Nocturne Alley on the edge. She held up a crumpled piece of paper, with a crooked serpentine pattern on the dark red seal and brown stains. Ron came out panting from the corner, holding a half-eaten piece of Fizzy candy in his hand. I asked Blaise from Slytherin, and he said that someone in Nocturne Alley was exchanging gold galleons for candy, saying that it was more exciting than the Weasleys. He suddenly stopped, looked down at the candy in his hand, and stuffed it into his robe with a pale face. If George knew that someone was stealing his business and harming others. Ask Fred and George, Harry blurted out. The three of them looked at each other and turned to the fat lady's portrait in tacit understanding. They needed to know what kind of exciting candies were being sold in Nocturne Alley. As soon as the bell of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes rang, George's head popped out from behind the shelf. Hey, how did the little lions have time? His words got stuck in his throat, because he saw Harry's clenched jaw and Hermione's hand holding the candy wrapper. What happened? Fred came out from under the counter, and the Fizby candy mold in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Merlin's briefs. You look uglier than Ron after he ate the spit candy. He walked around the counter and patted Harry on the shoulder. Tell me, is it dark magic or a prank? Hermione pushed the candy wrapper onto the counter. 3 students had been poisoned this week, and the source of the candy was pointed to Nocturne Alley. We need to know if anyone is selling dangerous things. George squatted down and looked at the candy wrapper carefully, his fingertips running over the serpentine pattern. This marked. I saw it in Nocturne Alley last week. There was a man in a gray cape handing out flyers at the door of Screaming Sugar House, saying, Sweet Trap, Double Happiness. When he looked up, his face under his freckles was unusually serious, but I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, thinking it was another idiot who was imitating us to sell strange-tasting beans. Sweet Trap. Harry repeated the name, feeling a chill on the back of his neck. He remembered what Umbridge had said about the real danger before she fell. Could the two be related? Fred pulled an old account book out of the drawer and quickly flipped through the pages. The candy store in Nocturne Alley. Here. Bittersweet Shop. The owner is Marco Zoltan, who was warned by the Ministry of Magic 10 years ago for selling truth serum candy. He closed the account book and turned the wand in his palm. Do you need our help? Let's go check it out first. Hermione put the candy wrapper into her school bag. If there is any problem. If there's a problem, we'll blow up his candy jar into fireworks. George winked, but his tone was not joking at all. If you need support, just hit this. He handed Harry a small golden whistle. Blow 3 times and we'll be there in 5 minutes. The wind from Nocturne Alley carried the smell of rotten leaves and old potions. The sign of Bittersweet House was crooked on the doorframe, and the faded icing sugar letters Bittersweet were dripping with sticky stuff, forming dark brown pools on the bluestone slabs. Harry pushed open the door and the doorbell squeaked harshly, like a rusty saw across bone. Standing behind the counter was a tall and thin man with pale skin that was almost transparent and dark circles around his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. He had long fingers with dark brown stains between his nails, and was writing on the account book with a quill. Hearing the noise, he raised his head and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle-tip. Little wizard? Buy candy? Buy. A licorice wand. Ron's voice trembled, and he quietly touched Harry's ankle with the tip of his shoe. This was the signal they had agreed on in advance. There was a problem. Hermione pretended to look through the shelves, her fingertips sweeping over the labels on the glass jars. Blood orange gummies, poison apple chocolate. Each jar had a warning for adults only, but the font was crooked, as if it was pasted on temporarily. She suddenly stopped and pointed to the black jar at the innermost part. What about this one? The shopkeeper's Adam's apple moved. Not for sale. He walked around the counter, blocking Hermione's view. It was a special offer. Harry's scar throbbed slightly. He pretended to trip over the shelf and stumbled towards the door behind the owner. From the half-open door wafted the burnt smell of boiling medicine and a faint sweet and fishy smell, like rotten honey. Sorry. He apologized with a smile, and took advantage of the moment when the shopkeeper was distracted to put the whistle George gave to Hermione in his hand. I'll go see if there are any new flavors in the back. No, the owner rushed over, but Harry had already slipped through the door. The warehouse is smaller than a shop, and the musty smell mixed with the pungent smell of chemicals penetrates straight into the nose. The wooden shelves against the wall were filled with glass jars, the candies inside glowing unnatural fluorescent green and bloody red. A corner of the innermost curtain was blown open by the wind, revealing a metal workbench with a crucible, a mortar, and a half-full bottle of dark red liquid on it. The writing on the label was exactly the same as the snake-like pattern on the candy wrapper. Found it. Harry pulled out his wand and fired a luminescent beam at the workbench. When the light swept across the wall, his blood froze instantly. There were more than a dozen newspaper clippings nailed to the wall, all of which were news about Hogwarts students being poisoned. The latest one was today's Hogwarts school newspaper, and the title Mysterious Candy Causes Tragedy Again was circled 3 times in red pen. You shouldn't be here. The cold tip of the wand pressed against the back of his neck. Harry turned around and saw the shopkeeper's face twisted in the shadows, his pupils completely transformed into snake-like vertical lines. The little wizard who knew too much would become the raw material for candy. He raised his other hand, and in his palm was a piece of brown sugar dripping with mucus. Want to try it? Much more exciting than your friend's licorice wand. Harry swung his staff to block Expelliarmus. The spell flew past the shop owner's wrist and smashed the fluorescent can behind him. The green slime splashed on the ground, making a sizzling corrosive sound. The shop owner laughed strangely and purple-black smoke came out of his wand. Let me show you the price of sweetness. The smoke wrapped around Harry's ankles and crawled into his trouser legs like countless cold, wet snakes. He stumbled back, knocking over the jar of red candies. The sugar grains were scattered all over the floor, each one bouncing on the ground, cracking into tiny cracks and oozing out a light pink liquid that was the same as Umbridge's snake pattern. Harry! Hermione's scream was mixed with the sound of her wand breaking through the air. She and Ron broke open the warehouse door. Hermione's Expelliarmus accurately knocked down the owner's wand, and Ron's flames blazed, forcing the owner to retreat again and again. But the owner suddenly grabbed the dark red liquid on the table and drank it. His skin began to swell, his nails turned into sharp black thorns, and an inhuman roar came from his throat. "It's the transfiguration potion." Hermione's voice trembled. He wanted to back off. There was an explosion from overhead. Fred and George smashed through the skylight of the warehouse, each holding a blasting charm the size of a Fizzy candy. "Give you some real excitement," Fred laughed and threw, and George's wand shot out a rope and tied the owner up like a dumpling. The blasting spell exploded on the workbench, sending cauldron fragments flying everywhere, dark red liquid splashing onto the newspaper clippings, and pungent white smoke rising. Harry rushed over and grabbed half of the blood-stained account book. There was a serpent emblem printed on the inside of the cover, exactly the same as the mark on Umbridge's arm. The sound of sirens came from far away. The Auror from the Ministry of Magic broke open the shop door and handcuffed the still struggling owner with gleaming silver handcuffs. George patted Harry on the shoulder, sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. "This is much more exciting than selling shit-flavored candy." "But it's not over yet." Hermione stared at the account book in Harry's hand. Half a piece of paper appeared from the crack of the cover. It read Eclipse Night Raven 13, which was exactly the same as Umbridge's prediction. Harry touched his sore scar and stuffed the account book inside the innermost layer of his cloak. Moonlight poured in through the broken skylight, shining on the sugar grains on the ground. The light pink liquid was still slowly wriggling like a living snake. As the morning mist drifted over the spires of Hogwarts, the soles of Harry's boots left tiny traces of water on the cobblestones. He clutched the account book in his cloak, his knuckles turning white from the force. The pungent sweet smell in the warehouse last night was still sticking in his nostrils, like a piece of dirty candy that couldn't be melted. "Harry, wait." Hermione trotted after him, her hair still wet with the dew from Knockturn Alley, and said, "You're walking so fast that Ron's legs can hardly keep up." Ron came out from the corner, panting heavily, holding a cloth bag in which they had picked up raven feathers from the warehouse floor. "If I run faster, the new skin on my feet will be rubbed off again. Seriously, can't we go to the kitchen and have a bowl of hot soup first?" There was a hint of flattery in his voice, but when his eyes swept over Harry's clenched jaw, he swallowed the second half of the sentence back. Harry stopped by the Black Lake. The morning breeze made the lake's surface rippling with silver scales. He looked at his reflection in the water. The dark circles under his eyes were like bruises smudged by ink, and the scar on his forehead was throbbing with pain. "Didn't you hear what the shopkeeper said?" He touched the account book in his cloak. The sweet seeds had been planted. The night of the eclipse, the 13th raven, all of which were exactly in line with Umbridge's prophecy. His voice trembled. "If we go to drink hot soup now, more children may be sent to the school hospital tomorrow." Hermione reached out and pressed his wrist. Her fingertips were as cold as ice. "We didn't say we wouldn't go. It's just that." She glanced at Ron, who was squatting by the lake kicking stones. The sound of the stones splashing startled two water birds. "We need to sort out the clues first. Professor Dumbledore once said that impatience is the enemy of investigation." "She's right." Ron suddenly spoke, his voice lower than usual. "I was flipping through the encyclopedia of magical poisons in the dormitory last night. The liquid ingredients in those poisonous candies." He took out a raven feather from his cloth bag. The metallic luster on the feather was cold in the morning light, very similar to the live poison recorded in the book. "This poison mimics nerve signals, making people think they are eating sugar, but in fact it is corroding their internal organs. And those who can mass-produce live poison." He swallowed. "There are no more than 3 dark wizards in the whole of Britain." Harry's scar throbbed again. He remembered the roar of the shopkeeper when he drank the transfiguration potion last night, and the serpent emblem on the cover of the account book, exactly the same as the one on Umbridge's arm. "So we must go to Dumbledore now." He turned and walked towards the castle, the hem of his cloak brushing the dewy grass. Now, the gargoyle in the principal's office hadn't woken up yet and yawned before moving out of the way. The moment Harry pushed open the oak door, he was enveloped by the heat from the fireplace, and the sweet aroma of mead mixed with the fishy smell of dragon's blood ink hit him in the face. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, holding half a piece of Fizzy candy between his fingers, the candy wrapper making a slight crunching sound between his slender fingers. "I smell the sulfur of Knockturn Alley." The headmaster's blue eyes were curved into 2 slits behind his half-moon glasses, and there was a burnt sweet smell of live poison. He put down the candy and his eyes fell on the account book in Harry's arms. "Tell me, children." Hermione spoke first, her words as fast as a machine gun. "The owner in the warehouse took an illegal transfiguration potion, and we found a snake emblem on the account book, which is consistent with Umbridge's mark. Besides." She took out the note with the words Eclipse Night Raven 13 from her pocket, which completely overlapped with the prophecy she gave to Harry. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the desk, his knuckles showing the paleness of old age. The serpent emblem belonged to a group of dark wizards who had disappeared for 20 years. They called themselves the Fangs. He paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the tense faces of the 3 people. Umbridge had secretly contacted their remnants during her tenure as High Inquisitor. As for the night of the lunar eclipse and Raven 13, he flipped open a book of prophecies with a gold cover on the table. The next lunar eclipse will occur on Halloween Eve, and Raven 13 in ancient magic code refers to the 13th brick of the Shrieking Shack. That was the position used to fix the Wolfsbane potion when Remus Lupin transformed. Ron stood up suddenly, and the chair made a sharp sound on the floor. So their target is the shrieking shack? But it was just a haunted house. There might be something more dangerous than a ghost hidden in this shabby house. Dumbledore raised his wand, and the tip lit up with a warm yellow light. But now, we need to find the source of the poison candy first. The formula for the living poison required 3 rare ingredients: thestral tail hair, Vela tears, and his eyes swept over the account book in Harry's arms and the raven's heart. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Last night in the warehouse, what rolled out of the cracked brown sugar was a raven feather, and the live poison requires a raven's heart. So the venomous snake. He is the top poison master in London's underground. Hermione said, her fingers quickly flipping through the pages of Magical Creatures and the Dark Arts. He was on the Ministry of Magic's wanted list 3 years ago. He is good at making poisons with magical creatures, especially. She raised her head, her eyes were like ice, especially good at disguising poisons as candy. Dumbledore nodded. You need to find him. He took out a bronze brooch from the drawer. This is a two-way locator. Wear it on your body and I can know your location at any time. Remember, children. His voice suddenly softened, as if he was coaxing a frightened child. The best thing about black magic is to turn the hunter into the prey. The fog in Knockturn Alley was thicker than last night, like a ball of grey cotton that would not melt. As the trio hunched their necks and walked through the side door of the leaky cauldron, the tip of Hermione's nose was already red from the cold. The bar was filled with the smell of sour beer and rotting rat. A few hooded wizards were whispering in the corner, but when they came in, their conversation suddenly broke into pieces. 3 butterbeers, please. Ron slammed the bronze sickle on the bar and said in a voice that was deliberately an octave higher than usual, on the rocks. Bartender. He was an old wizard with half an ear missing. He was wiping the cup with a rag, his eyes wandering over the 3 people. What are you kids doing in Knockturn Alley? The greenhouse at Hogwarts isn't enough fun? Hermione's wand nudged his wrist from inside her sleeve, a silent unlocking curse. We've heard there's a Mr. Viper, whose voice is sickly sweet, who makes delicious candies, and we'd like to place an order. The old bartender's pupils suddenly contracted. He glanced around and made sure that no other guests were paying attention, then he lowered his voice, poisonous snake? You little brats better stay away from him. He dipped his fingernail-less finger into the liquor and drew a snake on the bar. Tonight at 10 o'clock, the abandoned mill at the western end of Knockturn Alley, the 3rd loose brick in the basement. Before entering, knock 3 times, wait for 2 seconds, and knock twice again. Ron's hand grasped Harry's arm under the table, squeezing him hard enough to cause a bruise. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, like the beat of a drum on a brass basin. They had finally found the thread. At 10 o'clock the wooden door of the abandoned mill creaked. Harry held up the fluorescent wand and walked down the damp stairs. The musty smell mixed with the pungent smell of medicine penetrated into his nostrils. The walls of the basement were leaking water, and the bricks were covered with dark green moss. The 3rd brick was indeed loose, and a slight push revealed a hole that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. I'll go down first. Harry looked back at Hermione and Ron. You guys go up there to meet us, if there's no movement in half an hour. Use the locator to notify Dumbledore. Hermione interrupted him with an unquestionable firmness in her voice. We know. There was a narrow tunnel below the cave entrance. Harry walked about 10 meters with his back bent, and suddenly the space in front of him opened up. It was a circular basement with several green will-o'-the-wisp lanterns hanging from the ceiling. There were 7 or 8 glass jars against the wall, filled with raven wings, thestrals tail feathers, and some black organs that Harry couldn't name. The workbench was piled with crucibles and pestles. On the innermost wall hung an ancient magic painting. In the painting was a bloody forest. A raven stood in the forest, staring at him with its head tilted. Harry's scar began to hurt again. He took out the account book he brought from the warehouse and compared it with another account book on the workbench. The snake emblem on the inside of the cover was exactly the same. Just as he was about to stuff both account books into his school bag, he heard the sound of footsteps above his head. Who? A hoarse male voice sounded at the tunnel entrance. Didn't we agree to deliver the goods at midnight? Harry's blood froze instantly. He stumbled into the gap between the workbench and the wall, holding his breath. The footsteps were getting closer, mixed with the sound of metal scraping, the sound of the tip of the wand scraping against the brick wall. Where are the live poison samples for today? The voice was getting closer. The old man said that we should prepare 300 samples before the lunar eclipse night. Harry's eyes swept over the magical paintings on the wall. The raven in the painting suddenly spread its wings and opened and closed its beak, as if it was saying something. He squinted and found that there were tiny snake-like patterns engraved on the edge of the picture frame, exactly the same as those in the account book. The footsteps stopped in front of the workbench. Harry could hear the man's breathing, thick with phlegm. The ghost light in the basement was swaying overhead, and the green light made the venomous snake's face look like it was dipped in venom. He stopped in front of the workbench, and his calloused fingers stroked the serpentine patterns on the edge of the magic frame. A laugh similar to the rubbing of snake tongues came from his throat. Old friend, the dew on the night of the lunar eclipse is about to soak through the crucible. How long can you hide those little treasures? Harry clung to the damp brick wall, sweat running down the back of his neck. He could hear the dull thump of his own heartbeat against his ribs, the poisonous candy he had found in Knockturn Alley 3 days ago, and the faint snake-shaped mark on the wrapping paper, were now glowing on the frame as the venomous snake moved. The scar began to throb again, as if someone was poking his skull with a red-hot needle, a characteristic reaction when he was near dark magic. Avada Kedavra, the venomous snake suddenly raised its voice, and what burst out from the tip of the magic wand was not green light, but a dark purple mist, which drilled into the gap of the picture frame like a living thing. The surface of the magic painting instantly boiled, and the background of the blood-red forest twisted like crumpled parchment. The raven flapped its wings and crashed into the frame, and its feathers fell to the ground, which were actually solid black feathers. Harry's pupils contracted. He had seen figures in magic paintings move around, but he had never seen a creature in a painting leave the frame. What's even more strange is that each black feather crawled on the ground after falling to the ground, with thin legs extending from the edge of the feathers. Those were not feathers at all, but the carapace of some insect. That's enough, Lestrange, a hoarse female voice said from the painting. A ghostly figure emerged from the canvas. It was a woman wearing an old-fashioned wizard robe with a hideous scar on her neck. You promised to feed my soul fragment with raven blood, but now you're urging me to do that? The tip of the venomous snake's wand trembled slightly. I will deliver the blood you want every month, and the hearts of 300 ravens are soaked in the glass jar over there. He raised his chin towards the glass jar in the corner. But you said that solving the lunar eclipse puzzle would get the cursed treasure. I need it, tonight. The ghost's eye swept in the direction where Harry was hiding, and he held his breath suddenly. Had he been discovered? But the gaze only passed by and stopped on the face of the venomous snake. The treasure was sealed in the poisonous thorn bushes in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, and the entrance was 3 intertwined fir trees. It's not my puzzle to solve, it's yours. Her fingers suddenly pinched the snake's wrist. You thought those poisonous candies were just a prank? Each candy is mixed with raven's tears. At 12 o'clock on the night of the lunar eclipse, the children who eat the candy will become your living vessels. Harry's temple was throbbing. Last Tuesday, Millie, a third-year student, suddenly had convulsions all over her body during class, and her skin turned the blue-black color of crow feathers. Yesterday, 4 students who ate sweet surprise candies were sent to the school hospital, and Madame Pomfrey said that there was an unknown toxin in their blood. It turned out to be an experiment with venomous snakes. That's enough. Viper shook off the ghost's hand and slammed his wand on the picture frame. What I want is the power of the curse, not a living container. The opportunity has come. Harry reached for the bottle of polyjuice potion in his pocket. It was specially prepared by Hermione to temporarily cover up his magical fluctuations. He took a deep breath and dug his nails into his palms to calm himself. When his back was facing me, he rushed over and used the disarming charm to restrain the wand first. Hermione and Ron should have heard the noise. The locator is in my pocket. As long as I pressed the button, the venomous snake suddenly turned around and pointed his wand at the glass jar in the corner. First, grind the raven's heart into powder. You must do it before the night of the lunar eclipse. The time is now. Harry rushed out from the gap, his wand raised above his head. Expelliarmus. The green light and purple light collided in mid-air, creating dazzling sparks. The venomous snake obviously did not expect an ambush, and stumbled over the workbench, and the crucible and pestle fell to the ground with a crackle. Little bastard! He roared and threw a stunning curse, and Harry rolled on the ground to avoid it, and his forehead hit the brick wall heavily. The moment his eyes went black, he heard a familiar shout coming from the tunnel entrance. Expelliarmus! Hermione's voice pierced through the smoke like a silver bell. She jumped down from the cave with her wand raised, her sleeves still stained with moss from crawling through the tunnel. Ron followed closely behind, holding a frying pan he had taken from the kitchen. Well done, Harry! Smash his snake head! The viper's wand was knocked away by Hermione's spell and rolled to Harry's feet. Just as he was about to bend down to pick it up, Viper suddenly pulled out a black iron box from his arms. The moment he opened the lid, hundreds of raven feather insects swarmed out and pounced on the 3 people like a black wave. Fluorescent flash, a strong light burst out from the tip of Hermione's wand, and the bugs curled up into balls when they saw the light. Ron swung the frying pan and swept it across. Go, fly away. The bugs that were hit exploded into black powder. Harry took the opportunity to pounce on the venomous snake, and the two wrestled on the ground. The venomous snake's nails dug into his arm, causing a burning pain, but he held on to the other's wrist tightly. There was a snake-shaped tattoo like the one in the magic painting. You can't solve it. The venomous snake suddenly smiled, black blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. The curse will awaken on the night of the lunar eclipse. Fainted, Hermione's spell hit the back of his neck accurately, and the venomous snake's body seemed to have its bones pulled out, and it collapsed to the ground. The basement suddenly became quiet, with only the crackling of the will-o'-the-wisp lights to be heard. Harry got up panting heavily, blood oozing from the wound on his arm, but he ignored the pain and picked up the black iron box that the venomous snake had dropped on the ground. The bottom of the box was engraved with the same snake emblem as the account book, and 12 raven hearts were neatly placed inside, each of them glowing an eerie blue. The lunar eclipse night he just mentioned. Ron squatted down and rummaged through Viper's pockets, and took out a crumpled piece of parchment with red ink writing on it. October 31st, total lunar eclipse, 3:15 at midnight. Today is October 30th, and tomorrow night is the lunar eclipse night. Hermione's fingertips were trembling. She picked up the Viper's wand, and the core of the wand was actually a raven's tail feather. Those children, if we don't stop them tonight, tomorrow they will all. We have to hand him over to Dumbledore. Harry pulled off his scarf and wrapped it around his arm, and there were these evidences. He pointed to the magic painting, the account book and the black iron box. The ghost said that the treasure was in the poisonous thorn bush in the forbidden forest, and the entrance was 3 intertwined firs. The walk back to Hogwarts was extremely quick. The moon had climbed above the treetops when they crossed the Black Lake, casting a silvery light on the lake that reminded Harry of the cold light in the eyes of a venomous snake. When they rushed into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was sitting in the phoenix chair with a glass of mead in his hand, as if he had known they were coming. "Well done, kids." He took the black iron box from Hermione, and a trace of seriousness flashed across his blue eyes behind the lenses. The poisonous thorn bush is one of the most dangerous areas in the forbidden forest, where thorns that will chew on wands grow, and he paused, other more ancient existences. "We are going to destroy the treasure." Harry clenched his wand, and his scar began to ache again. The venomous snake said that it was the power of the curse and it must not be awakened. Dumbledore stared out the window at the forbidden forest, where the treetops rustled in the night wind, as if whispering something. He turned to the 3 of them and said, "Before sunset tomorrow, I will have Filch prepare the protective spell, and Hagrid will be waiting for you at the entrance to the forbidden forest." As the moonlight streamed over the spires of Hogwarts, Harry checked the clasp of his wand bag for the 5th time. He stood at the portrait hole of Gryffindor Tower, the hem of his school uniform wet with morning dew sticking to his legs. The cold wind at 4 in the morning came in through the gap in the trapdoor, mixed with the lingering smell of ale from the common room downstairs. "If you touch the retractable ear spoon again, it will protest." Ron rubbed his eyes and came down the spiral staircase, holding a bulging canvas bag in his arms. Hermione said that the anti-thorn gloves given by Hagrid should be worn in 2 pairs, so I stuffed 3 pairs. He threw the bag on the ground, and several bottles of fluorescent flashing potion rolled out with the sound of metal collision. She said that the thorns of the poisonous thorn bush can corrode ordinary leather gloves, so they must be lined with dragon skin. Ron, Hermione's voice came from behind the portrait. She squeezed out holding a pile of parchment scrolls, and the ends of her hair were still stained with dust from the pile of books. Those were spare glow sticks, not toys. Her fingertips quickly turned the top scroll, and the wax print glowed dark red in the moonlight. The 3 fir tree shadows mentioned by Dumbledore formed a snake shape, which must be observed 2 hours before the lunar eclipse. It is now 4:17 a.m. On October 31 st. The lunar eclipse occurs at 3:45 p.m., which is 11:45 p.m. tonight. Therefore, the entrance will appear at 9:45 p.m. Hermione, Harry reached out and pressed her trembling wrist. The parchment scroll made a slight rustling sound in their palms. "We still have 17 hours. He could feel her pulse beating like a drum. "Let's go to the kitchen and get something to eat first." Hagrid said there were no supply points deep in the forbidden forest. Hermione's eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly looked down at the tip of her shoe. "I didn't sleep last night." Her voice was hoarse, and she checked all the records about the poisonous thorn bush. In 1621, an expedition team went in, and when they came back they only found half a pair of gnawed wands. In 1897, the Ministry of Magic sent Aurors to clean up the Dark Wizard stronghold, but she suddenly stopped talking and stuffed the scroll into Ron's arms. In short, the protective spell can only last for half an hour, and we must find the treasure within half an hour. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and he bent down to pick up the dragonskin gloves on the ground, rubbing the silver thread on the edge of the gloves with his fingertips repeatedly. "My father said that the dangers of the forbidden forest are not something you can prepare for in advance." He looked up and forced a smile, "Just like the time when we fought the basilisk in the 2nd grade, right?" Harry's scar suddenly pricked, and he subconsciously pressed his forehead. Ever since he saw the serpentine writing on the raven feather in the basement, the burning sensation has never completely disappeared. "Let's go." He grabbed his backpack, and the parchment rustled in the bag. It was the moon eclipse night reminder left by the venomous snake. Hagrid should be waiting for us at the oak barrel door. As I walked through the corridor, the shadows of the armor stretched long on the wall, like countless ghosts holding weapons. A faint blue flame emerged from the tip of Hermione's wand, illuminating Peeves, who was curled up in the corner. The guy was about to throw a dung ball, but when he saw the serious expressions of the 3 people, he stuck out his tongue and slipped away through the crack in the wall. The oak barrel door at the entrance to the forbidden forest was half open, and Hagrid's figure was like a hill in the morning mist. He was wrapped in a tweed coat with patches on top of patches, holding a lantern in his hand, the wick burning cracklingly. "Good morning, little wizards." His voice shook the dewdrops on the branches and fell. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to bring you this." He bent down and took out 3 silver lockets from the wooden box at his feet, a protective spell amplifier that could extend the effectiveness of Filch's spell to 1 hour. Harry took the locket. The metal felt cool against his palm. The Hogwarts crest was engraved on the lid. Hagrid stuffed a few more large rock biscuits into their backpacks. "The thorns of the poison thorn bush will chase the tip of the wand. Remember not to let the wand out of your hand for more than 3 seconds. If you hear a sound similar to a baby crying," he suddenly lowered his voice, "it was the marrow-sucking vines looking for living things. Use the exploitation weapon to swing 3 times towards the source of the sound." "Thanks, Hagrid." Hermione tied the locket around her neck, her hair wet with morning dew. "We will be careful." "Do you want me to go in with you?" Hagrid rubbed his hands, and there was white frost on his beard. "I am very familiar with it. I can walk to the poisonous thorn bush with my eyes closed." "No need." Harry interrupted him, his scar starting to heat up again. Professor Dumbledore said the entrance would only appear 2 hours before the lunar eclipse, and it would be safer for you to stay outside. He remembered what the serpent had said about the new container, and his throat tightened. If we don't get out within 2 hours. Don't talk nonsense. Hagrid patted him on the back, and the lantern almost fell to the ground. You three have even destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes. He turned and walked towards the cabin, his coarse coat sweeping across the thorny bushes. Remember, find 3 furs before the sun sets. The fog in the Forbidden Forest was 10 times thicker than outside, and just as Harry's glasses were covered with a layer of frost, Hermione dried them with the small flame on the tip of her wand. The 3 of them walked side by side on the path made of rotten leaves, making a wet crunching sound under their feet. The deeper you go, the denser the trees become. The fir needles are like countless small swords, weaving into an impenetrable net above your head, and the sunlight can only leak through a few spots of light. Did you hear that? Ron suddenly grabbed Harry's sleeve and his voice trembled, like a growl. The light from Hermione's wand shrank to the size of a bean in an instant, and the 3 of them stopped at the same time. The bushes ahead shook violently, and a few strands of gray-black hair emerged from between the branches. These were not ordinary wolves, but werewolves, their joints twisted into unnatural angles, and their eyes glowed with a faint green light. There are 3 of them. Harry counted the moving shadows, his right hand stealing toward his wand, probably drawn by our scent. Don't do it. Hermione's voice was very low. The full moon hasn't arrived yet. They can still keep their sanity. She took a half step forward and loosened her hand holding the wand. We are students of Hogwarts, carrying out the mission under the order of Professor Dumbledore. The werewolf in the front suddenly let out a sharp howl, revealing its blood-stained fangs. Its claws scraped across the ground, leaving 5 deep grooves in the rotten leaves. His wand fell to the ground with a thud. He tried to pick it up in a hurry, but it hit the copper bell hanging on his backpack. That was Heger's beast-proof bell, which was making a shrill sound at this moment. The wolves' ears perked up and one of them bent its hind legs slightly, as if ready to pounce. Harry had already unsheathed his wand, and was spinning a spell on his tongue, but Hermione grabbed his wrist and said, "Use the confusion charm." She quickly chanted, "Confusing." A lavender mist of light flowed out from the tip of her wand, like a flowing cloud, enveloping the 3 werewolves. The one in front suddenly tilted its head and stared at its paws in confusion. The second one began to tap the ground with its paws, as if beating some rhythm. The third one turned around and walked in the opposite direction, with its tail tucked between its legs. "Let's go." Ron picked up his wand and pushed Harry forward. The sound of them breaking dead branches startled a few night owls, and as their wings passed overhead, they created a gust of wind that rustled the pages of Hermione's scroll. After running 20 meters, the 3 of them leaned against an old oak tree, gasping for breath. The back of Ron's shirt was wet. The claw of that creature just now was longer than my wand. They haven't completely transformed into beasts. Hermione leaned against the tree trunk to catch her breath, her fingertips still trembling, probably because she was controlled by a dark wizard. She took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket, broke it into 3 pieces and gave them to everyone. Eat some. Low blood sugar will affect the accuracy of the spell. Harry took a bite of the chocolate and the sweet taste spread in his mouth. He looked ahead at the denser woods, where the mist was a strange bluish-gray, and they should be there soon. He pointed at 3 tangled firs, whose branches looked like 3 mating snakes. Look, are those the 3 trees Dumbledore mentioned? Hermione took out her pocket watch, and the hands pointed to 8:50. 2 hours before the lunar eclipse was 9:45, and there were 55 minutes left. She raised her wand, and the fluorescent light flashed. The white light swept across the roots of 3 fir trees, and the ground suddenly rippled, like a stone thrown into the water. A stone tablet engraved with runes rose from the ground. The stone surface was covered with dark brown moss, and some runes had been corroded and blurred. "It's an ancient rune." Hermione squatted down and gently brushed away the moss with the tip of her wand. "This line was for guard, this line was for door." Her fingertips stopped in front of a set of coiled symbols. "Here it said blood is key." "What?" Ron's voice rose. "Whose blood do you want?" Harry rolled up his sleeves. "It could be mine." He thought of the vessel the serpent had spoken of the serpentine writing on the raven's feathers, of the blood of the scar, or... Wait, Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist, where there was a line of small words, "Pure blood oath." Her eyes swept over the hands of the 3 people, and finally fell on the light pink mark on the inside of Ron's wrist. That was the mark of the fangs that bit him last year when he saved Scabbers. "Ron, your blood." "Me?" Ron's Adam's apple moved. "Why me?" "The Weasley family is one of the oldest pure-blood families." Hermione quickly explained that the magical fluctuations of these runes are the same as the core of your wand. Your wand is holly, the core is a phoenix feather, and these runes. The tip of her wand lights up blue, absorbing your magic. Ron took a deep breath, pulled out his wand and twirled it around his fingertips twice, as if to cheer himself up. He gently scratched his index finger with the tip of his wand, and as soon as the blood dripped onto the rune, the stone tablet emitted a low roar. The 3 of them stepped back subconsciously, watching the stone tablet slowly move to the side, revealing a dark hole underneath. A damp wind rushed out from inside, carrying the smell of rust and rotten leaves, blowing Hermione's hair wildly. There was light inside. Harry squinted his eyes and saw a faint blue light flashing deep inside the cave, like a werewolf's eyes. Was it a trace of fluorescent light? It might be left by the previous expedition. Hermione put on the dragon leather gloves to the outermost layer. The protection spell still had 58 minutes. She looked at Harry and Ron, her eyes lingering on their faces for a moment. "Are you ready?" Ron touched the locket on his chest and patted the rock cake in his pocket. It's better than being chased by a werewolf. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, and the burning sensation on his scar suddenly intensified, as if something was calling to him from underground. He stared at the dark entrance and heard his own heartbeat drowning out the chirping of insects in the forbidden forest. As the three people stepped into the passage one after another, the stone tablet behind them closed with a bang, completely cutting off contact with the outside world. The passage was so narrow that one could only move forward by bending over. Water droplets seeping from the stone walls dripped onto shoulders, making one shiver with cold. The blue light ahead grew brighter, and Harry could hear Hermione's breathing in his ears, and Ron's footsteps on the slippery stone. The passage suddenly rose as the three of them bent over and walked, and when Harry's head brushed against the wet rock top, he was suddenly plunged into a vast darkness. He straightened his aching back, the water drops on the back of his neck slid down the collar into his shirt, and the chill ran down his spine to his tailbone until the light from Hermione's wand pierced the darkness. The three of them could see clearly that they were standing in an underground cave as big as a hall. The smell of mold and rust rushed into Harry's nostrils, and his scar began to throb and burn. In the center of the cave, there is a stone platform 1 meter high, on which stands a palm-sized metal box, emitting a faint blue light, like broken stars sealed in a wrought iron grid. The box body was engraved with coiled serpentine patterns, and tiny spots of light seeped out from every gap, casting a flowing silver net on the top of the cave. That's Ron's voice got stuck in his throat, and the tip of his wand trembled slightly. The treasure we've been looking for along the way? More like a container. Hermione's fingertips hovered above the wand, her eyes swept across the faint runes on the cave wall. These marks were the remnants of protective spells, and they were older than Hogwarts. Her boot heels made a light sound on the slippery ground. Be careful with your feet, there are magical fluctuations in the rock layer. Before he finished speaking, the sound of cloth rubbing against the stone wall came from deep in the cave. The three of them turned around at the same time, and the light from their wands swept towards the source of the sound. A translucent figure walked out of the shadows, his pale skin glowing with the luster of mother of pearl, his faded dark green robe hanging to his feet, and the copper bell hanging around his waist rang softly with his steps. His eye sockets were sunken, but the whites of his eyes were unusually clear, like two lamps lit in a deep pool. "Welcome to the Mithril Cave." His voice was like the wind blowing through an empty jar, and every word and sentence carried and echoed. "I am the guardian of this place, existing at the moment when the last owner breathed his last." His eyes swept over the three people, and paused for half a second on the pale pink scar on Ron's wrist. To take away the things on the stone platform, he had to solve the puzzle on it first. Harry gripped his wand tighter, the burning pain from his scar threatening to pierce his skull. He could hear his heartbeat pounding against his ribs like the beating of a war drum. The feeling was so familiar, exactly the same as when he faced the Dark Lord on the back of Quirrell's head, and when he encountered the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest. What puzzle? Hermione took a half step forward, the blue light from the tip of her wand casting a fan-shaped spot on the stone platform. Only then did Harry discover that the surface of the stone platform around the treasure box was covered with spiral grooves, each of which was embedded with tiny crystal fragments, which were slightly warming as Hermione approached. "With your blood, your wisdom, your fear." The guardian raised his hand, his fingertips penetrated Hermione's wand light, but mainly wisdom. He floated to the other side of the stone platform, and his translucent fingers pointed at the grooves. These were simplified versions of the astrolabe, corresponding to the orbits of the 7 planets on the night of the lunar eclipse. The correct alignment will unlock the box when the moon completely eclipses the sun. Hermione's breathing suddenly quickened. Harry knew that was her typical reaction when she spotted a crucial clue. Her nostrils would twitch slightly, her pupils would shrink into tiny dots of concentration. Sure enough, she squatted down, her fingertips almost touching the crystals. "On the night of the lunar eclipse. The red moon we observed in the astronomy tower last year was a total lunar eclipse." She looked up at Harry. "Do you remember the words on the raven feather? In the shadow of the lunar eclipse night, who will become the new container? The container here may be this box." Ron's Adam's apple moved, and he reached for the rock cake in his pocket. That was his habit when he was nervous. "So we have to arrange the crystals." Hermione has begun tapping the grooves with the tip of her wand. Each crystal corresponds to a planet. Mercury has the weakest energy and should be at the edge. Jupiter has the strongest magical fluctuations and needs to be placed in the center. Her voice is getting faster and faster, like a clockwork phonograph. "Harry, help me illuminate the third circle of grooves. Ron, dim the fluorescent flicker of your wand. Don't interfere with the trajectory of the stars." Harry immediately adjusted the angle of his wand, and the faint blue light accurately covered the stone platform. He watched Hermione's fingertips moving between the grooves, sometimes pausing, sometimes suddenly withdrawing. Once her fingertips were pierced by the crystal and blood came out, but she just shook her hand quickly and continued to compare. Ron crouched beside her, gently picking up the crystals with the tip of his wand and placing them according to Hermione's instructions, as if he were fiddling with fragile glass marbles. Time flows slowly with the sound of dripping water. When Hermione placed the last crystal, a spark with a crossbones symbol engraved on its surface, into the groove on the lower left, the entire cave suddenly shook. The treasure box made a buzzing sound, and the snake-shaped patterns on the box glowed with golden light. The originally dark blue light turned into a bright white, causing the three people to squint their eyes at the same time. "It's on." Ron's voice cracked. The lid of the box was slowly lifted up. Instead of the gold, silver, and jewelry as imagined, there was only a palm-sized black stone slab with golden ancient runes floating on the surface, like wheat waves blown by the wind. As soon as Hermione's wand tip swept over the words, the slate suddenly emitted a warm light, and the runes automatically combined into modern English. The curse began on the night of the blood moon, when the dark wizard Marco Mora had his heart pierced by his best friend. He used his soul as a guide to seal the fire of revenge into the stone slab, and every 100 years, the life of a pure-blooded descendant must be sacrificed, otherwise the curse will devour all those who know the secret. Pure-blood descendant. Harry's eyes subconsciously fell on Ron. "Not me." Ron immediately took a half step back and bumped into the wet rock wall. Maybe in general, his voice trembled, but Marco Mora, I think I've seen this name in A History of Dark Magic. He was a dark wizard from the 16th century, betrayed by his own brother. The key is how to remove it. Hermione's fingertips trembled as she ran over the words below the slate, which read, "Only by placing the slate over the white wizard's heart can the curse was finally put to rest." White wizard. Should it refer to Headmaster Dumbledore? No. The three of them turned their heads at the same time. The Guardian's figure became fainter, almost blending into the shadows of the cave, but his voice was more urgent than before. "Now is not the time to interpret." He floated in front of the three people, and his translucent palm pierced Harry's shoulder. "He must bring the slate back to Hogwarts before the lunar eclipse appears again. If the dark wizards find him first." His body suddenly began to show grey cracks. "They will use the slate to awaken Mora's curse, and the entire wizarding world will be dragged into blood and fire." "Let's go." Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, and the wrapper of the rock cake rustled in his pocket. "Should the passage still be open? Follow me." The Guardian floated deeper into the cave. As he passed, the runes on the rock wall lit up red one by one. The exit was behind the eyes of the snake relief, "but you have to run." His voice began to fade. Mora's servants had already noticed the movement of the stone slab. Before he could finish his words, a loud noise of rocks breaking was heard from the direction of the cave entrance. Harry's scar suddenly burned violently, and he could even hear some kind of sticky crawling sound, like countless snakes spitting out their tongues at the same time. "Go." Hermione grabbed the slate and stuffed it into her dragonhide backpack, then turned and ran. Ron rushed out after her, ran 2 steps and turned back to pull Harry. "What are you daydreaming about?" Harry staggered as he was dragged, but the moment he turned around he saw the Guardian's figure completely shattered, like a handful of stardust scattered in the wind. He heard the final whisper of the Guardian before it dissipated, "Tell Dumbledore." Mora's heart is at Hogwarts. The wind in the passage suddenly became scorching hot, and the originally damp stone walls oozed a dark red liquid that smelled like rusty copper. Harry's boot heels tapped rapidly on the marble stairs, and he could hear his own pounding heartbeat mixed with Hermione's rapid breathing. Her arms were stretched straight as she held the dragonhide backpack, and the ends of her hair were still wet with dew from the Forbidden Forest. Ron fell behind last, his trouser leg torn by thorns, and the crumbs of rock biscuits leaked out of his pocket, scattering in tiny trails on the steps. "Turn right, and go up 13 steps. Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's arm, and the two almost bumped into the moving stairs. The portrait of the fat lady was shaken by the impact, and her mouth with her pipe in it opened into an O-shaped Merlin socks. "Did you roll out of the blast-tailed scrut pile?" "Headmaster." Harry rushed to the office door. Before the eagle-headed bronze knocker could ask for the password, he blurted out, "Lemon sherbet." The door creaked open, and when the three of them stumbled in, Dumbledore was sitting on the sofa, with a little meat stain on his silver beard and a gold-stamped history of magic spread out on his knees. "Good evening, children." The headmaster's blue eyes narrowed slightly behind his half-moon glasses, but he did not stand up. "I guess the night hunt in the Forbidden Forest is more exciting than expected?" "It's not a night hunt." Hermione put her backpack on the oak desk, and the stone slab made a dull sound. "It was a curse, Professor Dumbledore. The Guardian said that it must be lifted before the lunar eclipse, otherwise the entire wizarding world will be dragged into blood and fire." "Wait." Hermione. Dumbledore raised his hand, his fingertips still stained with gold dust from turning pages, and took a deep breath. He turned to Harry, his eyes fell on the red scar on his forehead. "Is your scar hurting again?" Harry was startled to realize that he was unconsciously rubbing his forehead, and the skin under his fingertips was incredibly hot. "It started in the cave, and then it got worse and worse. And there was a crawling sound, like a lot of snakes." The Guardian finally said that Mora's heart was in Hogwarts. Ron took out the last half of the rock cake from his pocket, and then stuffed it back as if he remembered something. He said that if the dark wizard found the stone slab first. Dumbledore's fingers suddenly stopped in mid-air. He stood up slowly, and the corners of his robe swept across the floor, creating a gust of wind that rustled the parchment on the table. The moment his fingertips touched the stone slab, the candles in the entire room flickered 3 times at the same time, as if in response of some kind. "Mora, the black wizard of the 16th century." His voice dropped, and his thumb stroked the cracks on the stone slab. "I had seen his name in the Forgotten Black Book. He had used human blood sacrifice to summon the Abyss monster, and was later sealed by his brother with white magic." The old man raised his eyes, and his eyes behind the glasses suddenly became as sharp as an eagle. The Guardian said that the way to remove it was to place the stone slab where the white wizard's heart was? But he said now was not the time to interpret it. Harry stepped forward and said they had to hurry before the lunar eclipse, and that Mora's minions were chasing them. The lunar eclipse will occur at midnight 3 days from now. Dumbledore interrupted him. His fingertips drew a light golden light on the slate, and the ritual to lift the curse required moongrass. He turned to Hermione. I remember you read in Advanced Potion Making that this plant only blooms on the night of the waning moon, right? Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. In the supplement to the Illustrated Handbook of Magical Plants, records say that moongrass grows on the ice cliffs of the Valley of Everwinter, and its petals absorb moonlight. But there are Dementors patrolling there. We'll go now. Harry had his hand on his wand. The burning pain in his scar was like a needle pricking him. He couldn't wait. Ron's Adam's apple moved. Ice cliff. Is it colder than the black shop in Knockturn Alley? But before he could answer, he had already pulled out a wrinkled thick sweater from his pocket and put it on. Dumbledore did not stop him. He took out a carved silver box from the drawer and took out 3 silver pendants. Were this, the Dementors will be disturbed by your body temperature. His eyes swept over the tense faces of the 3 people. Remember, the moonlight grass must be picked before the moon rises, otherwise the petals will lose their magic. The wind from the Valley of Eternal Winter was filled with ice and hit my face like countless small knives. Hermione's scarf was blown against her face. She stood on tiptoe to hold on to the icy rock wall. Her gloves had been cut in 2. Harry, the 3rd raised stone on the right. Do you see that cluster of light blue flowers? Harry climbed up the ice ridge, and just as his fingertips touched the petals, the entire ice cliff suddenly made a muffled sound. The ice beneath his feet cracked into spiderweb-like patterns, and Ron shouted from below, "Jump!" He exerted force and fell backwards holding the grass, right into Ron's arms. As the two rolled into the snowdrift, Hermione rushed over with her wand raised. Lumos. The pale green light revealed the scratches on the rock wall. Dark brown scales were emerging from the ice, sheen-like and sticky. It's a basilisk's young. Hermione's voice trembled, and Mora's servants were chasing after her. Harry jumped up and pointed his wand at the scales. Remove your weapons. No, remove your obstacles. The icicles fell and splashed black blood on the scales. Ron picked up a piece of ice and threw it over, shouting, "Run." The 3 of them stumbled towards the valley entrance, with Hermione holding the moonlight grass against her chest. When they finally rushed out of the valley, the sky in the east was already turning pale, and the roar coming from behind was gradually fading away. The ceremony was held in the principal's office. Dumbledore dipped the moongrass into the silvery potion and placed the slate on the table covered with the star map. When he uttered the last spell, the whole room suddenly darkened. Not darkness, but something sticky and rusty smelling poured in. Harry's scar burned again, and he saw black mist seeping out of the cracks in the slate, like countless slender hands trying to grab the moongrass. Sparks flew from the tip of Hermione's wand and cold sweat broke out on Ron's forehead. "Professor! Hold on." Dumbledore's voice was as steady as a bell. His fingertips lit up with golden light and pressed on the center of the stone slab. This was Mora's last struggle. The black mist suddenly condensed into a distorted. The face let out an ear-piercing scream, but it disappeared the moment it touched the golden light. When the morning light filtered through the window again, the cracks in the slate disappeared, leaving only faint silver lines. Hermione slumped on the sofa. Ron's sweater was still stained with snow. Harry touched the scar that no longer hurt, and heard Dumbledore whisper, "The curse is lifted." On the morning of the 2nd day after the curse was lifted, before the fire in the Gryffindor common room was even lit, Harry was awakened by the sound of hurriedly turning pages of books. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, and saw Hermione hunched over the long table, with the front page of the Daily Prophet wrinkled by her. "Harry!" "Ron!" Hermione's voice was unusually tense, and she pushed the newspaper over. The headline was written in scarlet ink, "Hogwarts Poisoning Incident, Knockturn Alley Candy Suspected." Ron came over with a bite of bread, and the crumbs fell on the report that 3rd-year student Lisa Dupin fell into a coma after consuming a licorice wand. "Merlin, I bought a licorice wand in Diagon Alley last week." Harry's fingers unconsciously rubbed the scar on his forehead, which had ached again last night. He thought of the dark red light deep in the forbidden forest, and his throat tightened. How many people were poisoned? 7 people have been confirmed, all of whom bought candy in Knockturn Alley last week. Hermione pushed her glasses and scanned the small print at the end of the report. What was even more strange was that these students all mentioned that there was a golden lightning mark on the candy packaging, and she paused. It was the same as the new promotional model of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes owned by George Fred. What? Ron nearly spilled pumpkin juice on the newspaper. How could their candy be poisonous? "I also ate 10 boxes of Sizzle Bees last week." The hem of Harry's pajama bottoms brushed the cool floor as he stood up. He thought of the curse-proof toffee Fred and George had given him for Christmas, which they had developed with 3 years' worth of pocket money. "Go to Knockturn Alley," he said, his voice colder than he had intended. Now, the cobblestone pavement of Knockturn Alley was still wet with morning dew, and the sign for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes crackled in the wind. George was standing on tiptoe to put chocolate frogs in the window. When he saw the 3 people coming, he immediately stuffed the frog in his hand to Fred. "Merlin, Harry, are you here to buy vomit candy?" "Now there is no George. Someone said your candy is poisoned." Hermione interrupted him directly. The chocolate frog in Fred's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The 2 brothers looked at each other, and George's ears turned red instantly. "Who? Which gossip said that?" Our candies all go through after 3 tests by the potions professor. I know. Hermione pulled the clippings out of her bag, but the description of the poison student. Wait. Fred suddenly squatted down, opened the storage box under the counter, and pulled out a stack of golden wrapping paper. His nails scratched white marks on the lightning pattern. This is the new printing factory we found, and the goods arrived last week. He grabbed his wand and tapped the wrapping paper, and the lavender fluorescent charm lit up. Look, the anti-counterfeiting charm is still there. The poisonous one is definitely a counterfeit. George slammed the counter, and the bubble gum in the glass jar began to buzz. Those bastards dared to use our brand to harm people. We need help. Harry held down George's raised fist and found the shop that sold the poison candy. The 4 of them squeezed into the small kitchen in the back alley of the store, and Fred threw a handful of refreshing potion into the teapot. There is indeed something wrong with Nocturne Alley recently. He stirred the tea, and the water reflected his frown. The night before yesterday, I came to restock and saw that the Sweet Memories on the corner suddenly hung a new sign. The previous owner was an old witch, who suddenly moved away last month. Sweet Memories? Hermione wrote quickly on the parchment. Location? At the intersection of Nocturne Alley and Dirty Street, there are faded gingerbread houses in the window. George added, when I passed by yesterday, I saw a man in a black cloak go in and come out with a sealed box in his arms. Some green powder leaked out of the cracks in the box. I smelled like truth serum, but more bitter. Harry's scar began to feel hot again. He thought of the face condensed in black mist on the slate, and his throat tightened. Let's go now. Wait. Hermione grabbed his sleeve and took out the Transfiguration textbook from her school bag. I just learned the confusion charm yesterday, which can change you into different appearances. Harry, you become a 5th-year Ravenclaw student. Ron. She looked up and down at Ron's red hair, becoming a Beaux Batons exchange student, wearing a black cloak. As for me. She lowered her head and tugged at her sweater, pretending to be a witch buying wedding candy. The doorbell of Sweet Memories was made of copper, and when Harry pushed open the door, the bell rang as harshly as a rusty gear. The store was filled with the smell of stale honey, mixed with a faint smell of burning, like the smell of some overcooked potion. The candy on the shelves was brightly packaged rainbow-colored lollipops, silver-gleaming gummies, but there were only 2 customers, a woman in a wide-brimmed hat staring at a licorice wand, and a boy clutching a chocolate frog with white knuckles. Need help? The man behind the counter looked up. His face was in shadow, with a crescent-shaped scar at the corner of his left eye, and his voice was like sandpaper scraping against slate. We have the sweetest candy in all of Nocturne Alley. Goosebumps appeared on the back of Harry's neck. He pretended to browse the shelves and his fingertips brushed against a pack of sherbet lemons. The wrapping paper felt rougher than the Weasleys and had brown stains on the edges. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione chatting up a man. I want to order 20 boxes of wedding candy. Can you show me some samples? There are new arrivals in the basement. The man's eyes stayed on Hermione for a moment, and when he walked around the counter, his black robe swept the ground, revealing the purple scale marks on his ankles. Harry's breath hitched. The mark was almost identical to the scale pattern seen on the rock wall of the Ice Valley a few days ago. He pretended to tie his shoe and waited for the man and Hermione to come down the stairs, then immediately winked at Ron. Ron coughed twice and grabbed a handful of jelly beans. How much is this? 10 sickles. A man's voice came from the basement. Harry crouched behind the counter and drew aside the faded door curtain. The basement steps are wet and sticky. The burnt smell became stronger. He saw Hermione standing in front of a pile of wooden boxes with their lids open. Inside were the same candies as on the shelves, but in the boxes at the bottom lay several bottles of green liquid with the label reading Paralytic Agent, Enhanced. Is this enough for wedding candy? The man's voice sounded behind him. As Harry turned, he knocked over the cauldron at his feet. The dark green liquid splashed onto his trouser legs, immediately burning several holes. The man's pupils shrank into thin lines, and the scar twisted as the corners of his mouth widened. You are not here to buy candy. He raised his wand, and the tip was dancing with a faint blue flame. Avada, Expelliarmus. Harry's wand shot out a red light first. The man's wand flew off into the darkness, but he took his time, raising his hand to grab Harry's throat. Harry smelled the stench of decay on him, like rotting snake skin. He dodged to the side, but was tripped by the chain at his feet and the back of his head hit the brick wall hard. Harry, Hermione screamed, mixed with the sound of hurried footsteps. The man's hand had already grasped Harry's wrist, his nails almost digging into the bone. Harry saw more scale showing from his sleeves, and suddenly remembered Hermione's words, more as servants. Obstacles galore. Hermione's spell hit the man on his back. He loosened his grip in pain, and Harry took the opportunity to roll towards the stairs. Ron's head popped out from the stairs, his face pale. There's no one upstairs. Quick! The man's roar made the bottles and jars in the basement buzz. Harry grabbed the nearest bottle of medicine and threw it at him, splashing green liquid in his face. The man hissed like a snake and covered his eyes. The 3 of them tumbled up the stairs, and when they broke open the door of the shop, Harry heard the sound of glass breaking behind him. The man's wand was back in his hand. Run! Ron grabbed Harry's arm. The wind from Nocturne Alley blew into his collar, and Harry could hear his own pounding heart. They turned into a dead end 3 blocks away, where Fred and George were waiting, with George holding a Busby candy in his hand. Got the evidence? Only then did Harry realize that he was still holding a half-full bottle of green liquid in his arms. He had grabbed it when he rolled down the stairs just now. The liquid in the glass bottle glowed faintly, and a few black scales lay at the bottom of the bottle. The cobblestone road of Nocturne Alley was rapidly receding under the feet of the three people. Harry could feel the glass bottle in his school bag hitting his back with the rhythm of his running, like a hot heart. The ends of Hermione's hair brushed against his cheek, with a burnt smell left by the man's dark magic when it brushed against the ends of her hair. Ron's hands were still clutching his sleeves, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. Turn left. George's voice came from the front, and Fred had already pulled open the curtain at the hidden alley entrance. Two twin owls flew overhead, and their feathers rustled on Harry's shoulders. That was the early warning signal they sent out. It wasn't until he saw the Hogwarts Express ticket gleaming golden on George's fingertips, it was their homemade apparition mark, that Harry dared to breathe deeply. Hurry up and grab me. Hermione's voice trembled, but her fingers firmly grasped Harry's wrist. The shadows of the four people twisted into blurry spots of light in the alley. When they opened their eyes again, they were already standing in front of the oak door of Hogwarts Castle. The evening breeze wafted the aroma of baking bread from the kitchen, but Harry's nostrils were still filled with the smell of rotting snakes from the basement, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something. Let's go to the headmaster's office first. Hermione tugged at her wrinkled collar, and the tip of her wand lit up with a blue light to check if there were any tracking spells on the three people. Her fingers paused for half a second at Harry's collarbone. There was a light red pinch mark there, exactly the same shape as the scales on the man's cuffs. Professor Dumbledore needs to see this immediately. She took off her scarf and wrapped it around her bag, moving 3 times faster than usual. The portrait of the fat lady was still humming a little tuned when she saw 3 breathless students suddenly appear. She almost fell out of the framed Merlin socks. Did you crawl out of the Bloody Baron's dungeon? Ron took out a piece of fizzing bee candy and stuffed it into her hand. Only then did the portrait mutter and move away. The copper handrail of the spiral staircase was so cold that Harry shivered. He rubbed his scar unconsciously, and the burning sensation went up his neck, like someone was hitting his head with a hammer. Dumbledore's office was filled with the sweet aroma of mead. The old headmaster was bending over to adjust the feeding trough of Phoenix Fox. When he heard the noise and turned around, the blue eyes behind the half-moon lenses suddenly shrank into a thin line. Harry, your scar dash, we found this at the Sweet Memories candy store in Nocturne Alley. Hermione took the lead in taking out the glass bottle from her bag. The black scales on the bottom of the bottle shone with a metallic luster under the warm light. She spoke as fast as a machine gun, from the dark red light scene in the Forbidden Forest, to the scaly skin of the man in the basement, to the broken potion bottle. Every detail was as clear as a textbook. When she mentioned Mora's servants, her Adam's apple moved. That was a word from the ancient magic literature she had looked up in the library last night. At that time, she smiled and said, probably another exaggerated record of medieval wizards. Dumbledore paused as he took the glass bottle, then ran his fingertips lightly across the green marks on the bottle. Fox suddenly let out a clear cry, and his golden-red feathers moved without wind, gathering into a ball of flame on the principal's shoulders. Theodore March, the old headmaster's voice suddenly became low. I thought he died in Azkaban 10 years ago. He took out a carved silver box from the inner pocket of his robe, poured some glitter on the bottle, and the lavender smoke immediately condensed into a line of twisted letters. MRK. Harry's temple was throbbing. He remembered that in his first year, Filch pointed to the expulsion notice in the corridor and said, this March mixed basilisk venom into butterbeer and killed 3 students. The photo on the notice at that time was still of a pale boy, but the man in the basement, he remembered the force when the other party pinched his wrist. The magic fluctuation was 3 times stronger than that of an adult wizard, his skin is like a snake's skin. The backlash of dark magic. Dumbledore turned the glass bottle, and the scale suddenly made a hissing sound, hitting the glass like a living thing. Malka used the basilisk shed skin to refine forbidden magic in Azkaban, and used his own flesh and blood to feed the dark creatures. Mora. He looked up at the forbidden forest outside the window, where the treetops were surging like waves in the night. That is the devouring god in ancient magic, who needs the pain of living things to maintain his form. He made poisonous candy to collect children's fear. The purer the fear, the stronger Mora's power will be. Ron suddenly buried his face in his hands. No wonder Ginny said that after she ate the licorice wand, she always dreamed of snakes biting her toes. His shoulders trembled. I laughed at her yesterday. It's not too late to fix it now. Hermione grabbed Ron's wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. We need to close all the candy shops in Nocturne Alley, set up anti-curse wards in the school, and dash and strengthen patrols in the Forbidden Forest, Harry continued. His scar was still hot, but this time the burning sensation had a clarity to it, as if someone had drawn a map in his mind. March's dark red pupils, Mora's dark misty face, and the red light deep in the Forbidden Forest, these 3 points connected into a line in front of his eyes. He needs the pain of living things. There are thestrals, centaurs, and... He thought of the basilisk in his second year, and his throat tightened. There are also targets that are easier to control. Dumbledore's eyes brightened, as if he had seen a young eagle spread its wings for the first time. He raised his wand and tapped the table. The panoramic view of Nocturne Alley immediately appeared in the crystal ball, and the signs of more than a dozen candy stores lit up red one by one. Minerva will lead the inspection of all students' candy, and Hagrid will increase patrols in the Forbidden Forest. He turned to Harry, his blue eyes twinkling. As for you, I need to find out what March's plan is. Harry heard his voice was deeper than usual. His goal is not just fear, otherwise he wouldn't have hidden so many potion bottles in the basement. He remembered the man's movements when he picked up the candy wrapper, and his eyes sank. The image of the lightning mark suddenly became clear. He is targeting me. Fawkes suddenly flapped his wings and landed on Harry's shoulder, gently touching his scar with his warm beak. Dumbledore did not deny it, but carefully put the glass bottle into the secret room. Go to bed early tonight, child. Some truths require a clear mind to face. But Harry couldn't sleep at all. At midnight, Gryffindor Tower was so quiet that you could hear the night snoring in the tapestry. He climbed out of bed in the dark, and the moonlight filtered through the window, casting a silver edge on the edge of the bed. The owl food box on the bedside table suddenly moved, and Hedwig flew in with her wings flapping, with a letter without a wax seal tied to her claws. The parchment felt like sandpaper, the ink was dark red, and the handwriting was crooked, as if it was written with a non-dominant hand. Don't look up sweet memories anymore, or your friend will be the next to be bitten by a snake. March will open Mora's door on Halloween Eve, and he needs 7 portions of pure blood pain. The last few words were heavily crossed out and replaced with smaller font. Go to the leaky cauldron in Nocturne Alley and find the woman in the grey cloak. She will know how to stop him. Harry's finger paused on the word pure blood. The sandpaper-like feel of the parchment still lingered on Harry's fingertips as he tucked the letter under his pillow. The whine of the thestrals outside the window was like a thin needle piercing his eardrum through the window crack. He could hear the dull thump of his own heartbeat against his ribs, even faster than when he fought the Dementors last year. The scar began to burn again, and this time the sound of the snake spitting was no longer vague. He could even distinguish the malice in the hoarse whisper, "Soon, Potter." He turned over and sat up, and the moonlight once again flowed over the edge of the bed, casting a silver river on the floor. Ron's bed was filled with even snoring sounds, and the anti-snoring patch George had given him glowed faintly in the darkness. Harry reached for his wand, and in the fluorescent green light he saw Hermione's history of magic leaning at Ron's feet. Apparently they had stayed up too late discussing it in the common room again last night. At daybreak, Harry slipped downstairs with the letter in his arms. There were still a few embers left in the fire in the common room. Hermione was already sitting on the couch, with her legs curled up and advanced potion making spread out on her knees. There were still drops of water on the ends of her hair. It was obvious that she had just come from the bathroom. When she looked up, her eyes behind the lenses immediately narrowed into thin lines of alertness. You didn't sleep well last night. More than just a bad sleep. Harry sat down next to her and took out the letter and unfolded it. The dark red handwriting on the parchment faded to brown red in the morning light. Received in the early morning, no wax seal. The handwriting looks like it was written with the left hand. As Hermione's fingers touched the edge of the letter, the words suddenly glowed purple. She pulled her hand back abruptly, her wand already clenched in her palm. Dark magic mark. She pulled out the dark rune identification guide from her bag and flipped through it quickly, her hair trembling slightly as she moved. It's the apparition of the blood curse. The triggering condition may be. She looked up at Harry. Maybe it's your magic. Mulcahy is targeting me. Harry remembered the red light of Nocturne Alley in Dumbledore's crystal ball the night before. He needs the pain of pure bloods, but Hermione, you are a Muggle-born, Ron. Ron's family is the oldest among pure bloods. Ron's voice came from the stairs. He ruffled his messy red hair, and the belt of his nightgown was tilted at his waist. And I dreamed last night that George's fizzing bee candy blew Filch's wig away. Is this painful? He glanced at the handwriting on the letter paper, and his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Is this a threat? The next person to be bitten by a snake is your friend. Harry pointed to the crossed-out part, the basilisk in the 2nd grade, the red light in the Forbidden Forest, the scales of March. He might be breeding some kind of snake creature. A light blue flame emerged from the tip of Hermione's wand, hanging above the letter but not falling. If this letter is a warning, the writer may be under March's command, or... She suddenly stopped because a familiar whistle came from the stairs. Fred and George walked in arm, and George was shaking a candy box in his hand, and the candy wrapper was shining rainbow colors in the morning light. I heard someone was going to Nocturne Alley to cause trouble. Fred sat down on the armrest, his boot heels knocking against the wooden frame of the sofa. Our Sweet Memories candy store was splashed with 10 buckets of bad blood last month. If we hadn't installed automatic repair charms on the shelves it may have turned into a sticky rainbow snot by now. George continued, tossing a fizzing bee candy to Ron. We checked and found that the person who cast the curse used March's snake wand mark. So, Potter, do do you need backup? Harry looked at Hermione, who was biting her lower lip and flipping through the pages of Defense Against Magic, her fingertips resting on the page notes on mass apparition. Then he looked at Ron, the red-haired boy rustling the candy wrappers and saying, their prank props can be used as weapons. Last time when Filch was chasing us, George's fireworks blew his keychain into butterflies. We brought 10 boxes of nosebleed nougat, 3 bottles of vomit candy, and Fred mysteriously shook out a small silver bottle from his sleeve, the antidote that Dad got from the Ministry of Magic. It is said that it can remove 30 kinds of dark magic. Deal, Harry heard himself say. He felt a fire burning in his chest, not the burning pain of the scar, but a hot, slightly trembling determination. Hermione closed the book and pushed up her glasses. We'll meet in the kitchen tonight and plan a route. The entrance to the laboratory in Nocturne Alley may be in the basement of the leaky cauldron. The woman in the grey cloak mentioned in the letter may be a double agent, George said, his smile fading. We saw her in Nocturne Alley last week, huddled in a corner drinking butterbeer, with snakes embroidered on her cuffs. As night fell again, the house elves in the kitchen crowded on top of the cupboards, staring with round eyes at the 5 people sitting around the long table. Hermione spread out the map of Nocturne Alley and pointed at 3 red circles with the tip of her wand. Entrance, escape route, possible defensive spells. March's laboratory has 3 doors. The first one is a snake lock, which requires pure blood. Use mine, said Harry quickly. The second is guarded by dementors. Hermione's wand tip jumped to the second circle. But we have the patroness charm and this. Fred threw a small golden whistle. Blowing this will summon the Thestrals. Dementors are afraid of their neighing. The third level. Hermione lowered her voice. According to the complete collection of dark magic facilities, it may be a living altar. March needs 7 portions of pain, and may have captured 6 pure blood wizards. Ron suddenly clenched his wand, his knuckles turning white. If it's a Weasley. No. George patted his shoulder and quietly put a fizzing bee candy into his palm with his other hand. We cast a protective spell on the whole family last night. Mom's knitting needles can now cast a stunning spell. Harry looked at the map spread out on the table, the candlelight dancing on the lenses of his glasses. He remembered he thought of the undulating treetops in the Forbidden Forest the night before, the purple handwriting on the letter paper, and the clear mind Dumbledore mentioned when he collected the glass bottle. At this moment his mind was very clear. He could even hear his own heartbeat mixed with the rustling of Hermione turning pages, the light sound of Ron pinching candy wrappers, and the snickering of Fred and George exchanging glances. The tension on the eve of departure spread like a fog in Harry's chest. He lay on his bed in the dormitory, looking at the glowworms jumping on the ceiling and hearing Ron tossing and turning in the bed next to him. It wasn't until late at night that George's voice suddenly floated out from the darkness. You know, the first time I went to Nocturne Alley to sell candy, I was so nervous that all my chocolate frogs turned into toads. What happened next? Harry asked quietly. Fred sold all the toads to Borgin and Burks, saying they were rare magical pets. George's voice was full of laughter. It's normal to be nervous, Potter. But you're not alone, we're all here. The next morning, the 5 men huddled in the bushes at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and dewdrops dripped down Harry's hair into his collar, making him shiver. Hermione's finger moved quickly on the map. It will take another 10 minutes to reach the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Watch out for the poisonous tentacles under your feet. I wear stab-proof gloves. Ron shook the leather gloves on his hands, revealing half of the wand between his fingers. Fred suddenly raised his hand for silence. Everyone held their breath, and could only hear a faint crawling sound in the morning mist, the sound of the Thestrals' hooves, coming from deep in the Forbidden Forest, long and low. Harry touched the letter in his pocket and his scar began to heat again, but this time there was no snake whispering, only the firmness of George's pat on his back, the slight movement of Hermione adjusting her scarf, and the soft sound of Ron swallowing. The stench of Nocturne Alley hit them as they passed through the curtain of fog. The peeling walls still bore traces of last night's black magic burns. The windows of several shops were nailed shut with wooden boards. Only the sign of the leaky cauldron swayed in the morning breeze, and the iron hook scraped against the doorframe, making a harsh creaking sound. The stench in the morning mist suddenly became sticky, like honey under a confusing spell, stuck in the nasal cavity. Harry's wand was so hot in his palm that he could hardly hold it. His fingertips rubbed across the shaft carved with lightning patterns, and he realized that his hands were covered in sweat. What is that? Ron's voice trembled, and the fluorescent light on the tip of his wand flickered, casting a swaying spot of light on the mottled wall. He clenched his leather gloves so tightly that his knuckles turned blue and white, like a frog under a petrification spell. Fred stood in front, the brass buckle of the candy box popped open with a click, and George had already taken out a handful of fizzing bee candies. They always said that this was a more effective deterrent than the Expelliarmus charm. After all, no dark wizard could remain elegant when his eyes were blinded by lemon snowballs. But at this moment, both of them paused, because the magical fluctuations did not come from the shop, but from under their feet, surging over their calves like boiling potion. Harry's scar began to burn, and this time it wasn't a hissing whisper of a snake, but something more chaotic, a shattering scream, like someone had smashed a box of memory balls inside his head. He stumbled, his back hitting the damp brick wall, which rustled down onto his shoulders. When he turned around, he saw Hermione holding Ron's arm. The ends of her hair were twisted into a messy bird's nest due to the magic, and the hairband that was usually neatly combed was tilted behind her ear. Is it the remnants of dark magic? No, more like fluctuations from magical creatures? There, George suddenly lowered his voice. Everyone's wands turned toward the corner at the same time. The moment the black shadow appeared, Harry's heart almost stopped. The way that thing moved was so strange. It wasn't running, nor was it flying, but it was twisting and approaching like smoke blown away by the wind, bringing with it a gust of freezing wind that made Hermione's map flip, and a corner of Ron's glove was lifted, revealing his red wrist. Expelliarmus dash. Harry's spell got stuck in his throat. That's not an enemy at all. The black shadow staggered to a stop 3 steps away from them, and the mist was dispersed by it, revealing a translucent outline. A vague human figure was wrapped in the gray-purple mist, with disproportionately thin limbs and fluorescent green liquid dripping from its fingertips, and every drop made a sizzling corrosion sound when it fell on the ground. The most terrifying thing was its face, or rather, the melting face, with bubbles surging around its eyebrows and eyes, like a wax figure cast under the ultimate corrosive spell. Silently. Hermione's voice was as light as a sigh, but it made the fizz of bees in Fred's hand fall to the ground with a plop. She let go of Ron's arm and took a half-step forward, the messy hair on the ends of her hair trembling with her movement. I've seen the illustrations in Cursed Child, but it shouldn't be here. Harry's wand was still raised, but the heat in his palm had turned to a freezing cold. He had seen Dementors and Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head, but what came over him now was not fear, but a dull pain, like seeing a thestral in a cage, with blood on its wings. It's trembling. He heard himself say. His voice was calmer than he expected, looking at its arms, which were shaking all the time. Ron's wand slowly dropped down, and he rubbed his nose with the glove. Shaking? Or struggling, his Adam's apple moved, and I felt it was afraid. George squatted down to pick up the candy, and the copper box lid hit the brick and made a dent. It certainly didn't look like an attacking state. Last year, we supplied the wizard circus in Egypt and saw a controlled Erumpentine, whose eyes were really fierce. He looked up at the mist, and the eyes of this thing seemed to be covered with a layer of fog. Imo Moran suddenly let out a sharp scream, which was not the howl of an animal, but more like the sound of broken glass scratching on a blackboard. Harry's scar throbbed with pain, and he saw Hermione's fingertips trembling, not out of fear, but excitement. Her eyes were abnormally bright, like she had discovered a new potion formula. It was cursed. She turned and grabbed Harry's sleeve. The Obscurus itself was a product of dark magic, a runaway energy body in a child who suppressed his magic, but its structure was wrong. She took out the copper peephole she carried with her, and white mist immediately condensed on the lens. Looking at these cracks, they were traces of being forcibly sealed. Someone has trapped it with dark magic, and now that the seal is loose, it's out of control. So it just rushed over. Ron's voice trailed off. Not against us, Harry said suddenly. He didn't know how he was sure, but as the fog approached, he felt no hostility, only desperation. Like encountering a wounded unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, it could easily tear him apart, but it just touched his hand with its wet nose. He took a step forward, his wand hanging at his side, begging for help. Harry, Hermione grabbed his wrist, her nails digging into his skin. Silently dangerous, I know. Harry interrupted her. He remembered the fear of being stared at by the basilisk in the 2nd grade, and the shock brought to him by the thestrals in the 3rd grade. But at this moment, his heartbeat was very steady, but he didn't even have the strength to hurt himself. He pointed to the ground, and the color of the corrosive liquid was getting lighter. Look, its magic power was fading. If you leave it alone, it will completely dissipate in less than half an hour. Hermione's fingers slowly loosened. She pushed up her glasses that had slipped down, and her eyes behind the lenses blinked quickly. This was her habit of quickly recalling the contents of the textbook. In Care of Magical Creatures, it was said that high-level wizards could help Obscurus stabilize his form by channeling magic, but it required Moonstone. Her voice suddenly tightened, an alchemical material that could neutralize the energy of dark magic, only available in the old shop in Nocturne Alley. Moonstone, Ron scratched his shaggy red hair. It sounded like the name of a new product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. This is not the time to joke. Fred patted his brother on the back, never taking his eyes off him. Omran, George, keep an eye on it. He fished a handful of fizz bees from his pocket. If it moves, throw them. The sweet taste can temporarily calm magical creatures, and it has been proven to work on blasting-tailed scruts. George took the candy box and nodded at Harry. Don't worry, we sold fire-breathing toffee in Diagon Alley. No matter how fierce this thing is, can it be as fierce as that candy? Harry took a deep breath, and the stench was mixed with a faint scent of grass. It was the insect repellent that Hermione took out of her school bag. She always said that the mold in Nocturne Alley would corrode parchment. We need to find the Moonstone. She spread the map on the wall and pointed the tip of her wand at an area circled in red. According to the Nocturne Alley secrets, the shop of the old alchemist Merrick is here. Her fingertip stopped at the edge of the map, where it was marked, in very small words, that it had been closed for 50 years. Merrick? Ron looked closer. The guy who invented the potion that made a person invisible for 3 hours? It makes you invisible for 10 minutes, and the side effect is that you grow cat ears. Hermione flipped through the anecdotes from the history of magic quickly, but his alchemy notes mentioned the use of moonstone. The point is. Her voice suddenly trailed off. The store was at the deepest part of Knockturn Alley, near Borgin and Burke's. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Borgin and Burke's, the place that sold dark magic items. He had seen Riddle's diary here in his second year. Go now, he asked, not as a question, but as a confirmation. Hermione closed the book, her knuckles whitening. Now. It won't last long. She looked at Moran, who was now curled up against the wall, with his misty arms wrapped around her, like a child drenched in the rain. Ron suddenly felt in his pocket and pulled out a tin box. I brought some rock cakes that my mother baked. Maybe they can be used as bait. The tips of his ears turned red, although they might not be as useful as the Fizzibee candy. That's enough. Harry smiled and patted Ron on the shoulder. His scar still ached, but this time it wasn't a warning, it was more like a resonance. He turned to Hermione and said, "You lead the way, Ron, and I will be in front. Fred George, protect it." Got it. Fred fished out a snitch-sized device from his coat, their new magical wave detector, which would go off louder than a prefect's whistle if a dark wizard approached. George squatted down and scattered the Busby candies at Momeran's feet. The misty fingers hesitated to reach for the candy, and the moment they touched it, a slight sound came out, like the wind passing through a keyhole. Look, it's eating. George looked up, his eyes sparkling. Maybe not so scary. Harry took one last look at the huddled-up Osmond, and when he turned around, his boot heels clicked against the bricks, making a crisp sound. The morning mist had dissipated at some point, and the sun shone through the clouds onto the sign of Knockturn Alley. The iron hooks of the leaky cauldron were still creaking, but this time he heard a sound farther away, like the crisp sound of metal colliding, coming from the end of the alley. Hermione's map suddenly rolled up automatically. She quickly grabbed the edge. The route marked with a highlighter on the map was glowing. This way. She quickened her pace, the messy hair on the ends of her hair dancing in the wind. Merchik's shop. Should be just ahead. Ron clenched his wand and rubbed his leather gloves across the wall, scraping off a piece of moldy wall. I hope that shop hasn't been bought by Mr. Borgin, he whispered, or we might have to use the Expelliarmus charm on old Borgin. Harry said nothing. The morning mist swirled in the cracks between the bricks, and when Harry's boot heel hit the raised brick again, the raven on the door knocker suddenly flapped its wings, not a stiff swing of metal, but it shook off a few pieces of copper rust like a living creature, and the tip of its golden-red beak happened to peck at the alchemical symbol drawn in Hermione's book. Click! The door opened. Sparks flew from the tip of Ron's wand. He had been so nervous that he had made a mistake in the spell. Hermione's fingers were tightly gripping the edge of the map, her knuckles turning white, but she didn't say a word. Her eyes were fixed on the row of crystal bottles inside the door. Different forms of light were floating in each bottle, some were like solidified galaxies, some were like dripping honey, and the dark blue one in the front row was somewhat similar to the silent mist. Young people standing at the doorway exposed to the cold wind are likely to catch a cold. The sound was like the rustling of old parchment, with a hint of laughter. Harry looked up and saw an old man in a dark green robe standing up from behind the oak counter. His silver hair was neatly braided and hung in front of his chest. His eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were a gentle amber colored. He was holding a piece of deer skin in his hand and was wiping a bronze cauldron engraved with runes. Nick Flamel. Hermione's voice trembled. She let go of the map and frantically searched her bag. I've seen your notes in Principles of Advanced Alchemy. You are not dead, the old man finished for her, placing the cauldron gently on the counter. That was the scene Pernelli and I had planned. Living for more than 600 years and still being treated as a monster is much more troublesome than dying. He waved at Harry and said, "Come here, kid, your wand is getting hot." Only then did Harry become aware of the burning pain in his palm. The holly wand was emitting fine golden light along the shaft, as if there was a living thing flowing inside. He took 2 steps forward and the tip of his wand suddenly pointed at the counter, where a wooden box with snake-like patterns carved on it stood. The lid of the box opened automatically, revealing a crescent-shaped stone with milky white and faint blue light flowing on its surface. Moonstone. Flamel's fingers stroked the stone. 300 years ago, I used it to repair the Ministry of Magic's planetarium. Later, it was stolen by a greedy alchemist and has never been heard of since. When he looked up, his eyes swept over Harry's scar. Did you come to me for the Obscurus controlled by a dark wizard? Ron's throat moved, and just as he was about to speak, Hermione nodded. It's now with Fred and George, and is being temporarily appeased with rock biscuits and Fizzingby candy, but the dark wizard may come after it at any time. Dark wizards are also looking for moonstones. Flamel interrupted her and tapped the stone box with his skinny fingers. The silence was clearly a magical energy body that was out of control. To completely appease it, the pure magic power absorbed by the moonstone on the night of the waning moon was needed. But what the dark wizard wanted was not appeasement, but fusion. His tone became deeper, and he used the moonstone as a medium to take the power of the Obscurus for himself. Harry's scar suddenly stung as if it had been burned by a pair of pokers. He remembered the metal collision sound he heard at the entrance of Knockdown Alley, and the soft sound like wind passing through a keyhole when Momo was curled up. It turned out that it was not fear, but vigilance? So you asked us to find the moonstone to get ahead of others. He clenched his wand, and golden light leaked through his fingers, but you just said that this piece has been stolen, so where should we find it? Flamel fished out a yellowed piece of parchment from his robes. When he unfolded it, a few crumbs fell off, mold stains from the age of aging. There were several marks drawn on the map with silver powder. The most eye-catching one marked the Eclipse Mine, and there was a 6-petal flower drawn next to it, which was exactly the same as the pattern on the core of Harry's wand. When I was young, I found a vein in an abandoned mine in Cornwall. The moonstone there can directly absorb the magic of the earth vein. He pushed the map to Harry, but the entrance to the vein was cast with a confusion spell, and it could only be opened with an alchemical resonance spell. The old man suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist, and the temperature of his palm was surprisingly hot. Remember, the resonance spell requires the caster's magic to resonate with the target. Your wand is glowing, which means it has a resonance with the moonstone, which is your advantage. Hermione had leaned in, her nose almost touching the map. Is the spell for the resonance spell the voice of Emerald? I've seen it in the secret book of alchemy, and it requires specific hand gestures. Clever girl. Flamel smiled and pulled out a small bronze bottle from under the counter. It contained moonstone powder, which could be sprinkled at the entrance of the vein to enhance the resonance. And this. He handed Ron a wooden box with a badger carved on it. Inside was a powder that could calm down the riot of magic. If your friend is so nervous that he always miscasts spells, sprinkle a handful of it at the critical moment. Ron's ears turned red all the way to his neck. He took the wooden box in a hurry and stammered, I didn't put it in the wrong place. The last time I fought the evil bird. Ron. Harry patted him on the shoulder, his eyes still fixed on Flamel's face. Why are you helping us? You can absolutely continue. Incognito. The old man's smile faded a little. He looked out the window at the sky over Nocturne Alley, where a flock of pigeons were flying over a faded sign. 50 years ago, I watched Grindelwald burn down half of the wizarding village with dark magic. 60 years ago, I watched Voldemort's Death Eaters slaughter Muggle-born children in Diagon Alley. He turned back, amber eyes flickering with fire. I have lived so long, not to hide behind a bottle and count stars. Harry suddenly remembered what Dumbledore once said, true greatness lies not in how long one lives, but in how one lives. He felt a fire burning in his chest, hotter and hotter than the light of the magic wand. When leaving the shop, Hermione was still holding the bottle of moonstone powder and muttering hand gestures. Ron put the wooden box in his innermost pocket and touched it every now and then. Harry was the last one to walk. When he turned around, he saw Flamel standing at the door. The morning light shone on his silver braids, like a layer of moonlight. The old man waved at him, the door creaked shut, and the copper raven's wings fluttered again. This time, it held there was a faint golden glow on the key, exactly the same glow as the glow on Harry's wand. The first mark on the map was on the edge of the Cornish moors, and as they apparat there was a gust of wind that blew Hermione's curls all over her face. Ron rubbed his stomach and grimaced, next time I'll take the night business. But his voice suddenly stopped, because on the hillside ahead, the outline of a mine gate covered with vines was slowly emerging. The stone plaque on the lintel had been weathered, and the words Eclipse Mine could barely be recognized. Hermione's map suddenly buzzed, and the silver powder markings pulsed as if alive. Harry took out the moonstone powder and was about to sprinkle it on the iron gate when a burst of tiny sounds came from deep in the mine, like metal scraping against the stone wall, or like the low hum of some creature. Ron raised his wand, but this time no sparks flew. Hermione placed her fingers on the hand sign of Emerald's voice, but did not chant a spell. Harry's scar began to hurt again, but this time it was not a warning, but more like some kind of pulling. He looked at the dark entrance of the mine and heard his own voice floating in the wind, be careful, there might be, hush. Hermione suddenly grabbed his sleeve. A clearer sound came out, the crisp sound of glassware colliding, mixed with the dripping sound of some liquid. Harry's wand glowed brightly, and he saw a faint blue light leaking out from the crack in the iron door of the mine. It was the exact same color as the crystal bottle of obscurus mist in Flamel's shop. There's someone in there, he whispered, his fingers slowly curling around his wand, or something. Ron swallowed and clenched the wooden box of the relaxing powder, making a clicking sound. How about I throw a fluorescent flash first? Wait. Hermione's eyes swept through the light in the gap of the iron door, and suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist. The light resonated with the obscurus mist. Her voice trembled that maybe the dark wizard had arrived. The wind suddenly changed direction, blowing up the dead leaves on the ground and rushing towards the mine. Harry looked at the line of faint blue light and felt something rising from the ground, like an invisible hand, grasping his heart. He took a deep breath, and the golden light from the tip of his wand condensed into a beam, illuminating the new mark above the iron gate. It was a snake-shaped mark of dark magic, somewhat similar to Voldemort's mark, but with a few more tangled wisps of mist. The rusty edge of the iron door scraped across Harry's palm, and the cold, hard touch ran up along his nerves. He pushed gently, and the metal rubbed against the stone wall, making a harsh squeak. The damp air mixed with the smell of mold immediately wrapped around the ankles of the three people. The deep part of the mine was actually warmer than outside, as if some living thing was breathing hot air. The tip of Hermione's wand lit up first, but the blue light was dimmer than the normal bright white, making the outline of the laboratory even more blurred. Harry squinted and saw that they were standing in a narrow corridor with an arched stone door at the end. In the dim blue light coming through the door, he could vaguely see metal racks, glass flasks, and a serpentine chain hanging on the wall. The links were covered with dark brown marks, like dried blood. It's an alchemical furnace. Hermione suddenly lowered her voice, and the light of her wand swept across a copper furnace half a person's height in the corner. The furnace was engraved with twisted runes. Those runes were the same as the black magic circles recorded in Advanced Alchemy, used to imprison magic power. Her fingertips trembled slightly, but she still took out the parchment and quickly recorded it. There was also a separating funnel over there, filled with moonstone solution, but the concentration was not right, it would corrode the container wall. Ron's wand was shaking, but not from fear. He stared at a row of ceramic bottles hanging on the wall. The names on the labels made his back teeth ache. Viper venom gland extract, foxy venom diluent. Is this guy making poison? He kicked a glass tube that had fallen to his feet. The remaining green liquid in the tube corroded the stone bricks. Oh my god, is this a variant of truth serum? The concentration is enough to turn a person's tongue into pus. Harry said nothing. His scar was throbbing with pain, like a red-hot needle drilling into his skull. This pain was not a warning, but more like a guide. He looked at the operating table at the deepest part of the stone gate, where a crystal box was placed. The surging mist in the box was exactly the same as the Obscurus in Flamel's shop, but there was an additional silver catheter, which was injecting some kind of liquid with a purple glow into the mist. That's the control device. He heard his voice break, his throat felt like it was clogged with fire. Hermione, you said the Obscurus could be controlled by an outside force. The tube is pumping dark magic potions into it. Harry, Ron suddenly tugged at his arm, and the light of his wand swung sharply toward the stone door. Footsteps. Very slow and heavy, like iron boots rolling over broken glass. The stone door was pushed open with a creak, and a man in a black robe stood against the light. His face was hidden in the hood, only his chin was sickly pale, and there was a crescent-shaped scar on his left cheekbone, which twitched with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. 10 minutes earlier than I expected. He raised his hand to take off his hood, revealing a pair of gray eyes. But it doesn't matter, you are here, the game can begin. Hermione's map suddenly caught fire, and the charred fragments swirled to the ground. This was an alarm triggered by her improved tracking spell, which meant that the person's magic power was far beyond their expectations. She subconsciously stood in front of Harry, and her fingertips quickly formed the hand seal of Emerald's voice, an ancient spell that could disrupt the power of dark magic. The master of the Obscurus. Harry gritted his teeth and said the name, and the wanted poster he had seen in the Ministry of Magic file suddenly appeared in front of him, the dark wizard who massacred the dragon sanctuary in Romania 30 years ago, and used dragon blood to refine a potion to control monsters. No wonder the silent mist has the unique blue color of dragon magic. Clever little lion. The dark wizard's wand slipped out from his sleeve. It was an ebony wand inlaid with snake-eye stones, but clever lions often die more miserably. He shook his wrist lightly, and a purple curse light rushed out like a poisonous snake. Expelliarmus. Ron's spell was fired before Harry's, and the moment the red light shattered the green light, the sweat on his forehead pattered to the ground. There were no sparks this time, and the spell was as steady as if it had been practiced 1,000 times, perhaps because he knew that if it failed, it would be Harry who would fall. Scatter. Harry dragged Hermione to the left and rolled over, knocking over a flask of mandrake juice. Green liquid splashed at the feet of the dark wizard, but he just laughed contemptuously, waved his staff to summon a gust of wind, and condensed the liquid into spikes and shot it back. Protect everyone. Hermione's voice was an octave higher than usual, and a golden shield of light opened above the three people's heads. Amid the crisp sound of the spikes hitting the shield, she caught a glimpse of Fred and George rushing out from the shadows of the corridor. The twins had walked around to the side door of the laboratory at some point, and George was holding a bulging sack in his arms and scattering fizzing honey candy on the ground. Watch out for the Obscurus, Fred shouted at her, firing his wand at the crystal case with a tripping spell. The dark wizard's attention was diverted for a moment by the vines that suddenly entangled his ankles. George took the opportunity to pour the contents of the sack onto the ground, a handful of exploding lemon-hard candies, which exploded with a bang, creating purple smoke that enveloped the crystal box. Now came Harry's chance. He rushed to the operating table along the wall, the pain from the scar almost tearing his scalp. The dark wizard discovered his intention and roared as he fired the Cruciatus curse, but was deflected by the confusion charm improved by Hermione using alchemy, and the spell smashed the distiller in the corner. Right now, Harry rushed to the operating table, and the mist in the crystal box suddenly surged wildly, as if begging him. He raised his wand, aimed it at the silver catheter and chanted, "Shatter to pieces." A red light wrapped in violent magic power hit it, and the catheter broke. Purple liquid sprayed onto the stone wall, corroding a charred hole. The fog suddenly shrank into a ball and then dispersed with a bang. Harry was blown by the air wave and hit the corner of the table, but he didn't care about the pain. He saw a blurry little face emerging from the mist. It was the residual soul of a little girl who was swallowed by silence, and she was smiling at him. No, the dark wizard roared like a wounded beast. A blue flame burst out from the tip of his wand, 3 times brighter than the previous spell light. I have been raising it for 10 years. You little bastards, Expelliarmus. Imprison him immediately. 10,000 bullets fired at once. 3 curse lights hit him at the same time. Countless sugar beans suddenly burst out of George's honey candy smoke, each of which exploded the silver chain of the binding spell. Ron's spell hit his wrist accurately, and his wand fell to the ground with a clang. Harry's disarming spell lifted off his hood, revealing the hideous snake tattoo on the back of his neck, exactly the same as the mark on the iron gate. The dark wizard fell heavily to the ground and was tied up tightly by Fred with the retractable ear ropes he brought from the candy store. He was still struggling, but the fierce light in his gray misty eyes had disappeared, leaving only disbelief. Yet how could it be because we are a group of three? Ron panted, bent down to pick up the dark wizard's wand, wiped it with his sleeve, and he winked at the twins. We have backup. Hermione was already examining the crystal case. She carefully scooped up the remaining mist and put it into the magic bottle she carried with her. The bottle immediately emitted a gentle golden light. The offensiveness of the Obscurus had weakened. What it needed now was healing. She looked up at Harry, her eyes shining like stars. You did it, Harry. Harry leaned over the operating table and touched the still hot scar. This time the pain was much lighter, like being gently pressed. He looked at the bound dark wizard, then at the magic bottle in Hermione's hand, and suddenly felt something cracking in his heart, not fear, but something more determined. We should go back to Hogwarts, he said, his voice steadier than before. Professor McGonagall needs to know what's going on here. And he glanced at the twins. Professor Filch might be in trouble again. After all, he kicked the smoking lemon hard candy at his feet. There was enough sugar residue in the corridor for him to sweep for 3 days. Fred and George laughed and each of them lifted up the dark wizard's arm. Ron bent down and picked up the box of mitigating powder that had fallen to the ground, dusted it off, and stuffed it into his robe. Hermione put the charred fragments of the map into her school bag and whispered that she would study the cause of the spontaneous combustion. She did not notice that on a corner of the paper that had not been burned, a new silver powder mark was slowly emerging, shaped like a coiled snake. The corridors of Hogwarts glowed with a cold white light in the middle of the night. Harry's boot heels tapped on the stone tiles, and every step was like tapping on a taut string. He could hear his own heartbeat mixed with Hermione's rapid breathing. She was still holding the magic bottle containing Obscurus in her arms, and the golden light of the bottle swayed slightly with her steps. Ron walked in the middle, his fingers unconsciously stroking the box of soothing powder in his robe, which he had just picked up in the mine, and now it was like a piece of red-hot coal sticking to his skin. We should go to the headmaster's office first. Hermione suddenly spoke, her voice half a degree higher than usual. Professor McGonagall can wait, but Headmaster Dumbledore, he needs to know about the Obscurus and the snake tattoo of the dark wizard. She turned to look at Harry, her hair brushing across the bottle. You said that the mark on the iron door is the same as the tattoo on the back of his neck, right? Harry touched the burning scar. The burning pain tonight was indeed lighter than before, but the itchy feeling made him even more uneasy. Yes, it was exactly the same as the mark we saw on the iron door outside the abandoned warehouse in Nocturne Alley. He remembered the horror in the dark wizard's eyes when he was disarmed in the mine 3 hours ago. He said, "How could you possibly do that?" It seemed that he had never expected that we could break his spell. Ron stopped suddenly, and the armor at the end of the corridor creaked suddenly, startling him so much that he almost knocked over the vase next to him. Merlin, he swallowed and pulled his wand out of his robes. Now I hear the wind like a dark wizard sneer. What do you think? Could the snake pattern on the back of that guy's neck be related to the Horcrux? Horcrux? Hermione paused, and the golden light on the bottle dimmed for a moment. You mean Voldemort's Horcrux? Harry's scar throbbed again. This was the 3rd time tonight that he thought of the word Dumbledore had mentioned casually in potions class. A split soul, hidden in something else, is a Horcrux. At that time, the old headmaster's eyes swept over his scar, and his tone was like talking about the most ordinary potion formula, but it gave him goosebumps on his back. Maybe, he whispered, otherwise the dark wizard would not risk being wanted by the Ministry of Magic to extract the Obscurus from the mine. The Obscurus is one of the most dangerous artifacts of the dark arts, unless he needs it to protect something. Hermione's fingers left white marks on the bottle. We have to find Dumbledore immediately. She quickened her pace and her hair brushed against the portrait on the wall. The fat lady in a pink nightgown was yawning and she bumped into her and made her stagger. Oh, sorry, fat lady, urgent. The spiral staircase to the headmaster's office had not yet completely turned when Dumbledore's voice floated out from inside the door. Come in, my dear children, I have made hot cocoa. The moment they pushed open the door, the warm scent of mead and old book pages enveloped the 3 of them. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair in front of the fireplace, his silver beard shining in the firelight, and on his knees lay a gilded cover history of magic, but Harry noticed that the page stopped at the chapter on Horcruxes and soul-splitting. Headmaster, we encountered a dark wizard in the Northland mine. Harry went straight to the point, his scar began to heat up again, he tried to extract the Obscurus, there was a snake tattoo on the back of his neck, the same as the mark on the iron gate of Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore put down the book, the light in his blue eyes was like a candle lit by the wind. Sit down, children. He pointed to the small round table in front of the sofa, where 3 white porcelain cups were steaming. Drink cocoa first, and then talk slowly. Hermione gently placed the magic bottle on the table, and the golden light danced on the wall of the cup. This is the Obscurus that we have eased, and it now needs to be healed. Her voice trembled, but more importantly, the dark wizard's goal may be related to the Horcrux. Harry was right, the Obscurus was extremely corrosive, and no one would risk operating it unless they were protecting something extremely important. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the rim of the cup. You are right, Hermione. His eyes swept over Harry's scar. Horcruxes were fragments of Voldemort's soul after he split it into 7 parts and hid them in different objects. To defeat him once and for all Horcruxes must be found and destroyed. Ron's cocoa cup slammed down on the table. 7 servings, so we have to find 7? There are currently 5 known. Dumbledore took out a yellowed parchment and spread out a few wisps of silver mist when he unfolded it. One of them was the diary of Tom Riddle, whom you met in your second year. His finger ran over the red dot on the map, and based on the snake-shaped mark you mentioned, I speculate that another Horcrux may be hidden in an abandoned hut deep in Nocturne Alley. It was once the secret base of the descendants of Slytherin. Harry's palms broke out in sweat. He recalled the dark figure he had glimpsed when he bought a cauldron in Nocturne Alley last week, a figure wrapped in a black cloak, with a faint tattoo on the back of his neck. The dark wizard we caught in the mines today might be clearing obstacles for the Horcruxes. He said, his voice steadier than he thought, so we need to go there, headmaster. Dumbledore stared at him, his eyes like through layers of fog. I knew you would say that, Harry. He pushed the map towards him, and the silver mist condensed into new marks on the parchment. But remember, the Horcruxes are protected by powerful dark magic, and each one destroyed will bring Voldemort one step closer to death, and also one step closer to you. We understand. Hermione carefully put the map into her school bag, her fingertips touching the unburned corner of paper at the bottom of the bag. The silver snake-shaped mark that she had not noticed in the mine was now gently burning her skin through the cloth. We will be careful. 3 days later, the trio stood in the cold wind of a remote valley. Hermione's map was burning in her palm, and the arrow pointed directly at the tilted wooden house in the valley. There was a thin layer of frost on the roof tiles, the window frames were entangled in vines like spider webs, and the snake carving on the door lintel was exactly the same as the mark they had seen in the mine. This is it. Harry's wand burned in his hand and his scar began to throb again, not with pain this time, but with a sharper pain, like a thin needle pricking his nerves. Be careful, there might be a trap. Ron swallowed, drew his wand and pointed it at the bolt. Allaho open. The door creaked and cracked, and the smell of mold and rust poured out. Hermione raised the fluorescent wand, illuminating the room, a dusty wooden table, an overturned candlestick on the floor, a few rolls of blackened parchment piled in the corner, and on the innermost wooden cabinet, there was a diary with a cover inlaid with snake-shaped silver thread. That's. Hermione's voice suddenly stopped and the wand light shook violently. Tom Riddle's diary. I've seen illustrations in advanced potion making, and the snake pattern on the cover is the symbol of Slytherin. Harry's scars suddenly hurt. He took 2 steps forward, and just as his fingertips were about to touch the diary, a black light suddenly shot out from the cover and condensed into a snake-shaped spell in mid-air. Protection spell. Hermione immediately took out the Magic Defense Encyclopedia and turned the page. It was a snake kiss seal, which needed to be activated with pure blood to break, or. Her voice paused, or use a weapon that destroyed the Horcrux. But we didn't bring the Basilisk Fang. Ron's wand was shaking. The last time he destroyed the diary, he used a Basilisk Fang. But that was in the Chamber of Secrets, etc. Harry reached into the pocket under his robes and felt something hard at his fingertips, the wand he had seized from the dark wizard in the mines. He remembered Fred saying that the core of the wand was made of basilisk tail scales. Maybe this wand would be useful? Just as he raised his wand, there was a crisp sound of dead branches breaking outside the door. The 3 of them froze at the same time. Hermione quickly blew out the wand light and pulled Ron into a corner with old sacks piled next to her. Harry pressed against the wall and looked out through the crack in the door. In the moonlight, a figure wrapped in a black cloak was moving towards the door, and the snake tattoo on the back of his neck was shining in the moonlight. It was exactly the same as the dark wizard in the mine, but his face. It's another one. Harry's voice was almost next to Hermione's ear, not the one we caught, his nose was more pointed. The tip of the dark wizard's wand glowed with a faint blue light. Avada Kedavra, he suddenly shouted, and the curse light brushed the doorframe and slashed into the room, blasting the wooden cabinet into pieces. The diary flew up in the explosion, and the snake pattern on the cover suddenly came to life, opening its mouth to bite the falling pages. Get the diary. Hermione rushed over, but was grabbed by Ron. Another curse light struck the pile of sacks where they were hiding, and sparks flew onto Ron's eyebrows. Harry gripped the dark wizard's wand tightly and shouted at the diary, Expelliarmus. The moment the curse light hit the diary, the snake pattern on the cover made a sharp hissing sound. The diary fell to the ground with a thud, the cover cracked, revealing the yellowed pages inside. But the dark wizard had already rushed in, with his wand pointed at Hermione's back. Expelliarmus. Harry's spell light flew past Hermione's hair, and the dark wizard's wand was knocked away and hit the wall. As he turned, the moonlight illuminated his face, a face that bore a striking resemblance to the Tom Riddle that Harry had seen in the Pensieve. Potter. He showed his white teeth. Do you think you can win by finding the Horcrux? Lord Voldemort had expected this, fell to the ground. Ron's curse finally hit the dark wizard, who staggered and fell into the wood chips. Hermione immediately rushed to the diary. As soon as her fingers touched the cover, the pages suddenly turned over automatically. On the latest page, it was written in blood like ink, you are late. There were countless screams of owls outside the window. Harry helped Hermione up and saw that the snake pattern on the cover of the diary in her hand was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's go. He grabbed Ron's arm. The magical fluctuations here would attract more dark wizards. The valley mist, wrapped in a damp chill, penetrated into Harry's collar. The sole of Harry's boot slipped on the gravel, and Hermione's hand gripped his wrist so hard that it hurt. As the 3 men stumbled into the dark bushes, they heard the crisp sound of wood breaking behind them. The beams of the hut had collapsed. Stop, stop. Hermione suddenly stumbled into his arms, the strap of her school bag caught in the thorns. The moonlight leaked through the clouds, illuminating her pale face. Map. My map is getting hot. Harry released her and watched her shaking fingers reach into her bag. As soon as the parchment was unfolded, the silver powder seemed to come alive and moved around, condensing into the outline of a pointed tower next to Hogsmeade Village. Ron came closer, his burnt eyebrows glowing black in the moonlight. Isn't this another trap? Last time, the snake-shaped mark led us to the dark wizard's lair. It's not a trap. Harry looked down at the half-page of paper in his palm. And the handwriting yellowed by the fireworks, the edges of the words, next location, were oozing dark brown, like dried blood. His throat tightened as he recalled the moment when the snake eyes on the diary cover went out before the cabin exploded. The piercing pain ran along the scar to the back of his neck. This is related to my scar. Hermione's fingertips gently touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Professor Dumbledore said that your connection with Voldemort might be a clue. I have to go back to school now, immediately. Ron touched the empty pocket of the powder box and suddenly cursed. My tonic powder fell in the hut. If a dark wizard picked it up, there was no time. Harry dragged the two of them towards Hogsmeade Village, and a faint stench of decay wafted in the wind, like rotting snakeskin. He remembered the sneer in the fog, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Go away. They might catch up. When the three of them stumbled into Hogwarts Castle, the armor in the corridor was clanging as people were changing shifts. Filch rushed out from the corner holding an oil lamp, the wick swaying in the wind. Potter, you guys are out at night again. Find Professor Dumbledore. Harry grabbed Filch's sleeves. He could hear his own heartbeat. This was about the Horcruxes. It was urgent. Filch's eyes widened and the oil lamp almost fell to the ground. 10 minutes later, the three of them stood in front of the headmaster's office, with the stone beast chewing on the lemon sherbet that Harry had ordered. The moment the door was opened, the hot steam from the fireplace wrapped in the sweet aroma of meat hit me in the face. Dumbledore was sitting in a high-back chair, the silver meditation basin at his fingertips emitting a faint blue light. I hear the owl hoot. His blue eyes gleam behind his half-moon lenses. Sit down, kids. Tell me about that diary. Harry spread the half-page torn paper on the oak table, and Hermione added details about the cabin. Before the diary spontaneously commusted, the snake pattern on the cover faded to grayish-white. We suspect it might be related to Voldemort's Horcruxes? You guessed it right. Dumbledore's fingers gently stroked the handwriting on the scrap of paper. It was indeed Tom Riddle's diary when he was a teenager, and it was the first Horcrux he made. Ron choked violently, and Hermione's pen slipped from her fingers. The first one? How many people does Voldemort have? 7, Dumbledore interrupted her, but now was not the time to count. The point is, you need someone who knows more about Horcruxes. He pulled a silver locket from a drawer, with the Black family crest engraved on the chain, Regulus Black. Sirius's younger brother. Harry's breath hitched. He remembered Sirius mentioning this name, the younger brother who struggled among the Death Eaters and betrayed Voldemort, the boy who died in the Mystic Lake. Regulus was one of Voldemort's most trusted lieutenants. After Dumbledore turned the locket, he discovered the secret of the Horcruxes and attempted to destroy them, paying with his life. But he left clues. In the deepest part of the Room of Requirement, he left guidance for future generations. When the door of the Room of Requirement slowly opened in front of the three people, the musty smell mixed with the scent of old books hit them in the face. The tip of Hermione's wand flickered with fluorescent light, illuminating the old boxes piled in the corner. The top one had a faded label on it, Rab, do not move. The moment the box was opened, the crisp sound of parchment startled Ron and he took a half step back. Regulus's handwriting was as thin as a knife, and the first line stung Harry's eyes. To anyone who finds this place, I know who you are, Potter. You, like me, are shrouded in the shadow of Voldemort. How would he know? Hermione whispered. Keep reading. Harry's throat tightened. The diary is a living Horcrux that consumes the host's memories to strengthen itself. To destroy it, ordinary spells are useless. You must use something that can purify the dark magic. On the edge of the parchment is a phoenix with its wings flapping, phoenix tears. Only this kind of holy object containing the power of rebirth can burn through the protection of the Horcrux. Ron whistled. Phoenix tears? That thing is harder to deal with than dragon blood. In the whole of Britain, only Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox has foxes in Albania now. Hermione flipped through advanced potion making quickly, but Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist who made the Philosopher's Stone, had collected phoenix tears. I remember it was mentioned in a history of magic that after he retired he lived in the Stardust Pharmacy in Nocturne Alley. The gravel road of Knockover Alley glowed coldly in the rainy night, and the signs of several shops creaked in the wind. As Harry's wand tip swept across the brass knocker of the Stardust Apothecary, the door creaked open. The shelves in the store were filled with glowing crystal bottles, and behind the oak counter at the end sat a white-haired old man. His blue eyes seemed to be soaked in moonlight, and he smiled when he saw the three people. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are Nick Flamel. Hermione's voice trembled. Exactly. The old man took out a thumb-sized crystal bottle from under the counter, which contained a light golden liquid. Dumbledore sent an owl to him this morning. Phoenix tears, taken from foxtail feathers from 10 years ago. He pushed the bottle over, but remember, it can only be used once. To destroy a Horcrux, the teardrop must come into direct contact with the Horcrux core. Is it dangerous? Ron stared at the bottle, his Adam's apple moving. The dark arts will strike back. Flamel's eyes swept over Harry's scar, especially the Horcrux that was linked to you. It might awaken Riddle's consciousness, or even affect your mind. Harry clenched the crystal bottle tightly, and the coolness of the bottle seeped through his palm and into his blood vessels. He thought of the snake eyes on the cover of the diary before the cabin exploded, and of the sneer in the fog that said he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Some things must be dealt with now, before Voldemort can react. When the three of them stood in front of the ruins of the cabin again, it was just dawn. The charred beams were leaning in the corner, and the diary was lying in the rubble. The snake pattern on the cover had completely faded to gray, like a dead snake. It seemed to have lost its magic. Ron poked the diary with his wand, but there was no response. No. Hermione squatted down and gently touched the crack of the cover with her fingertips. The temperature was wrong. Normal paper should be cool, but this one was hot. Harry took out a crystal bottle, and the phoenix tears in the bottle glowed golden in the morning light. He took a deep breath and knelt in front of the journal. When his fingers were about to touch the cover, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of a dry branch breaking behind him. The three of them turned around at the same time, but there was no one in the fog. Only the wind swirled the ashes and blew a wider crack in the diary cover. Between the yellowed pages, a half-word of blood appeared faintly. Welcome. Harry's heartbeat was pounding in his ears. The moment Harry's fingertips touched the crack in the diary cover, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The temperature was not as hot as Hermione said, but more like a ball of frozen charcoal. The surface was freezing cold, but inside it was surging with the tremors of some living thing. The rustling sound of paper pages suddenly became louder, like countless tiny claws scratching parchment. Hermione's hand clasped his wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. Wait. But it was too late. The cover of the diary popped open, and the yellowed pages rolled wildly as if blown by the wind. Dark red ink suddenly seeped out of the blank page in the middle, and a line of twisted bloody words crawled out. See you again, Potter. Harry's temple was throbbing. The voice was so familiar. It was the young Voldemort he had heard in the Pensieve, the sinister voice that seduced Ginny in the diary. Now it was buzzing in his mind with a bit of morbid pleasure. He caught a glimpse of a few sparks flying from the tip of Hermione's wand, which was her habitual movement when she was nervous. Ron's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his right hand tightly grasped the insect-repellent wand at his waist, his knuckles turning white as bones. Phoenix tears. Hermione suddenly lowered her voice, her breath swept over Harry's ear. Use phoenix tears. Harry then realized that he had loosened the crystal bottle at some point, and the light golden liquid was condensing into tiny golden rays in the morning breeze. He hurriedly pulled out the cork, but as soon as his fingertips touched the bottle mouth, black mist suddenly emerged from the diary. The mist was alive, and it wrapped around his wrist like countless snake tongues, and the cold touch made it almost impossible for him to hold the bottle. Avada Ron's spell got stuck in his throat, and Hermione glared at him fiercely. Don't use the killing curse. Her voice was unusually sharp. It would shatter the Horcrux but could not completely purify it. The black mist climbed up Harry's arm, and he could clearly feel the dark energy gnawing at his skin, like being stung by a swarm of fire ants. But what is even more terrifying is the voice in my head, which is now becoming clearly audible. Do you think you can destroy me with a few drops of bird tears? Your mother's blood keeps you alive, but this connection also makes you my vessel. Shut up! Harry shouted, and he didn't know whether he was speaking to the diary or to the voice in his head. The crystal bottle finally tilted, and a drop of phoenix tear fell on the bloody words in the center of the diary. The moment the golden light exploded, the entire ruins were dyed warm gold. The black fog whistled and retreated. The bloody words on the paper sizzled as if they were splashed with strong acid, quickly fading to light pink, and then to grayish white. But the calm was short-lived. With a soft puff sound, the diary suddenly expanded, and the snake pattern on the cover glowed with a faint green fluorescence again. The places burned by the phoenix tears oozed out ink-colored liquid, which dripped onto the scorched earth and emitted green smoke. Harry felt something tugging at his mind, not cold, like the Dementors, but hot and sticky, like someone was digging holes in his brain and trying to pull out all his memories and emotions. Harry, Hermione's scream pierced the chaos, and he snapped back to his senses, finding himself kneeling on the ground without knowing when, with the crystal bottle already thrown 3 steps away. Ron was about to rush over to pull him away, but a black rope suddenly appeared and entangled his ankles. He fell heavily into the rubble, and blood immediately oozed from his forehead. All petrified, Hermione's spell hit the black rope accurately, and the thing curled up and disappeared. But the changes in the diary were even more drastic. All the pages stood up, like countless blade pieces of paper, with cold light shining at the tips, slowly turning towards the 3 people. Protective spell. Harry propped up his shaking arms, and a faint blue light burst out from the tip of his wand, forming a semicircular barrier around the 3 of them. The piece of paper flew over and hit the barrier, making a crisp sound like the sound of metal clashing. Hermione immediately followed suit, quickly forming seals with both hands. Armor protects the body. The moment the 2 barriers overlapped, the blue light became even brighter. More firepower is needed. Ron covered his forehead and climbed up, pointing his wand at the diary. Flames blazing, orange-red flames wrapped around the diary, but the pages did not burn. Instead, they twisted into snake shapes in the fire, spitting out their tongues and rushing towards Ron. Expelliarmus, Hermione cast a backhand curse, and the snake-shaped paper was shattered, but it regathered into black mist the moment it hit the ground. Harry felt the barrier trembling, and the voice in his mind became louder and louder, almost drowning out his companion's shouts. "You can't kill me, Potter. Every Horcrux you destroy brings you one step closer to me. Your scar hurts, doesn't it?" He subconsciously touched his forehead and found that the lightning-shaped scar was burning, causing him to almost curl up in pain. But before his vision blurred, he caught a glimpse of Hermione's face. A few strands of her hair were burnt, and there was dust on the tip of her nose, but she was still gritting her teeth to maintain the spell, and the light on the tip of her wand was steadier than ever. Ron's left hand was still bleeding, but his right hand was clenched tightly, and every spell was as precise as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. "What are you waiting for?" The voice suddenly changed, becoming like Snape's sneer, like Malfoy's sneer, and finally turned back to the feminine of the young Voldemort. "Give up, Potter. You can't protect them at all. I can." Harry gritted his teeth and spat out these 2 words. He felt something explode in his body, not pain, but hot, boiling power, surging from his heart to his limbs. The barrier suddenly emitted a blindingly strong light, the black mist was burned with a sizzling sound, and the paper snake-shaped objects turned into ashes one after another. The diary began to vibrate violently, and the snake pattern on the cover broke off bit by bit, revealing the core underneath that was glowing green. It was a black crystal the size of a fingernail, which was madly absorbing the dark energy around it. Now, Hermione suddenly rushed over, grabbed the crystal bottle on the ground and pressed it into Harry's hand. Only then did he realize that a drop of phoenix tear had condensed at some point and was hanging on the mouth of the bottle, about to fall. Harry took a deep breath and forced himself to crawl towards the diary. The green light of the black crystal pierced his eyes. Although he was blind, he could hear his companion's spells forming a dense network behind him, and could feel the barrier still holding him firmly. When he dropped the last drop of phoenix tear on the black crystal, the whole world seemed to stop. The golden and green light exploded into a vortex in the ruins. Harry was knocked to the ground by the air wave, and the back of his head hit a piece of charred wood. Golden stars appeared in front of his eyes. When he blinked and sat up, he saw a pile of grayish-white paper ashes being blown all over the place by the morning breeze. "Success!" Ron's voice was nasal. He squatted in front of the ash pile and poked it with his wand. It was really gone. Hermione slumped on the ground, her back against the broken wall, her chest heaving violently. She reached out and wiped her face, only to make the dust even more smeared. I just counted to the 7th wave of counterattack. Are you okay, Harry?" Harry touched his forehead. The burning sensation from the scar disappeared, replaced by a relief he had never felt before, as if an invisible burden had been lifted. He was about to answer when he heard the wooden door creak behind him. The 3 of them turned their heads at the same time, and saw a pale young man standing outside the broken door frame of the ruins. He was wearing a faded black wizard robe, and there was a cold light in his gray eyes, which reminded Harry of the expression that Sirius occasionally showed. "Regulus Black." Hermione said softly, with a hint of surprise in her voice. "I saw your portrait in the Black family history." Regulus didn't respond. His eyes swept across the pile of ashes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Well done, Potter. But this is just the beginning." He took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve, on which were 7 crosses drawn in red ink, one of which had been crossed out. "Voldemort made 7 Horcruxes, and you destroyed the first one. The remaining 6. His gray eyes suddenly became like the surface of a lake on a winter night and would be more difficult to deal with than this. Harry stood up and dusted his robes. He could feel something stronger taking root inside him. Not reckless courage, but tempered resolve. "We will find them," he said, more calmly than he had expected, "and destroy them one by one, all." Regulus stared at him for a moment, then gently placed the parchment on the pile of ash. The paper was picked up by the wind and turned in the air, revealing dense handwriting on the back, clues to the Horcrux, an unfinished warning, and a new journey. By the time the 3 of them packed up their wands and medicine bags and prepared to return to Hogwarts, the morning mist had almost dissipated. After destroying Tom Riddle's diary, the days at Hogwarts were like a lake under a soothing spell, the surface so calm that it could reflect the shadow of the castle's spire. But Harry always felt that something was wrong, not the burning pain of the scar, but some more subtle uneasiness, like a fine needle gently poking deep in his consciousness. It was not until late at night on the 7th day that the armor in the corridors suddenly issued a shrill alarm. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore's voice floated out from the half-open door of the headmaster's office, and the warm yellow light cut a golden edge on the doorframe. When Harry pushed open the door, he found the old headmaster standing in front of the Pensieve, with silver memories swirling in the basin. "Please sit down." The 3 of them sat down on the edge of the sofa. Hermione's fingers twisted her cuffs unconsciously. Ron's Adam's apple moved and he swallowed back the words, "Why did you call us here so late?" Dumbledore tapped the Pensieve with his fingertips, and a wisp of memory was drawn out, condensing into a picture in the air. In the vault of the Ministry of Magic's Time Management Bureau, the lock of the glass display case had a charred hole melted in it, and the originally suspended hourglass-shaped time converter had disappeared. At 2 o'clock in the morning 3 days ago, the Ministry of Magic's most secure vault was invaded. Dumbledore's voice was like knocking on bronze. The time converter is not only the Ministry's top secret, but also the anchor point to maintain the stability of the timeline. If it were used to maliciously distort history, he didn't say any more, but Harry saw Hermione's nails leaving white marks on the armrest of the sofa. "You mean someone wants to change the past?" A chill ran down the back of Harry's neck. The relief he had felt when destroying the diary had long since disappeared, and now he felt as if there was a piece of ice in his stomach. The shadow of Voldemort had not yet dissipated, and another more abstract threat was pressing down on him. "The motive is still unknown, but we must recover it before it becomes irreversible." Dumbledore's blue eyes were dancing with fire. "And I need you to go to the Ministry of Magic. Percy Weasley, a recent intern at the Time Administration, knows more about time turners than most officials." Ron sat up suddenly. "Percy? Didn't he always say with a straight face that the Ministry's regulations must be obeyed? It is this rigor that makes him the most suitable candidate." Dumbledore pushed a bronze door key onto the coffee table. "This key will take you to the Ministry of Magic visitors' waiting room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember, time is not on our side." The marble corridors of the Ministry of Magic glowed with a cold light. The heels of Harry's sneakers tapped on the floor, echoing off the gilded portraits of wizards. Percy was already waiting in the waiting room, his black suit straight and without a wrinkle, but his tie was 2 notches loose, a sign of his nervousness. Seeing the 3 people, he immediately stood up and quickly adjusted his cufflinks with his fingers. "Professor Dumbledore has contacted me. Come with me. The Time Management Bureau is on the 5th underground floor." As the elevator descended, Ron stared at the constantly jumping floor numbers, his Adam's apple rolling. "Percy, is this thing really that dangerous? I mean, the time turner, isn't that just the little hourglass Hermione used to take 2 classes? That was a simplified version, limited to going back in time within an hour." Percy pushed his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses heavy. "A real-time converter could manipulate a timeline spanning 10 years. Last year an Auror had accidentally triggered an experimental converter, and as a result his mother had died before he was born, and now in the Ministry's records he no longer existed." Hermione's breathing suddenly quickened. "So if someone uses it, changing key historical nodes, such as preventing Grindelwald from being arrested, or." Percy's voice was stuck in his throat. He glanced at Harry and quickly looked away, "or allowing a dark wizard to gain power ahead of time." They stopped in front of an iron door marked with the time research file. Percy took out his wand and knocked 3 times, but the door didn't move. He added another fluorescent flash, and a dark red light seeped out from the crack in the door that was the color of the activated defensive spell. "No, I set the silver blue alert when I left yesterday." Percy's forehead was covered with sweat. He drew out his wand and pointed it at the door lock, and it was open. The door burst open with a bang, and in the dust that rose up, Harry saw rows of file shelves toppled over and parchment scattered all over the floor. In front of the innermost desk, a thick book, History of Time Magic, was turned to a certain page with a circle drawn in red inked. "Time Paradox, when the caster meets his past self." Hermione squatted down and picked up a piece of torn paper, her fingertips trembling slightly. "This is the experimental record. It has been tampered with. See here, the original success story has been blacked out and replaced with the time overlap zone expanding to 3 cubic feet." Ron kicked the metal parts at his feet away. "This looks like a fragment of the converter." "No, this is a stabilizer." Percy picked up the copper piece with spiral patterns and his face turned pale. "A real-time converter has 7 stable structures. The lack of any one component will cause the timeline to collapse. But whoever stole it." He suddenly stopped and listened towards the corridor. In the distance came the sound of leather heels hitting the ground, tap, 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 like the second hand approaching. Harry's scar suddenly throbbed slightly, not with a burning pain, but with something sharper, like an icy needle piercing his skull. He dragged Ron and Hermione into the secret door behind the filing cabinet. That was what Percy had mentioned when she had hurriedly explained the emergency escape route. As soon as the door closed a crack, shadows filled the room. The wizard in black robes had his back to them, his hood pulled low, revealing only his chin line. He bent down to pick up the experimental records on the ground, and when his fingertips swept over the tampered part, Harry saw a twisted scar on the inside of his wrist, like a mark that had been burned by fire and then healed. "Found it." The man's voice was like the friction of rusty gears, and the time crack in the 3rd zone was big enough to hide it. Hermione's hand on Harry's arm, he could feel her nails almost digging into her skin. Ron's breathing was rising and falling in his ears, and Percy was staring at the figure through the crack in the door. His lips were trembling, as if he wanted to shout something, but Harry covered his mouth tightly. The black-robed wizard suddenly turned around, and his face under the hood was looming in the shadows. Harry's heart skipped a beat. It was not a human face. The skin was an unnatural bluish-gray, and the iris of the left eye was a cloudy gray-white, like crystal corroded by a curse. He grabbed the History of Time Magic on the table, turned and walked towards the door, and the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. "That's." Percy's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. "That's Claude Malfoy, Lucius's distant cousin, who was imprisoned in Azkaban 10 years ago for illegal time experiments. But records show he last month." The space behind the secret door was as small as a wardrobe under a shrinking spell. Harry could clearly hear the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. Percy's Adam's apple rubbed against his palm, with a hot and humid breath. "Claude Malfoy." He worked in the time department of the Ministry of Magic, using the souls of prisoners to conduct experiments on time anchor points. SHH. Hermione poked his wrist with her fingertips, the sound barely audible. The figure in the black robe had his back to them, and his bony fingers were groping along the wall, his knuckles knocking on the bricks, making a hollow thud that was the sound of a hidden mechanism. Harry's scar prickled again, and this time the pain ran along the nerves to his back molars. He suddenly remembered the burning feeling when the basilisk stared at him in the Forbidden Forest last term, but it was colder than that, as if someone had sprinkled a handful of crushed ice in his brain. Found it. Claude's voice was like sandpaper scraping against iron plate. His fingernails scratched against a crack in a brick. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the wall, revealing a palm-sized lead box. The moment the lid of the box was opened, Harry saw a faint blue light that was the unique color of the time turner, like the color of crushed stars immersed in moonlight. Can't let him take it away. Ron's voice was trembling, but he bit his tongue tightly. Otherwise. Or else Mom will nag me again for burning a hole in the family carpet? No, it was worse. The tip of his wand was shaking, cutting the light coming through the crack in the secret door into tiny golden specks. Harry's palms broke out in sweat. He thought of Percy's talk of the sevenfold stability structure, and of Professor Binns's talk in History of Magic last week about the great time collapse of 1912, when a wizard had stolen a time turner in order to change the outcome of the First International Wizarding War, causing an entire block of London in 1890 to evaporate in reality. At this moment, Claude's fingertips were only half an inch away from the converter, and the faint blue was flickering with his breathing, like a star that could explode at any time. Wait for him to turn around. Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist, her nails almost digging into the bone. His wand was behind his waist, and his left hand was his dominant hand. I'll count to 3, you use Expelliarmus, I'll use obstacles. Ron. She paused. Ron, use the disarming charm, but don't use too much force, we need someone alive. Percy's shoulders were shaking, he would kill people, back then he. 3. Hermione's voice was like a silver bell tempered by ice. Claude's fingers had already touched the converter's crystal ball. 2. Harry's wand burned in his palm, and the stinging of his scar suddenly turned into a burning sensation, and he remembered what Dumbledore had said, your scar is a connection, but it is also a warning. 1. The moment Ron kicked the secret door open, dust exploded in the beam of light. Harry's Expelliarmus came out first, and the red spell brushed past Claude's earlobe, flipping his hood back. His gray face looked even more hideous in the sunlight, and the gray-white iris of his left eye suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, like the pupil of some predator. Wormtail's craftsmanship. Claude's laughter sounded like a rusty bellows. When he turned around, his wand was already in his hand. The green killing curse brushed the ends of Hermione's hair and hit the wall, blasting a charred hole. Little lions, are you here to bury the glory of the Malfoy family? Hermione's obstacles were numerous, it hit his chest accurately, and the dark red light net wrapped around his legs. Ron's disarming curse, but he blocked it with his sleeves, and the curse bounced back, brushed past Ron's arm, and burned a hole in his school uniform. Clumsy red-haired guy. Claude swung his wand, and the ground suddenly cracked. Countless silver snakes crawled out of the dark cracks. They were shape-shifting snakes that could only be summoned by Parseltongue. Harry's stomach tightened. He drew the sword of Gryffindor from his waist. It was given to him by Dumbledore last week, saying that sometimes a sword could be more direct than a spell. Silver snakes hissed and sprang at him. He swung his sword and cut off the nearest one. The snake exploded into silver powder, but it reassembled into a thicker snake the moment it hit the ground. Hermione, shine them with fluorescent flashes. The shapeshifter is afraid of strong light. Hermione's fluorescent light flickered, illuminating the entire laboratory. The silver snake curled up in the white light and screamed shrilly. Claude took the opportunity to break free from the barrier spell and pointed his wand directly at Harry's heart. Avada. Expelliarmus. Percy suddenly rushed over from behind, the tip of his wand brushing against Claude's wrist, and the spell went off course, blasting a hole in the ceiling. The sunlight poured down, revealing the scar on the inside of Claude's wrist. It was not an ordinary burn, but a series of twisted runes, like an hourglass carved into flesh and blood. Nosy Weasley. Claude slapped Percy in the face, and Percy fell on the lab table, breaking all the bottles and jars. Ron took the opportunity to pounce and hugged Claude's waist as if he was grabbing a Quidditch ball. Harry, grab the converter. Just as Harry's fingertips touched the blue crystal in the lead box, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by a strong force. Claude's nails almost pierced his skin, his hands were as cold as if they had just been fished out of the icy lake of Azkaban. Do you think you can stop fate? I want to bring the Malfoy family back to its peak, and make those old guys who judged me repent in the cracks of time. His pupils turned completely gray, and an inhuman growl came from his throat. The fire in the Ministry of Magic in 1938, the Daily Prophet scandal in 1975. These were all seeds I planted. When I used this thing to go back to 1914 and kill the Auror who stopped my great-grandfather, all petrified, Hermione's spell hit his knee accurately, and Claude's legs softened, giving Harry the opportunity to pull out the converter. Ron rolled out of his arms, wand raised, and shouted, "Quick! Lock him in that barrier." Hermione had already rushed to the copper astrolabe in the corner. That was what she had just observed. On the wall of the laboratory was engraved a star map related to time magic, and the symbol in the center of the astrolabe was the same as that recorded in the history of time magic. The time cocoon barrier is exactly the same. She waved her wand and chanted a long spell, and a pale golden light film instantly enveloped Claude. He pounded frantically in the light film, his nails scratching the light wall and sparks flying. "You will regret it. The god of time will devour your souls. Waiting for my master." Master. Harry's scar suddenly burned so hard that he could barely hold the converter. Claude's words were like a needle, piercing the bubble of security in his heart. The last time he felt this way was in the Forbidden Forest, when he faced Voldemort. "Go." Percy covered his bleeding mouth and climbed up. "This barrier can only last for 10 minutes. The time turner needs to be sent back to the Ministry of Magic immediately. They have a special stabilization chamber." Hermione grabbed Ron's arm, and Harry walked in the middle, protecting the converter. As he passed by Claude, the wizard suddenly laughed, with a sticky sweetness in his laughter. "Tell Dumbledore that his old friends are waiting for him in the time rift." As the laboratory door slammed shut behind him, Harry heard the sound of glass breaking from inside. He looked down at the time converter in his hand. The faint blue light flowed between his fingers, but it was colder than ever. The burning pain of the scar had not yet subsided, and it was like a voice whispering deep in his skull. This was far from the end, but the beginning of another storm. The lights in the corridor were still dim, and Percy's footsteps were as quick as drums. "The Ministry of Magic's time crack monitor has been ringing recently. I thought it was due to the aging of the instrument." Harry's boot heels thumped against the marble floor as the purple light of the Flynn network exploded at the end of the Ministry corridor. He still tightly grasped the time converter in his right hand, and a faint blue light leaked through his fingers, casting tiny spots of light on the pale back of his hand. The red marks left by Claude's scratches in the laboratory just now had not yet disappeared, and were now aching with each heartbeat. Merlin's big pants. Ron staggered and held onto the wall, his gray hair still stained with laboratory dust. This Flynn network was more shaky than George's dung bomb. He suddenly stopped and followed Harry's gaze to the end of the corridor. Rufus Scrimgeour was standing at the door of the minister's office, the gold piping on his black wizard robes gleaming coldly under the wall lamp. The Minister of Magic frowned into two deep grooves, and when his eyes swept across the three people, they finally stopped at the converter in Harry's hand. "Follow me." When he turned around, the corner of his robe brought a gust of wind, blowing Hermione's hair in front of her forehead. The office was filled with a strong smell of ink. Scrimgeour's desk was piled with parchment scrolls half a person's height, the top one of which was titled "Revision of the Time Turner Safety Regulations." Harry had just placed the converter on the table when the minister's fingers drummed heavily on the wood. "Say." Hermione spoke first, her words as fast as a machine gun. "Claude Morel, former trainee in the Time Department of the Ministry of Magic, was expelled 3 years ago for illegal experiments on time rifts. He transformed the time cocoon barrier in the laboratory and tried to use the converter to create a time rift." He mentioned the master. Harry interrupted her. The scar began to burn again, like a red-hot needle stirring inside the skull. He remembered Claude's distorted face when he was wrapped in the light film, and the words that the god of time will devour your soul. His Adam's apple moved, and his scar hurts as much as when he faced Voldemort. Scrimgeour's pupils contracted sharply. He picked up the silver bell on the table and rang it, and only lowered the sound after the elf brought in 3 cups of hot cocoa. "In the past 3 months, the crack monitor in the time department has been ringing 17 times a day. I thought it was the aging of the equipment." He pressed his knuckles against his temple. Now it seemed that someone was actively tearing up the timeline. Ron suddenly put the cup on the table, and the cocoa splashed brown traces. What did that old guy mean by saying that Dumbledore's old friends were waiting for him in the time rift? Someone is stuck in time. His ears were red, and he was obviously still upset about not being able to beat up Claude. Hermione pushed up her glasses, her fingertips unconsciously stroking her wand. "A history of time magic records that ancient wizards once used human sacrifices to stabilize the timeline." Before she finished her words, Scrimgeour stood up abruptly, and the corner of his black robe swept off half a stack of documents. "Enough." The minister's voice was like ice. "The time turner must be sealed immediately. The Ministry of Magic has a time tamper-proof vault built in 1984 that can isolate any time and space magic." He walked around the table and his eyes fell on Harry's face. "Potter, you come with me." The air on the 7th floor underground smelled stale and musty. Scrimgeour walked in front, holding a fluorescent wand. The torches on the stone wall lit up one by one with their footsteps, illuminating the densely packed anti-time magic runes along the way. The door of the safe was carved out of a single piece of obsidian, with a crystal embedded in the center, which made a humming sound as people approached. "This is a blood crystal lock." Scrimgeour drew out his wand and drew 3 silver lines on the crystal, which required the holder's magic power to resonate. He turned to look at Harry and put the converter on. As soon as Harry's palm touched the crystal, the blue light suddenly surged. The converter vibrated as if alive, and he could clearly hear countless tiny sounds exploding in his ears: babies crying, swords clashing, women screaming, mixed with Claude's laughter. "You can't lock it. Quick!" Cold sweat oozed from Scrimgeour's forehead. The silver light at the tip of his wand almost condensed into substance. "Concentrate." Harry gritted his teeth and pressed the converter tight. Ripples appeared on the surface of the crystal, and the light of the converter gradually dimmed, finally sinking into the stone with a click. The moment the safe door slowly opened, he staggered back half a step, and his back hit the stone wall heavily. The sounds just now suddenly disappeared, but the burning pain in the scar became more intense, as if something was crawling towards him through the cracks in time. Scrimgeour wiped his face and said in a softer voice than before, "It will not be activated by external forces for at least 50 years. But Harry wasn't listening. He stared into the shadows deep in the vault, where a vague black mist was wriggling. When he rubbed his eyes and looked again, the black fog had disappeared again. But his skin still stung, as if countless ice needles were drilling into his pores. "Harry," Hermione put her hand on his arm, "and you looked unhappy. There are magical fluctuations." Harry grabbed the wand, his knuckles turned white, not ordinary, but he paused, thinking of the god of time mentioned by Claude, his throat tightened, and it was related to the time rift. Ron immediately drew his wand, the spell of the blasting Scrut missile on the tip of his tongue. "Where? I am now." "Calm down." Hermione held his wrist, her eyes scanning the newly emerged runes on the vault door, possibly residual disturbances. But she looked at Harry. "The reaction of your scar doesn't lie." Scrimgeour frowned and moved closer to the crystal lock, touching the tip of his wand to the surface. The monitor did not sound. "Maybe." His voice suddenly dropped. "Perhaps it was the after effect of the time cocoon barrier you had just used." But Harry knew it wasn't. He looked at the bottomless darkness in the safe, and suddenly remembered Claude's sticky smile before he was sealed. There was no fear in that smile, only anticipation, as if he was watching a play that was about to begin. "We're going to Nocturne Alley." Harry turned and headed for the stairs, his wand burning in his palm. "If information can be transmitted through time cracks, there might be a contact point there." Hermione followed immediately, sweeping the dust on the ground with the corner of her robe. "I need to check the missing persons and the magic times in the past 3 years. Time cracks will devour living things." Ron jumped up and caught up, the annoyance on his face turned into an eagerness to try. "I said I should have brought the Scrut missile. Last time Fred said that spell could blow a flower out of the broken wall of Nocturne Alley." Scrimgeour's voice came from behind Potter. Harry turned around and saw the minister standing in front of the safe door. The dim light from the crystal lock cast a blue-gray shadow on his face. "If you find anything unusual, contact the Ministry of Magic immediately." "Time magic." His Adam's apple moved. "This is not something you should touch at your age." Harry said nothing. As he turned and walked towards the stairs, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind. The wind carried the sweet smell of rotting roses, exactly the same smell as when Claude smiled. He paused and subconsciously touched the scar. This time the burning pain was accompanied by a cool touch, as if someone was gently touching his forehead across the timeline. The dome of the Ministry of Magic receded overhead. As the three of them reached the exit, dusk was streaming in through the stained glass windows, stretching Harry's shadow very long. He looked at his own silhouette reflected on the ground, and suddenly felt that the edge of the shadow was a little blurry, as if it had been gnawed by something. "Let's go." Hermione pushed him and went to Flourish and Blots to borrow a guide to detecting time rifts, but I remember the 3rd edition had. The twilight flowed down the crooked eaves of Fandeo Alley like crumpled purple satin. As Harry's boots stepped on the bluestone slabs, he could hear the crisp sound of gravel hitting the soles of his shoes. This sound should have been familiar. After all, he and Ron and Hermione had walked through this alley filled with the smell of potions and the screams of cursed dolls countless times. But at this moment, the hair on the back of his neck stood straight up, as if an invisible hand was crawling up his spine. "Harry," Hermione's voice was a little tentative, her fingers gently hooked on the edge of his robes. "You're walking too fast." Harry then realized that he had left Ron 3 steps behind. He stopped and turned around to see his friend standing on tiptoe to reach for the cursed compass hanging on the door lintel of a certain black shop. The blood patterns on the surface of the compass glowed with an eerie light in the twilight. "Hey." Ron was caught by his gaze and hurriedly retracted his hand. "I'll take a look." The direction of the compass is different from yesterday. "Because the wind is blowing from the north today." Hermione pushed her glasses and pulled out a crumpled copy of Geography of the Magical World from her canvas bag. "Most of the cursed objects in Nocturne Alley rely on the energy of the earth veins, and changes in wind direction will affect." She suddenly paused and glanced across Harry's forehead. "Is your scar hurting again?" Harry put his hand over his brow. The burning pain was not like the previous burning pain, but rather like someone was stabbing his skull with the tip of an ice pick, and each hit carried the sweet smell of rotting roses, the same smell he had smelled outside the Ministry of Magic's vault. Claude had said that the god of time would devour the soul. He could hear his voice tighten, but Scrimgeour said the time turner was still in the vault. The one in the safe might be a fake. Hermione's fingertips unconsciously stroked the handle of her wand, which was her habit when she was thinking. Remember the prophecy ball that was lost in the Ministry of Magic 3 years ago? They used apparition, residual detection and blood alliance seal, but they were still replaced. Time converter. Her voice lowered. If even the monitor didn't sound, it meant that the other party had used a more advanced time magic than the time cocoon. "That's why we're here to find Fred and George." Ron slapped Harry's back hard, causing him to stumble a few steps in pain. "These two guys have better ears than Thestrals, and they can tell whether a feather dropped in Nocturne Alley is male or female." The jokes failed to dispel the depression. As the three of them turned the corner, the neon sign of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was crackling and lighting up, and the pink crackling exploding candy light box was particularly dazzling in the twilight. George was squatting at the door of the shop, rubbing the copper door knocker. He looked up when he heard footsteps, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. "Wow. The Savior group has arrived." His words were suddenly stuck, and his eyes fell on Harry's forehead. "Your face is uglier than the spit candy I tried last week." Fred poked his head out of the door, holding half a piece of Fizzy candy in his hand. "George, don't scare people." He waved to the three of them and said, "Come in, I've just made hot butterbeer." The familiar aroma of caramel wafted through the store, and the quick-acting skipping candies on the shelves were still sizzling and emitting blue smoke. George kicked the cardboard box at his feet, which contained unopened fat-tongued toffees. "Tell me, what do you want from us? You're not here to buy truth serum even though I just mixed it with lemon flavor." Harry gave a brief account of his experience at the ministry. Speaking of the burning pain of the scar and the smell of rotten roses, Fred's fingers suddenly crushed the toffee in his hand, and the syrup dripped onto the wooden table through his fingers. Rotten roses. He and George looked at each other. Last month, a guy in a black cloak came to buy moonstone powdered. He wanted the kind that had just been dug out from the cracks in time. Yes, George took out a brown paper bag from under the counter and poured out a few grayish-white stones. He said he would use them to repair the cracks of time. As I paid, I caught a glimpse of the mark on his wrist. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the pale blue skin underneath, like a coiled snake with an hourglass wrapped around its tail. Hermione stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the ground. It is recorded in the illustrated book of magical creatures that the totem of the ancient time priests is a snake holding an hourglass. They believe that time is a living thing that needs to be fed with soul. The point is, Fred knocked on the counter, the guy has been hanging out at the old-time bookstore at the end of the alley recently. He pointed out the window, and in the twilight he could see a faded wooden sign hanging on the corner of the street, saying that the store had just opened 3 days ago, selling second-hand profit daily during the day, and the shutters were never opened at night. "We'll go and have a look." Harry's wand felt hot in his palm, as it always did when he was nervous. "Wait." George grabbed a handful of things from the shelf and stuffed them into his pockets, invisible smoke bombs that would disperse on the count of 3, and this he handed over a small silver whistle that could automatically open doors within 30 meters when blown. "Thanks." Ron patted his bulging pockets and said, "If we get caught, we'll just say we're looking for a lost toad." "It's Neville's toad," Hermione said immediately, remembering to keep the same tone. The door hinges of the old-time bookstore made a teeth-grinding creaking sound. As Harry hunched his shoulders and squeezed in, his nose was immediately hit by a strong musty smell mixed with the fishy smell of old paper and rat urine. The books on the shelves were tilted all over the place. The 20th Century Daily Prophet was pressed over half of How to Live Harmoniously with House Elves. The cover of Ministry of Magic Scandals on the top shelf was covered with a thick layer of dust, and it was obvious that no one had touched it for a long time. "Anyone in?" Hermione shouted at the top of her voice, with a deliberate lilt in her voice. "We want to be UI.UM, a newspaper from 1992, looking for coverage of the Quidditch World Cup." There were dragging footsteps coming from the inner room. A man in a dark gray robe lifted the curtain. His face was as white as if it had been soaked in formalin. His eye sockets were sunken and there was a crescent-shaped scar on his left eyelid. "You want one from 1992? His voice was like a rusty gear. "In the basement, follow me." Harry and Ron looked at each other. Hermione smiled at them. She nodded slightly and made a 3 gesture with her fingertips at her side. This was their secret code. If there was no movement after 3 minutes, Hermione would use a stunning spell to break down the door. The steps to the basement were steep and slippery, and as Harry climbed down, holding onto the wall, his fingertips felt wet moss. The man stopped at the bottom floor and lit the kerosene lamp on the wall. In the dim light, the newspapers on the whole wall looked like a huge spider web, hanging from the ceiling to the ground. "Find it yourself." He turned to leave, but was stopped by Harry. "Wait, what's in this box?" He pointed to the oak box in the corner, with a totem of a snake holding an hourglass engraved on the lid. The man's pupils suddenly shrank into thin lines. He pounced on him with a speed that was inhuman, and his nails were like eagle claws, grabbing straight at Harry's throat. "Expelliarmus!" Harry instinctively raised his staff, and the spell brushed the man's shoulder and hit the wall, sending gravel rustling down. The man let out an ear-piercing scream and shook out a bone-white magic wand from his sleeve, and time struck back. A cold current instantly wrapped around Harry's ankles, and he stumbled and fell, and saw that his skin was becoming wrinkled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if 20 years of time had been drained away. "Hermione," he gritted his teeth and shouted, while taking out the smoke bomb George had given him. 1, 2, 3. The moment the purple smoke rose, he heard Hermione's voice exploding from above his head, smashed to pieces, followed by the roar of wood breaking. Harry grabbed the man's ankle and pulled hard, causing him to stumble and knock over the newspaper rack, sending bundles of newspapers raining down on him. "Ron," Hermione's voice was anxious, "use the Scrut missiles." "I'm right here." There were hurried footsteps on the stairs, and orange-red sparks appeared from the tip of Ron's wand, and the missile was launched. The Scrut missile exploded at the basement entrance, shaking the entire wall. The man took the opportunity to pounce on the oak box, but was knocked to the ground by Harry's Expelliarmus. Harry grabbed something from the box and ran. It was a leather-bound notebook with a snake totem on the cover that was still slightly warm. As the three stumbled onto the street, dusk had already fallen completely and the lanterns in Nocturne Alley were lit up one after another. Harry leaned against the wall, panting, and could hear his own heartbeat. Hermione trembled as she flipped open the notebook. The first page made her gasp. "Guide to repairing a time turner. Requires 7 drops of virgin blood and 13 living hearts." Let's go back to Hogwarts first. Harry stuffed the notebook into the inner pocket of his robes. His scar began to burn again, and this time there was a hint of coldness in the pain, as if someone was pulling at the corner of his clothes across the timeline. Scrimgeour was right, time magic was not something we should touch. But now, we have no choice. Ron looked at his pale lips and suddenly hit him on the back. What are you afraid of? We are the ones who defeated Voldemort. There was a trembling stubbornness in his voice. At worst I can upgrade the blasting Scud missile to a 10-shot burst. The night breeze from Hogwarts carried the scent of damp grass leaves into Harry's collar. He clutched the hot notes in the inner pocket of his robe, and every step felt like stepping on cotton. Hermione's hand was on his elbow the whole time, and Ron walked on the outside with his wand hidden in his sleeve. The attack in Knockturn Alley just now was too sudden, and none of them dared to relax. The scar was still bleeding. Hermione's voice was trembling with deliberate suppression. She glanced at Harry's forehead in the light of the corridor wall lamp, and took out a portable medical kit from her pocket with her fingertips. When I see the headmaster, I must treat your wound first. I'm fine. Harry pulled the corner of his mouth, but before he could finish his words, a sharp pain shot up from the back of his neck, as if someone was using an ice pick to dig into his skull. He staggered half a step, and the notebook hit his chest painfully. The snake totem on it seemed to come alive and was crawling up along his skin. Ron immediately held his shoulders. Hold on, we're almost at the headmaster's office. The boy's palms were incredibly hot, ironing Harry's shoulder blades through the fabric. I'll help you lock that broken notebook in the headmaster's pensieve later, and see how it continues to make trouble. The gargoyle at the end of the corridor suddenly turned, and the chocolate frog's secret code sounded in the throats of the three people at the same time. When they pushed open the wooden door leading to the office, Dumbledore was standing in front of the window with his back to them, his silver beard blown up by the wind. The planetarium was slowly rotating beside him, casting spots of light on his crimson robe, like a handful of broken diamonds. Good evening, children. He turned, no surprise in his blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses, and I smelled the musty odor of Knockturn Alley and the burnt smell of time magic. Harry's throat suddenly tightened. Since first grade, every time he pushed open the door to this room in a crisis, he would be hit by the feeling of being seen through yet still trusted. He took out the notebook and placed it on the headmaster's desk. The snake totem glowed blue in the candlelight. We found it in the basement. Hermione said it contained a sorcery to repair the time turner. Which required human organs. 7 drops of virgin blood, 13 living hearts, Hermione added, twisting her fingers unconsciously around the cuffs. This wasn't repair at all, it was sacrifice. Someone wants to use blood sacrifice to make the time converter work again, but the Ministry of Time and Magic destroyed all the finished products 10 years ago, except for the one stolen by Crouch Jr. Dumbledore's fingertips gently stroked the snake totem on the cover of the notebook. Sirius once told me that when Voldemort was in Azkaban, a mysterious middleman frequently contacted the Death Eaters and claimed that he could provide the key to change fate. When he looked up, his eyes swept across Harry's white lips. Your scar hurts, right? Harry touched his forehead. His fingertips were stained with blood, but he didn't feel any pain. The cold pulling feeling was still there, like a transparent thread passing through his temple, with the other end tied to some invisible place. It's pulling me. He heard himself say. The voice seemed to float from far away, not pain, but being summoned. The most terrifying thing about time magic is never the power itself. Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped them. The lenses were covered with a layer of white mist. It was this mist that turned fate into a net, and anyone who tried to touch it would become prey on the net. He suddenly smiled, and a gentle light overflowed from his wrinkles. But I remember a young man with red hair who is now the assistant director of the time department of the Ministry of Magic. Percy Weasley, right? I read his article last year, The Modern Regulation of Time Magic, in the Daily Prophet, which was very insightful. Ron sat up straight with a start. Percy, is his stuffy look going to help? He helped the Ministry of Magic recover 3 time hourglass thefts. Hermione had already taken out her wand and tapped it on the table, making a fluorescent flash. The light green reflected her shining eyes. When I was interning at the Ministry of Magic last summer, I saw a sign in his office that the timeline could not be tampered with. He probably knew more about time converters than the books in the entire restricted section combined. To the Ollery. Harry tapped his fingers on the table, the tugging sensation in his scar suddenly increasing. He could almost hear a humming of gears. Write to him now and tell him we need his expertise. Percy Weasley arrived at Hogwarts at 2 in the morning. When his figure emerged from the fireplace, his dark grey Ministry of Magic uniform still carried the chill of London, and the Department of Time badge on his collar pin flickered in the jumping firelight. Merlin, Harry. He took off his round-framed glasses and wiped them. His eyes were bloodshot because of staying up late. Did you know that investigating time magic cases privately violated Article 17 of the Ministry of Magic's Special Operations Code? But his fingers were already on the notes on the table, and his movements were so light that it seemed like he was touching a fragile ancient scroll. But this totem was the mark of the ancient time priest. Time priest? Hermione immediately pulled out the history of ancient magical civilization from her bag and turned to the page with a totem-like image. A mysterious organization in the Middle Ages that specialized in maintaining the timeline. It was said that they could hear the sound of time flowing. They can. Percy's fingertips moved along the serpentine pattern, but it was cleansed by the church 300 years ago as a deal with the devil. The pulp of this notebook is mixed with moonstone powder. Only the descendants of the time priests would use this material to prevent the content from being tampered with by time magic. He suddenly looked up, his eyes burning. You said the attacker is a dark wizard? He had the dark mark on him. Harry lifted his sleeves, revealing the skin that had been burned by the cold current, now covered in bruises. He was trying to grab the box, which contained only this notebook. Percy's Adam's apple moved. The core component of the time converter is called the time core, forged by the time priests using the memories of living people. If someone wants to repair the converter, it will take more than just a blood sacrifice. He suddenly stopped talking and took out a bronze pocket watch from his suit pocket. The pointer is reversing madly. Someone is tampering with the timeline nearby. It's a notebook. Hermione grabbed the notebook on the table. The snake totem on the cover was oozing out black mist like ink. It was absorbing magic. Harry had his wand pressed against the notes, but Dumbledore was quicker. The tip of the old headmaster's wand shot out a silver blue light, which entangled the black mist like a lasso. With a slight pull, the black mist condensed into a bead. This was the time anchored. He said that someone used it to fix the notebook at a certain point in time to ensure that it would not be discovered in advance. Or destroyed in advance. Percy stood up suddenly, and the chair scraped against the ground with a harsh sound. I know who it is. Alan Sterling. His voice was tense. 20 years ago, he was the most talented intern in the time department, but was later expelled for secretly studying the documents of the time priests. I read his paper while sorting through old files. He firmly believed that the time turner could be evolved into a weapon that could control time. Where is he now? Harry's scar began to burn again, and this time the pain was mixed with a familiar burning sensation, like Voldemort's mark resonating. We need to find him. Wrinkles of Time bookstore in Nocturne Alley. Percy took out an old business card from his pocket. The edge was rolled up. He disappeared after being fired until 3 years ago when a wizard saw him in Nocturne Alley. I found the business card among his confiscated personal belongings. He paused and pushed the business card to Harry. If he is still studying the time turner, you have to be careful. He may no longer be the idealistic scholar he used to be. We'll go there early tomorrow morning. Hermione put the business card into her magic notebook. Her movements were as quick as if she was arranging a homework plan. Ron brought the Script missile, Harry brought the smoke bomb, and I brought the guide to time magic defense. Wait. Percy suddenly grabbed her wrist with amazing strength and said, if he shows you a map, don't believe it completely. The time priest's map will change its route depending on who is looking at it. They believe that only those who are supposed to find it can find what they are looking for. When the morning light came in through the stained windows of the office, the three of them were already standing at the entrance of Nocturne Alley. Ron stuffed the Scriterium missile into his boot, Hermione's wand tip was on the magic notebook, and Harry was holding the business card given by Percy. The words on it were slightly blurred in the morning dew. Wrinkles of time, always appearing when you need it. The bookstore was easier to find than expected. A faded wooden sign was hung between two tilted old houses. The 4 copper characters Wrinkles of Time were polished to a shine. A faded purple ribbon was wrapped around the door handle, which rustled when the wind blew. The moment he pushed open the door, Harry was enveloped by the musty smell of old books. Rows of bookshelves stretched all the way to the ceiling like silent guards, but the most conspicuous thing was the old man sitting behind the cash register. His white hair was almost transparent, with tiny spots of light embedded in his wrinkles. The lenses of his glasses were as thick as the bottoms of beer bottles. He was lowering his head and writing something on parchment with a quill. Hearing the door open, he slowly looked up, and Harry realized that his eyes were light gray, like a lake covered with mist. Is he a child looking for time? Hermione's throat moved. Mr. Alan Sterling? The old man smiled, revealing a few yellow teeth. After 20 years, someone finally remembered this name. His voice was like a rusty deer. I can smell the time anchor on the notes you brought. Was it that kid Percy who asked you to come? Harry put the notes on the table, and the snake totem glowed dark red in the sunlight. We need to know who is repairing the time turner. Alan stroked his fingers across the cover of the notebook, his movements as gentle as if he was stroking a baby's face. It was a dark wizard, that's right. They found the fragments of the time core, hidden in. He suddenly stopped talking, his eyes swept across Harry's forehead. Your scar hurts, right? It's the time rift that's calling you. The seeds of time magic are hidden in Voldemort's curse. Ron took a step forward. How do you know? Because I have been summoned to. Alan lifted his robe, revealing the scar on his chest, which looked like a twisted snake. I tried to use the time converter to go back to the past to save my mother, but was attacked by the timeline. From then on, what I heard was not the sound of time flowing. His voice suddenly became lower, and it was the screaming of countless tampered futures. Hermione's hand rested on her wand. Then why are you helping us? Because I have seen the worst future. Alan took out a yellowed map from the drawer. The edge of the map was embroidered with a star map in gold thread. The fragments of the core of time that the dark wizard was looking for were hidden in 7 places forgotten by time. This map will help you find the first one, but remember, with every step you take, you'll leave footprints on the timeline, and things will follow your footprints. Harry took the map and it felt cold to the touch. The markings on it were drawn with some glowing liquid, which flickered with his heartbeat. What was that? The gravekeeper of time. Alan took off his glasses and wiped them. His misty eyes suddenly became clear. They were not living things, but the self-repairing instinct of the timeline. Once they catch up with us, he didn't finish his words, but pointed to the scar on his chest and said, "Your lives will be swallowed up by the timeline." When I left the bookstore, the lanterns in Nocturne Alley were already lit. Ron folded the map into small pieces and stuffed them into his pocket. Hermione pursed her lips into a line. The gravekeeper he was talking about. The Forgotten Valley in the twilight was wrapped in mist, like a piece of grey cloth soaked in water. Harry walked in front, the weeds crushed by the solace of his boots making a crackling sound, and the scar on his forehead throbbed with pain with every step. It was not a burning pain, but rather like someone was picking at the nerves with a thin needle, pulling them in a certain direction. "Here we are." Hermione's voice came from behind, with a trembling tone. She raised her wand, and the fluorescent light swept across the dark outline in front of her. It was more like a pile of collapsed stones than a cottage. Half of the wall had fallen into the wild rose bushes, and the only remaining wooden door was hanging crookedly on the doorframe. A stale and musty smell seeped out from the crack in the door, mixed with a bit of the fishy smell of metal rust. Ron sniffed and pressed the wand tighter into his palm. "Are you sure it's here?" The map was still hot just now. He took out the yellowed star map from his pocket, and the gold lines on the edge had indeed dimmed, with the brightest mark facing the broken wall of the hut. Harry didn't answer, but reached out and pushed the wooden door. The door hinges creaked harshly, startling a few crows that flew out from the bushes. He squeezed in sideways, and the musty smell immediately enveloped his nostrils, the smell of damp wood, mixed with a heavier scent like old parchment. Hermione followed in with her wand raised, and the light swept across the broken wooden tables piled against the wall, the chairs with missing legs, and the box covered with grey cloth in the corner. "Over there." Hermione suddenly tugged at his sleeve, and the light of her wand rested on the box. A half-silver chain hung from the corner of the cloth, glowing faintly in the light spots. As the three of them drew closer, Ron's boot struck gravel. "Sh." She squatted down and lifted the grey cloth, revealing a walnut box with a coiled snake pattern engraved on the lid. The lock was a bronze eagle emblem with a dark green gem in its claws. The protection charm of the time converter. Hermione's fingers hovered above the lock, not daring to touch it. "I've seen something similar in Advanced History of Magic. In the Middle Ages, the Ministry of Magic would apply a time seal to important time devices to prevent abuse. It can only be opened if three conditions are met at the same time: the magical fluctuations of the caster, the astrological signs at a specific time, and." She suddenly paused and looked up at Harry. "Your scar." Harry touched his forehead and the throbbing pain had turned into a constant tingling sensation. He tried to press his fingertips on the emerald. As soon as his skin touched the coolness, the gem suddenly glowed red and the lid of the box popped open with a click. The box was padded with faded velvet, and in the middle lay a silver hourglass. What flowed in the glass ball was not sand, but liquid with a rainbow halo, and each drop looked like solidified starlight. "It is this." Ron's voice tightened and he reached out to touch it, but Hermione quickly grabbed his wrist. "Don't. Alan said that the timeline will leave footprints, maybe." Bang! The loud noise of the wooden door being slammed open startled the three people and made them jump. Harry instinctively pulled Hermione and Ron to hide in the room next door where junk was piled up. In the light that leaked through the crack in the door, a figure in a black robe swayed in. The man was hunched over, with his hood pulled down low, revealing his chin with an unhealthy grey-blue hue, like rotten wood that had been soaked in dampness for a long time. His boots crunched over the gravel, and each step dragged like an invisible chain. When he turned his head, Harry gasped. The man's left eye socket was empty, a dark red scar crawled from the corner of his forehead into his hood, and a faint blue light was beating in his right eye, like a burning phosphorescent fire. "Finally found it." The hoarse sound was like sandpaper scraping against metal, fragments of the core of time. No, more than fragments. He limped towards the box, and just as his skinny fingers were about to touch the hourglass, he suddenly stopped. "Has anyone been here?" Harry could hear his own heartbeat drumming against his eardrums. He glanced at Hermione, who was biting her lip and tapping her fingers lightly on the doorframe. That was their agreed signal: count to 3 and then take action. Ron's wand tip poked out from the crack in the door, his knuckles turning blue from the force. 1. Hermione's lips moved. 2. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, and the tingling in his scar suddenly turned into burning, as if a fire had exploded under his skin. 3. Harry rushed out first, his wand pointed directly at the dark wizard armor. The silver light shield exploded between the two of them, and the dark wizard spell hit the wall along the edge of the shield, sending gravel flying. Hermione's voice followed: "Petrification, no, there are many obstacles." The golden light net entangled the dark wizard's legs, and he staggered and knocked over the wooden table. Ron took the opportunity to pounce on the box, but was thrown against the wall by a purple-black spell. "Useless brat!" The dark wizard tore through the light net, waved his withered hand, and Hermione's wand flew into his palm. Harry rushed forward anxiously, but was knocked to the ground by a stunning spell. He saw Hermione rush over to grab the dark wizard's robe, but was thrown into the corner by the backhand. Ron climbed up, holding his waist, and took out a blasting Scrit missile from his pocket. That was George's birthday gift to him last year, prepared for the red-haired boy who was in trouble. "Ron, don't bang." The blasting Scroit's missile exploded at the feet of the dark wizard. At the moment when yellow-green smoke rose, Harry saw Hermione's eyes suddenly light up. She pushed aside the chair that was blocking her way and rushed towards the old painting on the wall that was torn in two. The golden star map on the edge of the frame was exactly the same as the pattern on the map Alan gave her. That's it. She pulled off the frame, revealing an astrolabe carved into the stone wall behind it. When she pressed the hourglass into the center of the astrolabe, the whole cabin suddenly shook. The dark wizard spell hit the star disk, causing a dazzling blue light and forming a translucent barrier that trapped him in the middle. You know what you were doing? The dark wizard slapped the barrier, and the blue in his right eye turned bloody red. The timeline will backfire. The power of the time core is not something you can control. We just know that we can't let people like you take control. Harry wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The wand was pointed back at him. Why steal the time turner? The dark wizard suddenly laughed, and the sound was like rusty gears turning, changing history. What a cliche. But do you know? On November 5, 1914, my great-grandfather had his throat pierced by a runaway stork in the corridors of the Ministry of Magic. If I could go back to that day and cast an armor around him. His fingers scratched at the barrier, the whole family wouldn't have been driven to Nocturne Alley, my mother wouldn't have spied for the Death Eaters to buy potions, and I wouldn't have. His voice suddenly choked, and the light in his right eye dimmed. I want to let those who deserve to live live, damn it. He suddenly looked up and stared at Harry, including the boy in the prophecy. Harry's scar began to burn again. He took the time converter from Ron, and the colored liquid in the hourglass suddenly accelerated, as if something was urging him on. Hermione came over and touched the hourglass lightly with her fingertips. The temperature was wrong, at least 10 degrees cooler than before. Let's go. Ron tugged at his sleeves. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. I just seemed to see a shadow moving in the corner. By the time they stumbled out of the cabin, dusk had completely fallen. The fog in the valley had turned blue-gray at some point, like countless translucent silk threads weaving through the air, bringing a bone-chilling chill when it brushed against the skin. Harry looked back at the hut and saw that the dark wizard was still hammering inside the barrier, while the wall behind him was covered with black cracks at some point, like a spider web torn apart by some huge force. That was, Hermione's voice trembling, a crack in the timeline? The gravekeeper Alan mentioned. Let's go back to Hogwarts first. Harry put the time turner into his arms and could feel it sticking to his skin through his clothes. It was as cold as ice. He dreamed that the time converter in his arms suddenly broke apart, and the colorful liquid flowed into a glowing river. Countless faces floated in the river, the dark wizard's, his great-grandfather's, his mother's, and the old man whose throat was pecked through by the evil bird. Their mouths opened and closed, but what came out was not a sound, but a thin sigh, mixed with the whispers in the valley. Stay. When he woke up, the scar on his forehead felt like it had been branded by a pair of tongs, and his pillow was soaked with cold sweat. Moonlight leaked in through the dormitory window, illuminating a furry shadow curled up at the foot of the bed. Ron's spotted dog had slipped in at some point and was swiping his ankle with his tail. Another nightmare. Ron's voice was hoarse as he had just woken up. The bed curtain was open a little, and he poked his head in with messy red hair. Hermione said you tossed and turned last night, and I thought she was exaggerating. Harry grabbed the wand in the dark and lit it. He saw that Ron's eyes were dark and blue, and it was obvious that he had not slept well. The brass bell on the bedside table suddenly jingled. It was Hermione's message bell. Ron had just grabbed the bell when Hermione's voice came out of it, with a trembling urgency. Is Harry there? Come meet me in the kitchen, with a time turner. The fire in the kitchen was still on. Hermione squatted in front of the long table with 3 books spread out in front of her that were thick enough to hit someone: Principles of Time Magic, Curse Space and Time, and a collection of case studies on prophecy and time paradox. There were water droplets on the ends of her hair. Obviously she had come directly from the bathroom, and she was still holding a piece of unfinished rock cake in her left hand. The temperature had dropped again. She pointed to the time turner in Harry's arms. There was a thin layer of frost on the surface of the hourglass, and the colored liquid solidified into dark red ice crystals. I used the temperature measuring spell to measure it 3 times last night, and each time it was 2 degrees lower than the previous time. She opened the book Curse Time and Space and pointed to a page full of star maps. It said that the time converter and the prophecy ball share the same magical matrix. They are both the embodiment of the Eye of Time. Prophecy balls? Ron leaned over and saw rock biscuit crumbs falling on the pages of the book. Are they the broken balls in the prophecy hall of the Ministry of Magic? My dad said that except for the person predicted, anyone who touches him will go crazy. But now the time converter is abnormally cooling. Hermione's fingertips slammed heavily on the 4 words Eye of Time. 3 days ago, a strange thing happened in the prophecy hall of the Ministry of Magic. 7 prophecy balls on the shelf storing prophecies after 1980 broke at the same time. She took out a crumpled Daily Prophet from her robe. The headline on the front page was Anomalies in the Prophecy Hall. Is it a sign of doomsday or aging equipment? I broke into Filch's office this morning and stole a whole stack of internal briefing papers. Harry's scar throbbed again. He thought about the last things the Dark Wizard had said, including the boy in the prophecy, and about Dumbledore once saying that Voldemort's defeat was related to a prophecy about a boy who lived. He subconsciously reached for his neck, where hung the golden snitch given to him by Dumbledore, which contained another fragment of the prophecy. Harry, Hermione's voice snapped him back to reality. What are you thinking about? Prophecy. Harry heard his voice break, maybe everything connected, the dark wizard stealing the time turner, the prophecy breaking, and what he didn't say was that the whispers in the valley sounded a lot like the echoes he heard in the Department of Mysteries in his 4th year when the prophecy broke. The kitchen door was suddenly pushed open. Dobby rushed in with a crooked tea towel on his head, his ears shaking like 2 little flags. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. In the principal's office. Now. The Phoenixdale feather pen in the principal's office was still writing something, and a light golden mist was floating in the meditation basin. Dumbledore sat in a high-back chair, his silver beard hanging down on the corner of his robe embroidered with star maps, his fingers folded, his eyes fixed on the time converter in Harry's arms. I guess you have noticed its abnormality. His voice was lower than usual, like a lead block wrapped in velvet. The time converter and the prophecy ball belong to the same system of the Eye of Time. Their abnormal fluctuations mean that there is some kind of force prying the past and the future at the same time. He raised his wand and tapped the table. A glowing star map unfolded above the 3 people's heads. 3 days ago, the 7 prophecy balls in the prophecy hall were cracked. 6 of them pointed to different disasters, but the 7th. The star map suddenly shrank into a point of light, pointing to you, Harry. Harry felt his throat tighten. He thought of the prophecy ball with the Dark Lord's mark on it in the Department of Mysteries in 4th year, and the moment when he broke it with his own hands and Nagini pounced on him. The prophecy ball was not completely cracked. The tip of Dumbledore's wand glowed blue, and a rotating glass ball appeared in the star map, with spiderweb-like cracks on its surface, waiting for someone who could interpret it. And the person who can decipher it. His eyes swept from Harry to Hermione and Ron. It would require knowledge of time magic, the gift of prophecy, and he paused, the courage to take risks for the truth. Hermione's fingers subconsciously grabbed the corner of her robe. You mean, we need to go to the Hall of Prophecy? Tonight, Dumbledore took out a bronze key from the drawer, with faded ribbon wrapped around the key teeth. Old Cobb, the administrator of the Prophecy Hall, was an old acquaintance of mine. This key could open the secret room where the undeciphered prophecy balls were stored. But remember, his blue eyes suddenly became sharp, the interpretation of the prophecy ball requires resonance, and someone among you must connect with the core of the prophecy. Your scar will be the key, Harry. The Ministry of Magic late at night is like a sleeping monster. Ron's calves were still shaking as they passed through the revolving door. The last time he came here, he was hospitalized after being bitten by a basilisk, and this time, they were going to sneak into the prophecy hall, which was forbidden to students. Old Cobb's office is filled with stale parchment flavor. The old man's bald head shone in the candlelight. When he saw Dumbledore's key, his fingers trembled so much that he could hardly hold it. 30 years. The last time someone used this key was by Grindelwald. He rubbed his hands and stood up. Come with me. Don't touch any balls, especially the 7th one from the left in the 3rd row. An Auror touched it last month and is still talking nonsense. Insane mungos. Hermione gasped as the door to the Hall of Prophecy opened. Countless glass balls were suspended in the dim blue light, some as big as pumpkins, some as small as marbles, some were wrapped in black mist, some were dripping with golden sand. On the central shelf, 7 cracked prophecy balls were buzzing like a group of restless bees. That's it, Harry heard himself say. He didn't know why, but when his eyes swept across the 3rd row, a prophecy ball with a diameter of about 20 centimeters suddenly lit up, and silver blue light seeped out from the cracks on the surface. That one was the 3rd one from the left. Old Kobo's face turned pale instantly. That is the prophecy ball of July 31st, 1981. Are you sure, kid? Harry didn't answer. His scar was burning and his heart was beating so fast it threatened to burst out of his throat. He stretched out his hand, and just as his fingertips touched the sphere, the light in the whole room suddenly dimmed. White mist rose from the prophecy ball, and a picture emerged from the mist, a forest shrouded in cursed fire. Voldemort's snake face appeared and disappeared in the fire, and the tip of his wand pointed at a shadow. The outline of the shadow was vague, but it froze Harry's blood. Then came Trelawney's voice, clearer and colder than usual, that the man with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. He will face the Eye of Time's choice at the 7th eclipse. Either let the blood of the past cleanse the future, or let the fire of the future consume the past. Bang! The prophecy ball suddenly exploded. The fragments swirled into Harry's scar like a flock of glowing hummingbirds. He stumbled back and bumped into Ron. Hermione's screams mixed with Old Cobb's exclamations buzzed in her ears. When his vision returned to clarity, he saw a crescent-shaped fragment lying in the palm of his hand, with a line of blood-engraved words on it. The Eye of Time opened on the 7th lunar eclipse. This is Trelawney's voice coming from the door. The divination professor was wrapped in her signature purple scarf, holding a crystal ball in her hand. The smoke in the ball was spinning wildly. I knew you would come. Her eyes fell on the fragment in Harry's hand, her lips trembling. This is part of the complete prophecy, child. And the other half of it, her crystal ball suddenly burst into sparks and was in the hands of the dark wizard in Nocturne Alley. Harry clenched the fragment. Harry's nails nearly dug into the shards in his palm. The burning pain was like a thin needle, drilling into the heart along the blood vessels. The 7th lunar eclipse, and the waning moon hanging over the dome of the Ministry of Magic at this moment, turned out to be no coincidence. The sparks from Professor Trelawney's crystal ball were still dancing before his eyes. She said that the other half of the prophecy was in the hands of the dark wizard in Nocturne Alley, but Harry's scar was reminding him that more pressing clues might be hidden in the deepest part of the prophecy hall. We must go to the prophecy hall again. He heard his voice trembling, but it was clearer than ever. Old Cobb said that some prophecy balls are stored in more hidden rooms. Hermione twisted her fingers around her sleeves, the ends of her hair still stained with silver blue debris from the explosion of the prophecy ball, but the Ministry of Magic prohibits students from entering after curfew. The last time we were able to sneak in was because of the warrant from Dumbledore. Ron suddenly interrupted, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket. It was the warrant the headmaster had given them last week when he asked them to investigate a security breach at the Ministry of Magic. He said, in case of emergency, then. Now it should be considered in case of emergency, right? Harry looked up at Trelawney. The professor's purple scarf was lifted by the draft, revealing a rare seriousness in her eyes. Go. Her voice was as light as a sigh. The Eye of Time will not wait for you to be ready. Old Cobb's hands were shaking violently over the keychain. When he led the three of them through the bronze door at the innermost side of the Hall of Prophecy, the screaming of the door hinges made Hermione shudder. The prophecies on this floor, the administrator's Adam's apple moved, all involved the Dark Lord, time magic, or those that may cause war. He lit his wand, and the green light swept across the wall. The entire wall was filled with glass cabinets embedded with magic locks, and in each cabinet was a suspended prophecy ball, with a blood-red date or name engraved on the surface. Look there! Ron suddenly tugged at Harry's sleeve. In front of the glass cabinet on the top floor, a silver light was penetrating the dust and shining on a prophecy ball. Harry tiptoed closer, and his breath hitched when he saw the words etched into the glass, Voldemort. That's. Old Cobb's wand almost fell to the ground. It's a deal between dark wizards intercepted by the Ministry of Magic 10 years ago. It said that this prophecy ball can reveal the Dark Lord's fatal weakness, but no one dares to touch it. Last time an aura just touched the ball shell, and the reverse curse burned through his palm. Harry's scar began to heat up. He thought of Voldemort's laughter in Little Hangleton Graveyard, of the venom in the basilisk's green eyes, and the images surged through his mind as if under a revelation spell. I'll do it. He took off his scarf and wrapped it around his hands. If this prophecy has anything to do with me. Wait. Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist. Her fingertips were cold, yet filled with unquestionable power. Remember when we used the time turner to save Buckbeak in third year? Time magic can backfire, especially when it comes to the Dark Lord's prophecy. Ron had already taken out his wand, his knuckles turning white from the effort. But if we don't take it now and wait until the Dark Wizard finds it first. He didn't finish, but the three of them remembered the black-robed figure who threatened passersby with the Cruciatus Curse in Nocturne Alley the night before. The other party had said, including the boy in the prophecy at the time, and thinking about it now, every word was like a poison dagger. Harry took a deep breath. The palm under the scarf pressed against the glass cabinet, and the magic lock beeped. Old Kobo took out the second key with trembling hands. When the two keys were inserted into the keyhole at the same time, the prophecy balls on the entire wall suddenly began to rotate. Hurry, the administrator yelled, the lock can only hold for 30 seconds. Harry practically ripped the prophecy off. The dark purple sphere felt heavy in his palm, with fine mist floating on the surface, as if someone was breathing inside the sphere. Hermione immediately picked up advanced magic rune deciphering and quickly flipped through the pages. The pattern on the sphere is an ancient Norse rune, which means unfinished judgment. Pa! There was the sound of heels hitting the floor in the corridor. Sparks instantly burst from the tip of Ron's wand. Old Kobo's face turned pale, and he pushed the three people into the storage room next to him. As soon as the door closed, he heard the bronze door of the prophecy hall being slammed open. Found it. The hoarse male voice was like sandpaper rubbing. The fragment of the prophecy ball from 1981 is on Potter. That half piece. Harry's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He saw through the crack in the door. The man in the black robe was facing away from them, with half of his distorted face exposed under his hood and a centipede-like scar on his left cheekbone. It was the Black Wizard from Nocturne Alley. Now they even dare to steal Voldemort's prophecy. The man twirled his wand around his fingertips. The old antiques in the Ministry of Magic really can't protect treasures. He walked towards the glass cabinet where Harry had just taken the ball and suddenly stopped. Where are the people? Hermione grabbed the corner of his clothes behind him. Her lips moved and she silently said, protection spell. Harry immediately chanted armor protect silently, and a light golden film of light appeared around the three of them. Ron raised his wand and pointed it at the crack in the door, his fingers resting on the handle, as if he was ready to cast a spell at any time. Come out, little mice. The man's voice suddenly became sweet. I know you have the prophecy ball. Give it to me, and I can make your death more painful. Harry's scar was so hot it threatened to split. He thought of the bloody words on the fragments and what Trelawney said about the choice of the Eye of Time, and suddenly understood, this man is the thorn connecting the past and the future. Expelliarmus. He yanked open the door to the closet, and the red light from his wand brushed past the man's shoulder. The man stumbled and knocked over a glass cabinet, causing several prophecy balls to fall to the ground with a crash. Hermione took the opportunity to rush over and tapped quickly on the wall with her fingertips. She just noticed that there was a symbol engraved in the crack of the wall that was the same as the Nymphatora mechanism recorded in A History of Magical Architecture. Bless all. Ron's voice broke as he threw himself towards the prophecy ball that had fallen to the ground, but was knocked back against the wall by the man's cruciatus curse. A crack appeared on Harry's protective spell, and he could see the madness in the man's eyes. Do you think you can stop me? Once I get the 2 prophecies, I can resurrect Voldemort. No, more than resurrect him, I want him to be the master of time. Bang! Hermione pressed the last symbol. The entire wall suddenly sank, and silver bands of light emerged from between the bricks, wrapping around the man's ankles like a living thing. This is the Ministry of Magic's containment ward, she shouted. It will last 10 minutes. Harry took the opportunity to pull Ron up. The prophecy in his arms was so hot that he could hardly hold it. The man struggled in the light strip, spells bursting out of his mouth, but they were all rebounded to the ceiling by the barrier, blasting out charred holes. You can't win. His voice became muffled as the barrier sank. The prophecy says that the Eye of Time will open during the 7th lunar eclipse. When the moon completely disappears. Let's go. Harry pulled the 2 of them and ran towards the corridor. Old Cobb had been waiting at the bronze door, holding all the keys in his hand. Exit through the emergency exit. I'll tell you, there's a burglar here. When the night wind from the Ministry of Magic blew into his collar, Harry realized that his back was soaked with cold sweat. Hermione held the prophecy ball, and Ron covered his arm that was hit by the cruciatus curse and gasped, but none of the 3 stopped. They could hear the roar of the barrier breaking behind them, and see the Aurors torches shaking in the distance, but what was more clear was the trembling of the 2 prophecies in their palms, like 2 hearts beating in sync. Back to Hogwarts, panted Harry. In the moonlight, he saw the bloody words on the fragments glowing strangely, and in the midst of Voldemort's prophecy, the shape of a snake's tongue vaguely emerged. Professor Dumbledore. He must know how to interpret this. Hermione took out the owl mailbox and tied the note to Hedwig, her fingers still shaking. But the Eye of Time is open, that the Dark Wizard said. Harry, the 7th lunar eclipse has not ended yet, and the waning moon has just reached the middle of the sky. Ron suddenly pointed to the sky. Filch, who was on night patrol, half of his face popped out from the corner of the corridor with a lantern in hand. He was sent away by Hermione with a confounding charm to check the water leak in the basement. They did not dare to go directly to the headmaster's office, as Dumbledore was in Paris tonight to attend the International Wizarding Council, and the divination classroom of Professor Trelawney was filled with the mixed smell of wormwood and sage. Wait! Ron suddenly grabbed the corner of Harry's robe. His arm was still bleeding, and the purple mark of the cruciatus curse was like a poisonous snake coiled on his forearm. Should we really go find that crazy prophet? Last time she insisted that I would be dragged into the Black Lake by a giant squid next week. She's not crazy, she can really see. Hermione's voice was very low, the ends of her hair were still stained with dust from the Ministry of Magic corridor. The predictions she made to Harry in the 3rd year all came true later. And she touched the prophecy ball in her arms. The mist on the glass surface was rippling as they approached. The prophecy ball needs a prophet of the same frequency to activate it, and Professor Trelawney is the fortune teller who is closest to Merlin's bloodline in existence. Harry said nothing. He could hear his heartbeat pounding against his ribs like a war drum. On the way to escape from the Ministry of Magic, the 2 prophecy balls kept getting hot, and the shape of a snake's tongue repeatedly appeared in the midst of one of them. That was the mark of Voldemort. As for the other one, there were blood-like spots on its surface, like some kind of countdown. The door of the divination classroom was ajar, and a dim light leaked through the gap. Professor Trelawney's voice floated out first, with her usual tremor. The moon is retrograde in Ophiuchus, and the starlight is obscured by the wings of ravens. It's the breath of the Savior. The door creaked open. Professor Trelawney was wrapped in a velvet cloak covered with stars, her lips under her hooked nose painted with faded purple lipstick, her pupils shrank into thin lines under the candlelight, and she suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist. Your pulse is beating like a dying phoenix, child. Have you brought something that should not exist in this world? Hermione immediately took out the prophecy ball. The fog on the glass surface suddenly surged up, like the surface of a lake into which a stone was thrown. As soon as Trelawney's fingers touched the sphere, her whole body trembled violently, and the silver ornaments on her cloak jingled. Quick! Put all the crystal balls in the cabinet, draw the blackout curtains. Ron hurried to close the window, and the wind blew in a few dry rosemary leaves. Harry helped Hermione push 7 or 8 crystal balls on the table into the oak cabinet. When he turned around, he saw Professor Trelawney kneeling in the middle of the floor, drawing spiral symbols on parchment with a bone-white quill. Her voice changed. It was no longer her usual mysterious drawl, but was sharp like the scraping of metal. The resonance of the prophecy requires a blood contract. Potter, cut your finger. As soon as Harry's wand tip touched his fingertips, Hermione grabbed his wrist. This is too dangerous, Professor Trelawney. Is there any other dash? No. Trelawney's eyes suddenly rolled back, bloodshot in the whites of her eyes like spider webs. The prophecy absorbed the obsession of dark wizards before the Ministry of Magic exploded. They are looking for a living container that can interpret it. Her nails dug deeply into Harry's palm. Hurry, otherwise they will find a host themselves. The next one may be you, Miss Granger. The moment the blood dripped onto the center of the spiral, the prophecy ball cracked with a click. Silver mist emerged like a living thing and gathered into a vortex above the three people's heads. Trelawney's cloak was puffed up by the air current, and her voice was mixed with at least 3 different tones. The 7th lunar eclipse, the eye of time opens. The hourglass with snake shadows wrapped around it. What flows back is not sand, but souls. Goosebumps rose on the back of Harry's neck. Images emerged from the mist. Voldemort's basilisk Nagini was coiled on a black spire. Wherever its tongue swept, time was distorted like crumpled parchment. The Death Eaters were holding burning torches, and what came out of the torches were not sparks, but the cries of babies. In the very center, 2 prophecies were suspended above an hourglass. The upper half of the hourglass was filled with scarlet liquid, and the lower half. Was Voldemort's face. He wants to inject his soul into the long river of time. Trelawney suddenly collapsed to the ground, her cloak slipping to the ground, revealing her skinny ankles. The prophecy records possibilities. When enough possibilities are controlled by him, he can exist at every time point at the same time. Resurrection is just the beginning. He wants to become the master of all timelines. Hermione's fingers dug into the edge of the table so tightly that her knuckles turned white. What is the 7th lunar eclipse? We heard the dark wizards mention it at the Ministry of Magic. The lunar eclipse is the key to the rift in time. Trelawney grabbed the teacup beside her and took a sip. The tea dripped down her chin onto her cloak. There will be 7 lunar eclipses this year. This is the 6th. When the 7th happens completely. She suddenly coughed violently and took out a handkerchief embroidered with the moon from her sleeve. The handkerchief was stained with dark red blood. The eye of time will be completely open. By then. We need more prophecies, Harry interrupted. His voice was steady, so steady that even he was surprised. Perhaps it was because the prophecy in his palm was still hot, so hot that he had to do something to relieve the burning sensation. If Voldemort needs to collect the prophecies, then we must find them first and destroy them. Ron stood up suddenly. His arm was still hurting, but his eyes were bright as if they were cast by a luminescent charm. Yes, just like destroying the Horcruxes, we could do it before, and we can do it this time. Hermione bit her lip and said nothing, but her fingers quietly hooked around Harry's sleeves. This was her habit when she was nervous. Harry knew what she was thinking. They had Dumbledore's guidance in destroying the Horcruxes, and the Order of the Phoenix's support, but this time the enemy is more hidden and the threat is more abstract. But he couldn't show any sign of wavering, so he looked down at Trelawney. Where can I find more prophecies? Nocturne Alley. Trelawney wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. There is a time scholar named Alan Sterling. He works at the Star Tracks and Hourglasses bookstore. 30 years ago, I went there to buy A Wrinkle in Time. She shuddered suddenly. He knows the connection between the prophecy and time magic. But Harry, remember. She grabbed Harry's wrist, her nails almost digging into the flesh. Time magic is a double-edged sword. Even Dumbledore dare not touch it easily. What you were looking for is not the prophecy, but. She was interrupted by the sound of an owl hooting outside the window. Hedwig flapped her wings and hit the glass. The note tied to her claws was blown away by the night wind. It was a message from Professor McGonagall, saying that Dumbledore had returned early and was waiting for them in the headmaster's office. Go see the headmaster first. Hermione tugged at Harry's sleeve, but Harry stared at Trelawney's blood-stained handkerchief and suddenly said, "No, go to Nocturne Alley first. Dumbledore will understand." He stuffed the prophecy ball into Hermione's arms. There is truth serum in the headmaster's office. He can see what we are doing. But Alan Sterling. He remembered the last words of the Dark Wizard in the Ministry of Magic, wait until the moon is completely hidden, and at this moment the moon outside the window was being bitten off by the last corner of the dark clouds. If we are late, we may never find him again. Nocturne Alley is much colder at night than Diagon Alley. The 3 of them walked through the stinking ditch with their necks hunched. The window of the Star Tracks and Hourglass bookstore was covered with thick dust. An inverted hourglass was painted on the faded wooden sign. The sand was made of broken diamonds and was glowing slightly as they approached. As soon as the door opened, the dust choked Ron and made him sneeze. The bookshelves were stacked from the floor to the ceiling, and the spines of each book had yellowed labels on them. Analysis of time paradox examples, the cursed clock, sundial magic in the age of Merlin. An old man was sitting on the rattan chair at the back, his white hair braided into a small braid, and he wore a monocle on his nose, the lens of which was as thick as the bottom of a bottle. Finally, the old man's voice was like the friction of old book pages. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. He took off his glasses and wiped them, revealing the fine wrinkles around his eyes. Trelawney sent an owl this morning, saying that the savior would come to me with a hot prophecy ball. He pointed to the ball in Harry's arms. Give it to me. When Harry handed it over, the old man's fingers just touched the glass and then retracted suddenly. The burning sensation of dark magic. Is the same as what I saw in the underground vault of Gringotts. He took out a pair of deerskin gloves from the drawer and held up the prophecy ball again. The prophecy ball records the possible future, but someone wants to turn possibility into necessity. They are collecting prophecies from different timelines. Every time one is destroyed, it is equivalent to erasing a possibility of Voldemort's failure. How do we stop them? Hermione asked anxiously. The old man opened the drawer and took out a yellowed map. The edge of the map had burn marks, and in the middle were 7 marks drawn in red ink, with a date written next to each mark. This is a record of abnormal lunar eclipses in the past 100 years that I compiled. Before and after each lunar eclipse, a time rift will appear in a specific location, where it is easiest to find the prophecy ball, or rather, the prophecy ball will find someone who can see it. When he handed the map to Harry, his fingertips paused on the first mark. The first location is the swamp behind the Shrieking Shack. 3 days later, at the climax of the 7th lunar eclipse, the flow of time there will be disrupted. He suddenly coughed violently and pulled out a silver chain from his collar. The pendant was a miniature hourglass. Remember, the price of time magic is. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of glass breaking outside the store. Ron flung the door open and saw 2 hooded figures running down the alley. When one of them turned around, Harry caught a glimpse of the dark mark on his sleeve, a Death Eater. "They're following us." Ron drew his wand, but the 2 men had already disappeared around the corner. Alan Sterling suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist. His hand was as cold as ice. "Go, they are here to steal the map, the 7th lunar eclipse." His eyes suddenly became unfocused, and the hourglass on the silver chain cracked, and golden sand scattered all over the floor. "Tell Dumbledore. The eye of time hides." His head slammed down on the table. Hermione felt his pulse and blanched when she looked up. "He's passed out, but still breathing." Harry clutched the map tightly. The moonlight shone through the broken window, casting a shadow on the first mark on the map. The shape of the shadow was exactly the same as the snake's tongue that appeared in the prophecy ball. "We have to leave quickly." Hermione propped Alan's head up on the cushion. "The Death Eaters will be back soon, and..." She glanced at the moon outside the window. The dark clouds had completely covered it. "The climax of the 7th lunar eclipse is in 3 days. Ron pulled out his wand and pointed it at the door. "I'll cover the rear. You guys go out first." The night wind made Harry's black robe rustle as the 3 of them ran along the shadows of Nocturne Alley until they turned into a narrow alley that smelled of stew. Ron was propped up on his knees and gasping for breath, with a faint blue light still emitting from the tip of his wand. That was the confusion charm he had just cast, leading the pursuing Death Eaters in the opposite direction. They didn't catch up. Hermione's voice trembled, her fingers tightly grasping the edge of the map under her cloak. The ends of her hair were stained with dust from Alan's shop, and there was a fine crack on her lens, caused by the impact when she was dodging the broken glass just now. Harry's back was pressed against the damp brick wall, and the feel of Alan's cool touch was still on his palms. He touched his inner pocket. The beeping of the prophecy ball had stopped, but he could still feel the warmth of the mist through the fabric. For now he stared at the puddle at his feet. His pupils were still slightly contracted in the reflection. When he caught a glimpse of the dark mark just now, his heart almost jumped out of his throat, as if all the warmth had been sucked away by the Dementors. Ron suddenly raised his wand. "Wait!" Hermione immediately held her breath, and the 3 of them turned their heads at the same time. But apart from the drunkards singing in the distance, the only sound in the alley was the rustling of old newspapers blown by the wind. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, and the light on the tip of his wand dimmed. "I seem to be hallucinating." He tugged at his collar. "Merlin, I've never run so fast in my life. Last time, I chased Ban through the kitchen." "Ron." Hermione interrupted, pulling a map from her cloak and unfolding it. Moonlight filtered through the eaves, illuminating the 7 scorched marks. The date next to the first mark was blurred by red ink. The words that should have been Shrieking Shack were now a strange purple in the light of Hermione's wand. She had just cast a disapparition charm. Ellen might not have finished. Her fingertips touched the ink. This place was not Shrieking Shack. Harry leaned forward. At the moment when the purple light became brighter, the words on the map reappeared: "The abandoned church of St. Magnus, Old Town of London." The location of the time rift will change. Ron looked closer, his nose almost touching the map. Or did that old Mr. Allen remember it wrong? He was coughing badly at the time. Harry remembered Alan's distracted eyes, and the strange feeling of time going backwards when the hourglass cracked. Maybe the map was cast under a confusing spell, or the lunar eclipse affected the markings. His thumb unconsciously rubbed the prophecy ball in his inner pocket, and the mist suddenly began to surge again. This time, it was not the snake's tongue that emerged, but the outline of a spire church. The tip of Hermione's wand glowed even whiter. The eclipse was still 3 days away, but the prophecy had already responded. When she looked up, her eyes behind her lenses lit up. "Harry, this could be our chance. If I go to the church now, maybe I can get the prophecy before the Death Eaters." "Wait." Ron suddenly pressed her wrist and asked, "Have you forgotten those hooded guys? They must be looking for the prophecy ball as well. Maybe they are already staring at the map. If we rush over now, won't we be walking into trouble?" Harry could hear his own heartbeat. He remembered that last semester under the dome of the Ministry of Magic, those Death Eaters blew up the entire corridor for the prophecy. He remembered what Alan told Dumbledore before he died, and that Dumbledore was currently abroad dealing with the affairs of the International Confederation of Wizards. They couldn't wait. "We have the invisibility cloak," he said, his voice more firmly than he thought, "and the prophecy is guiding us." He took out the Marauder's map hanging around his neck and unfolded it. The markings of the Old Town of London were slightly hot as if they were burned by fire. "Look, there are no other signs of wizards near the church now. Hermione immediately pulled out her regulations for the protection of magical places. The abandoned church was a Class 2 magical site, sealed off by the Ministry of Magic 30 years ago because there were remnants of dark magic inside, but this also meant that there might be a barrier there to prevent muggles from breaking in, which was just right for us to hide. Ron bit his lip, then suddenly pulled out his wand and tapped it 3 times on his palm. "Okay," he said, with a desperate tone in his voice, "but if I meet a Death Eater, I'll be the first to use the Expelliarmus charm. I practiced it last time in the Leaky Cauldron, and Professor Flitwick said my aim has improved." The 3 chose to apparate next to a trash can in the alley behind the church. The smell of mold and rust penetrated his nostrils, and Harry pulled at the invisibility cloak to make sure the 3 figures were completely integrated into the darkness. The spire of St. Magnus Church cast a huge shadow in the moonlight. Most of the stained glass windows were broken, with only a few pieces of blue-green glass barely hanging on the frames, like the eyes of a monster. The door was locked. Hermione leaned over to the door, the tip of her wand lit up. It was a muggle lock, but there was also a warding spell. She touched the doorknob with her fingertips, and the spell rippled out like a ripple. It was an old-school blood curse that required the caster's blood to break. Then Ron was interrupted by Harry. Harry raised the prophecy ball, and the outline of the church in the mist suddenly became clear. The ball vibrated slightly and pointed to the drain on the left side of the church. "Go in there." Harry lowered his voice. The iron fence of the drain was covered with rust. He knocked it with his magic wand. Aho! The fence snapped open, and a musty and cold wind with the smell of earth rushed out. The stone steps in the basement glowed coldly, and every step made a hollow echo. Ron's wand swept across the wall, which was covered with scratches, some of which were dark purple burns left by dark magic. Was there something imprisoned here before? He swallowed. 20 years ago, a wizard reported that there were fluctuations of time magic under the church. Hermione's voice seemed very light in the empty basement. History of Magic mentioned that St. Magnus was built in the 12th century, and wizards at that time would use the church's crypt to conduct time magic experiments. She suddenly stopped. On the stone wall in front, a stone door as tall as a person was emerging, with spiral runes engraved on the surface, as if it was covered by invisible ink. Painted by water. Hermione raised her wand, and the rune glowed green under the blue light. "This is the ancient rune, which means the gift of time." Her fingertips brushed over the symbol at the bottom. The latch was made of moonstone, which needed to satisfy both the moon phase and the magic resonance. Harry fished out the prophecy. The outline of the church in the mist suddenly disappeared, replaced by the reflection of the stone gate. The ball's vibrations quickened, resonating with some kind of vibration coming from the door. "Try the prophecy ball," he said, pressing it gently into the hollow in the center of the door. The stone door made a muffled sound. The runes lit up one by one, forming a chain of light from bottom to top. With a click, the door opened. The hidden room was smaller than expected. The 4 walls were inlaid with glowing fluorite, and a walnut box was placed on the stone platform in the center. The surface of the box is wrapped with a silver chain, the lock is in the shape of a snake, and the snake's eyes are 2 bloodstones. "This is a blood seal." Hermione squatted down, and put the tip of her wand against the chain. It would take the blood of the person who cast the spell to unlock it, or use stronger magic. She took out a small bottle of lemon juice from her pocket. It was her usual material for unlocking spells, and it was fluorescent. The wand light gathered into a thin beam and shone on the lock. A drop of blood suddenly seeped out of the bloodstone, and the chain broke with a snap. The moment the box was opened, a blue light rushed to the roof. Harry recognized the texture of the light. It was identical to the prophecy ball in the Ministry of Magic's prophecy room. There was mist floating on the surface of the sphere, and a rotating star map could be vaguely seen, as well as a line of faint handwriting. "When 7 lunar eclipses overlap, the chosen person will see the truth." "That's it." Ron's voice tightened, and he reached out to take it. "Wait." Hermione was about to stop him when there was a sound of leather boots stepping on the stone steps outside the door. The 3 of them froze at the same time. Harry's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He grabbed Ron's wrist and pulled both of them into the shadows behind the door. The blue light of the prophecy was still flickering, and he hastily covered it with his cloak. The light immediately dimmed, leaving only a faint halo through the cloth. "The footsteps are getting closer." 3 men in black robes walked into the room. The leader took off his hood, revealing a face covered with scars. Harry had seen him before at the Malfoy family banquet. He was Lucius Malfoy's subordinate, named Greyback. "This is it." Greyback's voice was like sandpaper. The old man had marked the church on his map. It must be the place where the prophecy was hidden. He swept the tip of his wand across the stone table. Search. Another man in black robes kicked open the broken wooden box in the corner. "There is nothing here." "Wait." His eyes were fixed on the empty box on the stone platform, and the box opened. Greyback's pupils suddenly contracted. He turned suddenly and pointed his wand behind the door. "Come out. I know you are there." Harry's palms were sweaty. He could hear Hermione's rapid breathing and feel Ron's wand trembling slightly under his cloak. A green light emanated from the tip of Greyback's wand. It was the Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Harry cast a spell and dragged the 2 men to the other side of the room. The green light brushed past Hermione's hair and hit the wall, creating a charred hole. Ron's wand flashed across the wall and he suddenly shouted, "Harry, look there!" The fluorite on the wall was arranged in a strange pattern, exactly the same as the ancient runes Hermione had deciphered before. Hermione reacted instantly. It's a trap. She rushed over and pressed her fingertips on the third fluorite, quickly imprisoning it. The ground suddenly shook. A transparent barrier rose up around the room, trapping the three black-robed men in the center. Greyback's spell struck the barrier, sending ripples through it. That you can't get away, he roared. No one can take what the master wants. Stunned, Ron's spell hit him squarely in the chest, and Greyback fell straight down as if he had been petrified. The other two men in black robes were about to fight back, but Hermione's shattered body had already blown away the bricks at their feet, and the rain of rubble forced them to retreat. Harry grabbed the prophecy and dragged the two of them towards the door. The stone door slammed shut behind them. Angry curses were heard from outside the barrier, but they were getting farther and farther away. As the three apparat, Harry's eardrums ached from the wind pressure. When their vision cleared again, they were already standing by the Black Lake at Hogwarts, with the lights of the castle flickering on the opposite bank. When the wind from the Black Lake blew wet grass debris into Harry's face, he realized that his fingers were still tightly gripping the prophecy ball. The mist on the surface of the ball condensed into tiny water droplets at some point, sliding into the cuffs along the lines of the palms, and the coolness crawled along the arms into the spine. He had never felt this cold before when Greyback cast the Avada Kedavra curse in the church just now. Harry, Hermione's voice was trembling with urgency, and the tip of her wand was still glowing with fluorescence, like a wandering star in the night. We have to go to the divination tower now. The timeliness of the prophecy ball. Professor Trelawney said that some prophecies must be interpreted before the new moon, otherwise the image will disappear. Ron suddenly sneezed loudly. The hem of his robe was torn by the stone bricks and was swaying with his movements, like a raven with its feathers shed. Merlin, Greyback's face was greener than my pumpkin juice just now. He was glared at by Hermione halfway through his words, and immediately shrank his neck and put the prophecy ball closer to his arms. Let's hurry up, this thing is so hot in my hands. Only then did Harry notice that the prophecy was indeed getting hot. When he let go of his hand, a light red mark was left on the palm of his hand, as if it had been burned by sealing wax. The fog on the sphere was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the faintly visible words seemed to be struggling to dissipate. He took a deep breath, and the smell of green grass mixed with lake water rushed into his lungs. Let's go. As the three of them ran along the gravel road beside the Black Lake towards the castle, Ron's footsteps were particularly heavy. His left foot had just been twisted when he apparat, and every step he took was painful, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. The ends of Hermione's hair were stained with night dew, and glowed brown red in the light of her wand. She ran much faster than usual, and her hairband had been thrown away somewhere long ago. A few strands of hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. Harry stared at her back, and suddenly remembered how they chased the devil's snare in the first grade. The fear at that time was still a bit raw and fresh, unlike now, when the fear was wrapped in a heavy layer of lead. The wooden stairs of the divination tower creaked in the dead of night. As Harry's wand tip swept across the wall, several wall lamps lit up in response, and the dim light reflected the thin layer of dust on the stair railings. Professor Trelawney rarely received visitors at this time. When they stood in front of the door covered with star-shaped copper nails, Hermione paused with her knuckles suspended in the air for 3 seconds before gently knocking on the door. The moment the door opened, the scent of sage and bay leaves hit me in the face. Professor Trelawney was wrapped in a purple velvet robe, and the crystal necklace around her neck reflected colorful spots of light under the candlelight. Her eyes were half open and half closed, as if she had just come out of a long prophecy, until her eyes swept across the prophecy ball in Harry's hand, and her pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. Oh, her voice rose an octave, and the hem of her nightgown swept across the copper incense burner at her feet. Children, you actually brought back. Oh, this is not an ordinary prophecy ball. Her fingers almost trembled as she stroked the surface of the ball. The prophecy ball began to glow ripples in her palm, and the dissipated mist condensed again, gradually revealing a rotating image. Under the blood moon, a snake-like shadow entwined the spire, and the clock on the top of the spire rotated backwards, and with every turn a star fell from the night sky. Sit down, Trelawney said suddenly with rare clarity, unrolling the horoscopes piled on the armchair and turning out all the lights. Hermione immediately waved her wand, and the wall lamps, candlesticks, and even the night light next to the drooping mandrake on the windowsill were all plunged into darkness. Only the 7 black candles lit by Trelawney were burning, and the flames were strangely leaning in the same direction, as if being guided by some invisible hand. She took out a silver plate engraved with ancient runes from a drawer, gently placed the prophecy ball on it, and sprinkled some blue powder on it. Harry recognized that it was fragments of moonstone. The manifestation of prophecy requires resonance of the medium. Trelawney's voice became low, as if she was chanting some kind of spell. Not all prophecy balls can be interpreted at will. Especially those involving time. Her fingers drew an arc on the edge of the silver plate. Look. The prophecy ball suddenly shook violently. The mist on the sphere condensed into substance, and flowing words emerged. The letters were like paper strips blown by the wind. As soon as she read one sentence, it was covered by the next one. When the eye of time turns back, the snake shadow will devour the moon, the forgotten marks will see the light of day again, and the weight of death will crush the star tracks. Trelawney's breathing became rapid. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and the crystal necklace suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, illuminating her pale face. This is the prophecy of time magic. Voldemort is looking for a way to change history. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes like two knives tempered with ice. That you know the fate of the time converter, but the time magic and the prophecy ball is more dangerous. They can tamper with events that have already happened and erase Voldemort's failure from history. Goosebumps rose on the back of Harry's neck. He thought of Hermione's time turner in his third year, of the hourglasses that had been strictly destroyed, and of what Dumbledore had said, those who tamper with time will eventually be swallowed by time. At this moment, the image in the prophecy ball became clearer. The basilisk's tongue swept across the spires of Hogwarts, Nagini's scales glowed under the blood moon, and Voldemort's hand was on a huge clock. As the hands turned backwards, his face became younger and younger. All the related prophecies must be destroyed. Trelawney suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist, her hand was as cold as ice, but they were not isolated, each prophecy was a link in the chain of time. Destroying one could set off a chain reaction. Oh, Merlin, this is worse than the worst I could have foreseen. Ron's wand clattered to the floor. When he bent over to pick it up, his knee hit the corner of the table and he gasped in pain. So now we have to look all over the world for these broken balls and smash them one by one? Like destroying a Horcrux? Not just smashing. Hermione's voice tightened, and her fingers quickly flipped through the advanced divination that she carried with her. The structure of the prophecy ball is different from that of the Horcrux. Their energy comes from collective consciousness. Professor Trelawney, the time chain you mentioned refers to the possibility that each prophecy ball corresponds to a certain key time point? Trelawney let go of Harry's wrist and slumped in her chair. Her nightgown slipped off her shoulders, revealing a pale pink scar across her collarbone. Harry remembered it was from a Death Eater attack last term. Clever girl. She smiled tiredly, and each prophecy was a materialization of possibility. If Voldemort could control enough possibilities, he could make the reality that Voldemort was dead a possibility that never happened. When the dawn light filtered through the long library windows, the trio's parchment had already covered the oak table. Ron's quill drew a big circle around the Weasley family's contacts, including George's Muggle joke shop, Bill's connections at Gringotts, and even Charlie in Romania. The Dragon Sanctuary might contain ancient prophecies, and my brother said there were things sealed by the Ministry of Magic in the caves over there. Hermione's fingers slid quickly across prophecy events in the history of magic, and her fingernails turned white due to the force. The time turbulence incident in 1672 was caused by the simultaneous activation of 7 prophecy balls. At that time, the time in London went back 3 days, causing the Ministry of Magic to modify the memories of all Muggles. Harry, look here, the storage location of the prophecy ball is usually related to the movement of celestial bodies, such as the phases of the moon, star tracks, and the intersection of Earth veins. So the next target might be. Harry's words were interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps. The dome of the library suddenly lit up with warm golden light, as if a small sun exploded on the ceiling. Dumbledore stood by the ladder, his purple nightgown covered with a morning gown embroidered with stars, his silver beard shining pearly white in the dim light. It seems that I am not too late. His eyes swept across the prophecy ball interpretation notes on the table, and a trace of worry flashed in his blue eyes. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic found traces of Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley. They were carrying boxes engraved with time runes. Harry felt his throat tighten. He thought of what Greyback had said last night about what his master wanted, and of the image in the prophecy of the serpent swallowing the moon. We must set out now. Where to? Ron immediately pulled the parchment in front of him. I just contacted Bill, and he said there is a prophecy storage room on the 3rd floor of Gringotts, but it needs. No. Hermione suddenly pointed to a red dot on the map, which she had marked with a highlighter. According to the records of 1672, the backup storage point for the time prophecy ball was usually located at Eclipse Manor. It was once the residence of a medieval astrologer, and the ground veins passed through the moonstone veins, making it most suitable for sealing time-related magic items. Dumbledore tapped the red dot with his finger. Indeed. I accompanied Grindelwald there in 1945. His voice suddenly paused, his eyes became distant, and soon returned to gentleness. It is now an abandoned manor, but the protective magic is more complicated than the vault in Gringotts. There are moving vine traps, fountains that cast oblivion spells, and well, you're going to have a little trouble with the door knocker. Harry stood up and carefully put the prophecy back into the locket. He could feel his heart thumping in his temples like a war drum. We go now. Do you want me to send a phoenix to take you there? Dumbledore asked. No. Hermione had already started packing her school bag. She touched each piece of parchment with the tip of her wand, and the notes immediately shrank to the size of rice grains and slipped into her pencil case, operating even faster. Ron, check your wristbands. Last time you operate in the Forbidden Forest you fell into a den of ermines. Ron rolled his eyes, but still tightened the magic wristband obediently. He glanced out the window, where the first rays of dawn were climbing over the spires of Hogwarts. Hopefully there wouldn't be anything biting in the manor this time. The iron gate of Eclipse Manor was looming in the morning mist. As Harry's heels touched the gravel, he heard a slight click, like some mechanism being triggered. The bronze eagle head on the doorpost suddenly turned, and black smoke seeped out of its ruby eyes, forming a line of bloody words in midair. Anyone who trespasses will remain in yesterday forever. The tip of Hermione's wand glowed blue, and she was about to break the spell on the door knocker when Ron suddenly grabbed her arm. His face turned pale and he pointed towards the door. Did you hear that? Vines sprang out from the yew trees on both sides of the porch like a swarm of snakes, and branches as thick as wrists with sharp thorns lashed at the three people. Harry raised his wand almost reflexively, and he heard his own rapid breathing mixed with Hermione's scream, Expelliarmus. No, it's the vine-removing spell. All petrified, Ron's spell hit the nearest vine first, and the dark green branch instantly stiffened into a stick, but cracked in the next second, and thinner vines emerged from the broken ends. Harry's back hit the cold iron door and a sharp thorn scraped the back of his hand, causing a burning pain. He saw Hermione squatting beside the doorpost, with the tip of her wand against the lower jaw of the bronze eagle head, where fine astrological patterns were engraved. It was the resonance of the moonstone. Her voice trembled with nervousness. They were affected by the ley lines, and could only be reversed with the growth spell. Get behind me. Harry pulled Ron's arm and dodged to the side. The vines brushed past the tip of Ron's ear and made a harsh sound on the brick wall. Hermione's wand suddenly burst out with a silver blue light, like a thin silver needle piercing into the eagle's eyes. The black mist seeping out of the ruby suddenly shrank, and the vines simultaneously made a rustling sound similar to wailing and quickly retracted into the shadow of the tree. Success! Ron touched the scarf that was pulled askew, and his Adam's apple moved. The morning mist was blown away by the wind, and the main gate of the manor finally became clear. There was a rusty door knocker on the faded oak door, which was a wolf's head holding a moonstone. Hermione wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, the tip of her wand still trembling slightly. When the earth veins flow, the defensive magic will resonate with the moonstone veins. I used the reverse tide spell commonly used by astrologers in the 16th century, which was equivalent to cutting off their energy source. She lowered her head to check her robe, and found that her left sleeve was cut open. However, next time she encountered such a living trap, she would remember to find the energy core first. Harry reached out to touch the door knocker, and the wolf head suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp silver teeth. As soon as his fingertips touched the moonstone, they withdrew as if they were burned by fire. A piercing chill came from the stone, drilling through his skin and into his bones. The temperature was wrong. He frowned. Was the door knocker itself a lie detector? It's a memory lock. Hermione leaned over and tapped the wolf's nose with the tip of her wand. Moonstone was a common material used by medieval wizards to store memories. To open the door, she had to input the correct memory fragment. She took out a copper astrolabe from her school bag and turned the scale to aim at the rising sun in the east. The record in 1672 said that Eleanor Greenwood, the founder of Eclipse Manor, cherished the memory most when her father taught her to observe the lunar eclipse. A pale golden mist appeared on the surface of the astrolabe. Hermione pressed her palm on it, and the mist immediately condensed into an image: a silver-haired old wizard standing in the tower, and a little girl tiptoed to reach the brass telescope. His hand was on her back, and he said, "Remember, a lunar eclipse is not the disappearance of the moon, but the alignment of the sun, the earth, and the moon." The wolf-head door knocker suddenly made a low roar, the silver fangs slowly closed, and the door creaked open. The smell of mold and rotten wood hit me in the face, and the faded curtain swayed in the draft, revealing the peeling wall. Ron sniffed. No one has cleaned this place for at least 20 years. More than that. Hermione's wand lit up with a fluorescent glow, illuminating the cobwebs piled up in the corners. The embroidery on the curtains was the family crest of the Greenwood family, but they were expelled in 1710 due to the blood curse case, and the manor should have been abandoned after that. Her heels kicked against a loose floor tile, making a hollow echo. Basement. The three of them walked down the stairs, leaving clear footprints in the dust on the stone steps. At the end of the basement, there was a stone wall with a star map embedded in it. Hermione moved the tip of her wand along the outline of the constellations. When she passed over Ophiuchus, a crack suddenly appeared in the wall. The structure was similar to that of Gringotts' prophecy storage room. She squeezed in sideways, her voice echoing in the narrow passage. The prophecy ball needed a stable magical environment, and the star map corresponded to the ground vein nodes to prevent time magic from going out of control. At the end of the passage is a circular stone chamber with glowing fluorite inlaid on the walls, illuminating the bronze box on the central stone table. The surface of the box was covered with twisted runes, and in the center of the lid was a charred crystal, the remains of a destroyed protective spell. Someone tried to force it open. Harry ran his fingers over the runes. These were anti-theft spells, but they were already weak. He looked at Hermione. Could they break it? Hermione crouched down and fished a magnifying glass from her pocket. Her eyelashes cast tiny shadows under her eyes, and her lips were pressed into a line. It was a compound spell, with a memory lock on the outside and a time lock on the inside. The tip of her wand touched the runes, and the memory lock required. Wait, does this rune arrangement look like Professor Dumbledore's handwriting? Harry leaned over and saw a very faint scratch on the corner of the box. It was an inverted triangle, a mark often used by Dumbledore. He might have been here. Harry's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Perhaps this box was left behind when he and Grindelwald came here together. Hermione's wand burst into warm golden light, and the runes melted like ice and snow in the sun. The lid of the box popped open with a click, and in an instant, the stone chamber was filled with dazzling blue light. A prophecy ball with flowing starlight was suspended in the box, with flowing mist appearing on the surface, and a broken whisper could be heard faintly. Black flames burn the dawn. The reversal of the ring of time is it? Harry's voice was hoarse. He could feel the prophecy ball and the locket getting hot, the two balls resonating through the cloth, and the blood vessels under his skin throbbing, as if there was a flame running through his body. Put it away. Ron suddenly lowered his voice and clasped Harry's arm tightly with his fingers. There were dragging footsteps outside the door, mixed with hoarse conversations. The boss said the prophecy ball is in the basement, that if those three little bastards dare to touch it, their bones will be ground into powder. Hermione quickly dragged the two of them into the shadow of the stone wall. Harry's back was pressed against the cold stone wall and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. He saw three wizards in black robes walk into the stone chamber. The tall man in the lead lifted his hood and had a scar on his left cheek from his brow to his chin. It was the Death Eater August Rosier, whom he had seen on the wanted poster in the Daily Prophet. "This is the box." Rosier poked the empty box with the tip of his wand. "Where's the prophecy? Maybe it was moved." Another wizard kicked the stone table. "Maybe it's in Hogwarts." "Shut up." Rosier turned suddenly, his eyes sweeping across the shadows where they were hiding. Harry's throat tightened and his fingers stole toward his wand. Just then, Hermione lightly touched the back of his hand with her fingertips and made a quick gesture to silence him. Rosier's eyes stayed in the shadow for 2 seconds, then he turned around and said to his companion, "Go upstairs to check." After the two men left, he took out a black crystal ball from his pocket and said, "Master, the prophecy ball of the Eclipse Manor is gone. It may have been taken away by that kid Potter." Harry nearly dug his nails into his palms. He saw Hermione's lips move, and she silently said, "Boundary charm," and then pointed to the fluorite in the corner of the stone chamber. Those stones were glowing with the tip of her wand. Ron's hands were on his shoulders, hard enough that it almost hurt, but Harry knew they were saying hold on. Rosier had just said yes when he suddenly staggered. The air around him rippled, like a lake with a stone thrown into it, gradually solidifying into a translucent barrier. This was, just as he raised his wand, Hermione's voice rang out clearly, "Imprison quickly." Ropes sprang out from all directions, tying Rosier's hands and feet. Harry took the opportunity to rush over, his wand pointed at his throat. Expelliarmus. Rosier's wand flew into Ron's hands, who immediately stuffed it into the inner pocket of his robes. Prophecy. Hermione grabbed the prophecy ball on the table and stuffed it into Harry's locket. Go. Their accomplices may be arriving soon. The three of them ran back along the corridor, and hurried footsteps were heard on the stairs. Harry looked back and saw two black-robed wizards rushing down with their wands raised. The blue light of the spell flew past his ears. "Armor protects me," he shouted, and a golden shield of light unfolded behind him. "Did you remember the location of the apparition?" "Remember this?" Ron's voice was filled with tears, but his hand was firmly on Hermione's shoulder. "Diagon Alley, behind Florine's ice cream shop." 3. Hermione's voice was like a taut string. 2. Harry felt the prophecy in the locket so hot it threatened to burn through the fabric. 1. The darkness before their eyes surged into white light, and when they opened their eyes again, the three of them were already standing in a damp back alley. Harry's boot heels clattered heavily on the stone tiles of the Hogwarts corridors, and each step felt like stepping on taut strings. He could hear his own rapid breathing mixed with Hermione's light coughs. The wound where she had hit the wall when she apparat was still bleeding. Ron's palm was still loosely protecting her back, and his knuckles turned white from the force. "We have to go to the hospital wing first." Hermione wiped the corners of her mouth with her sleeve, her voice muffled. "Madame Pomfrey has a potion to alleviate the sequelae of apparition." The tip of her wand tapped her thigh unconsciously, which was her habit when she was anxious. Harry touched the locket. The heat from the prophecy burned through 2 layers of cloth, like a red-hot coal against his ribs. "Professor Dumbledore." He hesitated to speak. They knocked on the headmaster's office door 3 times last night, but the gargoyle didn't open it. "He may be dealing with more important things." Ron suddenly interrupted, his Adam's apple rolling, but the unspoken. "Harry, did you notice the front page of the Daily Prophet today?" He pulled out a crumpled newspaper from his robes. The headline was written in scarlet ink, "The unspoken people in the Ministry of Magic are collectively silenced. A mysterious illness sweeps across the memory management department." Harry's pupils suddenly contracted. When Rosier said in the secret room that the master needs a prophecy ball, he thought it was just an ordinary dark wizard conspiracy, but the sudden loss of speech of the unspoken people, these special groups who specialize in preserving memories and accessing the most secret magic, was obviously not a coincidence. "Go to the hospital wing." He quickened his pace. "Madame Pomfrey has been in contact with the injured in the Ministry of Magic. She may know something." When the smell of disinfectant from the hospital wing hit her face, Hermione's steps were already a little unsteady. Madame Pomfrey was bending over to adjust the bed curtains. When she heard the noise, she stood up suddenly, her eyes wide open behind her silver-framed glasses. "Merlin's beard, what trouble have you three gotten into again?" Her eyes swept across the bloodstains at the corners of Hermione's mouth, Ron's pale face, and finally landed on the locket that Harry was holding tightly. "Sit down first." She pulled out 3 bottles of emerald green potion like a magic trick. "Apparition sequelae, drink it." Just as Harry put the potion to his lips, Madame Pomfrey suddenly held his wrist and said, "Don't rush to ask the prophecy. Listen to me first." Her voice was very low, and her fingertips unconsciously stroked the buttons of her white coat. "Yesterday afternoon, the Ministry of Magic's Memory Management Department sent 3 unspoken people. Their symptoms are not like ordinary aphasia." She turned and opened the drawer, taking out a crumpled diagnosis record. "Their throats are not damaged, and there are no curse marks on their brains, but their consciousness seems to be stuffed with a mess. I used legilimency, but it rebounded so much that I almost bit my tongue. Hermione dug her fingers into the sheets. Controlled? More like being shielded. Madame Pomfret pushed up her glasses. It's like someone has erected an invisible wall between them and the outside world. And this morning, her voice suddenly became hoarse. One of the unspoken people banged his head against the wall on the hospital bed until he passed out. The last words he said were, she paused for 2 seconds, cannot speak, cannot see, cannot remember. Ron's cup clanked to the floor. Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. When Rosier said master in the Chamber of Secrets, there was also this trembling in his tone, as if he was being restrained by some force. He looked at Hermione, her eyelashes trembling rapidly, obviously making rapid associations: prophecy, the silent man, and the shielded consciousness. Thank you, ma'am. Harry stood up, and the prophecy in the locket suddenly became so hot that he staggered. We need to go to the Ministry of Magic. Nonsense. Madame Pomfret's voice rose. Do you know how strict the security of the Memory Management Department is? But her hand had already touched the medicine cabinet. Take this. She handed Hermione a small medicine bottle, polyjuice potion, which can last for 2 hours. If you get into trouble, we'll be careful. Hermione tucked the bottle into her sleeve and gave the old man a reassuring smile. The next morning, the three of them stood in front of the Ministry of Magic's FLA network. Harry could smell the lingering odor of sulfur in the ashes, and Hermione's fingers were tapping the beat of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy on her wand, another habit of hers when she was nervous. Ron stared at the burning flames, his Adam's apple moving. If I'm discovered, my dad will kill me. Your father is in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, not the Department of Memory Management. Hermione pushed him and said, go. The moment the flames wrapped around his body, Harry heard his heart beating like a drum. When their vision cleared again, they were standing in the corridor of the Memory Management Department. The dark purple wallpaper glowed coldly, and every 3 steps there was a wall lamp that looked like a Dementor, not a real Dementor, but the chilling aura made Ron's teeth chatter. Looking for the official who manages the unsung, Hermione lowered her voice. According to the Ministry of Magic staff directory, it should be a wizard named Fowler, with red hair and a birthmark on his left cheek. They found Fowler in his office at the end of the hallway. He was dozing on the table, with a pile of files half a man high in front of him. He looked up suddenly when he heard the noise, his red hair sticking up like a ball of fire. Merlin, how did you get in? We were sent by Professor Dumbledore. Harry looked him straight in the eye and tried to keep his voice steady. We need to investigate the anomaly of the unspeakable. Fowler's Adam's apple rolled. His eyes swept across the chests of the 3 people. Hermione had put on the Hogwarts school badge at some point, which glowed golden in the cold light. Come with me. He grabbed his wand, but only to the work area. Beyond that, I can't get in. Harry shuddered as the door to the work area opened. 20 or so silent people sat at a long table, their black robes washed to a pale color, with silver memory locks on their wrists. But what disturbed him most, what was striking, was their eyes empty as if their souls had been dug out. Some people's fingers scratched the table unconsciously, making a harsh sound like nails scratching glass. They're worse today. Fowler's voice was tight. Yesterday they were able to mechanically complete the memory classification, but now, he pointed to an old silent man huddled in the corner, who was banging his forehead against the edge of the table, once, twice, mumbling too bright, but we dimmed all the lights. Hermione suddenly squatted down and gently touched the ground at the old silent man's feet with her fingertips. Harry followed her gaze and saw a faint blue light flashing in the cracks between the blue stone slabs, like the remnants of a firefly. Luminescent. She whispered the spell, and the light from the tip of her wand reflected the scratches on the ground. It was a magic circle that was half erased, and the edges still had the unique burnt smell of dark magic. Secret room. Hermione's voice was as light as a sigh. There can't be unregistered magic circles in the work area of the Memory Management Department. She looked up at Fowler. Are there any other rooms on this floor? Fowler's face turned pale instantly. He grabbed Harry's arm with surprising strength. Go away. You shouldn't have come, Mr. Fowler. A sweet female voice came from the corridor. The 3 of them turned around at the same time and saw a girl in a white lab coat standing at the door. Her golden curly hair was tied into a ponytail with a hairband, and the diamond earring on her left earlobe was shining with a cold light. Her eyes swept over Harry and the other 2, and finally landed on Fowler's hand holding Harry's. Do you need help? Fowler's hand loosened as if it had been burned. He took 2 steps back, his Adam's apple moving. No, I'll show my students around. Students? The girl tilted her head, but her smile did not reach her eyes. The Memory Management Department is not open to students. Her wand appeared in her palm without her noticing. Unless, we're interns here to check out the memory storage devices. Harry blurted out. He remembered what Hermione said last night when she was flipping through the Ministry of Magic Trainee Handbook. Article 12 states that 7th-year students at Hogwarts can apply for internships in the Department of Memory Management. The girl's eyebrows raised. Hermione immediately pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. It was an internship certificate she had forged using magic, and Dumbledore's signature was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The girl took the paper and her fingertips stayed on the word Dumbledore for 2 seconds. Just when Harry thought she was about to be exposed, she suddenly laughed. "I see. Then." Her eyes swept across the door in the corner of the work area. "You guys continue." The moment the door closed behind her, Ron's back was completely wet. Hermione grabbed Harry's wrist and said, "The magic circle on the ground just now pointed over there." She pointed to the innermost wall of the work area, where there was an oil painting of Sea of Memory. "There is a mechanism behind the painting." Harry placed the tip of his wand against the edge of the painting and gave it a gentle flick. The picture frame flipped back, revealing a half-man-high iron door with a thin silver chain wrapped around the door handle, which was engraved with anti-theft spells. "Alico," Hermione chanted, but the silver chain only shimmered and did not move. "Use the prophecy." Harry took out the locket, and the heat of the 2 prophecy balls suddenly became scorching. Rosier said they were looking for prophecy balls for the master. Maybe this door needs the energy of the prophecy balls. He pressed the prophecy ball against the doorknob. The silver chain snapped and the iron door slowly opened. The darkness within the door surged out as if with life, and Harry could hear his own heartbeat roaring in his ears. A familiar smell wafted in from behind the door. It was the smell of rotten leaves mixed with rust in the secret room. "There's something in there." Ron's voice trembled. "Something very old. Something very dangerous." The tip of Hermione's wand glowed brighter. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Harry stepped in first. The moment the door closed behind them, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the corridor, and the girl's voice: "Seal the memory management department, there is an intruder." But at this moment, their attention was all drawn to something in the center of the room. The walls were densely engraved with ancient magic runes, the magic circle on the ground was glowing with a faint blue light, and at the center of the circle was a glass ball that was exactly the same as the prophecy ball they brought out of the secret room. But in this ball, what's floating is not green smoke, but it's the memory of the unspoken man. Hermione's voice was trembling. "I can feel that hundreds of memories are compressed here, like a bird in a cage." Just as Harry's fingers were about to touch the prophecy ball, there was a sudden click sound behind him. When the muffled sound of the door closing exploded behind his ears, the back of Harry's neck was already soaked with cold sweat. He could hear the sound of his own Adam's apple rolling, mixed with Hermione's rapid breathing. Her fingers were still wrapped around his wrist, as cool as an icicle dipped in Felici's Felix. The room was more cramped than expected. The magic runes on the wall were like living snakes, moving in the dark blue halo. The magic circle on the ground was glowing a cold dark blue, and the crystal ball at the center of the circle was vibrating like a buzzing sound, resonating with the prophecy ball in the locket on Harry's chest, causing pain in his collarbone. "Look at those brass pipes." Hermione suddenly let go of him, the fluorescent light from the tip of her wand illuminating the corner. Harry looked in the direction of the light and saw bronze pipes embedded in the wall as dense as spider webs. Each pipe exuded a light golden mist and finally merged into the groove at the bottom of the crystal ball. "This is the memory delivery tube." Her voice was tense, and her fingertips lightly ran over the tube wall. "I have seen similar designs in the appendix of the Ministry of Magic Memory Management Regulations, but here." She paused, and suddenly grabbed Ron's wrist and pressed it. The temperature was wrong. A normal memory storage tube should be warm, as if it had just been fished out of the Pensieve. But Ron gasped, "Cold, cold as if like being licked by a Dementor." Harry returned his gaze to the crystal ball. The memory fragments floating in the ball were no longer disordered green mist, but strings of silver threads. Those were the memories of the silent man. He had seen similar scenes in the secret room, and those memories were twisted into spikes by black magic. At this moment, these silver lines are contracting at a strange frequency. Every time they contract, spiderweb-like fine lines will appear on the surface of the crystal ball, and then heal in an instant. It was eating away at memories. Hermione's wand tip began to tremble, feeding on the pain. "Do you remember history of magic? In the Middle Ages, a dark wizard used this method to create a memory furnace, extracting the memories of living people to strengthen his magic power." Ron suddenly covered his mouth. The crisp sound of leather boots hitting the ground could be heard in the corridor, mixed with the sharp voice of a laboratory assistant. "This is it. They've triggered the anti-intrusion spell." The 3 people froze at the same time. Harry's wand jumped automatically to his palm, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Hermione pulled him to the corner where there were several piles of dusty parchments, and the shadows there were just enough to cover the outlines of the 3 people. Ron's knee hit the corner of the table. The dull sound was particularly clear in the silence. He hurriedly covered his mouth, his eyes wide open like a frightened owl. The moment the door was roughly pushed open, Harry smelled the unique smell of rotten grass of dark wizards. It was the smell left by long-term use of dark magic, different from the smell on Professor Quirrell, fishier and heavier. A group of little kids whose hair hadn't even grown out yet. The wizard in the lead took off his hood, revealing a hideous snake-shaped scar on his left face. He twirled his wand in a circle in his palm, pointing it at the crystal ball, examining the device. The lab assistant shrank his neck and moved forward, but as soon as his fingertips touched the surface of the crystal ball, he retracted his fingertips as if he had been electrocuted. Master. The master said that I can't touch it casually. This is the core used to fuse the memories of the silent ones. Once you have collected 100 of them, you can use their pain to awaken them. Shut up. The scarred wizard slapped her in the face. You only need to know that by the time that old man Dumbledore found out, we had already used these memories to create a spell that could penetrate the defenses of Hogwarts. His eyes swept across the magic runes on the wall and he suddenly laughed. The little brat said well, but unfortunately, he waved his wand and all the lights in the room suddenly lit up. The fluorescent light flashing can't fool me. Harry's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Their shadows were visible under the light, and the scarred wizard's eyes were already glued to their hiding place. He nudged Ron with his elbow. The guy was staring at the trembling tip of his wand, moving his lips like a first-year who couldn't utter a spell. Ron, Hermione's whisper was like a silver needle, piercing Ron's heart. He suddenly raised his wand and shouted to the light ball on the ceiling, "Knox!" Darkness instantly engulfed the room. Harry heard the crisp sound of glass breaking. The scarred wizard's wand shot a stunning spell, which hit the wall by brushing his ear. He dragged Hermione to the other side, and her back hit the cold memory tube, and the coolness of the metal seeped into her skin through her shirt. Protective spell, Hermione's voice came from the left, quickly imprisoned. Harry reacted and slammed his wand on the ground. Armor, a transparent barrier rose around the three of them, and the scarred wizard's spell hit them, splashing blue sparks. The lab assistant screamed and ran for the door, but was tripped by Ron's disarming charm and fell to the ground groaning. Destroy the crystal ball. Hermione's voice suddenly became clear, with a groove at the bottom. That's the energy hub. Harry caught a glimpse of her hunched over the crystal ball, the tip of her wand glowing blindingly white. The scarred wizard was obviously aware of the danger. He roared and threw out the Cruciatus curse, but it was bounced off by Harry's barrier. Hermione's hand was already on the groove. She turned her head and smiled at Harry. That smile was like the sunshine on the spire of Gryffindor Tower. Crushing spell. The crystal ball let out a dying whine. The cracks on the surface spread like a spider web, and silver thread memories gushed out from the cracks, condensing into a glowing mist in midair. The scarred wizard's spell suddenly failed. He looked at the tip of his wand in horror. Where black blood was oozing out, it was the backlash of his memory. Go! Ron grabbed Harry's arm. They made their way through the chaotic room, pushing past the still screaming lab assistants. There was a loud bang behind him as the crystal ball shattered completely. The moment Harry turned around, he saw that the silver threads of memory suddenly broke free from their restraints. Like a group of birds regaining their freedom, they fluttered towards the window, hit the ceiling, and finally disappeared into the cracks in the wall. The alarm in the corridor was getting closer. The three of them ran along the secret passage of the memory management department. Harry could hear his own violent heartbeat, mixed with Hermione's hurried explanation. Those memories. They no longer compressed. Maybe he will return to his master, Ron said, his face glowing abnormally red in the light of his wand, just like a house elf who has been imprisoned for a long time and suddenly gained freedom. Harry didn't answer. He touched the hot locket on his chest, and the vibration of the prophecy ball stopped at some point. While the aftershocks of the crystal ball's shattering were still reverberating in the corridors of the Department of Memory Management, Harry's sneakers had already thumped over the damp bluestone slabs of the secret passage. He could hear Ron's heavy breathing right beside his ear, and the ends of Hermione's hair brushed against the back of his hand, sticky with cold sweat. The three of them were like rabbits with their tails bitten by hunting dogs, until the oak trapdoor at the entrance of the secret passage clicked closed above their heads, and then they crashed into the wall at the same time, letting the fluorescent light of their wands flicker and falter. Merlin. Ron held his knees and gasped, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. That if the Cruciatus curse from that scarred face had touched me, he suddenly shuddered and his fingers unconsciously grabbed the collar of his shirt. Hermione slid down slowly with her back against the wall, the white light from the tip of her wand making the dark circles under her eyes more obvious. She tugged at her crooked bow tie, her voice still trembling. Those memories. They were not sealed, but compressed into a source of energy. She raised her hand, and the burn marks from the grooves of the crystal ball remained on her palm, as if human consciousness was squeezed into a battery to supply the black magic device. Harry didn't respond. He touched the locket on his chest. The temperature of the metal surface had dropped, but the vibration just now seemed to still remain under his skin. He thought of the silent man in the secret room, his pale face pressed against the glass, his throat moving like a stranded fish, but no sound came out. At this moment, in a dark storage room in the Ministry of Magic, perhaps someone is suddenly covering his mouth, with broken sobs leaking out from between his fingers, or in a basement in Nocturne Alley, an old wizard whose memory has been taken away is holding an empty wine glass, and suddenly and clearly calls out the name of his deceased wife. It's time to go back to school. Hermione suddenly stood up against the wall and turned her wand in a circle in her palm. Madame Pomfrey needed to know where these memories went. Those who have been robbed of their language. Her voice faded away, like a feather floating in the wind. Ron jumped up immediately, the light from the tip of his wand dazzling everyone. I'll apparate. But I have to make it clear that I will definitely not bump into the gas lamp this time. George still makes fun of me for the time I fell into the cauldron in Diagon Alley last time. Harry looked between his two companions and suddenly felt his throat tighten. Hermione's smile when she turned around when the crystal ball shattered was like a knife tempered by sunlight, splitting the viciousness of the memory management department. Ron's precise disarming spell when he tripped the laboratory assistant was more precise than his usual Quidditch shots. He touched the hot snake scar and said softly, "Let's go." Harry almost lost his balance when the smell of disinfectant from the Hogwarts hospital hit his nose. Madame Pomfrey's footsteps came from the end of the corridor, the rubber sole squeaking softly on the linoleum. Merlin's socks. Her voice was as stern as usual, but softened when she saw the three people clearly. Look at you. The shirt was torn, and where was Hermione's headband? Ron's ear is bleeding. She suddenly stopped, her eyes swept over Harry's clenched white fists, and said, "Sit down first, I'll get the palliative." "It's not our injuries." Hermione grabbed Madame Pomfrey's wrist. "It's the unspeakables. We have destroyed the Ministry's memory compression device, and the stolen memories are returning." "Return to the Master," Harry continued. He recalled the scenes that flashed by on his way to escape. A figure curled up in a memory tube suddenly straightened up, digging his fingertips into the tube wall. An old woman locked in a basement suddenly raised her head, light surging in her cloudy eyes. They might recover their language. Madame Pomfrey wiped her hands on her apron. Her white hair shone silver in the wanlight, and her eyes behind the lenses were startlingly bright. A unspoken person had been sent in last week with a black scab in his throat. "I tried using truth serum, but she suddenly turned around and rummaged through the medicine cabinet. The crisp sound of glass bottles colliding was mixed with suppressed trembling. His tongue was cursed into a snake's tongue. Those people are not incurable at all, they are doubly cursed." The three of them jumped in surprise at the same time when the door of the school hospital was slammed open. It was Neville, his robes muddy, a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet in his hands. "You're on the front page." He was panting heavily. "Illegal experiments in the Department of Memory Management. Got taken away by 3 students." Hermione's face flushed, and Ron grinned. "I said I should write my name bigger, let me see." Harry took the paper. In the front page photo, the three of them were running out of the secret passage of the Department of Memory Management. The tip of his wand was still glowing blue, and Hermione's hair was blowing in the wind. The title is in eye-catching gold-plated letters. "Gryffindor's Iron Triangle uncovers the shady dealings again. The Ministry of Magic has sent an investigator." Neville leaned closer, his voice suddenly lowered, "and Professor McGonagall said that they might come to the school to question us tomorrow." But he scratched the back of his head. Professor Flitwick said that Headmaster Dumbledore had written a letter to the Ministry of Magic. Madame Pomfrey suddenly thrust a cup of hot cocoa into Harry's hands. Her fingers were still cold, but the cup was so hot that Harry's eyes were sore. "Drink it first." Her voice was as soft as coaxing a wounded kitten. "You did a good job. But remember," she glanced at the three of them, "black magic would not end because of a crystal ball. Hogwarts late at night is like a sleeping beast. Only the wind in the astronomy tower is still awake." Harry leaned against the stone railing, holding the letter he had just received. The wax seal was the griffin emblem of the Ministry of Magic. When it was opened, it brought up tiny gold powder that floated like stars in the moonlight. "Dear Mr. Porter, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic and all wizards, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for your heroic actions during the incident at the Department of Memory Management. You are cordially invited to attend the Young Wizards Recognition Ceremony next Friday, when Minister Fudge will personally present you with the Order of Merlin, 3rd Class Medal." The paper rustled in the wind, and Harry's fingers unconsciously stroking the edge. He remembered the scream of the scarred wizard as he collapsed, remembered that those who had regained their memories might still be trembling as they adjusted to the sound, remembered the heat that seemed to burn through his heart as the prophecy ball vibrated in his chest. "What are you thinking about?" Hermione's voice came from behind. She was holding a thick cloak, and the ends of her hair were still wet with moisture from the bathroom. Ron followed behind, carrying 2 cans of butterbeer. The labels were crumpled, obviously stolen from the kitchen. "A letter from the minister." Harry handed it over. Hermione's eyes lit up in the moonlight, and Ron blew a long whistle. "Merlin, if I could be invited by the minister." He suddenly paused and scratched his nose. "But you should have been a hero." The wind lifted Hermione's cloak and a sycamore leaf swirled onto the letter. Harry looked at the silvery surface of the black lake in the distance and suddenly heard his own heartbeat, like a war drum beating in his chest. He knew that there would be flashing lights at the commendation ceremony, reporters holding quills to ask for details, and old wizards patting him on the shoulder and saying, "You really look like your father." But even clearer was another voice, a thin but firm voice that belonged to the future, coming from the ruins of the Memory Management Department, from the trembling throats of those who had regained their language. "Want some butterbeer?" Ron pushed the can over, and foam came out of the bottle. Madame Pomfrey said I stole the healing ale, so it wasn't a foul. The moonlight flowed like silver frost on the stone railings of the astronomy tower, and Harry's knuckles turned slightly white as he held the letter paper. The wax seal on the letter was warmed by his rubbing, and the griffin pattern left a light red mark on his palm. "Are you going?" Hermione's voice, wrapped in the soft wool of her cloak, brushed past his ears. When she put the thick cloak on his shoulders just now, the water droplets on the ends of her hair fell coolly on his collarbone, but now they were like a warm cloud, melting the shadows of the 3 people on the stone railing. Ron bit open the cap of the butterbeer bottle, and a string of foam spurted out. "You'd be a fool not to go." The Order of Merlin, 3rd class. My cousin Bill worked hard for 3 years in Gringotts to get the 2nd class. He took a sip of wine, and suddenly lowered his voice as his Adam's apple rolled. "But.do you really think that old Sly Fudge did it just for the reward? Last time with the Department of Memory Management, the Ministry of Magic clearly missed a lot of details." Harry looked at the forbidden forest on the other side of the Black Lake. The shadows of the trees there were swaying in the night wind, like countless raised hands. The scar on his forehead felt slightly hot, a stinging pain that was unique to when a secret was approaching. He thought of the device he had seen on the 3rd underground floor of the Memory Management Department. The bronze gears were filled with countless people's memory fragments, like a crumpled star map, and the wizard who controlled all of this finally screamed, "They will not let the truth survive tonight. I'm going." Harry turned the wax seal on the letter paper. "If the Ministry of Magic wants to display me as a medal, then I want to see what's hidden in their display cabinet." He turned his head to look at Hermione. Her eyes were like 2 black cherries dipped in honey in the moonlight. Madame Pomfrey said that the Unspeakables were living containers of memory magic, but now even the history of magic textbooks don't mention them. Maybe the commendation meeting can reveal something. Hermione's fingers gently hooked his little finger under her cloak. "I checked the medical records. There have been 17 cases of missing unspoken people in the past 10 years. All of them were classified as spontaneous disappearances." Her voice became softer and softer. "But last week in the Memory Management Department, a lady who was rescued took my hand and said she saw a man in a black robe stuffing a glowing stone into the mouth of an unspoken person." Ron's beer can snapped. He stared at his knuckles and his Adam's apple moved. "Tomorrow morning I'll go to the kitchen and get some more rock cakes as a thank you gift to Madame Pomfret. The last time she accused me of stealing ale." Her eyes were clearly smiling. The wind under the stone railing suddenly changed direction, blowing Hermione's hair across the letter. Harry looked at Fudge's signature at the end of the letter. The cursive letters looked like a snake spitting out its tongue. He folded the letter into a small square and put it into the inner pocket of his robe when his fingertips touched something deeper inside, half a bronze gear picked up from the ruins of the Memory Management Department, with burning marks still on the edge. The next morning, the hospital wing was filled with the sweet scent of elderflower. Madame Pomfrey was tiptoeing to reach the top bottle of medicine. When she heard footsteps, she turned back and her silver-framed glasses slid to the tip of her nose. "Mr. Potter will not get into trouble today? Miss Granger didn't bring her book? Mr. Weasley. Oh Merlin, you stuffing your pockets with rock biscuits again?" Ron's ears turned red instantly, and he took out an oil paper bag from his robe. "This is for you, ma'am. I added 2 more spoonfuls of honey than last time." Madame Pomfrey's mouth twitched, and she finally took it and put it on the counter. When she turned around, the hem of her white coat swept across a row of crystal bottles. The soothing agents inside were glowing with a faint blue light. "Are you here for the silent people?" She pushed her glasses and said, "Last week, there was a lady whose memory was restored. She was the person I cared for back then. She told me that the last time she saw the Unspeakables was on the 9th floor underground at the Ministry of Magic, which was supposed to be an unused archive." Hermione's quill flew across her notebook. "But official records say that the unspoken people self-destruct due to emotional out of control. Among the unspoken people that you cared for back then, did any of them disappear normally?" "No." Madame Pomfrey's voice suddenly became deep. "I have nursed 7 unspoken people, the youngest of whom was only 11 years old. They were eventually picked up by people from the Ministry of Magic, who said they would be properly resettled. But 3 months later, I saw crystal balls with magic fluctuations similar to theirs on the black market in Nocturne Alley. They were sold as memory storage devices." Harry's scar began to feel hot again. He took out a bronze gear from his inner pocket and placed it on the counter. "This was removed from the Memory Management Department's device. Have you seen it?" The old nurse's pupils suddenly contracted. She put on deerskin gloves and picked up the gear, her fingertips running over the engraved runes. "This is the fragment of the memory lock. When I worked at St. Mungo's 30 years ago, there was an old professor who studied the Unspeakables who used something similar to this. Later he disappeared, and the official said he was devoured by the Unspeakable because of an experiment that went out of control." She suddenly let go of her hand, and the gears clanged against the wood. "You'd better not delve into it. There are some things the Ministry of Magic doesn't want to be revealed." The paper package of Ron's rock biscuit fell apart, and a biscuit rolled to Harry's feet. As he bent over to pick it up, he caught a glimpse of Madame Pomfrey's wrist under her white coat. There was a crescent-shaped scar, exactly the same as the marks on the back of the necks of those controlled wizards in the Department of Memory Management. The halls of the Ministry of Magic on Thursday seemed to be dipped in amber. The magic chandelier on the dome refracts the sunlight into colorful spots of light, which fall on the black and white marble floor, like a flowing star map. Mr. Potter, the receptionist in a silver-green uniform, trotted over, the Ministry of Magic badge pinned in her hair gleaming with gold. The minister specifically said that your lounge is on the 3rd floor of the East Wing. Do you need me to show you around? Hermione tugged quietly at Harry's sleeve. She had specially worn the new blue velvet robe her mother had sent her today, and a small wizard brooch given by Ron pinned to her collar, although the brooch always secretly made her hairband disappear. Ron hid his wand in his boot, so it clicked softly against the marble with every step he took. When the door of the lounge was pushed open, the voices in the room suddenly stopped. 20 or so wizards turned their heads. There were silver crucible brooches, bow ties embroidered with the emblem of St. Mungo, and even blood beads. The pureblood family rings with heraldry emblems, all gleaming coldly in the morning light. It's the savior. An old wizard with a monocle stood up with a butterbeer in his hand. He said he wanted to see you last time in the leaky cauldron. Professor Fig, Hermione whispered, author of A Modern History of Magical Memory. Harry's back pressed against the cold wall. He looked at the hands reaching out to him, and suddenly remembered that those people whose memories were taken away in the memory management department were in the same situation, grasping at the void with their empty eyes. Until a calm female voice drowned out the noise. Everyone, Harry needs time to prepare. It was Tonks from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She dyed her hair a solemn dark brown today, but still pinned a winking daisy behind her ear. The minister will be here in 5 minutes, so please save your questions for the commendation meeting. She winked at Harry and said, don't be nervous, I'll help you block the 3 Daily Prophet reporters who want autographs. The auditorium for the commendation ceremony was covered with scarlet carpet. Harry could smell old wood beneath the carpet as he stood on the stage, exactly the same smell as the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Minister Fudge's round face was greasy. When he patted Harry's shoulder, the gold chain pocket watch hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the hope of our wizarding world. Magnesium powder flashes crackled and Harry's eyes went white, but he could clearly hear Fudge's low voice. Let's talk alone later about the aftermath of the memory management department. When the medal was hung around his neck, it was unexpectedly heavy. The silver statue of Merlin lowered its eyes as if examining him. When Harry spoke into the microphone, he heard his own voice coming from far away. This is not a medal for me alone. He turned his head to look at Hermione and Ron in the first row. Hermione's eyes were surprisingly bright, and Ron was wiping his red eyes vigorously. It was all those who refused to remain silent who lit up the light together. There was applause in the auditorium. Harry looked at the arched door behind the crowd and suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark figure. A man in a black wizard robe was moving along the wall, his hood pulled down very low, and he only raised his fingertips to applaud. What was even more strange was that, as he passed by, the smiles of several pure-blood old wizards seemed to be frozen under a spell, and their eyes followed the shadow until he disappeared through the side door. Harry, Hermione's voice came from the audience. She and Ron had already squeezed to the edge of the stage. Ron's Adam's apple rolled rapidly. The man in the black robe just now, he had an Ouroboros embroidered in silver thread on his cuffs. Harry touched the metal around his neck. The burnt smell of magnesium powder was still in my nose, and the burning pain from the snake scar had spread to the back of my neck. Harry's scar on the back of his neck throbbed with pain, as if someone were drawing circles under his skin with a red-hot needle. He could hear his own heartbeat hitting his ribs, and each step made the carpet almost soundless. The shadow of the black robe had turned the third corner, and the runes on the lining flickered in the dim wall lamp, like some living thing moving under the skin. He was taking a detour. Hermione's breath brushed the tip of his ear and her fingertips gently pinched his wrist. Her voice was as soft as a feather, yet with her usual calmness. The portraits just passed by were all inquisitors in the history of the Ministry of Magic, and this one now was oh, Merlin's beard. It was the expelled dark wizard Abernathy. Ron's wand was sweating on his palm. He stared at the wall where the shadow passed, and suddenly tugged at the corner of Harry's robe. Did you smell it? Bird rubber. His Adam's apple rolled. Last time in the room of requirement, the Death Eater's wands had smelled like that. They had used cores strengthened with dark magic. The black robe stopped at the end of the corridor. The three of them paused at the same time, their backs pressed against the cold stone wall. Harry saw the figure raise his hand, and his fingertips drew silver arcs in the air, as if he was unlocking some invisible lock. The door made a slight click, and he noticed that the seemingly ordinary stone wall at the end was actually embedded with an oak door. The wood grain was perfectly matched with the wall, and if it weren't for the previous action, no trace would be visible at all. The moment the black robe disappeared, Harry's scar suddenly felt a burning pain. He held the back of his neck and met Hermione's worried eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, which was her habit when she noticed something unusual. Ron's wand had quietly slipped from his sleeve to his palm, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. There is a magical fluctuation behind the door. Harry whispered, his voice like being immersed in cold water. Not an ordinary protective spell, more like a blood pact? Hermione ran her fingers lightly along the edge of the doorframe. She squatted down, her nose almost touching the ground, and suddenly pulled back her hand. Look here. There was a dark brown mark on the tip of her nails. She put it to her nose and sniffed it. It was dragon blood mixed with moonstone powder, used to cover up magic fluctuations. When she looked up, her eyes were shining. I have seen this kind of disguise in the history of magical protection. It was used by dark wizards in the 17th century to hide their secret bases. Ron swallowed. So we have to go in. Harry's voice was soft, but it sounded like striking upon bronze. He touched the metal around his neck. The silver image of Merlin was against his skin, chilling to the bone. Fudge had mentioned the aftermath of the memory management department, and this man. He changed the expressions of those pure-blood old wizards. He looked at Hermione. Can you open this door? Hermione said nothing, but took out a small brass wheel from her bag. It was her improved magic lock detector. After spinning the wheel 3 times, it suddenly buzzed. Her eyes lit up. It was a latch disguised as a transfiguration spell, but it was still a muggle lock. She pulled out her wand, and the tip glowed with a soft blue light, and the Illaho opened. A variant. The door hinges creaked with age. Harry put his wand in first, and the moment the fluorescent light flashed, the three of them held their breath at the same time. The smell of mold and sulfur hit me in the face. The room was not big, but it was filled with strange instruments. Dark purple smoke floated in the crystal ball, phosphorescent liquid boiled in the bronze pot, the parchment hanging on the wall was rustling in the wind, and a pile of books with gold covers were piled on the oak table at the innermost part. The hot words on the cover flickered in the light, re-exploring the conditions for the transformation of the Silent Man and innocent blood, a plan for the improvement of control techniques. The Silent Man. Hermione's voice trembled. She walked quickly to the table and stroked the gold-plated title of the book on top. Professor Dumbledore said that the unspeakables were the embodiment of suppressed dark magic energy, but these materials. They were studying how to actively create and even control them. She turned the pages of the book, and a piece of parchment fell between the pages. The handwriting on it was so frantic that it almost pierced the paper. Use the fear of babies as a guide, use the blood curse to bind the host. In this way, they are not out of control monsters, but obedient weapons. Ron suddenly raised his wand. With his back to the door, he moved his ears. Someone was there. The footsteps came closer and stopped outside the door. Harry's heartbeat nearly jumped out of his throat. He pulled Hermione and Ron into the oak cabinet in the corner. The surface of the cabinet was covered with dust, but it made no sound when it was opened, which showed that it was often used. The boss said the information is in the third drawer. A hoarse voice sounded, with a hissing sound like a snake spitting out its tongue, and said, "Hurry up, Fudge's people will clear the area in 10 minutes. Who the hell moved the crystal ball here?" Another voice complained. "Be careful not to knock over the pot of blood. Crabbe spilled it last time and was whipped 20 times by his master." Harry peered through a crack in the cupboard. 3 wizards in black robes were rummaging around. Their cuffs were embroidered with Ouroboros and silver thread, exactly as Ron had described. One of the bearded men suddenly held up a thick book. "Found it. Silent Man Control Improvement Agreement, copy," Hermione whispered in his ear. She placed the tip of her wand against the cabinet panel and a nearly invisible beam of blue light shone towards the book. Harry then noticed that she was holding a small copper box in her other hand, which was her newly invented portable replicator. She lowered her voice and her eyes were surprisingly bright. "What's that sound?" The bearded man suddenly turned around. His wand pointed at the cabinet. "Come out." Harry's wand shot out a red light. First, obstacles galore. The cabinet crashed down on the bearded man, and he knocked over the crystal ball. Purple smoke exploded and filled the entire room. Ron took the opportunity to throw out Expelliarmus, and another wizard's wand flew into the boiling bronze pot, giving off a sizzling smell of burning armor. Hermione's voice pierced through the smoke, and her wand drew a golden shield of light, blocking the dark magic shot at Harry. Harry saw her sweat broke out on his forehead, but he was still chanting the spell quickly. Confusion spell, for the tall man. The battle lasted only 3 minutes, but it felt like 3 centuries. The tip of Harry's wand was still trembling as the last wizard was thrown to the ground by Ron's disarming charm. He pulled off the hood of his beard, but his pupils shrank when he saw the face clearly. It was Augusta, an assistant in the Department of Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic, who had handed them juice at the commendation ceremony last week. "Go," Hermione pulled his arm. The replicator was hot in her hand. Their reinforcements were coming. When the 3 of them climbed out of the rear window, the sirens of the Ministry of Magic were already sounding in the distance. The night wind blew the wet hair off Harry's forehead. He touched the replicator in his arms and could feel the weight of the information inside. Hermione's breathing hadn't even calmed down yet, but she had already started to look through the contents. "Look here, the note on the last page. Madame Pomfrey." Her voice suddenly paused. "They mentioned Madame Pomfrey of the school hospital." Harry stood against the wall, his fingertips digging deep into his palms. The stinging pain from the snake scar felt like a living thing gnawing at his nerves, even more severe than the attack at the Dursleys' last summer vacation. "Harry," Hermione's hand rested on his shoulder, the replicator glowing warm yellow in her other hand. "Madame Pomfrey's medicine cabinet had a moonstone potion that would ease the pain of the curse. We had to hurry." Ron panted and put his wand back into his belt, his eyes still scanning the end of the corridor. "I seem to hear footsteps just now. It's Filch's cat." Hermione tugged at his sleeve. "Come on, the hospital wing is this way." The 3 of them almost ran into the school hospital. When the smell of disinfectant hit my nose, Madame Pomfrey was standing on tiptoe to tidy up the top medicine cabinet. There were a few light green potion stains on the hem of her snow-white nurse's gown. Hearing the noise, she turned around with her silver hair brushing across her shoulders, and her eyes behind the lenses narrowed instantly. "Mr. Potter? Miss Granger? Mr. Weasley? It's curfew time now, Madame Pomfrey. We need you," Harry interrupted, his voice hoarse. His hands were shaking as he took out the replicator. "We got this from the Ministry of Magic Laboratory, and IT mentioned you." The crystal chandelier in the school hospital suddenly shook. As soon as Madame Pomfrey's fingers touched the replicator, she froze. She pulled out the parchment very gently, as if she was touching a fragile butterfly, but when her eyes swept over the last page of notes, her knuckles made a crisp sound. "Improved unspoken man control protocols." Her voice sounded like crumpled paper. "These idiots." They were trying to control the unspoken man with a variation of legilimency? Hermione leaned over and brushed the tip of her hair across the back of Madame Pomfrey's hand. "You mean, not using a device, but directly controlling the brain?" Worse. Madame Pomfret turned the page, her fingernails scratching shallow marks under a line of words that said neural anchor points, magical markers that implanted the controller's consciousness into the space between the unspoken thoughts. The device will be detected and damaged, but this kind of magic. Cannot be stripped away unless the controller dies. She suddenly looked up, her eyes behind the lenses brightly. How did you get these? We broke into the secret laboratory of the Ministry of Magic. Ron scratched his frizzy red hair. There were two wizards inside, one of whom was Augusta from the law enforcement department, who was handing us juice at the commendation ceremony last week. Augusta, Madame Pomfret's teacup fell on the table with a clang, and the brown potion splashed on the parchment. That was Amelia Bone's old subordinate. She couldn't possibly. She suddenly covered her mouth and her eyes swept across the faces of the three men. Kids, you are in big trouble. Harry's scar throbbed again. He held the back of his neck, and the bloody words in the laboratory flashed before his eyes. The game has just begun. Why did they mention you? He asked. The note in the data said that Pomfret's memory correction technique can optimize the stability of the anchor point. Is it you? Are you implicated? Madame Pomfret's fingers slowly stroked her wand, the old wand inlaid with emerald. 3 years ago, the medical department of the Ministry of Magic asked me to participate in the psychological recovery project of the unspeakables. I taught them how to use memory charms to repair the broken consciousness of the unspeakables. She suddenly paused, as if choked by her own words. It turned out that they were not trying to treat them at all. The clock in the school hospital struck 11. The tip of Hermione's wand lit up with fluorescence, casting a flickering spot of light on the edge of the document. So the problem now is that someone has used your research to turn healing into control, and their target. May not just be the unspoken man. If this magic could be implanted into neural anchor points, Harry trailed off, could it also control ordinary wizards? Madame Pomfret did not answer. She turned and opened the drawer, took out a tin box with a snake-shaped pattern, and inside it lay a half bottle of silver blue potion. Drink this, it can temporarily relieve the burning pain in your neck. She put the bottle of medicine into Harry's hand. But more importantly, we have to tell Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione said suddenly. Her fingers unconsciously curled the ends of her hair, which was her habit when she was nervous. He needed to know that there were dark wizards infiltrating the Ministry of Magic, and there was this new control technique. Ron nodded immediately. Yes, the guardian bird in the principal's office should not be asleep yet. Wait. Madame Pomfret held his wrist and said, answer me first, are you sure the content in the data has not been tampered with? Is it possible that the replicator was under a confusion spell? Hermione patted the copper box on her chest. This replicator uses triple anti-magic plating and just passed Professor Flitwick's test last week. She raised her chin with a little pride. Even if there was a trap in the original book, the copied content would only show the real part. Madame Pomfret was silent for a moment, then let go of her hand. Go. But remember, don't talk to anyone on the way. Her eyes swept over Harry's red neck, especially when your scar starts to get hot. The gargoyle in the principal's office immediately moved aside upon hearing ZZB Candy's command. Harry could hear his own heartbeat as he ascended the spiral staircase. The sweet aroma of mead wafted from Dumbledore's office. The old headmaster was sitting in front of the fireplace, his silver beard shining in the firelight, with a history of magic open on his knees. Good evening, children. His voice is like a warm blanket, and I guess you are not here to discuss Nicholas Flamel's new alchemy lecture. As Harry handed over the replicator, Dumbledore's pupils contracted slightly as his fingers touched the parchment. He turned the pages slowly, pausing to rub his chin every few lines. When he saw Pomfret's memory correction spell, he let out a soft sigh. Pomona mentioned to me last year that the medical department was applying for new research funding. I see. Headmaster, how far can this control technique penetrate? Hermione's voice tightened. If they use it in school, Born, it is more likely to be used on officials of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore closed the information. His eyes became as sharp as a hawk. Controlling a silent person can only cover up secrets, but controlling a director. Can rewrite the law. He turned to Harry. Your scar hurts again, right? Harry touched the back of his neck, where the burning pain had spread to behind his ears. It's worse than before, like someone's hammering nails into my head. The tip of Dumbledore's wand glowed golden and brushed the back of Harry's neck. Harry immediately gasped. The pain seemed to have been wiped out, leaving only a faint tingling. This was a temporary relief, and Dumbledore retracted his wand, but it reminded us that the actions of the Dark Wizards had entered a new phase. He turned to Ron and said, starting tomorrow, you and Neville will be responsible for checking the patrol routes of the Thestrals in all corridors. Hermione, you go to the library to check the ancient defensive runes to see if there is any way to counter the neural anchor points. As for Harry, his blue eyes suddenly became very gentle. You need to rest, but I know you won't sleep well. When I left the principal's office, the candles in the corridor had been dimmed. Ron yawned loudly. The best thing I can think of right now is to get into the four-poster bed and cover my head with pillows. Wait, Hermione suddenly grabbed his arm. She pointed her wand at the wall, and in the flickering fluorescent light, a line of lavender words appeared on the stone bricks. Be wary of those you trust. Ron's wand flew out of its sheath. It's a revelation spell. Hermione crouched down and brushed her fingertips over the writing, which was written with moonstone powder and was left at least 3 days ago. She looked up at Harry. It was not the same magic as the bloody words we saw in the laboratory. Harry touched the back of his neck, where the pain began again. Let's go back to the common room first. He said that he would check the runes tomorrow. The fire in the common room was dying. As soon as Hermione took out the medieval guide to defense against magic, Ron started snoring on the table. Harry sat by the window, looking out at the forbidden forest rising and falling in the night. As the wind blew past the tower, he heard faint whispers, like someone chanting a spell far away. "Are you ready for every new adventure?" The voice was familiar, like his own. Harry turned his head sharply, but saw only the flickering fire. He rubbed his sore eyes and wrapped his cloak tighter. Maybe I was too tired, he thought. Tomorrow I have to study runes with Hermione, help Ron check the Thistral's roots, and, as his consciousness gradually blurred, his last thought was, could tonight's dream be related to the commendation meeting? Harry stood against the wall, his fingertips digging deep into his palms. The stinging pain from the snake scar felt like a living thing gnawing at his nerves, even more severe than the attack at the Dursleys' last summer vacation. "Harry," Hermione's hand rested on his shoulder, the replicator glowing warm yellow in her other hand. Madame Pomfrey's medicine cabinet had a moonstone potion that would ease the pain of the curse. We had to hurry. Ron panted and put his wand back into his belt, his eyes still scanning the end of the corridor. "I seem to hear footsteps just now. It's Filch's cat." Hermione tugged at his sleeve. "Come on, the hospital wing is this way." The three of them almost ran into the school hospital. When the smell of disinfectant hit my nose, Madame Pomfrey was standing on tiptoe to tidy up the top medicine cabinet. There were a few light green potion stains on the hem of her snow-white nurse's gown. Hearing the noise, she turned around with her silver hair brushing across her shoulders, and her eyes behind the lenses narrowed instantly. "Mr. Potter? Miss Granger? Mr. Weasley? It's curfew time now, Madame Pomfrey. We need you," Harry interrupted, his voice hoarse. His hands were shaking as he took out the replicator. "We got this from the Ministry of Magic Laboratory, and IT mentioned you." The crystal chandelier in the school hospital suddenly shook. As soon as Madame Pomfrey's fingers touched the replicator, she froze. She pulled out the parchment very gently, as if she was touching a fragile butterfly, but when her eyes swept over the last page of notes, her knuckles made a crisp sound. "Improved unspoken man control protocols." Her voice sounded like crumpled paper. "These idiots." They were trying to control the unspoken man with a variation of legilimency? Hermione leaned over and brushed the tip of her hair across the back of Madame Pomfrey's hand. "You mean, not using a device, but directly controlling the brain?" Worse. Madame Pomfrey turned the page, her fingernails scratching shallow marks under a line of words that said neural anchor points, magical markers that implanted the controller's consciousness into the space between the unspoken's thoughts. "The device will be detected and damaged, but this kind of magic cannot be stripped away unless the controller dies." She suddenly looked up, her eyes behind the lenses brightly. "How did you get these?" "We broke into the secret laboratory of the Ministry of Magic." Ron scratched his frizzy red hair. "There were two wizards inside, one of whom was Augusta from the law enforcement department, who was handing us juice at the commendation ceremony last week." Augusta. Madame Pomfrey's teacup fell on the table with a clang, and the brown potion splashed on the parchment. That was Amelia Bones' old subordinate. She couldn't possibly. She suddenly covered her mouth and her eyes swept across the faces of the three men. "Kids, you are in big trouble." Harry's scar throbbed again. He held the back of his neck, and the bloody words in the laboratory flashed before his eyes. "The game has just begun." "Why did they mention you?" he asked. "The note in the data said that Pomfrey's memory correction technique can optimize the stability of the anchor point. Is it you? Are you implicated?" Madame Pomfrey's fingers slowly stroked her wand, the old wand inlaid with emerald. 3 years ago, the medical department of the Ministry of Magic asked me to participate in the psychological recovery project of the Unspeakables. I taught them how to use memory charms to repair the broken consciousness of the Unspeakables." She suddenly paused, as if choked by her own words. It turned out that they were not trying to treat them at all. The clock in the school hospital struck 11. The tip of Hermione's wand lit up with fluorescence, casting a flickering spot of light on the edge of the document. "So the problem now is that someone has used your research to turn healing into control, and their target may not just be the unspoken man. If this magic could be implanted into neural anchor points," Harry trailed off, "could it also control ordinary wizards?" Madame Pomfrey did not answer. She turned and opened the drawer, took out a tin box with a snake-shaped pattern, and inside it lay a half bottle of silver blue potion. "Drink this, it can temporarily relieve the burning pain in your neck." She put the bottle of medicine into Harry's hand. "But more importantly, we have to tell Headmaster Dumbledore," Hermione said suddenly. Her fingers unconsciously curled the ends of her hair, which was her habit when she was nervous. He needed to know that there were dark wizards infiltrating the Ministry of Magic, and there was this new control technique. Ron nodded immediately. "Yes, the guardian bird in the principal's office should not be asleep yet." "Wait." Madame Pomfrey held his wrist and said, "Answer me first. Are you sure the content in the data has not been tampered with? Is it possible that the replicator was under a confusion spell?" Hermione patted the copper box on her chest. "This replicator uses triple anti-magic plating and just passed Professor Flitwick's test last week." She raised her chin with a little pride. "Even if there was a trap in the original book, the copied content would only show the real part." Madame Pomfrey was silent for a moment, then let go of her hand. "Go. But remember, don't talk to anyone on the way." Her eyes swept over Harry's red neck, "especially when your scar starts to get hot." The gargoyle in the principal's office immediately moved aside upon hearing Zizi B. Candy's command. Harry could hear his own heartbeat as he ascended the spiral staircase. The sweet aroma of mead wafted from Dumbledore's office. The old headmaster was sitting in front of the fireplace, his silver beard shining in the firelight, with a history of magic open on his knees. "Good evening, children." His voice is like a warm blanket, and I guess you are not here to discuss Nicholas Flamel's new alchemy lecture. As Harry handed over the replicator, Dumbledore's pupils contracted slightly as his fingers touched the parchment. He turned the pages slowly, pausing to rub his chin every few lines. When he saw Pomfrey's memory correction spell, he let out a soft sigh. "Pomona mentioned to me last year that the medical department was applying for new research funding." "I see. Headmaster, how far can this control technique penetrate?" Hermione's voice tightened. "If they use it in school, Born, it is more likely to be used on officials of the Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore closed the information. His eyes became as sharp as a hawk. "Controlling a silent person can only cover up secrets, but controlling a director can rewrite the law." He turned to Harry. "Your scar hurts again, right?" Harry touched the back of his neck, where the burning pain had spread to behind his ears. "It's worse than before, like someone's hammering nails into my head." The tip of Dumbledore's wand glowed golden and brushed the back of Harry's neck. Harry immediately gasped. The pain seemed to have been wiped out, leaving only a faint tingling. This was a temporary relief, and Dumbledore retracted his wand, but it reminded us that the actions of the Dark Wizards had entered a new phase. He turned to Ron and said, "Starting tomorrow, you and Neville will be responsible for checking the patrol routes of the Thestrals in all corridors. Hermione, you go to the library to check the ancient defensive runes to see if there is any way to counter the neural anchor points." As for Harry, his blue eyes suddenly became very gentle. "You need to rest. But I know you won't sleep well." When I left the principal's office, the candles in the corridor had been dimmed. Ron yawned loudly. "The best thing I can think of right now is to get into the four-poster bed and cover my head with pillows. Wait." Hermione suddenly grabbed his arm. She pointed her wand at the wall, and in the flickering fluorescent light, a line of lavender words appeared on the stone bricks: "Be wary of those you trust." Ron's wand flew out of its sheath. It's a revelation spell." Hermione crouched down and brushed her fingertips over the writing, which was written with moonstone powder and was left at least 3 days ago. She looked up at Harry. "It was not the same magic as the bloody words we saw in the laboratory." Harry touched the back of his neck, where the pain began again. "Let's go back to the common room first." He said that he would check the runes tomorrow. The fire in the common room was dying. As soon as Hermione took out the medieval guide to defense against magic, Ron started snoring on the table. Harry sat by the window, looking out at the forbidden forest rising and falling in the night. As the wind blew past the tower, he heard faint whispers, like someone chanting a spell far away. "Are you ready for every new adventure?" The voice was familiar, like his own. Harry turned his head sharply, but saw only the flickering fire. He rubbed his sore eyes and wrapped his cloak tighter. "Maybe I was too tired," he thought. "Tomorrow I have to study runes with Hermione, help Ron check the Thestral's roots, and..." He could hear Hermione's rapid breathing brushing against his ears, and Ron's elbow pressed heavily against his lower back. The three of them were huddled in a pile of moldy wizard robes. The pile of cloth had the bitter almond smell of old potions, mixed with the ozone breath emitted by the trembling crystal ball, which made his nasal cavity sore. The loop had been repeated 7 times. The hoarse voice was like a rusty nail, driving into the back of Harry's neck. He recalled the recurring scenes in the past 7 days. Neville's mother suddenly screamed and grabbed his wrist at the commendation meeting. The stars in the dome of the auditorium suddenly turned upside down and fell. And there was even one time when he woke up in the common room and found that his wand had turned into a dead branch. At the time he thought he did not sleep well, but now thinking about it, every abnormality was a sign of a cycle crack. Potter's memory began to awaken. The tip of the man in the middle lit up with a faint blue light, sweeping across the marks on the time machine. Harry saw Hermione's fingers were trembling, her nails almost piercing the skin on the back of his hand. This girl, who always kept her nails neatly trimmed, now had crescent-shaped white marks all over her fingertips. She was trying hard to suppress the urge to scream, just like when they were trapped in the devil's snare in the 2nd grade and she was desperately reciting the fire curse. "Let that girl's mind stay forever in arithmancy class." Ron's shoulders tensed suddenly at the low laugh on the right. The red-haired boy's Adam's apple moved, and Harry knew he was holding back. Ron hated to see his friends being threatened. In his 3rd year, someone mocked Hermione for being a know-it-all, and he almost cursed that person's cauldron into a hedgehog. At this moment, the veins on the back of his hand holding the wand were bulging and his knuckles were white. If Hermione hadn't grabbed him in advance, he would have rushed out on the spot. Dark red mist seeped out of the cracks in the crystal ball and condensed into small balls in the corner where the 3 people were hiding. Harry stared at the fog, and suddenly remembered that when he met Dobby in the kitchen this morning, the house elf was trembling and said that bad things were gnawing at time. It turned out that the bad things Dobby was talking about were the curse created by the Dark Wizard using time magic. His throat tightened and his stomach felt like it was filled with ice. They thought they were dealing with a case in which Mrs. Carenbottom was going mad, but it turned out to be a trap from the beginning. 7 cycles, 7 times they thought they had found the clue, but in fact they were just spinning in circles on the Dark Wizard's chessboard. The man in the middle touched the tip of his wand to the Malfoy crest on the base of the instrument, and the snake-like symbol suddenly came alive and moved. As the three shadows turned around, their cloaks swept across the parchment on the ground, and the top one, which warned of reality collapse, was rolled into the corner of the wall. As the footsteps faded away, Hermione's nails finally loosened, and 5 red marks immediately appeared on the back of Harry's hand. They need to reinforce the anchor point. Hermione's voice trembled, but her speech was extremely fast, like a machine gun. The 7th cycle of memory awakening, the 8th is the critical point. If they succeed, reality collapses. Ron interrupted, his Adam's apple rolling twice. It's written on the parchment. He suddenly bent down and fished out a copper candlestick from his robes, the only light source in the laboratory. I'll go turn it off. Before Harry could stop him, he had already crouched to the wall, and just as his fingertips touched the base of the candlestick, he suddenly turned back and winked at the two of them, creating some confusion. I often do this when the power goes out at the old Dursley's house. The moment the candle went out, the laboratory fell into darkness. Harry's wand automatically lit up and flashed fluorescent light, but Hermione grabbed his wrist and said, "Don't show yourself." With her other hand, she grabbed Ron's collar and pulled him back into the shadows. There was a metallic friction sound in the darkness. It was the gears of the time machine spinning in reverse. Harry touched the Marauder's map in his pocket, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge. This was his habit. He always needed something solid to hold on to when he was nervous. What should we do now? Ron's voice was a bit desperate. We can't just wait for them to come back and lock our brains in arithmancy class, right? Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's sleeve. I need to copy the ancient runes on the instrument. She took out an automatic feather pen from her bag. The pen shaft glowed silver in the dark. If she could crack the anchor point setting, she might be able to break the cycle in advance. Without waiting for Harry to respond, she tiptoed close to the instrument. The feather pen hovered above the notch, and the tip of the pen trembled as it recorded. Harry stared at his reflection in the crystal ball. At this moment, the cracks on the sphere spread like a spider web, and his face was shattered in the cracks. His left eye turned into Ron's red hair, and his right ear turned into Hermione's brown hair. This was a sign of disorder in time magic. He remembered what Dumbledore often said, time is the most cunning river. At this moment, he suddenly realized that they were not swimming upstream, but were sucked into the center of the whirlpool. Go! Hermione's voice suddenly dropped, and her quill snapped in two. She grabbed the parchment and stuffed it into her bag as fast as a goblin stealing an apple. Ron had reached the door and was prodding the lock with the tip of his wand when there was a crisp click from the lock cylinder. Harry took one last look at the Malfoy crest on the base of the instrument. The serpent was still glowing, like an eye staring at them. As the three rushed into the corridor, a loud bang was heard behind them. Harry turned around and saw that the door of the laboratory was closing automatically. A blood-red protective spell appeared on the door lintel. It was the backup spell left by the black-robed wizard just now. Hermione grabbed his arm and ran wildly, her hair brushing against his cheek, carrying the scent of ink from the pages of A History of Magic. Ron led the way, the blue light from the tip of his wand like a firefly, illuminating the faded tapestry on the wall, on which an hourglass was spinning backwards. They may have spies in the castle. Hermione ran and panted, and had to go directly to the headmaster's office. Harry nodded. He knew that the only person he could trust now was Dumbledore, the old man who always kept the chocolate frog cards in a drawer, and was their only anchor at the moment. The gargoyle in the principal's office jumped away immediately when he heard Zizi B. Candy's command. As the spiral staircase turned, Harry smelled the familiar scent of lemon snowballs. Dumbledore Leto always keeps a can on his desk. The moment I pushed open the door, I saw the old man sitting in an armchair, with a few drops of honey on his silver beard and a meditation basin beside him emitting a soft light. Good evening, children. Dumbledore's blue eyes narrowed behind his half-moon glasses. I suppose your night out is not about trouble with Peeves? Harry recounted what had happened, and when he got to the point of reality collapsing, the old man tapped his fingers on the arm of the chair. Hermione handed over the copied ancient runic manuscript, and Dumbledore's hand suddenly paused when he took it. When his fingertips touched the edge of the parchment, a new line of handwriting appeared on the page, guided by blood, locked by memory. The 7th cycle is the mirror, and the 8th is the blade. The notebooks of Edric Podmar, Dumbledore whispered. I studied his manuscripts in my youth. Time loop magic requires a core device that serves as both an anchor and a switch. The ancestors of the Malfoy family had indeed been involved in such taboos, and their family tomb contained. He suddenly stopped talking, his eyes sweeping across the tense faces of the three children. The important thing was that this core device was not in Hogwarts. Where? Harry blurted out. Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped them with the hem of his robe. There was a sealed secret room on the 3rd floor underground of the Time Management Bureau. Podmar's experimental records mentioned that the most primitive time anchor device was kept there. He put on his glasses again, his eyes burning. If the dark wizards wanted to strengthen the cycle, they had to go there to activate the device. And his eyes swept over the three people in turn. He had to be faster than them. There was a sudden thunder outside the window. Harry looked at the silver bell on Dumbledore's desk. It was shaking gently with the thunder and making a small sound. He thought of the broken reflection in the crystal ball in the laboratory and the magic core key mentioned by the black-robed wizard. His throat suddenly tightened. If we go too late, reality will not collapse. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. but some people will be trapped in time forever. Like Mrs. Longbottom, like you, like. He paused for a moment, all the marked people. When we left the principal's office, it was raining heavily. The three of them stood in the corridor, listening to the sound of rain hitting the windows. Hermione's school bag was filled with ancient runic manuscripts, the tip of Ron's wand was still stained with copper rust from the laboratory, and in Harry's palm, the corners of the Marauder's map were wrinkled. On the map, the outline of Hogwarts, which was supposed to be still, was now rippling like water wrinkled by the wind. Go to the ministry tomorrow, Harry said, with a firmness in his voice he hadn't realized, before they had completed the 8th cycle. Hermione nodded, her hair tips wet with the moisture in the corridor. I need to check the secret passage map of the Time Management Bureau. Ron patted the bag on his waist, which contained the rock cakes he had taken from the kitchen. I'll be responsible for taking care of the security guards, they all love rock cakes, except for the female wizard who always has a stern face. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and in the distance I could hear the screams of owls. The raindrops beat like dense drums on the marble dome of the Ministry of Magic. Harry looked up at the relief blurred by the rain, and his Adam's apple moved. He remembered that the last time he came here was in his second year, for Dobby's hearing. At that time, the Ministry of Magic Hall was lit with warm yellow lights, and the water of the mermaid fountain splashed at his feet. But at this moment, the morning mist wrapped in cold rain filled the revolving door, and even the armor of the Bronze Knight was blue-gray. Follow closely. Hermione's voice came from his left, her hair was stained with raindrops, and she was holding a rolled-up map of the secret passage tightly in her arms. Ron walked on the right, his waist bag bulging with rock biscuits, and his right hand was always groping back and forth between his wand and waist bag, as if he was worried that he would have to take out food and weapons at the same time in the next second. They followed the route marked with a fluorescent pen on the secret passage map, crossed the red rope prohibiting entry, and bypassed the patrolling Dementor guards. Harry noticed that the hoods of these guards were lower than usual, and dark red mist was swirling in their empty eye sockets, exactly the same color as the crystal ball in the laboratory. Here we are. Hermione stopped in front of a stone wall with a plumbing repair charm on it, her fingertips brushing over the faint ancient runes between the bricks. She pulled the manuscript out of her bag for comparison, her earrings swaying slightly as she moved. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets that Dumbledore mentioned should be. Yes, press the third brick down. With a dull thud, a crack half a person's height appeared in the stone wall. The smell of mold and rust hit them in the face. The tip of Harry's wand glowed blue, illuminating the interior of the chamber. In the center was suspended a crystal ball as tall as a person, with a galaxy-like band of light flowing on its surface. The runes on the 12 bronze pillars around it lit up one after another as they approached, like stars awakened. It's a time anchor device. Hermione's voice trembled, and her fingers gently stroked the nearest bronze column. Podmar's experimental records mentioned that these runes were anchor chains of time magic, each connected to a loop node. When she turned around, the manuscript slipped from her arms. To destroy it, all the anchor chains must be cut at the same time. With what? Ron had already drawn his wand and was staring at the shrinking spot of light on the crystal ball. Avada? I tried. Last time I fought a giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, the spell rebounded and nearly singed my eyebrow. It's not an attack spell. Hermione squatted down and took out a small copper box from her school bag. I looked up Deconstructing Ancient Magic last night. The core of this device is resonance. She took out 3 bone flutes engraved with spiral patterns. 3 people need to play the variation of Time Elegy at the same time. The runes will self-destruct due to the disordered frequency. When Harry took the bone flute, his fingertips touched the thin calluses on Hermione's palms. Those were the result of staying up late to copy books. He looked at the light and shadows flowing in the crystal ball, and suddenly remembered Mrs. Longbottom's cloudy eyes, and the way she grabbed his wrist and said she would save him this time after each cycle. Feeling a dry feeling in his throat, he put the bone flute to his lips. Count to 3? Wait. Hermione suddenly raised her index finger. There were footsteps in the corridor. It was not the sound of leather boots of patrolling guards, but a lighter, rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other. The back of Harry's neck instantly straightened, and he pulled Ron into the shadow on the left. Hermione stuffed the bone flute into her robe, picked up the broken broom in the corner and pretended to be a maintenance worker. The moment the door was pushed open, her fingertips left bluish-white marks on the broom handle. It has been confirmed that the guards of the Time Management Bureau have been transferred to Diagon Alley. The female assistant who always has a stern face in the laboratory came in. At this moment, her hood was pulled down very low, but her voice sounded like it was rubbed by sandpaper. The anchor point of the 8th cycle must be activated before noon, otherwise, you parasites that rely on the cracks in time will be washed away. The black-robed wizard following behind her took off his hood, and Harry's pupils suddenly contracted. It was the ancestor in the portrait of Malfoy Manor, with high cheekbones, thin lips, and a crescent-shaped scar on the left eyebrow, which looked exactly like the mole on Draco's left eye. Potter, the Malfoy ancestor, turned his head suddenly, his eyes piercing into the shadows like poisoned silver needles. Run, Harry yelled, and a barrier charm from his wand shattered the nearest bronze column. Hermione took the opportunity to take out the bone flute, but just as she played the first note, a Cruciatus curse brushed against her hair and hit the wall. Amid the flying gravel, Ron's protective spell barely blocked the second curse. Focus on attacking the crystal ball. Hermione's voice mixed with the whimpering of the bone flute. Her hairband was burned off by the spell, and her long chestnut hair fell down. Harry, Ron, blow with me. The sounds of the three pipes formed a tangled mess in the secret room. The light bands of the crystal ball began to distort, and the originally regularly flowing starlight became like disturbed honey. Black and red smoke came out of the tip of Malfoy's ancestor's wand, and the smoke penetrated Harry's protective shield and burned marks on his arm. Ron's rock cake suddenly fell out of his waste bag and hit the ground with a thud. The crisp sound made the black-robed wizard stunned for a moment. Now, the pitch of Hermione's bone flute suddenly rose, and Harry and Ron adjusted accordingly. The three bone flutes whistled at the same time. The runes on the bronze pillar began to crack, like parchment burned by fire. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, and dark red mist poured out from the cracks, but it no longer condensed into a black shadow. Instead, it was pulled toward the ceiling by some force and disappeared in the rain. No, Malfoy's ancestor's spell suddenly changed its tune, and his body began to become transparent, like ink dispersed by water. The eighth cycle. It's over. Hermione dropped her bone flute to the ground, and she staggered and held onto the wall, her forehead resting on the cold brick surface. All the loop nodes were broken. The crystal ball exploded into pieces. Harry was knocked to the ground by the airwave, and countless overlapping images flashed before his eyes. Mrs. Longbottom smiled at him in the hospital wing, Ron's rock cakes expanded in the kitchen oven, Hermione held up the ancient runic manuscript and said, "I knew it," and Dumbledore said the time could be changed while wiping his glasses. His temples were throbbing, and his consciousness seemed to be thrown into a whirlpool. Turn the crucible. When he opened his eyes again, rain was dripping onto the tip of his nose through the cracks in the dome. The mermaid fountain in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic began to spray water again, and the armor of the bronze knight statue glowed with a familiar golden light. Ron was sitting next to him, stuffing the last piece of rock cake into his mouth, with biscuit crumbs on the corners of his mouth. Hermione was kneeling on the ground, putting the fragments of the bone flute into the copper box, her hair still dripping with water, but she was smiling. Success. Harry's voice was hoarse. Harry felt a cold sweat on the back of his neck, and his fingertips still felt the burning sensation of the crystal ball exploding. He supported himself on the ground and sat up, the rain dripping through the ends of his hair into his collar, and a chill crawling up his spine. But what was clearer than the chill was the vague mist in his field of vision. Ron's rock cake crumbs moved closer and farther in front of his eyes. Hermione's movements of collecting the bone flute were like a slowed-down magic movie. Even the sound of the mermaid fountain became blurred, like listening to people talking through frosted glass. "Harry," Hermione waved her hand in front of his eyes, her chestnut hair still dripping with water, and her face was as pale as if she had been kissed by a Dementor. Harry grabbed her wrist, and the touch was more ethereal than usual. "Don't you feel that something is wrong?" He stared at the biscuit crumbs at the corner of Ron's mouth. The brown color should be clear enough to count the grains, but now it seems to be under a confusing spell. Timed out the flow of time. Ron swallowed the last half of the rock cake, and the movement of his Adam's apple suddenly stopped. Now that you mention it, he reached out to touch his watch, the gold watch chain twisted into a snake shape between his fingers, and my watch hands were spinning faster than Peeves just now, and now they're as slow as an old bee crawling into a honey pot. Hermione's pupils suddenly contracted. She pulled off the copper box around her neck, which contained the bone flute fragments. Her fingertips quickly tapped the box, and the ancient runes glowed on the metal surface. The overlap of the timeline is decreasing. Her voice was tense. At the end of the last cycle, we repaired 7 nodes, but this fragment. She pointed to the blood moon-like light in the remnant of the crystal ball, which was creating new cracks. Harry's temples throbbed, and his memory flashed back to what Dumbledore said when he wiped his glasses. Time can change its course, but a river that changes its course will wash out a new riverbed. He stood up, with rain running down his trouser legs into his boots, and went to the Ministry of Magic. He said that the crystal ball that circulated last time was in the Ministry of Magic's Chamber of Secrets, and this time the rift. They might have a backup plan in the Ministry of Magic. Ron grabbed the last 2 rock biscuits in his backpack and stuffed them into his pocket. "I knew I shouldn't have brought only rock biscuits for breakfast today." He touched the wand at his waist, but didn't pull it out. It was not the time to fight yet. Hermione tied the bronze box back around her neck, and the water droplets on her hair swung into thin chains as she ran. As the 3 of them walked through the hall of the Ministry of Magic, the singing of the mermaid fountain suddenly went out of tune and a faint blue light flashed at the tip of the bronze knight's spear, as if someone was spying on them in the dark. Harry's wand felt hot inside his sleeve, a feeling that danger was approaching. They avoided the patrolling Aurors and went to the most secluded corridor on the 3rd underground floor. The wallpaper here has faded to a gray-green, and damp moss has grown between the floor tiles. Hermione chanted the word apparition to the wall, and a light golden spell spread like a spider web. A brick suddenly caved in, revealing a hidden stone door. It was a spare warehouse for time transformers. Hermione's fingers traced the wear marks on the doorframe. The original book mentioned that the Ministry of Magic destroyed a batch of them, but someone had obviously kept them. The air inside the door smelled of rusted metal. There were 7 or 8 crystal hourglasses hanging on the wall, some of which were still, and some were slowly flowing with silver sand. There were parchment scrolls piled on the table, and the top one had a twisted Mobius strip drawn on it, with the key to the 9th cycle written in red ink next to it. Ron kicked the copper can at his feet, and a glass ball rolled out of it, reflecting his distorted face. Merlin's big pants. These things were weirder than Filch's mothballs. Hermione had already rushed to the table and was flipping through a book. She pulled out an ancient book with a silver snake-shaped buckle on the cover, and when she opened it, dry moonstone powder floated out. Time rifts and cycle paradox. It sounded like Professor Flitwick's elective course material, but here it says, her voice suddenly choked, forcibly terminating the time loop will tear the main timeline, and the rift will devour the energy of the adjacent time and space until a new cycle is formed. She looked up at the hourglasses, and these devices were used to guide the direction of the rift's devouring. In other words, someone is deliberately creating a new cycle. Harry's wand was so hot that he could hardly hold it. Last time it was the Malfoy ancestors, this time it was a more troublesome character. Hermione's fingertips ran over an illustration in the book. 7 hourglasses surrounded a blood-red spot. It was mentioned here that the ninth cycle requires an anchor point, a living being that can exist in multiple time and space at the same time. Her eyes suddenly froze outside the window. Harry! Ron! From the corridor came the sound of leather boots crunching over moss. Ron instinctively reached for his rock pie pocket, but touched his wand instead. Harry pushed Hermione into the shadows and stood in front himself. The breathing sounds of the three people were particularly clear in the small room, mixed with the faint hum of the fountain in the distance. When the door was pushed open, a gust of wind blew, causing the parchment to rustle. The wizard who came in was wearing a worn black robe with a silver and green snake embroidered on the collar, the old emblem of Slytherin. Check the flow rate of all hourglasses. The tall wizard in the lead took off his hood, revealing a knife-like jawline. Harry's stomach sank suddenly. This face was 70% similar to Malfoy's ancestor, but younger, with a crazy light in his eyes. The master said that the anchor point of the ninth cycle is about to wake up, and we have to complete the calibration before the Aurors find it. The third and seventh hourglasses need to be adjusted. Another wizard bent over to check the instrument on the table, but he was interrupted by the three brats last time. Now the rift is expanding 20% faster than expected. They will come again. The tall wizard drew out his wand and placed the tip on the hourglass number 7. The silver sand suddenly flowed back, but this time their anchor point would be the best sacrifice. Harry dug his nails into his palms. He could feel Hermione clutching his robes behind him, and Ron's breath was unnaturally hot behind his ear. Anchor. Living things. Are they talking about? Put away the book paradox. The tall wizard suddenly turned around and glanced at the ancient books on the table. Don't leave any clues behind. Ron's foot suddenly hit the table leg. The three of them held their breath at the same time, but the wizards just frowned and continued to adjust the instruments. Hermione wrote a word on Harry's palm. Lamp. The ceiling light in the room is an old-fashioned magic lamp, which is emitting a dim light at this moment. If the lights went out. Harry turned to look at Ron. The red-haired boy was staring at the overhead light, his Adam's apple moving. He could hear the sound of his own blood hitting his temple, mixed with Ron's rapid breathing to his right. The boy had pulled the lamp chain too hard just now, and the crisp sound of the copper chain buckling on the corner of the table was still echoing in the room. Who turned off the lights? Sparks rose from the tall wizard's voice, and a faint blue light burst out from the tip of his wand, drawing a trembling arc in the darkness. Another wizard cursed and kicked his boot against the wooden chair leg, flashing with lumos. Find those three little guys quickly. Harry's palms were sweaty and his wand slipped between his fingers. He remembered the word light Hermione had written on her palm, and now he finally understood what she meant. Darkness was their only barrier. But how long can the barrier last? When the wizards light up their wands, the three will be exposed in the cone of dim blue light, like specimens nailed to a butterfly board. Hermione. He lowered his voice, leaned his back against the wall and moved to the left. It had already begun. Hermione's breath brushed his earlobe, bringing with it the cool smell of mints. She always chewed these when she was nervous. Harry could feel the tip of her wand brushing the back of his hand, followed by the sound of an ancient parchment scroll being gently opened. The wizard's fluorescent spells lit up one after another, and spots of blue light flickered on the ceiling, illuminating their distorted shadows that were swaying on the wall. Ron suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist with such force that it hurt. The red-haired boy pointed in the direction of the door with trembling fingers. They went this way. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. He recalled the feeling of being surrounded by Dementors in his third year, and the suffocating feeling that chilled him to the bone came back again. But this time it was different. He was no longer the trembling little wizard. He thought of the silent spells he had practiced in the room of requirement last week, and the passage in advanced protective magic that Hermione had translated late at night, and his teeth were chattering. He had to do something. There were so many obstacles. He silently chanted a spell into the air. The oak table in the middle of the room suddenly shook, and the four legs of the table broke into two with a click, as if they were grasped by invisible hands. The tall wizard's Lumos spell hit the table, sending out a string of sparks. Another wizard was hit on the forehead by flying sawdust and stepped back cursing, the cone of light from his wand shaking even more violently. "Good job," Ron whispered in his ear, his voice trembling but full of joy. Harry could imagine his expression at the moment. His eyes were wide open, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, just like when he was a child at the burrow and played with firecrackers and blew away the spatula. Hermione's hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, and the scorching temperature seeped through his robes. "All right." She stuffed a parchment roll into Harry's hand, and the touch still carried the unique warmth of the magic copy spell. "Go, they are coming around." The three of them crouched and moved towards the door. Harry could hear the thump of wizards' boots approaching behind him, and the tall wizard growled through gritted teeth, "Don't let them get away. If anything happens to the anchor, the master will boil our bones into potion." Anchor point. Harry's throat tightened. He thought of what Hermione had said before about living things that could exist in multiple time and space at the same time, and of the silver cracks that had been appearing in his dreams recently. Sometimes he could hear a baby crying from the depths of the cracks, and sometimes it was his own voice shouting for help. Could it be that the anchor is him? Here we are. When Ron's fingers touched the door handle, the door suddenly slammed inward from the outside. The three of them froze at the same time, and Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The sound of two wizards talking could be heard outside the door, mixed with the hum of something like clock gears. "Go!" Hermione pushed the door open, and cold wind rushed in, carrying the smell of moss in the corridor. Harry grabbed Ron by the back of the collar and rushed out, his wand drawing a fan-shaped light in front of him, fluorescent flashes. The faint green light illuminated the spiral staircase at the end of the corridor. There were still traces of leaching water on the steps, like a silver snake. They ran like deer being chased by dementors. Harry could hear the roars of wizards exploding behind him, and the whistling of spells passing by his ears. A fainting spell flew past Ron's red hair and blew a charred hole in the wall. Only when they rushed into the fountains in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic and saw the mermaid statue winking at them did the three of them dare to slow down. "Apparition," Hermione gasped as she pulled out her door key, a rusty silver button hanging from her necklace. Harry grabbed her wrist and Ron grabbed Harry's waist. When the familiar squeeze came over him, he took a last look behind him. The tall wizard's face was looming in the mist of the fountain, his mouth grinning from ear to ear, revealing his white teeth. The corridors of Hogwarts glowed blue-gray in the middle of the night. The three of them ran along the wall towards the principal's office. Ron's sneakers made a slight sound on the marble floor, startling the old knight in the portrait so much that he turned over and muttered. When they stood in front of the pig-nosed statue and chanted "Lemon Snow," the spiral stone staircase finally rose slowly. Dumbledore's office smelled of mead and old books. The old principal sat in a high-backed chair, his silver beard glowing softly in the candlelight, but his blue eyes were like a frozen lake. "Tell me, kids." Harry spread the parchment roll out on his desk. Dumbledore's fingers stroked the copied handwriting, and his pupils shrank slightly. "Time paradox and loop anchor points." As expected, someone is using the ancient Ministry of Magic's time laboratory. When he looked up, his eyes behind the lenses were like two silver cones. The anchor points you mentioned are living media that can stabilize multiple time and space. If the 9th cycle is completed, the time rift will expand beyond repair, and the entire magical world will be torn apart by fragments of different time and space. How do we stop it? Hermione twisted her fingers around her cuffs. "We need to find the core device." "Exactly." Dumbledore took out a carved silver box from a drawer. After opening it, it was a pocket watch inlaid with amethyst. The core device of the time rift was hidden in the 9th area of the Ministry of Magic, which was once a restricted area of the Ancient Time Management Bureau. He pushed the pocket watch to Harry. This was a magic compass that could locate the device. It could only be activated when the moon phase was waning. Tonight was the waning gibbous moon. Hermione looked out the window. The moon was like a bit of cheese, hanging in the black velvet sky. Ron suddenly slammed his palm. "What are you waiting for? Go now." The air in Area 9 under the Ministry of Magic smelled of rotting leaves and rust. The three of them held their wands and walked down the damp stone steps. The compass became hot in Harry's hand, and the needle spun wildly, finally pointing to a bronze door engraved with snake runes. The door creaked open as Hermione uttered the spell. A musty smell mixed with some sweet floral scent came out, and the back of Harry's neck began to tighten again. He had smelled this smell in his dream, deep in the silver crack. Inside the door was a circular stone chamber with a crystal ball as tall as a person suspended in the center. Countless golden runes coiled around it like living things, some expanded and contracted like snake tongues, some suddenly exploded into starlight, and then regrouped into new symbols. Harry felt a warm current rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was the feeling of magical resonance, just like when he first touched the Elder Wand. "Is this the core device?" Ron tiptoed closer, the tip of his wand almost touching the crystal ball. "Don't touch it." Hermione grabbed his wrist violently. These runes were a variation of ancient runes. "I've seen similar ones before." Her voice suddenly dropped, and her fingers brushed lightly over the runes in the air, as if she was touching something alive. They were talking. Harry leaned closer and vaguely heard faint whispers, as if many people were talking in his ear at the same time, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Hermione's eyes lit up abnormally, and she twirled her wand in a circle, the tip glowing lavender, a sign that she was studying complex magic. "What's wrong?" Harry asked quietly. Hermione didn't answer. Her fingertips were hovering half an inch above the crystal ball, the rotating runes were reflected in her pupils, and the corners of her mouth slowly rose into a faint smile. That smile reminded Harry of the way she solved the basilisk clues in the 2nd grade. She was like that then, staring at a tattered book, and suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "I know." As night fell among the spires of Hogwarts, Harry's fingers unconsciously moved over the new red dot on the edge of the Marauders map. "That one?" It was like a broken glass piercing his skin, and every touch made the back of his neck tighten. 3 hours ago in the underground stone chamber, the fragments of memory that rushed into his mind when the time rift exploded were now forming a secret resonance with the red dots on the map, the double image of Neville's grandmother, Hermione's old version of the potion book, his own phantom 10 years later. Could these mistakes that shouldn't have existed be the precursor of a bigger conspiracy? Harry, Hermione's voice was wrapped in the wind and penetrated his collar. The history of magic in her arms was rustling. The ends of her hair brushed against the back of his hand with a cool touch. The light in Professor McGonagall's office was still on. She must be waiting for us. Ron poked his head out from the stairs, his nose red from the cold, holding a half-finished piece of Fizzby candy in his hand. I just went to the kitchen to grab some rock cakes. The professor must be hungry. He shook his bulging pockets, and the sound of the candy wrapper rustling was particularly clear in the night sky. Harry looked at the silver stars on Hermione's hairband. She had made them herself last week out of moonstone, and they shone slightly in the wind. He suddenly remembered that when the crack was repaired, Hermione pulled his hand and ran with him across the stone steps. Her palms were full of cold sweat, but her voice was as steady as a magnet. Follow me, Harry, I will apparate on the count of 3. Let's go. He stuffed the Marauder's map into the inner pocket of his robe and pressed the red dot with his fingertips through the fabric. He had to figure out whether what happened today was an accident. Or someone deliberately tore time apart. Professor McGonagall's office smelled like a mixture of fur and ink. The old professor was bending over the oak table, correcting homework, his feather pen making a rustling sound on the parchment. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, she straightened up suddenly, her silver-gray braids swaying behind her neck, and her eyes behind the lenses were like 2 polished silver spoons. I knew you wouldn't go to bed directly. Professor McGonagall's mouth twitched as Hermione placed the rock pie next to her. She obviously recognized the patterned china from the Weasleys' kitchen, but she said nothing, simply tapping the table with the tip of her wand. 3 chairs automatically slid over from the corner and lined up neatly in front of the table. Start from the beginning. Her wand is pointed at Harry, including all the fragments of memory you saw when the crystal ball changed. Harry's Adam's apple moved. When he talked about himself standing in the Quidditch stands 10 years later, Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist, her nails dug into his skin, as if to confirm something real. Ron broke the rock cake into 2 halves, then into 4 halves, with the crumbs falling all over his trouser legs. Time cracks are not naturally generated. Professor McGonagall waited for him to finish, took off her glasses and rubbed her brow. Last week, 13 devices were marked as damaged in the Ministry of Magic's time converter register, but I asked my aura friend to check. She slammed her wand on the table. They were not broken at all, but were tampered with by someone to block the Ministry of Magic's tracking spell. Hermione's breathing suddenly quickened. So someone is stealing the time turner? Use them to create cracks? Worse. Professor McGonagall pulled out a roll of parchment from the drawer, and when she unfolded it, she revealed the gold-plated emblem of the Ministry of Magic. Minister Fudge held an emergency meeting this morning, saying that he wanted to strengthen the stability of the wizarding world, but I saw that the tip of his wand was stained with moonstone powder, which is a common material for repairing time magic on the black market. Her voice was lowered a little, and Cornelius had been communicating with a mysterious person named Raven recently. Do you know? In the 1940s, the dark wizard Malcolm Pike used this code name to contact his followers. The rock cake in Ron's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Harry felt his heart skip a beat. Dumbledore's note suddenly appeared before his eyes. He who repairs the cracks will eventually face the source of the cracks. You are going to the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall suddenly said, tomorrow afternoon, while the minister is visiting a patient at St. Mungo's, go to the secret meeting room next to his office. There is a filing cabinet with a confusion charm, the leftmost drawer on the 3rd layer. Use the truth-revealing charm. She pushed her glasses and glanced at the pale faces of the 3 children. I know the risks, but her fingers gently touched the scar on Harry's forehead. There are some things that only you can find out. The corridor of the Ministry of Magic late at night is like a sleeping python. The tip of Hermione's wand flickered with a faint blue fluorescence, casting a swaying shadow on the wall. Ron walked last, carefully avoiding the gaps in the tiles with every step. He said that last time he came with Percy, one of the tiles made a sound like a troll burping. The door to the secret meeting room is hidden behind a painting of Ministers of Magic. Hermione recited the disillusionment charm 3 times towards the picture frame, and the canvas suddenly rippled like water, revealing a bronze door knocker embedded in the wall. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map and saw 3 moving green dots in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement area themselves. And the red dot was now hovering above the minister's office, like a ball of coagulated blood. The door knocker was a griffin with its mouth open. Just as Harry was about to touch it, it snorted suddenly, and the hot air it exhaled smelled of rust. Hermione immediately raised her wand. Expelliarmus, no, identification. She corrected the spell. The griffin's eyes flashed golden light, and the door opened with a click. The filing cabinet was smaller than expected, with a walnut surface carved with winding snake patterns. When Hermione chanted the word apparition, lavender smoke seeped out from the gap between the drawers, and a stack of parchment popped out. Ron leaned over and sniffed. It smelled like old books and blood. As soon as Harry's fingers touched the top sheet of paper, the words suddenly rearranged themselves like grains of sand blown away by the wind. To Raven, the time anchor has been set, at midnight on September 17th, when the Big Dipper and the Ophiuchus, when the seats overlap, the cracks will open permanently. SHH, Hermione suddenly pressed the back of his hand. There was the sound of leather boots tapping on the floor in the corridor. It was very light, but very clear, as if someone was deliberately lightening his footsteps. Ron's face turned as white as parchment in an instant. He tried to put the document back into the drawer in a hurry, but knocked over the ink bottle next to it. The dark green ink spread on the carpet like a spreading poison. Quick, Harry dragged him behind the filing cabinet while Hermione crouched beside the painting, her wand pointed at the crack in the door. The footsteps stopped in front of the door, followed by the sound of a key being inserted into the lock, not an ordinary key, but a silver key with magic patterns on it, which made a tiny ringing sound when turned. The moment the door opened, Harry saw the visitor's shoes clearly, shiny black boots with ravens outlined in gold embroidered on the heels. "The minister is going to St. Mungo's tomorrow." The first voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Just in time, we can move the last of the time-turners to Nocturne Alley. Once the cracks are completely torn, even the birth certificates of those old-fashioned Ministry of Magic officials will become waste paper. Speak softly. The second voice was younger and had a shrill tint to it. Have you forgotten about the assistant from last week? If he hadn't been legitimized, we would have dealt with him long ago. Harry dug his nails into his palms. Last week in the underground stone chamber, the trembling boy holding the rubber duck suddenly appeared in front of him. It turned out that he was not threatened by accident, but knew too many secrets. When the cracks stabilize, we will push Fudge out as a target. The hoarse voice laughed softly. After all, he was the one who always said that everything was normal. When the wizarding world was in chaos, who would suspect the real mastermind? Ron held his breath beside him, his Adam's apple moving and making an almost inaudible swallowing sound. The traces of ink on the carpet were like a venomous snake with bared fangs and claws, causing the tail end of the hoarse voice to suddenly pause. "Who?" The owner of the shrill voice took a step forward, and the crisp sound of his boots rolling on the floor almost pierced Harry's eardrums. He could hear his own pounding heartbeat, like the beat of a drum on a copper basin. The image of the trembling boy holding the rubber duck last week was particularly clear in his mind at this moment. The boy curled up like a shrimp when being legilimency, overlapping with Ron's white knuckles at this moment. Ron's hand was already on the lamp holder. The coolness of the bronze surface passed through his palms, and he remembered that when he and Harry went into the kitchen at night in the 3rd grade, they knocked over the pumpkin pie in the dark and were chased through 3 corridors by the house elf. But this time is different. This time, what they knocked over was not a pie in the sky, but a secret that was enough to overturn the entire wizarding world. His throat tightened and his nails dug deep into the carved crevices of the lamp holder. He counted to 3 in his mind and suddenly pressed the switch. The darkness instantly covered everyone's eyes like a wet cloth. "Lumos," a shrill voice yelled, and 2 pale blades of light pierced the darkness, one from the other's wand, the other from behind Hermione's painting. Harry rolled to the side of the filing cabinet the moment the light came on, and with his wand against his chin, he quickly chanted "Armor." When the pale golden barrier opened above the 3 of them, he caught a glimpse of the wizard in raven-patterned boots turning in their direction, his lips under his hooked nose pulled into a sneer. Obstacles galore. Harry yelled a second spell, and a web of blue light wrapped around the opponent's ankles. At the same time, Ron rushed out from behind the filing cabinet, picked up the ink bottle he had just knocked over and smashed it against the window. The sound of broken glass mixed with hoarse curses successfully drew the attention of the 2 wizards to the other side. The tip of Hermione's wand was glowing with a faint blue light, and it was resting on the open document on the table. The tip of her tongue was gently pressed against her lower lip, which was her habitual action when casting a copying charm. Harry remembered that she had copied the key chapters of Hogwarts, a History, in the same way when they fought the Basilisk in their 2nd year. "All right," Hermione's whisper mixed with the sound of paper, and she quickly stuffed the copied parchment into the inner pocket of her robe, pressing her fingers on the fabric to confirm the position. By this time the wizard with the shrill voice had broken free of the barrier spell and pointed his wand directly at the filing cabinet where they were hiding. "Petrify all, Expelliarmus." Harry's spell was half a second faster than the other party's, and the silver wand flew out of the wizard's hand, hit the wall and bounced to the ground. The hoarse-voiced wizard took the opportunity to grab his companion's wrist and pointed to the door. "Go. Let me report the situation first. Don't even think about running." Ron picked up the paperweight at his feet and threw it over, but the wind blade created by the other party's sleeve deflected it and hit the door frame, sending sparks flying. The figures of the 2 wizards had disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving only the sound of their boots tapping on the ground gradually fading away. How Hermione slid down to the ground, holding onto the filing cabinet, her forehead stained with broken hair and her chest heaving violently. Ron squatted beside her and reached out to help her fix her hair, but found that his hands were still shaking. "Did I hit the wrong place just now?" "No, you diverted their attention." Harry bent down to pick up the copied document on the ground. When his fingertips touched the parchment, it was still warm from Hermione's body temperature. He looked at the broken window. The night wind blew in and lifted the messy hair in front of his forehead. "Now we have to leave here. The Ministry of Magic's night patrol may come at any time." The 3 of them ran along the route they remembered. When they passed the spiral staircase of the Ministry of Magic, Harry deliberately counted the numbers of the bronze doors, the emerald door, the amethyst door, and finally the door engraved with a golden scale. When they used the flute powder in the bathroom to return to Hogwarts, Ron's robes were still stained with the lint of the ministry carpet, and Hermione's heel got caught in the cracks between the fireplace tiles, almost pulling Harry into the flames. The light was still on in Professor McGonagall's office. When the three stumbled open the oak door, she was sitting behind the oak table marking homework. The traces of the quill pen pausing on the parchment were like lightning. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. She pushed her round glasses and glanced at the ink-stained corners of their robes and the scratches on Ron's face. It seems that your adventure tonight is more attractive than the curfew regulations. Professor, we have discovered a conspiracy at the Ministry of Magic. Hermione stepped forward quickly, took out the copied documents from her robes and spread them on the table. They were moving the time converter, trying to tear some kind of rift, and wanted to make Minister Fudge a scapegoat. Wait. Professor McGonagall's finger rested on a raven mark on the document, her knuckles turning white from the force. Are you sure you heard them mention Lord Raven? Harry nodded, and the boy's cries in the underground stone chamber last week suddenly rang in his ears. He also shouted that Lord Raven would crush you, and it turned out that it was not crazy talk. Raven was the symbol of a dark wizard organization 30 years ago. Professor McGonagall stood up and walked to the bookshelf, pulling out a copy of the Secret History of the Ministry of Magic with a worn cover, and turned to the page with the dried rose. They tried to use time magic to rewrite the outcome of World War II, but were later wiped out by then Minister of Magic Bathilda Bagshot and the International Confederation of Wizards. But legend has it that their core members used Horcruxes to preserve their consciousness. There was a dull sound when she closed the book. If these people really restarted the Time Converter project, then the crack might refer to a timeline fault. Once stable, they could tamper with historical records at any point in time. So the assistant was legilimency last week because he discovered the transfer record of the time turner. Hermione's voice trembled. Very likely. Professor McGonagall glanced at the three of them, but you only heard the conversation between the executors. The real core figure, the one called Lord Raven, is still hidden deeper. She took out a silver badge from the drawer, with a crossed wand and raven engraved on the surface. The Ministry of Magic will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. An emergency meeting is held on the 3rd underground floor to discuss the custody of the time turner. I need you guys. We'll go, Harry interrupted, his fingers unconsciously stroking his wand, and we'll find the central figure. Ron was about to say something, but shut up when he met Harry's gaze. It was the same look they had seen in their first year against Quirrell, like a wick under a perpetual brightness charm, burning hot and steady. It was windy on the astronomy tower late at night, and Harry's black robe was rustling in the wind. He looked at the lights in the distance in the direction of the Ministry of Magic, which should still be investigating tonight's ink stains and broken windows, but deeper in the shadows, the raven's wings were folding. The corridors on the 3rd floor underground at the Ministry of Magic were even colder than the cellars at Hogwarts. Harry's boot heels tapped on the blue stone slabs, and each step felt like striking on a taut guitar string. He could hear the sound of his Adam's apple rolling. This was the clearest feeling of nervousness he had felt since facing the basilisk in 2nd grade. But unlike the panic at that time, his heart was beating very steadily at this moment, like a pocket watch under a constant speed spell. Here we are. Hermione lowered her voice very low and lightly touched his arm with her fingertips. The brass lock on the oak door in front glowed faintly, and half a faded feather was stuck in the keyhole. That was the raven mark that Professor McGonagall mentioned. Ron's wand slipped out of his robe sleeve a little, and a light sweat broke out on his palm. If the Ministry of Magic patrol found it, their attention was on the investigation of the ink incident on the top floor. Hermione took out a pocket watch engraved with horoscopes, which was the passer given by Professor McGonagall. It was now 20:03. The meeting was originally scheduled to start at 20, but according to Prentice's schedule, she suddenly stopped, and the tip of her ear trembled slightly. Harry immediately held his breath. There was a rustling sound of paper coming from inside the door, mixed with low curses. He and Ron looked at each other and drew their wands. Hermione's fingertips brushed against the anti-theft charm on the door edge, and the golden lines faded away like smoke blown away by the wind. This was the method to break it that she learned from flipping through Advanced Magical Protection last night. The moment the door slid open silently, the tip of Harry's wand lit up with a faint blue light. There was only one wall lamp on in the conference room, and the dim light reflected the silhouette of a bald man. He was lying on the long table, flipping through parchment. His briefcase was open, with half a roll of documents sliding out. The top sheet had the Raven logo printed on it. Mr. Prentice. Hermione's voice was like crushed ice falling into a china cup. The man looked up suddenly, his round-framed glasses slid to the tip of his nose, and his face instantly turned as white as a tablecloth cast with a bleaching spell. His right hand reached for the briefcase like lightning. Harry quickly read out Expelliarmus, but the red light brushed past the man's wrist and hit the wall, leaving a charred hole. Run! The man screamed and rushed towards the window, his dark green ministry uniform brushing against the corner of the table and knocking over the ink bottle. Ron leapt for the back of his collar, but only managed to pull off a button. Harry's wand felt hot in his palm. He remembered the boys crying in the underground stone chamber last week, and what Professor McGonagall had said about the timeline fault. A rusty and fierce feeling rose in his throat. There are so many obstacles. A transparent wall exploded in front of the window, and the moment Prentice hit it, he seemed to be cast under a spell and staggered and fell on the carpet. Hermione had already circled behind him and put her wand against the back of his neck. "Don't waste your energy, we know you moved the time converter." She pulled out a roll of parchment from his briefcase. "From London to Paris, from Paris to Prague, your signature was on every stop." Prentice's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and sweat dripped down his temples onto the legs of his glasses. You don't know anything. Lord Raven Association. Lord Raven hasn't been seen for 30 years. Hermione's voice suddenly softened, as if she was trying to comfort a crying Neville, but the assistant who was legilimency last week knew that, didn't she? He found the transfer record, so he was cleared. You think you are smarter than him? The man's shoulders trembled violently. Harry saw the veins bulging on the back of his hand as he gripped his wand, but he never lifted it. Hermione pressed on and turned the parchment to the last page. Here was a reply from the Paris Ministry of Magic, saying that the converter had been accidentally damaged during transportation, but records in Prague showed that someone used it to locate November 5, 1943, 3 days later. What if the Ministry of Magic knew that the time turner they had spent 10 years repairing was actually being used to falsify records of World War II? "Stop talking." Prentice suddenly burst into tears, and his wand fell to the ground with a clang. It was the director. It's Director Winterbourne of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He said that if I could help him move the converter, he would keep my son from being harassed by Dementors. My son is in Azkaban. He just stole some cauldron. Suddenly, the crisp sound of leather boots hitting the ground was heard in the corridor. Hermione's pupils suddenly shrank, she grabbed Harry and Ron, and the three of them fell into the shadows behind the curtains. The heavy velvet curtain smelled of old dust, and Harry could hear Ron's heartbeat right next to his ear, beating as fast as a drum. The moment the door was opened, cold wind rushed in and lifted the curtains. 3 wizards in black robes entered one after another. The leader had a snake-shaped scar on the left side of his face, running from the corner of his eye to his chin. He glanced at the messy conference room and narrowed his snake-like eyes. "Where is Prentice?" "The window is open, Sir. One of the men is clinging to the sill, looking down, and may have jumped." "Jump down?" The man with the snake scar sneered and pointed the tip of his wand at the ink bottle on the ground. "Confusion spell? Do you really think I'm a squib?" His eyes suddenly swept across the curtains, and Harry's breath almost stopped. Those eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the cloth and come out. Hermione nudged him at the foot, and Harry understood immediately. The three of them rushed out from behind the curtains at the same time. Harry's armor protection almost came out with a roar, and the golden light shield unfolded in front of them, blocking the scarred man's heart-wrenching sword. Ron's ridiculous charm whizzed past another of his men's ears, turning the man's wand into a banana. "Disarm." Hermione's spell hit the scarred man's wrist accurately, and his wand flew out and hit the wall. But the scarred man's left hand suddenly reached for his collar and pulled out a silver raven brooch, exactly the same as the one Professor McGonagall had given him. "Do you think you can win by finding Prentice?" His voice was like a rusty gear. "Lord Raven's plan started 30 years ago, and you haven't even touched the threshold." Falling unconscious, Harry's curse hit him right in the chest. The man with the snake scar fell down like a felled tree, and the other 2 men had been subdued by Ron using Expelliarmus and speedy confinement. Hermione squatted down quickly. Pulling off the brooch from the collar of the man with snake scar, the silver raven's eyes were 2 blood-red garnets, glowing eerily under the wall lamp. "Go!" Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, and the patrol's footsteps got closer. The 3 of them grabbed the parchment and brooch on the ground and rushed to the door. Harry turned around to take one last look at the unconscious man with the snake scar. His snake-shaped scar glowed bluish-gray under the light, like a venomous snake that could wake up at any time. A familiar stinging pain came from his forehead, and he raised his hand to touch the lightning-shaped scar. This was the second time it had become hot since the fight against Quirrell last semester. The dome of the Ministry of Magic faded into obscurity behind them, and the 3 of them apparat behind a trash can in Diagon Alley. Hermione's hands were still shaking, but she insisted on picking up the brooch with the tip of her wand. "Director Winterbourne, silver raven brooch, time turner." She suddenly looked up, and the moonlight illuminated her face covered with cold sweat. "Harry, do you think Professor McGonagall mentioned that Lord Raven is even more than just the director?" Harry didn't answer. He looked at the blood-red garnet on the brooch and thought of the silver light between the raven's claws on the astronomy tower. The wind lifted his black robe, and the pain from his scar became more and more obvious, like someone was beating a small drum in his mind. Not far away, the clock of the Owl post office struck 11, a dull sound like some kind of warning. When they returned to Hogwarts, the spire of the castle stood out like a huge black tower in the night. When the 3 returned to Hogwarts, the castle was immersed in the silence of midnight. The candlelight in the corridor was flickering in the draught. Hermione's magic handbag swayed slightly at her side with her footsteps. The silver raven brooch inside burned her thigh through the fabric. The temperature was not like that of ordinary metal, but seemed to be absorbing her body temperature as if it were alive. "Let's go to Professor McGonagall's office first." Harry's voice was 2 degrees lower than usual. His right hand was always pressed on his forehead. The skin under the lightning-shaped scar was getting hot, as if a thin needle was prickling his nerves. This burning sensation had only occurred twice since the Quirrell incident last semester. The last time was when he glimpsed a hooded figure in Nocturne Alley, and this time he stared at the throbbing lock on his handbag, his Adam's apple moving. The brooch she gave is exactly the same as the one the man with the snake scar gave me. She might know something. Ron's owl badge dangled on his chest. He rubbed his red ears. It's already 1 in the morning. Will the professor dash? The light is still on in her office. Hermione suddenly grabbed both of their arms. At the end of the corridor ahead, a ray of warm yellow light leaked through the gap in the oak door of Professor McGonagall's office, and the rustling sound of a quill scratching on parchment could be faintly heard. When I pushed open the door, Professor McGonagall was working at her desk sorting out course schedules. A few strands of her silver-gray hair were sticking out of her hairnet, and her glasses had slipped to the tip of her nose. She looked up suddenly when she heard the noise. The folds of her dark green robe still carried the residual warmth from returning from the auditorium. It was obvious that she had not slept either. When her eyes swept over the brooch in Hermione's hand, her pupils suddenly contracted, and the pen fell on the parchment with a pop, and the ink stain spread out into a dark circle. You went to the ministry. It wasn't a question. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and pressed her fingertips against the corner of the table, her knuckles turning white. The brooch I gave you is a keepsake from Director Winterbourne, who was in charge of the secret files of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. But 3 months ago, she paused, her Adam's apple rolling. He died in his own office, his heart was dug out, and only a raven brooch was left at the scene. Hermione's wand clanked to the floor. When she squatted down to pick it up, she found that her hands were shaking, not because of the cold, but because of the chill coming from her bones. The man with the snake scar said that Lord Raven's plan started 30 years ago. Her voice trembled. You said even, right? It may even be more than just the director. Professor McGonagall interrupted her, her eyes sweeping across the scar on Harry's forehead. Winterbourne is an old acquaintance of the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy is ostensibly a representative of the pure-blood nobility, but in the past 6 months, 7 of the important files lost by the Ministry of Magic are related to his family's business. She suddenly leaned forward, a cold light burning in her dark gray eyes. More importantly, I smelled the scent of truth serum in Minister Fudge's tea last week. Someone wants to manipulate his decision-making. Harry's scar suddenly burned violently. He staggered forward and held onto the edge of the table, fragments of images flashing before his eyes, the blue-gray snake-shaped scar of the man with the scar, Lucius' pale face, the silver light between the raven's claws on the astronomy tower, and the snake-shaped shadow on the back of Quirrell's head last semester. So Winterbourne's death and the scarred man's brooch were all planned by Lucius. His voice was hoarse. What did he want to do? Control the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall's voice was like knocking on ice. Pure-blood supremacism has never disappeared, it's just hidden deeper. They need time to reorganize their power, they need loopholes in the Ministry of Magic, they need. Her eyes fell on Hermione's handbag, Time Turner. Ron sat down suddenly and heavily, and the oak chair creaked in protest. He took out a piece of rock cake from the kitchen, but did not put it into his mouth. He just crushed it into pieces. So the parchment we found in the Ministry of Magic tonight. It's the evidence Winterbourne hid before his death. Hermione had already pulled out the yellowed parchment, and when she unfolded it, it brought up tiny pieces of paper. It has the address of Malfoy Manor and the date of the Raven Gathering, next Wednesday, Halloween Eve. Her fingertips ran over the last line of scribbled words. He wrote they are going to open the seal of the Deathly Hallows. That's enough. Professor McGonagall suddenly raised her hand and pressed Hermione's wrist with such force that the latter frowned. The old professor's breathing became rapid, and his silver-gray eyebrows twisted into knots. You can't interfere anymore. Lucius's power is greater than you think. Even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have his people but we have already intervened. Harry straightened up, the pain from his scar making his voice tense. The man with the snake scar said we haven't even touched the threshold, but if we back off now, when they really open something. Don't you think Voldemort's lesson is enough? The office fell into dead silence. The wind outside the window blew the fallen leaves against the glass, and Hermione could hear her own heart beating like a drum. Professor McGonagall's fingers tapped rapidly on the table, as if typing a silent declaration of war. Finally, she released Hermione's wrist and took out a carved copper box from the drawer. When she opened it, she revealed a pendant engraved with the Hogwarts School emblem. This is an improved version of the Marauder's map. It can mark all the unregistered secret passages of the Ministry of Magic. She stuffed the pendant into Harry's palm and said, leave before dawn and find Winterbourne's secret archive room. There are all the evidence he has compiled. Remember, you must come back before the sun rises. We'll go now. Hermione had already stuffed the parchment and brooch back into her handbag, and twirled her wand in a beautiful circle between her fingers. The later the night, the fewer Aurors will be patrolling. Ron stuffed the last half of the rock pie into his mouth, mumbling incoherently, it's better than staying in the dormitory and listening to Neville talking in his sleep. But his fingers secretly hooked the corner of Harry's robe, just like when he and his brothers went to the kitchen at night when they were children. The secret passage in the Ministry of Magic is narrower than expected. Harry bent over when he was passing through a crack in the rock, his robe was caught on a protruding rock and pulled his shoulder painfully. Hermione walked in front with a fluorescent wand in hand, sweat on the tip of her nose. According to the Marauder's map, the archives are on the third floor underground of the Department of Law Enforcement, right below Winterbourne's office. Her voice echoed in the tunnel. Professor McGonagall said there is an anti-apparition charm there, so we have to dash. We're here. Ron suddenly stopped. There was a bronze door on the stone wall in front that was almost integrated with the wall. On the lintel was a carving of a raven with spread wings, exactly the same as the pattern on the brooch. Harry's scar began to heat up again. He reached out and touched the knocker. The coolness of the metal seeped through his gloves into his skin, but it was much cooler than the brooch. The door creaked open. The archive room is not big, with 3 rows of walnut bookshelves against the wall. The parchment rolls on the shelves are tied with red ropes, and the dates on the labels range from 1947 to 1991. As Hermione's wand tip swept over the nearest volume, the parchment suddenly unfolded automatically and ink flowed on the paper, for inspection only by authorized persons of Winterbourne, PA. Use a brooch. Harry took out the brooch of the man with the snake scar. The silver raven glowed coldly in the dim light. The moment the brooch touched the parchment, all the scrolls made a slight sound at the same time. The red ropes broke with a snap, and the paper pages floated into the air like a flock of birds flapping their wings. Ron took a step back and knocked over a wooden bench. The sound was particularly harsh in the empty room. Be gentle. Hermione lowered her voice in a hurry, but held her breath when she saw the page floating in front of her. It was a clipping of the Daily Prophet in 1962, with the front page headline Dark Magic Altar Discovered at Malfoy Manor. Another was a 1978 Ministry of Magic investigation report, with the note Insufficient Evidence, No Prosecution at the end. The yellowed parchment on the top had fresh ink, and it read Record of Lucius Malfoy's meeting with members of the Raven Order. Details of the Time Turner transaction. Harry. Hermione's voice was trembling. She held up a photo of 6 people wearing raven masks. The one in the middle took off his mask, revealing Lucius's iconic platinum hair. This is a photo from 1981. When Harry took the photo, his fingertips touched the words on the back of the photo. What they are going to resurrect is not the Dark Lord, but an older existence. His scar suddenly burned violently, and a fragment flashed before his eyes. The snake-shaped scar was wriggling, the raven's sharp beak was dripping with black blood, and there was a hoarse voice laughing. After 30 years, the little savior is finally here. Ron suddenly pressed the 2 men's shoulders. The sound of leather boots stepping on stone slabs came from the distance, getting closer and closer. Hermione quickly stuffed the photo into her handbag and pointed her wand at the door. Harry stood in front of the 2 of them, sweat dripping from his forehead down his chin to his collar. Ron's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his hand quietly touched the retractable ears at his waist. Those were given to him by George, and they could hear conversations 10 meters away. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Are you sure the Winterbourne archives room hasn't been cleared? It was a hoarse female voice, with a snake-like hissing sound. Lord Raven said that the boy might find this place. Don't worry, the Auror team just patrolled half an hour ago. Another male voice with the unique arrogance of the Malfoy family. Even if there are little mice, they should be wait. The female voice suddenly stopped. The door is open. Harry felt his blood freeze instantly. He dragged Hermione and Ron behind the bookshelf, and the musty smell of wood filled his nostrils. Ron's knee banged against the bookshelf, and several rolls of parchment fell to the ground with a clatter, exploding like firecrackers in the silence. Someone's here, the man shouted. The blue light from the wand tip pierced the darkness, illuminating 3 figures huddled in the shadows. Hermione's wand made her sweat on the palm, and she could hear her own heartbeat. Ron's fingers were clasping the switch of the retractable ears, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. Harry stared at the black-robed wizards opposite him and saw one of them lift up his hood. It was the man with the snake scar. When the 3 returned to Hogwarts, the castle was immersed in the silence of midnight. The candlelight in the corridor was flickering in the draught. Hermione's magic handbag swayed slightly at her side with her footsteps. The silver raven brooch inside burned her thigh through the fabric. The temperature was not like that of ordinary metal, but seemed to be absorbing her body temperature as if it were alive. Let's go to Professor McGonagall's office first. Harry's voice was 2 degrees lower than usual. His right hand was always pressed on his forehead. The skin under the lightning-shaped scar was getting hot, as if a thin needle was prickling his nerves. This burning sensation had only occurred twice since the Quirrell incident last semester. The last time was when he glimpsed a hooded figure in Nocturne Alley, and this time he stared at the throbbing lock on his handbag, his Adam's apple moving. The brooch she gave is exactly the same as the one the man with the snake scar gave me. She might know something. Ron's owl badge dangled on his chest. He rubbed his red ears. It's already 1 in the morning. Will the professor dash? The light is still on in her office. Hermione suddenly grabbed both of their arms. At the end of the corridor ahead, a ray of warm yellow light leaked through the gap in the oak door of Professor McGonagall's office, and the rustling sound of a quill scratching on parchment could be faintly heard. When I pushed open the door, Professor McGonagall was working at her desk sorting out course schedules. A few strands of her silver-gray hair were sticking out of her hairnet, and her glasses had slipped to the tip of her nose. She looked up suddenly when she heard the noise. The folds of her dark green robe still carried the residual warmth from returning from the auditorium. It was obvious that she had not slept either. When her eye swept over the brooch in Hermione's hand, her pupils suddenly contracted, and the pen fell on the parchment with a pop, and the ink stain spread out into a dark circle. "You went to the ministry." It wasn't a question. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and pressed her fingertips against the corner of the table, her knuckles turning white. "The brooch I gave you is a keepsake from Director Winterbourne, who was in charge of the secret files of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. But 3 months ago." She paused, her Adam's apple rolling. He died in his own office, his heart was dug out, and only a raven brooch was left at the scene." Hermione's wand clanked to the floor. When she squatted down to pick it up, she found that her hands were shaking not because of the cold, but because of the chill coming from her bones. "The man with the snake scar said that Lord Raven's plan started 30 years ago. Her voice trembled. "You said even, right? It may even be more than just the director." Professor McGonagall interrupted her, her eye sweeping across the scar on Harry's forehead. "Winterbourne is an old acquaintance of the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy is ostensibly a representative of the pure-blood nobility, but in the past 6 months, 7 of the important files lost by the Ministry of Magic are related to his family's business." She suddenly leaned forward, a cold light burning in her dark gray eyes. "More importantly, I smelled the scent of truth serum in Minister Fudge's tea last week. Someone wants to manipulate his decision-making." Harry's scar suddenly burned violently. He staggered forward and held onto the edge of the table, fragments of images flashing before his eyes: the blue-gray snake-shaped scar of the man with the scar, Lucius' pale face, the silver light between the raven's claws on the astronomy tower, and the snake-shaped shadow on the back of Quirrell's head last semester. So Winterbourne's death and the scarred man's brooch were all planned by Lucius. His voice was hoarse. What did he want to do? Control the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall's voice was like knocking on ice. "Pure-blood supremacism has never disappeared, it's just hidden deeper. That they need time to reorganize their power, they need loopholes in the Ministry of Magic, they need." Her eyes fell on Hermione's handbag, time-turner. Ron sat down suddenly and heavily, and the oak chair creaked in protest. He took out a piece of rock cake from the kitchen, but did not put it into his mouth. He just crushed it into pieces. "So the parchment we found in the Ministry of Magic tonight. It's the evidence Winterbourne hid before his death." Hermione had already pulled out the yellowed parchment, and when she unfolded it, it brought up tiny pieces of paper. "It has the address of Malfoy Manor and the date of the Raven Gathering, next Wednesday, Halloween Eve." Her fingertips ran over the last line of scribbled words. "He wrote they are going to open the seal of the Deathly Hallows." "That's enough." Professor McGonagall suddenly raised her hand and pressed Hermione's wrist with such force that the latter frowned. The old professor's breathing became rapid, and his silver-gray eyebrows twisted into knots. "You can't interfere anymore. Lucius's power is greater than you think. Even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have his people. But we have already intervened." Harry straightened up, the pain from his scar making his voice tense. "The man with the snake scar said we haven't even touched the threshold, but if we back off now, when they really open something. Don't you think Voldemort's lesson is enough?" The office fell into dead silence. The wind outside the window blew the fallen leaves against the glass, and Hermione could hear her own heart beating like a drum. Professor McGonagall's fingers tapped rapidly on the table, as if typing a silent declaration of war. Finally, she released Hermione's wrist and took out a carved copper box from the drawer. When she opened it, she revealed a pendant engraved with the Hogwarts School emblem. "This is an improved version of the Marauder's Map. It can mark all the unregistered secret passages of the Ministry of Magic." She stuffed the pendant into Harry's palm and said, "Leave before dawn and find Winterbourne's secret archive room. There are all the evidence he has compiled. Remember, you must come back before the sun rises. We'll go now." Hermione had already stuffed the parchment and brooch back into her handbag, and twirled her wand in a beautiful circle between her fingers. The later the night, the fewer Aurors will be patrolling. Ron stuffed the last half of the rock pie into his mouth, mumbling incoherently, "It's better than staying in the dormitory and listening to Neville talking in his sleep." But his fingers secretly hooked the corner of Harry's robe, just like when he and his brothers went to the kitchen at night when they were children. The secret passage in the Ministry of Magic is narrower than expected. Harry bent over when he was passing through a crack in the rock. His robe was caught on a protruding rock and pulled his shoulder painfully. Hermione walked in front with a fluorescent wand in hand, sweat on the tip of her nose. "According to the Marauder's Map, the archives are on the 3rd floor underground of the Department of Law Enforcement, right below Winterbourne's office." Her voice echoed in the tunnel. "Professor McGonagall said there is an anti-apparition charm there, so we have to. We're here." Ron suddenly stopped. There was a bronze door on the stone wall in front that was almost integrated with the wall. On the lintel was a carving of a raven with spread wings, exactly the same as the pattern on the brooch. Harry's scar began to heat up again. He reached out and touched the knocker. The coolness of the metal seeped through his gloves into his skin, but it was much cooler than the brooch. The door creaked open. The archive room is not big, with 3 rows of walnut bookshelves against the wall. The parchment rolls on the shelves are tied with red ropes, and the dates on the labels range from 1947 to 1991. As Hermione's wand tip swept over the nearest volume, the parchment suddenly unfolded automatically and ink flowed on the paper, for inspection only by authorized persons of Winterbourne, PA. Use a brooch. Harry took out the brooch of the man with the snake scar. The silver raven glowed coldly in the dim light. The moment the brooch touched the parchment, all the scrolls made a slight sound at the same time, the red ropes broke with a snap, and the paper pages floated into the air like a flock of birds flapping their wings. Ron took a step back and knocked over a wooden bench. The sound was particularly harsh in the empty room. Be gentle. Hermione lowered her voice in a hurry, but held her breath when she saw the page floating in front of her. It was a clipping of the Daily Prophet in 1962, with the front page headline Dark Magic Altar Discovered at Malfoy Manor. Another was a 1978 Ministry of Magic investigation report, with the note Insufficient Evidence, No Prosecution at the end. The yellowed parchment on the top had fresh ink, and it read Record of Lucius Malfoy's meeting with members of the Raven Order. Details of the Time Turner transaction. Harry. Hermione's voice was trembling. She held up a photo of 6 people wearing raven masks. The one in the middle took off his mask, revealing Lucius's iconic platinum hair. This is a photo from 1981. When Harry took the photo, his fingertips touched the words on the back of the photo. What they are going to resurrect is not the Dark Lord, but an older existence. His scar suddenly burned violently, and a fragment flashed before his eyes. The snake-shaped scar was wriggling, the raven's sharp beak was dripping with black blood, and there was a hoarse voice laughing. After 30 years, the little savior is finally here. Ron suddenly pressed the 2 men's shoulders. The sound of leather boots stepping on stone slabs came from the distance, getting closer and closer. Hermione quickly stuffed the photo into her handbag and pointed her wand at the door. Harry stood in front of the 2 of them, sweat dripping from his forehead down his chin to his collar. Ron's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his hand quietly touched the retractable ears at his waist. Those were given to him by George, and they could hear conversations 10 meters away. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Are you sure the Winterborn Archives room hasn't been cleared? It was a hoarse female voice, with a snake-like hissing sound. Lord Raven said that the boy might find this place. Don't worry, the Auror team just patrolled half an hour ago. Another male voice with the unique arrogance of the Malfoy family. Even if there are little mice, they should be wait. The female voice suddenly stopped. The door is open. Harry felt his blood freeze instantly. He dragged Hermione and Ron behind the bookshelf, and the musty smell of wood filled his nostrils. Ron's knee banged against the bookshelf, and several rolls of parchment fell to the ground with a clatter, exploding like firecrackers in the silence. Someone's here, the man shouted. The blue light from the wand tip pierced the darkness, illuminating 3 figures huddled in the shadows. Hermione's wand made her sweat on the palm, and she could hear her own heartbeat. Ron's fingers were clasping the switch of the retractable ears, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. Harry stared at the black-robed wizards opposite him and saw one of them lift up his hood. It was the man with the snake scar. The darkness was like a curtain soaked in ink, instantly enveloping the entire archive room. Harry's breath hit his nose and made his eardrums hurt. He could hear the soft twirl of Hermione's wand in her palm, a habit she had when nervous, and Ron's fingers were digging into the cuffs of his sleeves, his nails digging into the fabric like a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood. Avada Kedavra. The scarred man's roar pierced through the darkness. A green light brushed past Harry's right shoulder and exploded, leaving charred marks on the wall. Harry's scar suddenly felt hot, and the drop of black blood flashed before his eyes again, the sharp beak of the raven, and the hoarse laughter. His hand clenched tightly around his wand, sweating, but a calm command rolled out of his throat. Hermione, copy the files. Ron, listen to their location. Got it. Ron's voice was trembling, and the rubber head of the retractable ear was already attached to the back of his ear. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make out the sounds amid the chaos, the sound of boots dragging on the ground 3 feet to his left, the crunch of parchment being stepped on to his right. They're scattered, the man with the snake scar is in front, and the woman is behind the bookshelf on the left. The tip of Hermione's wand lit up with a faint blue light, a silent fluorescent flicker. She used the little light to scan the filing cabinet where the photos were hidden, and tapped quickly on the cabinet door with her fingers. That was the memory copy spell gesture they learned in the restricted section. Amid the rustling sound of parchment, she caught a glimpse of a half-faded family tree on the top of the cabinet. The gold-plated emblem on the cover suddenly made her pupils shrink, the pattern of a raven holding a snake, exactly the same as the mask in the photo. Hermione. Harry's growl startled her. He had already put up 3 protective spells. The outermost layer was a flowing silver shield, the middle layer had rotating thorns floating on it, and the innermost layer was a translucent bubble that covered the 3 of them. The scarred man's cruciatus curse hit the silver shield, and the thorns were immediately wrapped in curse light, like a black snake swallowing flames. The woman's stunning curse hit the bubble, and when it bounced back, it brushed past a wizard's shoulder, and a muffled groan was heard. Right window. Ron suddenly tugged at Harry's robes. There was a metallic scraping sound in the telescopic ear, the secret signal of the wand knocking on the window. Harry understood instantly and pointed his stick at the window. Open. The rotten wooden window creaked open, and cold wind rushed in, blowing Ron's scarf into the air. Let's go. Harry pushed Hermione and rushed forward. His protective spell twisted slightly as he moved, like water ruffled by the wind. Hermione looked back as she stepped over the windowsill. The moonlight was shining on the filing cabinet. The cover of the family tree was glowing coldly, and the raven's eyes seemed to be moving. She gritted her teeth, waved her wand with her backhand, the blue light of the copying spell wrapped around the family tree and poof into her handbag. As the three men stumbled into the shadows of the back alley, angry curses were heard behind them. Harry dragged Ron towards Diagon Alley, his boot heels clicking on the flagstones. There was a rustling sound of paper in Hermione's handbag. She felt around and confirmed that the photo and the copy of the family tree were there. Her heartbeat slowed down a little. It was not until he saw the neon lights of Flourish and Blots flashing around the corner that Ron leaned against the wall and gasped, "Merlin, that woman's spell just now almost hit my ear. Now is not the time to breathe." Harry wiped the cold sweat from his face, the scar still hurting slightly. He looked in the direction of Nocturne Alley in the distance, where a few wisps of black smoke were floating. Was that the black-robed wizard chasing him? Or are you destroying evidence? We have to go back to Hogwarts and find Professor McGonagall. She knows what happened in 1981. The corridors of Hogwarts glowed with a cold white light in the dead of night. The three of them bypassed the night-roaming Peeves, avoided Filch's searchlight, and finally stood in front of Professor McGonagall's office. The oak door opened faster than usual. Professor McGonagall's robe was still stained with chalk dust. Her silver-gray hair was tied up casually with a headband, but she still stood straight. "Harry Potter, breaking into a professor's office in the middle of the night, it would be best if you had dash." Her eyes swept over Hermione's pale face, and her voice paused. "Come in." The sweet smell of hot cocoa wafted through the office. Professor McGonagall's fingers trembled slightly over the edges of the photographs as Hermione spread them out on the oak table along with the copy of the family tree. "Lucius Malfoy." Her voice was so low that it sounded like a sigh. In 1981, he had just graduated from Hogwarts for half a year. At that time, the Death Eaters had not yet completely surrendered to Voldemort, and some old-school families were looking for an even more ancient power, the Order of the Raven. "I've heard of this name." She pushed her round-framed glasses and glanced at the Raven emblem on the family tree. "They worship the dark wizard of the Middle Ages, Lord Raven, who was said to be able to control life and death. Voldemort also studied it back then, but was attacked by the enemy. So the photo says it's not the Dark Lord who came back to life." Harry clenched his teacup until his knuckles turned white. Professor McGonagall nodded. "Lucius has quit the Death Eaters in recent years, but he is actually rebuilding the Order of the Raven. They need the key, and you, Harry, your scar, and the prophecy in your body are the key." The tip of her wand lit up red, and a holographic map of Hogwarts was projected on the table. "Starting tomorrow, you need to make a detailed plan, confirm the Order's base, find the time for the resurrection ceremony, and most importantly she glanced at the three people, protect yourself." There was a strong wind on the astronomy tower late at night, causing Harry's black robe to rustle. He looked at the shadows in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, holding in his arms the old parchment given to him by Professor McGonagall, a record of the activities of the Order of the Raven in 1981. Hermione's voice floated in the wind. "Harry, Ron got some rock biscuits from the kitchen and said he wanted to discuss the plan." He turned around and saw Hermione holding a pile of books and Ron waving at him with a rock cake. Hogwarts in the middle of the night was like a sleeping stone beast, with only the wind from the astronomy tower still blowing against the collar. Harry stuffed the parchment back into his cloak again. His fingertips could feel the concave and convex patterns of the ancient spells. Professor McGonagall said that this was a record of the last activities of the Order of the Raven in 1981. The ink smelled of blood. "Harry," Ron's voice floated up from the stairs, and the burnt aroma of rock cakes hit his nose first. Hermione turned out all the rock cakes in the kitchen. She said we have to discuss it while eating, otherwise her brain won't be able to work. When he stuck his head out, the ends of his hair were still covered with flour from the kitchen, as if he was wearing a cloud of flour. Harry turned around and saw Hermione carrying a half-person high pile of books and moving it up. The ends of her hair were blown up by the wind and there was a layer of white mist on the lenses of her glasses. Every 2 steps she took, she had to use the tip of her nose to push up against the falling Ministry of Magic secret files, and her cuffs were still stained with chalk dust from when she was in McGonagall's office just now. "Take a seat first." Hermione slammed the book on the stone table of the astronomy tower, causing Rock Biscuit to jump twice. "I checked the patrol records of the Ministry of Magic. Lucius will go to the secret meeting room of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." She pulled out a crumpled newspaper clipping, which was an old news item from the Daily Prophet last year. "Nominally, he is going to mediate the dispute over the house elves in Malfoy Manor, but in fact she flipped open the copy of the family tree, and the raven emblem glowed coldly in the moonlight. 30 feet below the meeting room is the abandoned alchemical chamber, where the ritual site of the Raven Order in the 14th century was located." Ron paused while biting the rock cake, with crumbs sticking to the corners of his mouth. "So he's going to perform a resurrection ceremony there, according to the key Professor McGonagall mentioned." Harry touched the hot scar, which had been throbbing tonight, like being pricked by a thin needle. "Lucius needs me. It may be the prophecy in the scar, or it may be the fragment of Voldemort in my body, but no matter what it is, the ritual must be completed before the full moon." When he looked up, the moon was just coming out from the clouds, and the silver light splashed on Hermione's book, illuminating the bloodshot in her eyes. Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist, her fingertips were as cold as ice. I checked the sacrifice process of the Raven ordered that they need a living sacrifice to stand in the center of the ceremony, and the sacrifice must be the one chosen by fate. Her Adam's apple moved. Harry, your scar hurts, which means they have activated the locating spell, but if we don't take the initiative. Let's go to the ministry, Harry interrupted, his voice steadier than he thought. Straight to Lucius. Ron was almost choked by rock pie. Are you crazy? There are so many Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. How can we get in? Use Polyjuice Potion. Hermione pulled out a small potion bottle from the pile of books. The dark green liquid shone in the moonlight. I stole moonstone powder from the potions classroom this morning when Professor Flitwick wasn't paying attention. As long as we get the hair of Lucius's follower. She suddenly stopped, her eyes sweeping over Harry's scar. Or, Harry can use the invisibility cloak to sneak in. But the risk is too great. Lucius's patroness charm can see through the invisibility cloak. I'll go. Harry slapped the parchment on the table, the corners of the paper rustled in the wind. Professor McGonagall said that the ritual of the Order of the Raven requires the presence of the key to start. If I appear in front of Lucius, he will expose all his plans. He looked towards the forbidden forest, where the shadows were thicker than usual, and he touched the locket on his chest, which was left by Dumbledore. I can feel that this time it must be ended by me. Hermione's fingers rubbed the spine of the book repeatedly, and her nails turned white. 3 o'clock sharp, on the 7th floor of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the easternmost conference room. I checked, the people on duty at that time are old Barty Crouch's former subordinates, and they only recognize the Malfoy family badge. She suddenly looked up, her eyes like torches. Ron, you are responsible for using the confounding charm to interfere with the elevator. Harry and I will pretend to be Malfoy's followers, and use Polyjuice Potion to become 2 house elves who were just fired yesterday. Wait, house elf? Ron's eyebrows almost flew to his hairline. I can't get used to wearing those gray rags. It's better than being caught by the Aurors. Hermione pushed up her glasses and took out 2 balls of gray cloth from her school bag. Besides, house elves can hide wands in their socks. She threw the ball of cloth to Harry, her own ball already fluffed up. Go to the kitchen at 4 in the morning to find Dobby, he will give us hair. As Harry took the gray cloth, his fingertips felt something hard in the thread, the silver snitch that Hermione had slipped in, the one he had been given when he was 11. Just in case, she said softly, her eyes running over his scar. If things go wrong, crush the snitch, and Ron and I will apparate right over. As the moonlight gradually sank to the west, the plans of the 3 people had become like a tightly woven web, with each string tied to a heartbeat. Harry could feel the sharp edge of the snitch against his heart as he folded the gray cloth and tucked it inside his cloak. Ron yawned, and the crumbs of rock cake fell from his chin. If I can come back alive, I will eat 10 servings of fish and chips. Come back alive first. Hermione put the books into her bag one by one, her hair still curled up. Meet in the hallway at 2:30, don't be late. When she turned around, the moonlight shattered into stars on the lenses of her glasses. Harry, does your scar still hurt? Much better. Harry touched his forehead. In fact, the stinging pain was even worse, as if a cold hand was scratching inside. Maybe it's going to rain. Hermione said nothing, just hugged him tightly. The top of her hair was covered in flour, which tickled his chin. Ron also squeezed over, and the shadows of the 3 of them piled up on the stone wall like a crooked tree. We can do this, Harry heard himself say, his voice warmed by their breaths. Right, of course. Ron's voice was muffled behind him. After all, we defeated the trio of Quirrell, the Basilisk, and the Dementors. And Voldemort, Hermione added, her eyes sparkling as she stepped back. Meet me in the hallway at 2:30. As the early morning mist drifted into the corridor, Harry lay in his 4-poster bed, staring at the flickering candlelight on the hangings. The stinging pain in the scar turned into a burning sensation, and he could hear a faint whisper, like the wind passing through an empty bottle. Come here. Come here. He fished out the parchment under the pillow. The words from 1981 glowed dark red in the candlelight, as if written in blood. The resurrection of Lord Raven requires a triple sacrifice, blood, bones, and soul. The blood is for the child of destiny, the bones are for the betrayer, and the soul is for A black shadow suddenly passed by the window, and the cry of a raven broke the silence of the night. Harry sat up suddenly, and the burning sensation on his scar suddenly disappeared, like a flame that had been snuffed out by someone. He looked at the moon outside the window. It was slowly disappearing into the clouds, as if someone had covered it with a black cloth. At 2:30, the hallway was filled with a damp, earthy smell, and Hermione's Polyjuice Potion was bubbling in the vial. Her gray cloth dress was a little shorter, revealing the silver bracelet on her ankle. It was a gift from her parents on her 12th birthday, engraved with the words "Wisdom is the sharpest weapon." Ron's clothes were so long that they dragged on the floor, and he was walking on tiptoe, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Remember, Hermione lowered her voice and handed the potion bottle to the 2 of them. Don't talk after you drink it. The voices of house elves are shrill and we can't imitate them. Harry, you follow Lucius 3 steps to the left, I'll be on the right. Ron, use Obliviate on the old wizard who is always stroking his beard at the elevator entrance. His name is Avery and he's Lucius's man. The potion tasted of rust, and Harry's stomach churned. When he opened his eyes again, the person in the mirror had turned into a skinny elf with grass clippings on his pointy ears, exactly the same as the hair Dobby had given him. Hermione's face also shrank into a small pointed shape, and her eyes were as big as copper bells. Ron's nose had become flat and he was sticking his tongue out in the mirror. "It's time." Hermione tugged at his sleeve, her voice suddenly becoming sharp and thin. "Let's go." As the doors to the Ministry's elevator opened, Harry's scar began to burn again. The metal corridor smelled of ink and old parchment, and a sign for the 7th floor swung overhead. They followed Lucius's black cloak around the corner, and a bronze sign gleamed on the oak door, "Secret Meeting Room, No Entry." Lucius's cane tapped the ground, click, click, like the beat of a heartbeat. When he pushed the door open, wind rushed out, carrying the smell of rotten leaves and blood. Harry could hardly stand with the pain from his scar, and he saw Hermione clenching her wand in her sock, her knuckles turning white. "Come in." Lucius's voice was like a snake's tongue. "My little guests." The moment the door closed behind him, Harry pulled off the grey cloth and pointed his wand at Lucius' heart. Hermione and Ron also appeared at the same time. Ron's wand was shaking, but his eyes were as bright as torches. "Do you think you can hide it from me?" Lucius smiled, his eyes gleaming coldly in the shadows. "The Raven's eyes have been on you since you were reading the parchment in the astronomy tower." The tip of his wand emitted a faint blue flame. "But it's better this way, so I don't have to look for you. Expelliarmus." Harry's spell rushed out first, and the blue light hit Lucius's shield, splashing golden sparks. Hermione's Petrify Total flew past Lucius' shoulder and burned a charred hole in the wall. Ron's numerous obstacles hit Lucius' knee hard. He staggered and a silver raven emblem appeared under his cloak. "Stupid." Lucius swung his wand, and the floor suddenly cracked, and black vines coiled around the three people like snakes. As Harry jumped away, the vines scraped against his calves, burning them painfully. Hermione's flame ignited the vines, and the firelight illuminated the raven relief on the wall. Each raven's eyes were blood red and were slowly turning. "They need you, Harry Potter." Lucius' voice was mixed with the crackling sound of burning vines. "Your blood, your soul, your death." He suddenly raised his wand, and countless stone spikes fell from the ceiling. As a sacrifice to Lord Raven, Harry rolled to avoid the stone spikes, and his wand palm was sweating. He remembered what Professor McGonagall said about the backlash of ancient power and the bloody words on the parchment, and suddenly shouted, "Hermione, the emblem on the family tree." Hermione understood instantly, pulled out a copy of the family tree and threw it into the air. "Expelliarmus, no, broken Terence." Her wand burst into golden sparks, hitting the eye of the raven emblem. The stone cone suddenly stopped in midair and the vines retracted into the ground like a snake whose tail was stepped on. Lucius's face twisted. "How do you know? Because I've read the illustrated handbook of medieval dark magic." Hermione's voice was as steady as a pendulum. "The ritual array of the Order of the Raven must be activated with a family crest, and the Breaking Terence curse can dissolve the magic of the family bloodline." She winked at Harry. "Now." Harry raised his wand, and the burning sensation in his scar suddenly turned into a scalding warmth, as if something had awakened inside him. He remembered Dumbledore's eyes, Hermione's back flipping through books in the library, and Ron's shout on the Quidditch field, and he read out loud, "Expelliarmus, Enhanced Edition." The golden beam of light pierced through Lucius's protective shield like a sharp blade. His wand flew out and hit the raven relief, emitting a blinding white light. Lucius stumbled back, knocking over the oak table behind him, spilling parchment and inkwell. "No." His voice suddenly became hoarse. "Lord Raven will not let you go." As the door burst open, the Ministry of Magic's Aurors rushed in, the red light from their wand tips illuminating the entire room. Kingsley Shacklebolt pushed forward, his dark skin gleaming coppery in the firelight. "Harry Potter, how did you catch him?" Hermione pointed at Lucius, who was lying on the ground. "He is the leader of the Order of the Raven and is planning a ritual to resurrect dark wizards." Kingsley's pupils shrank and he nodded to the Auror behind him. Two wizards came forward and put silver handcuffs on Lucius. His head hung weakly and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Well done." Kingsley patted Harry on the shoulder. "The Ministry of Magic owes you a favor." Harry looked at the raven relief on the ground. Its eyes had lost their blood color and looked like two dead fish eyes. The weekend evening breeze brought damp mist into the collar of Gryffindor robes, and Harry's fingers trembled slightly on his wand. He stood in the cubicle of the girls' bathroom, listening to Hermione tapping her quill on the pages of Hogwarts, a history. The corners of the book had been curled by her, and the parchment notes sandwiched between them were like spread wings. According to the convention of medieval magic architecture, the mechanism of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets should be tied to the symbol of the founder. Hermione's voice was very low, but with her usual confidence, Slytherin's snake emblem, plus the password in Parseltongue. Last week I found out in that study of underground magic architecture that the first generation of builders used a double lock structure. The visible lock is a snake relief, and the hidden lock is. She suddenly paused and looked up at the pipe on the top of the compartment. "Ron, did you step firmly, steady, very stable?" Ron's voice came from above his head, echoing. He was stepping on Harry's shoulders and reaching for the stone tiles on the ceiling of the compartment. His reddish-brown hair swept across the moldy and mottled wall. The moss in the cracks of the stones. Ouch. He suddenly staggered. Harry subconsciously supported his calves and heard a slight friction sound from the stone tiles. Right here. Hermione stood up suddenly, and the tip of her wand flashed a faint blue light. The Slytherin snake pattern is on the inside of the stone brick, and it forms a star sign corresponding to the eyes of the embossed snake head. Harry, say open in Parseltongue. Harry took a deep breath. Ever since he opened the Chamber of Secrets in his second year, his ability to speak Parseltongue always reminded him of Voldemort, but at this moment, as he looked into Hermione's shining eyes and thought of the lingering dark magic in the secret compartment of the library, a hissing sound rolled out of his throat. Click. The stone tiles of the ceiling suddenly sank half an inch, revealing the spiraling stone steps below. The musty smell mixed with the damp earthy smell hit him in the face. Ron slid down Harry's hand, and the fluorescent light on the tip of his wand cast a swaying spot of light on the stone steps. This smell. Like that shabby shop that sells dark magic items in Nocturne Alley. It's the secretion residue of the basilisk. Hermione had already stepped onto the first step, her fingertips lightly stroking the stone wall. According to the 14th century's record of the restoration of the Chamber of Secrets, after the death of the first basilisk, its venom seeped into the rock layer, so the wall will continue to release acid mist. When she turned her head, a thin layer of mist covered her glasses. Follow me closely, Harry. Can you feel your scar? Harry touched his aching forehead. Ever since he picked up the raven feather in the library, he had dreamed of green eyes floating in the darkness every night. Now, the further down the stone steps he went, the clearer the burning sensation became, as if a thin needle was drilling into his skull. A little. But not too much, he said, and at the same time noticed that Ron was staring at his scar. His Adam's apple moved and he swallowed the words, "Why don't we go back?" that were about to come out of his mouth. The main hall of the Chamber of Secrets was emptier than Harry remembered. The snake-shaped reliefs on the wall glowed coldly under the fluorescent light, and the cracks in the blue stone slabs on the ground were covered with black mycelium, which made a crisp squeaking sound with every step. Hermione's wand suddenly stopped, and the spot of light stopped on the stone wall on the left. There a translucent figure was slowly emerging. It was a young ghost, dressed in faded Slytherin green robes, with a snake-shaped pendant around his neck. His face was a little blurry, but they could tell that he was once a pale boy, now looking at them with empty eye sockets, and his voice was like the wind blowing through an old organ. Finally someone has come. I've waited 500 years, and finally someone can see me. Ron's wand clattered to the floor. He tried to pick it up in a hurry and ended up kicking a piece of gravel, which caused an echo in the empty secret room. Ghost. His ears instantly turned red. Slytherin's ghost. I thought there was only the Bloody Baron. My name is Theodore Not. The ghost's eyes swept over Ron and suddenly froze when they stopped on Harry's face. You are Potter, you look exactly like him. Him. Harry's scar began to burn again. Are you talking about Slytherin, or Slytherin? The ghost raised his translucent hand, his fingertips almost touching Harry's nose. I was his last apprentice and helped him build this chamber. But after he died, I was cursed and trapped here because I knew too many secrets, such as the location of the heart of Slytherin. Hermione's breathing suddenly quickened. She flipped through the pages of The Origin of Magic in her bag and said, the book mentioned that some ancient wizards would seal their magic core in an object called a heart. But Slytherin's. That is something that can rewrite fate. The ghost's voice trembled with some nostalgia. It combines the blood of Slytherin, the venom of the basilisk, and the fragments of the source of magic. Those who get it can control time, reverse cause and effect, and even. His figure suddenly twisted for a moment, but it is also consuming the magic power of the Chamber of Secrets, and every 10 years it will release a wave of dark magic. The last time was in 1943. And you know what happened, Potter? Harry's throat tightened as he thought of his classmates who were petrified in second year. So you want us to destroy it? No. A green light flashed in the ghost's eye sockets. I want you to protect it. Slytherin built it to serve as the last line of defense when the wizarding world was on the verge of collapse. But now a group of people want to steal it. They came here last Wednesday night in black robes and wearing raven badges, and used dark magic to burn the stone wall to force me to speak. Ron looked up suddenly. Raven, the feather in Harry's pocket. Yes, that's them. The ghost's voice suddenly became urgent. They will come again tonight, bringing a magic weapon that can break my curse. You must find the heart of Slytherin before they do. Then. His figure began to fade. Follow me, the third embossed snake head on the right, in the order of the snake scales. Wait. Hermione rushed forward, but passed through the ghost's body. Why are you helping us? Because you have the shadow of my apprentice in your eyes. The ghost finally smiled, and the voice dissipated in the humid air. His name is Horace Slughorn, and he later went to Hogwarts to become a professor. He always said that true strength is not to control power, but to choose to use power to do the right thing. When the ghost completely disappeared, Hermione's wand tip was still in mid-air. When she turned around, her eyes behind her glasses lit up amazingly. The third relief he was talking about, Harry, your Parseltongue, Ron, light up the right wall. The three of them ran in the direction indicated by the ghost. Harry's boot stepped on the mycelium, and the sticky touch made him frown, but when his fingertips touched the third snake head relief, his scar suddenly felt like it was burned by a pair of tongs, and the voice of the raven feather exploded in his mind. Find me. Find me. The embossed snake head slowly turned, revealing a secret door at the back. The smell coming from the door was completely different from before, with a warm smell similar to the old bark in Dumbledore's office. Just as Hermione was about to take a step, Ron suddenly grabbed her sleeve and said, "Wait, did you hear that?" There were subtle noises coming from the main hall of the secret room. It sounded like the rustling of cloth rubbing against a stone wall, or like the sound of someone's deliberately suppressed footsteps. The tip of Harry's wand trembled slightly, and the spot of light swept across the stone steps they had come from. There was a sudden ripple in the air there, as if an invisible person was walking down the steps. Hermione's fingers tightened around the straps of her bag. She looked at Harry, with worry and a certain determination in her eyes. Ron's Adam's apple moved, but his hand raised the wand without shaking. "Is it those people in black robes? How did they find this place?" As the first black-robed figure emerged from the shadows above the steps, Harry smelled the scent of rotting roses mixed with rust, the lingering smell of dark magic. His wand was sweating on his palm, and the burning pain from his scar ran along the nerves to the back of his neck, like someone was hitting his skull with a hammer. "There were 7 of them." Hermione's voice was softer than usual, but every word sounded like a frozen silver bell. The third person on the left held a moonstone wand, probably good at defensive spells. The 2 on the right had green patterns on their cuffs, the mark of the Nocturne Alley Fang gang. Last year, the Daily Prophet published a news report about their robbery of a magic potion store. She pushed her glasses that had slipped down her nose and fumbled with her fingertips in the side pocket of her school bag, where her homemade portable potion box was placed. The tip of Ron's wand trembled slightly, but he deliberately raised his chin high. "I'll cast the stunning spell on the count of 3, Harry. You use Expelliarmus to distract them." When he said this, his Adam's apple rolled up and down 3 times faster than usual, and Harry even heard the sound of him swallowing saliva. Before he finished speaking, the black-robed man in the front suddenly swung his staff. A purple-black beam of light brushed past Harry's ear and hit the stone wall, creating a hole the size of a fist. Amid the flying gravel, Hermione grabbed his arm and ducked toward the secret door. Ron yelled, "Stoop!" but the spell missed by half an inch, only knocking off the opponent's hood. The exposed face made Harry's blood freeze. It was an eye without pupils, with blue-gray blood vessels crawling on the white of the eye, like a living dead person kissed by a Dementor. It was controlled by the Imperious Curse. Hermione's voice was trembling, and her fingers took out a small bottle of moonstone powder from her school bag. They were controlled, and the real enemy was behind them. These words were like a bucket of cold water that woke Harry from his panic. He remembered what Dumbledore said in the Pensieve: dark wizards are best at using innocent people as shields. The burning pain in the scar suddenly turned into a stinging pain, and he took out the raven feather from his pocket. Tiny blood streaks appeared on the surface of the feather, which looked like living blood vessels under the light of the wand. "Follow me." He pulled Ron's sleeve and dodged behind a stalagmite. Hermione blocked their retreat with obstacles. "Ron, cast the fire spell now. When I shout, they are afraid of fire, and bodies controlled by the Imperious Curse are more sensitive to high temperatures." Hermione's wand drew a silver arc. Obstacles galore. A transparent barrier rose up in front of the black-robed men, and the 2 in front bumped into it, stumbling as if they were slapped by an invisible hand. Ron's forehead was covered with sweat. He took a deep breath, looked Harry in the eyes and nodded. "Now!" Harry cast Expelliarmus and Serpentine at the same time, the latter being a transfiguration spell he had just learned from advanced potion making. The snake-shaped whip of light wrapped around the wrist of a man in black robes, and the wand in his hand flew towards Ron with a clang. Ron's flames exploded almost at the same time, and orange-red flames licked those blue-gray faces. The controlled wizards screamed incoherently and began to tear each other's cloaks. "Well done." There was a leap of joy in Hermione's voice. She took the opportunity to throw out the moonstone powder, which exploded into a light blue halo in the air. This was the catalyst for the lucidity spell, which could weaken the control of the Imperious Curse. But at this moment, the man in black robe at the end suddenly lifted his hood. His face was intact, even smiling in a certain elegant way, and his pale fingers traced the raven carving on the wand. "Did the little lions have fun?" His voice was like silk soaked in ice water. It was a pity that the game had to end. The air suddenly became thick. Harry felt an invisible hand around his throat, the sting of his scar turning to burning, the raven feathers burning in his palms, threatening to burn through the fabric. Cracks appeared on Hermione's barrier, and Ron's fire spell was crushed into dark red sparks by some force. "Chief," Hermione's breathing quickened, and smoke began to come out of the tip of her wand. That was a sign of excessive use of magic. He was at least a Class A wanted criminal of the Ministry of Magic. They've seen this kind of aura in the Defense Against the Dark Arts casebook. "Avada, Expelliarmus." The ghost's voice was like broken ice hitting a stone wall. The Slytherin ghost that had never appeared suddenly condensed into a translucent body. His right hand clenched into a claw, and the leader's wand flew to the top of the secret room and hit the stalagmite, sparking sparks. "Old thing." The leader's face twisted, and he shook out a snake-shaped gold chain from his sleeve. "You should have rotted along with the secret room long ago. But I have waited for someone worth protecting." The ghost's voice was warm. He turned to Harry, pressed his translucent fingers on Harry's forehead, and shouted in your Parseltongue, "Blood is the key, light is the seal." The spell of Slytherin's heart recognizing the master. Harry's scar suddenly stopped hurting. He heard the blood roaring in his veins, and the memories that had been corroded by the basilisk venom suddenly became clear. Parseltongue is not only the ability to communicate with snakes, but also the key to unlock ancient magic. He looked at the leader's approaching figure, looked at Hermione biting her lip to maintain the barrier, looked at Ron tremblingly raising his wand again, and a strange yet familiar syllable rolled out of his throat. With blood as the key and light as the seal, there was a roar from behind the secret door. A fist-sized ruby rose from the door, with green and gold lines flowing on its surface, beating like a living heart. The leader's pupils suddenly contracted, and his rush forward was blocked by the ghost's waving sleeves. The ghost's body was fading, like smoke blown away by the wind. "Catch it," the ghost's voice begins to break. "Put the tip of your wand against it and say seal." Harry rushed over. The heat of the ruby came through my fingertips, like holding a fragment of the sun. He remembered the feeling of catching the golden snitch in his first year, and what Dumbledore said at the opening ceremony, that it is our choices that determine what kind of people we become. The tip of the wand gently tapped the gemmed seal. The red light exploded. The leader was knocked over by the impact and hit the stone wall, fainting. The controlled black-robed man also became limp. He collapsed, and the blue-gray color in his eyes began to fade. Hermione's barrier shattered, and she held Ron's shoulders. Both of them were panting, and the sweat on their foreheads dripped into the puddles on the ground, creating tiny ripples. The ruby's light dimmed, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface. Harry put it in the pocket where he had put the raven feather, which still had the scorch marks from the burn. When he turned around, the ghost had completely vanished, leaving only a faint scent of cedar in the air, the same scent as Professor Slughorn's office. "We succeeded." Ron kicked the unconscious man in black robes at his feet, his voice a little shaky. "Just like that. We succeeded? For now." Hermione bent down to check the leader's wand. The eyes carved on the raven were two black diamonds. There were traces of tracking spells on him, feathers, ghosts, Slytherin's heart. All clues pointed to a bigger conspiracy. When she looked up, the eyes behind the lens reflected the afterglow of the ruby, but at least now, it was safe. Harry could feel a wet blanket between his shoulder blades, and his chest felt slightly stuffy when he breathed. The ruby became hot in my pocket, and the green light seeping from the cracks made my skin itchy through the fabric. It was not a burning pain, but more like an itch that could not be scratched, drilling into my flesh and blood. "Wait." Ron suddenly stumbled and put his hands on the wet stone wall. His knuckles turned white, and he stared at the puddle at his feet. "Look." Hermione leaned forward. The reflection in the puddle was not the faces of three people, but countless pairs of blue-gray eyes, like broken glass blown away by the wind, fleeting. She straightened up suddenly, the tip of her wand glowing. "A residual illusion from legilimency? But we should have cleaned this place up long ago." Harry reached for the ruby in his pocket, and just as his fingertips touched the crack, the scar felt like it had been burned by a pair of tongs. He gasped. The itch suddenly turned into a sharp pain, running along the nerves to the back of his neck. It was it. His voice was tight, and the heart of Slytherin was responding to something. Ron's Adam's apple moved, and he reached out for Hermione's arm. "How about we run?" "Running won't solve the problem." Hermione clenched her wand tightly and used her other hand to pull Ron to her side. Harry was right, the energy fluctuations of this thing were increasing. Ghost said it was a temporary success before, but now it seems. Her words were interrupted by a muffled sound above her head. The three of them looked up at the same time, and the moss on the stone wall fell off, as if some huge monster was surging in the soil above their heads. Harry's scar began to throb again, and this time he captured the scene clearly: the sound of snake scales scraping against rock, the sweet smell of blood, and a hoarse voice talking about the key. "Let's go." Harry pulled the sleeves of the two and ran up, first back to the castle to find Professor Broad. He had studied ancient magic seals. The corridors of the castle glowed with a cold white light after curfew. Hermione's pocket watch showed 11:17. The fat lady in the portrait was yawning while holding her teacup. When she saw them running by, she muttered something about a little lunatic and drew the curtain. Ron rubbed his hungry stomach, but did not dare to slow down. "I bet Filch's cat is just around the corner." "Hush." Harry stopped suddenly. At the end of the corridor ahead, a dim light shone through the crack of Professor Broad's office door. The 50-year-old assistant professor of potions always liked to wear dark green velvet robes. At this moment, the sound of porcelain colliding came from inside the door, and his low voice: "We must report to the Ministry of Magic. The resonance frequency of that thing has exceeded the blood jade box incident in 1927. Hermione's eyebrows knitted into a small knot. She knocked on the door gently, and the sound from inside stopped abruptly. 3 seconds later, Professor Broad opened the door. His eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were red, and he was holding a half-cold cup of black tea. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, are you still out so late?" His eyes swept over the mossy trouser legs of the three people. "Could they be out again?" "Chamber of Secrets." Harry said directly. "We sealed the heart of Slytherin, but when it came out it started to react abnormally." He took out the ruby, and the green light from the cracks glowed faintly under the professor's desk lamp. Professor Broad's teacup clattered against the edge of the table. He rushed over as if he was under a leg-locking curse, and his fingertips trembled 5 inches away from the gem Merlin's beard. Do you know what this is? He turned around and opened the drawer, pulling out a roll of yellowed parchment. In 1632, Adrian Slytherin, the last head of Slytherin, mentioned in his will that the heart is the key to open the door of eternity. This is not a decoration at all, but a key to a certain ancient space. Ron's back was against the wall, so those black-robed men before. They want to open the door. Hermione stared at the snake rune on the parchment. The ghost asked us to seal it, probably to stop them. But now the seal has caused a resonance, like a stone thrown into a deep pool. The ripples will spread throughout the entire magical network. Professor Broad suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist with such force that it hurt. When you were in the Chamber of Secrets tonight, did you feel some kind of call? His voice trembled, as if there was a voice in his head, saying, "Come back." Harry's scar began to feel hot again. He remembered the image of snake scales flashing on the stone steps and the horse key. It turned out that it was not an illusion. As he nodded, the professor's shoulders slumped as expected. This means that although the seal temporarily locks the key, it activates the other side of the door. Over the next few days, the library is on fire. The shrill cry penetrated the stone wall. The three of them turned their heads suddenly and saw through the office window an orange-red glow rising from the corridor on the second floor. Hermione's wand emitted a fluorescent light and she rushed out first. The ashes of burnt paper fell to the ground like black butterflies. When the three of them ran to the library door, Filch was holding a fire extinguisher and cursing, and Professor McGonagall's figure was looming in the smoke. "Calm down, Filch. First check if anyone is injured. It's these books." Parvati Patil picked up a half-burned copy of Salazar Slytherin, The Basilisk and the Bloodline from the Ruins. The snake-shaped gold foil on the cover was still smoking. "I just took them down from the restricted books area, and they suddenly caught fire." Hermione crouched down and lightly touched the smoking pages with her fingertips. In the charred paper ashes, a line of unburned words is clearly visible. "When the heart stops beating, the door will open for blood." "The heart of Slytherin," Harry whispered. The midnight wind blew in through the window, lifting the ends of Hermione's hair. As she looked up, she saw a figure flash past in the shadows at the end of the corridor, a man in a black cloak, the hood pulled down low, with a silver snake symbol embroidered on the left sleeve, etc. She shouted, but when she ran after him, she saw only a cold stone wall. At the same time, in the Slytherin common room, Pansy Parkinson's scream pierced the silence of midnight. "Someone is knocking on the wall." She huddled in the corner of the couch, pointing at the snake relief next to the fireplace. Bang, 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 like something is going to crawl out of it. Crabbe rubbed his sleepy eyes and moved closer. Just as he put his hand on the stone wall, the whole wall suddenly shook. He retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, his face turning pale. "Something is moving inside." The news spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts by dawn. Harry sat at the breakfast table, watching the people at the Slytherin table whispering to each other. Neville came over and whispered. "Lavender said she saw a ghost in the kitchen last night, wearing a green robe and holding a glowing red box in his hand." "That's enough." Hermione closed the book Analysis of Abnormal Reactions of Magical Items and tapped her fingertips heavily on the book. All the abnormalities pointed to one thing: the seal of Slytherin's heart was causing a chain reaction, which might have activated some ancient magic circles related to Slytherin. Ron stuffed a piece of toast into his mouth. "What should we do then? We can't go back to the secret room, can we?" "Not back again." Harry stared at the eggs on the plate, and his scar began to ache again. It was time to completely strengthen the seal. "I checked Advanced Magical Protection last night, and it said that for ancient key-like items, the caster's blood is needed as a medium to bind the seal to his own magic power." "Are you crazy?" Hermione's head snapped up. "That would make a blood bond between you and this thing, if it were stolen by a dark wizard. But now I'm the only one who has touched it." Harry pulled out the ruby. The crack was longer than last night. There was a smell of cedar before the ghost disappeared, just like Professor Slughorn's office. Maybe he knew something? Or he paused. "Maybe this is what I should do." Ron swallowed the last bite of bread and suddenly slammed his wand on the table. "Count me in. If we really have to go back to the secret room, we can't let you two fight the second wave of the basilisk alone." Hermione's lips moved, and finally she took out her quill. "I'll go to the restricted area to check the documents on Slytherin's bloodline to see what the door actually refers to." "But Harry," her voice softened, "before binding the blood contract, he must tell Professor Broad, who has studied this kind of magic." Harry nodded. He looked out the window at the playground where snow was falling, and thought of the sentence he had read in the library last night: "When the heart stops beating, the door will open for blood." He touched the ruby on his chest, and this time its heat was no longer scorching, but like some kind of heartbeat, it gradually synchronized with his own pulse. Harry could feel a wet blanket between his shoulder blades, and his chest felt slightly stuffy when he breathed. "The ruby became hot in my pocket, and the green light seeping from the cracks made my skin itchy through the fabric. It was not a burning pain, but more like an itch that could not be scratched, drilling into my flesh and blood." "Wait." Ron suddenly stumbled and put his hands on the wet stone wall. His knuckles turned white, and he stared at the puddle at his feet. "Look." Hermione leaned forward. The reflection in the puddle was not the faces of three people, but countless pairs of blue-gray eyes, like broken glass blown away by the wind, fleeting. She straightened up suddenly, the tip of her wand glowing, a residual illusion from legilimency? But we should have cleaned this place up long ago. Harry reached for the ruby in his pocket, and just as his fingertips touched the crack, the scar felt like it had been burned by a pair of tongs. He gasped, the itch suddenly turned into a sharp pain, running along the nerves to the back of his neck. It was it. His voice was tight, and the heart of Slytherin was responding to something. Ron's Adam's apple moved and he reached out for Hermione's arm. How about we run? Running won't solve the problem. Hermione clenched her wand tightly and used her other hand to pull Ron to her side. Harry was right, the energy fluctuations of this thing were increasing. Ghost said it was a temporary success before, but now it seems. Her words were interrupted by a muffled sound above her head. The three of them looked up at the same time, and the moss on the stone wall fell off, as if some huge monster was surging in the soil above their heads. Harry's scar began to throb again, and this time he captured the scene clearly, the sound of snake scales scraping against rock, the sweet smell of blood, and a hoarse voice talking about the key. Let's go. Harry pulled the sleeves of the two and ran up, first back to the castle to find Professor Broad. He had studied ancient magic seals. The corridors of the castle glowed with a cold white light after curfew. Hermione's pocket watch showed 11:17. The fat lady in the portrait was yawning while holding her teacup. When she saw them running by, she muttered something about a little lunatic and drew the curtain. Ron rubbed his hungry stomach, but did not dare to slow down. I bet Filch's cat is just around the corner. Hush. Harry stopped suddenly. At the end of the corridor ahead, a dim light shone through the crack of Professor Broad's office door. The 50-year-old assistant professor of potions always liked to wear dark green velvet robes. At this moment, the sound of porcelain colliding came from inside the door, and his low voice, "We must report to the Ministry of Magic. The resonance frequency of that thing has exceeded the blood jade box incident in 1927. Hermione's eyebrows knitted into a small knot. She knocked on the door gently, and the sound from inside stopped abruptly. 3 seconds later, Professor Broad opened the door. His eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were red, and he was holding a half-cold cup of black tea. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, are you still out so late? His eyes swept over the mossy trouser legs of the three people. Could they be out again? Chamber of Secrets. Harry said directly, we sealed the heart of Slytherin, but when it came out it started to react abnormally. He took out the ruby, and the green light from the cracks glowed faintly under the professor's desk lamp. Professor Broad's teacup clattered against the edge of the table. He rushed over as if he was under a leg-locking curse, and his fingertips trembled 5 inches away from the gem Merlin's beard. Do you know what this is? He turned around and opened the drawer, pulling out a roll of yellowed parchment. In 1632, Adrian Slytherin, the last head of Slytherin, mentioned in his will that the heart is the key to open the door of eternity. This is not a decoration at all, but a key to a certain ancient space. Ron's back was against the wall, so those black-robed men before. They want to open the door. Hermione stared at the snake rune on the parchment. The ghost asked us to seal it, probably to stop them. But now the seal has caused a resonance, like a stone thrown into a deep pool. The ripples will spread throughout the entire magical network. Professor Broad suddenly grabbed Harry's wrist with such force that it hurt. When you were in the Chamber of Secrets tonight, did you feel some kind of call? His voice trembled, as if there was a voice in his head, saying, come back? Harry's scar began to feel hot again. He remembered the image of snake scales flashing on the stone steps and the horse key. It turned out that it was not an illusion. As he nodded, the professor's shoulders slumped, as expected. This means that although the seal temporarily locks the key, it activates the other side of the door. Over the next few days, the library is on fire. The shrill cry penetrated the stone wall. The three of them turned their heads suddenly and saw through the office window an orange-red glow rising from the corridor on the second floor. Hermione's wand emitted a fluorescent light and she rushed out first. The ashes of burnt paper fell to the ground like black butterflies. When the three of them ran to the library door, Filch was holding a fire extinguisher and cursing, and Professor McGonagall's figure was looming in the smoke. Calm down, Filch. First check if anyone is injured. It's these books. Parvati Patil picked up a half-burned copy of Salazar Slytherin, the Basilisk and the Bloodline from the Ruins. The snake-shaped gold foil on the cover was still smoking. I just took them down from the restricted books area, and they suddenly caught fire. Hermione crouched down and lightly touched the smoking pages with her fingertips. In the charred paper ashes, a line of unburned words is clearly visible. When the heart stops beating, the door will open for blood. The heart of Slytherin, Harry whispered. The midnight wind blew in through the window, lifting the ends of Hermione's hair. As she looked up, she saw a figure flash past in the shadows at the end of the corridor, a man in a black cloak, the hood pulled down low, with a silver snake symbol embroidered on the left sleeve. Etc. She shouted, but when she ran after him, she saw only a cold stone wall. At the same time, in the Slytherin common room, Pansy Parkinson's scream pierced the silence of midnight. Someone is knocking on the wall. She huddled in the corner of the couch, pointing at the snake relief next to the fireplace. Bang, 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 like something is going to crawl out of it. Crabbe rubbed his sleepy eyes and moved closer. Just as he put his hand on the stone wall, the whole wall suddenly shook. He retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, his face turning pale. Something is moving inside. The news spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts by dawn. Harry sat at the breakfast table, watching the people at the Slytherin table whispering to each other. Neville came over and whispered. Lavender said she saw a ghost in the kitchen last night, wearing a green robe and holding a glowing red box in his hand. That's enough. Hermione closed the book Analysis of Abnormal Reactions of Magical Items and tapped her fingertips heavily on the book. All the abnormalities pointed to one thing: the seal of Slytherin's heart was causing a chain reaction, which might have activated some ancient magic circles related to Slytherin. Ron stuffed a piece of toast into his mouth. What should we do then? We can't go back to the secret room, can we? Not back again. Harry stared at the eggs on the plate, and his scar began to ache again. It was time to completely strengthen the seal. I checked Advanced Magical Protection last night, and it said that for ancient key-like items, the caster's blood is needed as a medium to bind the seal to his own magic power. Are you crazy? Hermione's head snapped up. That would make a blood bond between you and this thing, if it were stolen by a dark wizard. But now I'm the only one who has touched it. Harry pulled out the ruby. The crack was longer than last night. There was a smell of cedar before the ghost disappeared, just like Professor Slughorn's office. Maybe he knew something? Or he paused. Maybe this is what I should do. Ron swallowed the last bite of bread and suddenly slammed his wand on the table. Count me in. If we really have to go back to the secret room, we can't let you two fight the second wave of the basilisk alone. Hermione's lips moved, and finally she took out her quill. I'll go to the restricted area to check the documents on Slytherin's bloodline to see what the door actually refers to. But Harry, her voice softened, before binding the blood contract, he must tell Professor Broad, who has studied this kind of magic. Harry nodded. He looked out the window at the playground where snow was falling, and thought of the sentence he had read in the library last night: when the heart stops beating, the door will open for blood. He touched the ruby on his chest, and this time its heat was no longer scorching, but like some kind of heartbeat, it gradually synchronized with his own pulse. Harry's Adam's apple moved and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the edge of the letter. The feel of the parchment was like scales, strangely echoing the heat of the ruby at my neck. He could hear his own heartbeat, pounding against his ribs, not fear, but something hotter, like a dormant fire reignited beneath his scar. The truth that I least want to face. Hermione repeated the words on the letter, her voice as light as ashes blown away by the wind. She twisted her fingers around the ends of her hair, which still smelled of library dust. The three men had almost burst open the door of the common room and rushed in. The fire made the tips of her ears red. Harry, you said last night that the image in the Pensieve. Riddle's stone has the same cracks as your ruby? Harry nodded, his throat tightening. He thought of Tom Riddle in the Pensieve, and the look on his face as his pale fingers stroked the ruby, as if he were touching a lost treasure. At this moment, the stone around his neck was heating up with his heartbeat, as if responding to the sealed memory. Perhaps. He licked his dry lips. The heart of Slytherin and the eye of Slytherin are a pair? Ron suddenly leaned forward, his nose almost touching Harry's chest. Now it's as green as Filch's cat eyes. His breath sprayed on Harry's collarbone, with the sweet scent of gingerbread. Obviously he had picked up some snacks in the kitchen. This action brought Harry back to his senses. He tugged at Ron's collar and dragged him back to the sofa. We need to find more information. Library. Hermione stood up immediately, books rustling softly in her lap. When she bent down to pick up the letter, the tip of her hair brushed against the back of Harry's hand, feeling cool. Most of Slytherin's secrets are hidden in the restricted section, or, her eyes swept over Harry's ruby, in ancient books related to blood contracts. It was only when the draft in the corridor blew snow particles into his face that Harry realized he was not wearing a coat. He hunched his neck and followed Hermione to the library, the soles of his boots making rapid drum beats on the stone floor. Ron was the last one, pulling his scarf over his face as he ran. Merlin, this damn weather is colder than the Black Lake in Durmstrang. As soon as the oak door of the library was pushed open, Professor Flitwick appeared from the corner holding a stack of astronomical charts. His pointed hat was tilted on the back of his head, and he raised an eyebrow when he saw the three people. Why are you here to look up information so late, Miss Granger? I remember you just borrowed a study of medieval magical artifacts last week. Special circumstances, Professor. Hermione's voice was filled with rare urgency, and her fingers tapped a small and rapid rhythm on the doorframe. Regarding Slytherin. Flitwick's eyes swept over Harry's collar. The ruby's green light was seeping through the shirt. The old wizard's pupils shrank slightly, and then he smiled meaningfully. In the third row of the restricted books section, on the top layer, there is a copy of Supplement to the Four Sacred Relics. He lowered his voice and tapped Hermione's bag with the tip of his wand. Remember to use fluorescent lights. The lights there are always lazy. The air in the restricted section smells of stale wood and mold. A faint blue flame floated on the tip of Hermione's wand, illuminating the spines of the stacked books. Ron tiptoed to reach the books on the top shelf, but knocked down a copy of A Guide to Breeding Dementors, which fell to the ground with a bang, startling the stuffed thestral next to it and causing it to flap its wings. Be gentle. Hermione rubbed her hands anxiously. When she bent down to pick up the book, her hair tie completely loosened and her brown hair fell down like a waterfall. Her fingertips suddenly stopped on the cover of a book. It was an ancient book with a blackened leather cover and the gold stamp title was worn away to only half of its original size. Slytherin. Of. Found it. She gasped, and the pages of the book rustled. Harry leaned over and saw an eye drawn on the yellowed paper. The pupil was in the shape of a snake's tongue, and around it was written in blood-red ink, "The eye is hidden at the junction of light and shadow. Those who see it can see the truth. The truth is not appearance, nor memory, but the trace of the soul." Soul, Mark? Ron lay on Hermione's shoulder, the hot air he exhaled condensed into white mist on the glass. What does that mean? Hermione's fingertips trembled as she traced a paragraph of small words. It is said that Slytherin used these eyes to see through the souls of his enemies and identify disguised loyalty. But it requires. She suddenly got stuck, her Adam's apple moving. It requires the holder to feed it with the most painful memories. Harry's fingers unconsciously went to the scar. He could feel the ruby warming, as if in response to the words. The moonlight outside the window was suddenly blocked by dark clouds, and the restricted book area fell into a brief darkness. Hermione's wan light flickered, revealing her pale lips. "Harry, perhaps the Eye of Slytherin." "We should ask him," Harry interrupted. He knew what Hermione was going to say. The ghost of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron. The ghost with a perpetually gloomy face and chains wrapped around his body may know the secret left by the school's founder. When Barrow appeared in the underground corridor, the air suddenly became 10 degrees colder. His skin was as white as if it had been soaked in formaldehyde, and his snake-shaped pupils glowed faintly in the darkness. When Harry said "Eye of Slytherin," his chains suddenly made a harsh friction sound. "You little snake descendants, always want to open up the old accounts of your ancestors." "We're not Slytherins," Ron retorted with his neck stiff, but he shrank his shoulders when Barrow glanced at him. "Gryffindor." Baron's mouth pulled out a cold smile. "Interesting." His fingertips slid across the stone wall, leaving a condensed white mist. "The Eye of Slytherin will not take the initiative to see cowards. The real power," his voice suddenly lowered, like wind blowing through an empty jar, "comes from deep in the heart." Before he finished speaking, Barrow's silhouette began to fade. Harry rushed over and grabbed his wrist. The touch felt like grabbing a ball of cold mist. "Wait. Find the answers yourself." Barrow's voice dissipated in the air, leaving only the last sentence. "Don't expect ghosts to walk the night road for the living." When he returned to the room of requirement, Harry's palms still felt the coldness of nothingness. Hermione spread the ancient book on the potion table, and Ron was tapping the crucible with his wand to practice the levitation spell. Obviously there was no progress. The crucible just shook and then fell back to the table with a bang. Deep down inside, Harry murmured, repeating Barrow's words. He unbuttoned his collar, and the ruby hung in his palm, with a very faint green light seeping out from the cracks. "What is in my heart?" Hermione closed the book, her eyes gentle and worried. "Everything you've been through, Harry. The childhood of being hunted, the people you lost, and..." Her voice became softer. "You always say that you are the boy who lived, but you are also Harry Potter." Ron suddenly pushed the cauldron aside, and the sound of metal rubbing startled the two men to look up. He scratched his messy hair, his ears reddened. "I guess what Barrow meant is that you have to face the things you have been avoiding. For example." He scratched the tip of his nose. "The days at the Dursleys that you are always reluctant to mention, or Riddle's memories." Harry finished for him. He stared down at the ruby, the cracks flashing like lightning in the green light. "Perhaps what the Slytherin I wants is the truth that I least want to admit. For example, how much of his shadow is there in me?" The candle flame in the room of requirement suddenly shook violently. Harry looked up suddenly and saw a faint green light rising outside the window, flowing in the night sky like the aurora. It was not the glow of the Ministry of Magic, nor the phosphorescence of the Thestrals. It was more like that. He remembered the ruby in the Pensieve, the way it had glowed in Tom Riddle's palm. "Look!" Hermione rushed to the window, and her breath condensed into white mist on the glass. Ron squeezed over, his face pale in the light of the wand tip. "Is that the forbidden forest behind the castle?" The light grew brighter and brighter, as if someone had scattered a handful of glowing diamonds deep in the forest. Harry's ruby suddenly felt so hot that he almost stumbled towards the door. Hermione grabbed his arm, her fingers cold but strong. "Harry, wait. That's the Eye of Slytherin." Harry could hear his own heartbeat, which made his eardrums hurt. "It's calling me." As the three rushed into the snow, the light was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Behind the old oak tree at the edge of the forbidden forest, a figure gradually emerged. It was a translucent outline, with a body shape no different from that of a human, but with a pair of vertical pupils like a snake, and the same green light as the ruby on Harry's neck flowed in the pupils. The moment it turned its head, Harry's scar suddenly burned. He heard his voice trembling, but he still held his wand tightly. "You are the Eye of Slytherin?" The figure did not answer. It raised its hand, its fingertips pointing towards Harry's chest, to be precise, towards the ruby around his neck. The moment it touched, Harry heard a crisp sound, as if a seal was broken. Hermione's hand grasped his sleeve. "Harry, I know." Harry looked at the forest behind the figure. Under the moonlight, the treetops of the forbidden forest looked like monsters with bared fangs and claws. He could feel something awakening inside him, not fear, but a tremor that was almost desire. "We should go in." Ron swallowed and twirled his wand in his hand. Let me make it clear that if I encounter a giant spider, I will not lead the charge." Hermione rolled her eyes but handed Ron the insect repellent from her bag. Her eyes swept across the figure and then fell back to Harry's face. "What do you need us to do?" Harry took a deep breath, and the cool air filled his lungs, making his mind unusually clear. He touched the scar, then the ruby. The heat of the two was now completely synchronized, as if they were dancing the same dance. "Follow me," he said, with a firmness in his voice that even surprised himself. "Let's go and see what the truth that we are most reluctant to face is hiding." The figure had turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forbidden forest. Only a series of light green footprints were left on the snow, like fluorescent light that would dissipate with the wind. Snow particles hit Harry's eyelashes and the solace of his boots slipped on the icy snow. The cold mist of the forbidden forest, wrapped in the bitter fragrance of pine needles, blew in my face, but the scream was more piercing than the cold wind, like a night owl with its neck strangled, mixed with the creaking of breaking wood, piercing the entire night from the direction of the castle. "Wait!" Hermione suddenly grabbed his arm. Her scarf was blown around her wrists by the wind, and the ends of her hair were covered with snow beads. It was the moving staircase area. "I passed by here last week when I was helping Neville look for his lost toad, and the stairs there have been turning off and on in the middle of the night lately." Harry's scar began to feel hot again. The green light of Slytherin's eye was still beating on his retina, but now the burning sensation was accompanied by a sharp pain, as if someone was pricking his nerves with a silver needle. "Go and have a look." He wiped the snow off his face, his wand clenched in his palm until it hurt. "Ron? I'm here." Ron's nose was red from the cold, but he stuffed the insect repellent back into Hermione's hand. "I hope Merlin's socks weren't caught by the stairs and turned into a muggle burger." Before he could finish his words, Hermione dragged him and started running. As the three of them rounded the old willow tree at the edge of the forbidden forest, the silhouette of the castle emerged in the moonlight. A dim light leaked from the vaulted ceiling of the movable staircase area, and one of the spiral stairs was spinning madly, like a clockwork under the Cruciatus curse. A boy in a Hufflepuff sweater was stuck in the middle of the stairs, his left leg stuck between two steps, and his right hand tightly grasping the handrail, his knuckles turning white. "It's Kevin Bott," Hermione shouted. "He helped me pick up the cauldron fragments in potions class last week." The tip of Harry's wand flickered with fluorescent light. He could hear the crackling of the planks beneath the stairs, as if something was gnawing at the support beams. "Protect everyone." He swung his staff in Kevin's direction, and a golden shield of light enveloped the boy's shaking body. Hermione had already rushed over and used the Illaho hole to try to stabilize the stairs, but the steps only spun faster, with dark green slime oozing out of the cracks. "This is not an ordinary loss of control." Hermione's voice was trembling with tension. She squatted down to check the gap between the stairs. "Look at this." She put some mucus on her fingertips and put it close to her nose. It smelled like basilisk venom, but more corrupt as if it had been soaked in black magic. Kevin suddenly let out a short scream. He went down the wrong half step, his trouser legs were torn, and blood oozed from his calves. Ron rushed over and put his shoulder against the handrail of the stairs. "Hold it." His face flushed, and he put his wand against the steps, and the curse stopped. The curse stops immediately. The steps rotated a little bit slower. Harry took the opportunity to grab Kevin's wrist and pulled it upwards. The boy's weight made his arm sore, but when Kevin's right leg finally got out of the gap, the stairs suddenly made a sharp cracking sound. A black crack appeared at the bottom of the supporting column, like a hungry mouth. "Back off!" Harry yelled. The three of them tumbled and crawled back to the end of the corridor, only to see the staircase crashing to the ground with a loud bang, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Kevin collapsed on the ground, covering his bleeding leg and gasping for breath. "Thank you. Thank you. I was just trying to take a shortcut back to the dorm, and the stairs suddenly came alive and tried to eat me." Harry knelt down and touched Kevin's wound with the tip of his wand. The healing spell made the boy gasp. He glanced at the broken wood on the ground and saw a light green mark on the inside of a broken handrail, exactly the same as the footprint pattern left by the Eye of Slytherin. "It wasn't an accident." Harry's voice was low, but it struck like bronze. "Someone controlled these stairs." Hermione crouched over the pile of wood chips and lifted up a notched piece of wood with her wand. Her fingertips trembled slightly, not because of the cold. "Last week Professor Flitwick said there was something wrong with the magical core of the moving staircase. I thought it was due to disrepair. But these marks are Parseltongue runes." She looked up at Harry, and the same symbols flashed through your mind when your scar hurt. Ron shuddered and kicked away the splinters of wood at his feet. "So the matter of the Eye of Slytherin is not over yet, and now even the stairs are cursed? Should we tell Professor McGonagall first?" "No," Harry interrupted. He touched the hot ruby on his neck. The calling of the Eye of Slytherin had not disappeared, but it was now overshadowed by another sense of urgency. If someone was secretly manipulating it and exposing our investigation in advance, it would only alert the enemy. "Hermione, didn't you say that the architectural drawings of Hogwarts are all in the ancient book area on the third floor underground of the library?" Hermione's eyes lit up. "Yes. It is mentioned in Hogwarts Architecture and Magic that the power source of the moving staircase is a set of magical gears hidden in the castle's heartbeat chamber. But the exact location, I need to check the restoration records from the 14th century." She tugged at her scarf. "I'll check it now." "Wait for me." Ron hurried to catch up, but Harry held his shoulders. Ron, you take Kevin to Madame Pomfrey. Harry put his wand in his pocket, put his knuckles against his chin, and asked her if any other students had been injured by the stairs recently. If this was planned, it must be more than just Kevin. Ron opened his mouth, and finally nodded, helping the still trembling Kevin up. Okay. But if you find any stairs that can eat people, remember to wait for me to come back and fight together. Harry watched the two men disappear at the end of the corridor, and when he turned around he met Hermione's urging gaze. The oak doors of the library opened before them, and the smell of mold and parchment filled them. Hermione walked around the closed shelf area with familiarity, her skirt sweeping past the dusty catalog cabinets, and stopped abruptly in front of the third row of bookshelves. There was a row of notes of Hogwarts' successive architects with gold-embossed spines. Found it, she pulled out the topmost book, and the parchment pages made a crisp sound. In 1327, when architect Edric Bones was repairing the moving staircase, he mentioned that in order to prevent malicious tampering, the power core was hidden behind a crack in the wall that was the same color as the basilisk's pupils. Her fingers suddenly stopped. There are pages torn out here, but the ink on the edge shows. Guidance is needed from someone who knows the breathing rhythm of the castle. Someone who knows the breathing rhythm of the castle. Harry repeated, and suddenly remembered that Mrs. Filch always knocked on the wall with a feather duster in the middle of the night, and said that she could hear the heartbeat of the stone. He grabbed Hermione's wrist. Mrs. Filch. She had been cleaning the castle for 30 years, so she must know those secret passages. Mrs. Filch's office smelled strongly of camphor. When Harry knocked on the wooden door with copper nails, there was a crisp sound of colliding porcelain from inside. The door opened a crack, and a hand covered with age spots stretched out. Are you still running around so late? Deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. Mrs. Filch. Harry, hold the door. We need your help. The moving staircase got out of control, someone got hurt, and we think it has something to do with dark magic. The eyes in the crack of the door suddenly widened. Those were gray-blue eyes, like a frozen lake. How do you know? She flung open the door, sawdust on her apron, and said, follow me. The three followed her through the broom closet, around the mountain of punishment homework, and came to the oak barrel at the back of the storage room. Mrs. Filch tapped the third board of the barrel with a feather duster, and the wall echoed hollowly. I discovered this when I first came here in 1972. Her voice suddenly softened, as if she was talking about a dark secret. The old headmaster said this was the backup entrance to the heartbeat room, but no one remembered it except me. She took out a brass key from her apron pocket and inserted it into the keyhole at the bottom of the barrel. But you'd better not go in. 30 years ago, a Ravenclaw boy was looking for the same thing, and his wand was found in the Forbidden Forest. Thank you. Harry interrupted her. He could feel the ruby heating up, the burning pain of the scar now a pull. We needed to know the truth. Mrs. Filch's hand paused on the key, then finally unlocked it. The wine barrel slid back, revealing a stone staircase that was only wide enough for one person to pass. Hermione raised her wand, and spots of fluorescent light danced on the stone wall. When they turned to go in, they suddenly heard the sound of rustling papers behind them. There was a smell of damp stone walls in the direction where the shadow disappeared. He could hear the sound of Hermione adjusting her breathing, like the frequency she deliberately lowered when looking up ancient books in the library. The heels of Ron's leather boots scraped against the stone steps, making a very light scraping sound. The three of them moved along the wall, and every step felt like stepping on a taut guitar string. Look over there. Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's sleeve, the tip of her wand trembled slightly, and the fluorescent light cast a vague shadow at the corner in front. Half of a black cloak with gold embroidery was sliding through the crack in the wall, as if being pulled by some invisible force. Harry's scar began to burn again. This time it was not a simple stinging pain, but a pulling sensation, as if a thin thread was drilling from his forehead into the wall. It's a trapdoor. Ron lowered his voice so low that the tip of his nose almost touched the wall. The color of the brick joints here is lighter than elsewhere. My father repaired the secret room of Gringotts. This kind of camouflage. Yes, it's very similar to the mechanism of the underground vault. He reached out to touch the bricks, and his fingertips suddenly retracted as soon as they touched the stone surface. It was hot, like a protective spell. Hermione immediately raised her wand. Lumos Plus. A stream of pale golden light flowed from the tip of the wand, spreading over the wall like liquid moonlight. Fine runes appeared on the ordinary stone bricks, and the lines coiled into snakes glowed blue in the light. It was a protective spell from the founding of Hogwarts. Her eyelashes trembled rapidly, and it could only be unlocked by a specific wave of magic power. Stand back. Harry held her shoulders. He could feel the ruby pendant warming under his shirt, resonating with the burning pain of his scar. When he placed the wand against the center of the rune, the dark blue lines suddenly lit up like sparks, crawling up his wrist along the wand, like countless cold little snakes crawling under his skin. Avided, he just realized something was wrong as soon as he pronounced the first letter, and hurriedly stopped talking. That was not his voice, but more like a low echo in his memory. The stone wall suddenly made a dull roar. The trapdoor split in the middle, revealing a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. The corner of the Black Shadow's cloak was still hanging in the crack of the door, and the golden thread glowed coldly in the darkness. Harry was the first to squeeze in. The damp and musty smell hit him in the face. He swept his wand light across the ground and found 2 lines of muddy footprints left by pointed leather shoes, which were 2 sizes narrower than ordinary wizard boots. There's magic here. Hermione's voice came from behind her, her wand drawing silvery white trails in the air, the chaos spells as the moving stairs lost control. And the unique stench of black magic, like crushed ermine scales. Ron suddenly tugged at the corner of his robe. Look up. The moment he looked up, Harry's breathing almost stopped. A huge magical device was embedded in the stone ceiling above his head. Bronze gears engaged a crystal ball, and countless glowing parchment scrolls hung from the gaps between the gears. In the central crystal ball floated a miniature model of Hogwarts Castle. At this moment, the moving staircase in the model was spinning wildly, exactly the same as the out-of-control scene in reality. So that's it. Hermione's voice trembled. It wasn't natural magic that controlled the moving stairs, it was this device. Those scrolls should be spell programs, and the frequency of the gear rotation determines the movement pattern of the stairs. Her words were suddenly stuck, because in the shadow below the device, a figure in a black cloak was slowly turning around. He was a tall and thin man with pale skin that was almost transparent and a crescent-shaped scar at the corner of his eye. Harry had seen him before, last month in the castle's west tower. The man who called himself a laboratory assistant was measuring the thickness of a stone wall with his wand, as he said he was studying the effects of medieval castle structures on magical fluctuations. At this moment, half of his silver armor was revealed under his cloak, and on the armor was engraved the same gold emblem as the black shadow cloak. The little detectives arrived faster than I expected. The man's voice was like the turning of rusty gears, and his right hand pressed on the main gear of the device. But it doesn't matter, you won't survive the night anyway. You control the moving staircase? Harry's wand was pointed directly at the other person's chest. Those injured students. Did you do it on purpose? Just an appetizer. The man suddenly smiled, his teeth dazzlingly white, and when the core spell of this device was completed, the entire magical structure of the castle would collapse, the stairs would become a meat grinder, the corridors would devour living things, and the towers would collapse like a house of cards. And your dear headmaster Dumbledore will be so busy saving the students that he won't have time to stop the real plan. What plan? Hermione's wand lit up with a blinding white light. Who ordered you to do that? No comment. The man's left hand suddenly raised, and a black pearl bracelet slipped off his sleeve. But I can send you to ask Merlin. The spells were cast almost simultaneously. The moment Harry shouted disarm me, a purple-black blade of light shot out from the man's wand. It was no ordinary black magic, the air was scorched. Hermione pounced over and pushed him away. The blade of light brushed Harry's ear and split the stone wall behind him. Ron's funny move hit the man's ankle accurately. He staggered 2 steps, but threw out a handful of silver flying needles the moment he touched the ground. Protect everyone. Hermione's voice was unusually sharp. A golden protective shield was spread out in front of the 3 people, and the flying needles hit the shield with a clanging sound. Harry took the opportunity to go around the side of the device. He noticed a button with a snake logo engraved under the main gear that was the key to controlling the entire device. Ron, hold him back, he shouted. Hermione, find a spell to shut down the device. Ron's wand fired a series of obstacles, and the man had to dodge left and right. Hermione stood on tiptoe to reach the hanging scroll and flipped through it quickly. These are reverse spells. 7 magic threads need to be cut at the same time. Harry, use your ruby. It's getting hot, which means it's resonating with the device. Harry grabbed the pendant, and the red light of the ruby and the core of the device. The crystal ball resonated, and the castle model inside the crystal ball suddenly vibrated violently. The man's expression finally changed. He gave up attacking Ron and rushed over waving his wand. Don't touch it. Expelliarmus, Harry and Hermione shouted at the same time. The man's wand was knocked away, hitting the device and sending sparks flying. Ron rushed forward and pressed his wrist with his whole body weight. The man roared like a beast and dug his nails deep into the back of Ron's hand, but was soon tied up like a dumpling by Hermione's leg-locking curse. Speak. Harry put his wand to the man's throat. Who told you to do this? What is the bigger conspiracy? The man's eyes suddenly became crazy, and he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you win by defeating me? The real hunter. Has just entered the forest. When the dark wizards arrive. Bang. Hermione pressed the tip of her wand to his temple. Speak now or never. The man's Adam's apple moved, and cold sweat flowed down his scar into his collar. Yes. It's the Night Owl Society. They would take it out from the underground secret room when the castle collapsed. Take it out. He suddenly coughed violently, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Poisoned. I swallowed the poison sac. Tell Dumbledore. The real disaster. On the night of the full moon, before he could finish his words, his head hit the ground heavily, and his pupils dilated into dead gray. He's dead. Ron loosened his hand, blood dripping onto the bricks, but he mentioned the dark wizard. Harry, we have to destroy this device. Hermione had already begun to disassemble the scroll. We need to cut 7 magic lines at the same time, using your ruby as a conductor. She suddenly paused and looked up in the direction of the trapdoor. Did you hear that? In the silent tunnel, there were sounds of footsteps. It wasn't just one person, but many people. The sound of boot heels hitting the stone bricks became clearer and clearer, mixed with muffled spells. They were from the Owl Society. Harry grabbed the ruby, his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. They were here to silence him. Hermione, quick! Hermione pressed the ruby into the core of the device. 7 red lights shot up at the same time, and the scroll turned to ashes in the fire. The sound of the gears turning gradually slowed down, and the castle model and the crystal ball returned to calm. But the footsteps came closer, and from outside the trapdoor came the crisp sound of a wand hitting the stone bricks, like some kind of secret signal. "Let's go." Harry grabbed Ron's arm and went out from another exit. Mrs. Filch said there was a backup entrance to the heart chamber. As the three rushed to the secret door at the rear of the device, the trapdoor was slammed open. More than a dozen wand lights shot in. The leading dark wizard wore a bird beak mask, and the gold emblem on his cloak glowed coldly in the firelight, like countless pairs of eyes staring at their backs. "Catch them." The voice of the bird beak mask is hoarse and piercing. Don't let them get away alive. Harry's scar burned and he could hear footsteps approaching behind him, and Hermione's rapid chanting of spells. There is a wooden door at the end of the tunnel, and behind the door is the underground river of Hogwarts. The sound of flowing water mixed with the shouting of the pursuers roars in the ears. Quick! He pushed open the wooden door, and the damp river wind rushed in. Jump down. As the three fell into the icy river, an angry roar from the bird beak mask came from above. Block all exits. Even if they swam to the other side, they couldn't escape the castle. The sound of water drowned out the second half of the sentence. Harry opened his eyes at the bottom of the river and saw the lights of the wands dancing on the water, like countless pairs of eyes looking for prey. There was a smell of damp stone walls in the direction where the shadow disappeared. He could hear the sound of Hermione adjusting her breathing, like the frequency she deliberately lowered when looking up ancient books in the library. The heels of Ron's leather boots scraped against the stone steps, making a very light scraping sound. The three of them moved along the wall, and every step felt like stepping on a taut guitar string. "Look over there." Hermione suddenly grabbed Harry's sleeve, the tip of her wand trembled slightly, and the fluorescent light cast a vague shadow at the corner in front. Half of a black cloak with gold embroidery was sliding through the crack in the wall, as if being pulled by some invisible force. Harry's scar began to burn again. This time it was not a simple stinging pain, but a pulling sensation, as if a thin thread was drilling from his forehead into the wall. "It's a trapdoor." Ron lowered his voice so low that the tip of his nose almost touched the wall. "The color of the brick joints here is lighter than elsewhere. My father repaired the secret room of Gringotts. This kind of camouflage. Yes, it's very similar to the mechanism of the underground vault." He reached out to touch the bricks, and his fingertips suddenly retracted as soon as they touched the stone surface. It was hot. Like a protective spell. Hermione immediately raised her wand. Lumos Plus. A stream of pale golden light flowed from the tip of the wand, spreading over the wall like liquid moonlight. Fine runes appeared on the ordinary stone bricks, and the lines coiled into snakes glowed blue in the light. It was a protective spell from the founding of Hogwarts. Her eyelashes trembled rapidly, and it could only be unlocked by a specific wave of magic power. "Stand back." Harry held her shoulders. He could feel the ruby pendant warming under his shirt, resonating with the burning pain of his scar. When he placed the wand against the center of the rune, the dark blue line suddenly lit up like sparks, crawling up his wrist along the wand, like countless cold little snakes crawling under his skin. Avided, he just realized something was wrong as soon as he pronounced the first letter, and hurriedly stopped talking. That was not his voice, but more like a low echo in his memory. The stone wall suddenly made a dull roar. The trapdoor split in the middle, revealing a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. The corner of the Black Shadow's cloak was still hanging in the crack of the door, and the golden thread glowed coldly in the darkness. Harry was the first to squeeze in. The damp and musty smell hit him in the face. He swept his wand light across the ground and found two lines of muddy footprints left by pointed leather shoes, which were 2 sizes narrower than ordinary wizard boots. "There's magic here." Hermione's voice came from behind her, her wand drawing silvery white trails in the air. The chaos spells as the moving stairs lost control. And the unique stench of black magic, like crushed ermine scales. Ron suddenly tugged at the corner of his robe. "Look up." The moment he looked up, Harry's breathing almost stopped. A huge magical device was embedded in the stone ceiling above his head. Bronze gears engaged a crystal ball, and countless glowing parchment scrolls hung from the gaps between the gears. In the central crystal ball floated a miniature model of Hogwarts Castle. At this moment, the moving staircase in the model was spinning wildly, exactly the same as the out-of-control scene in reality. "So that's it." Hermione's voice trembled. It wasn't natural magic that controlled the moving stairs, it was this device. Those scrolls should be spell programs, and the frequency of the gear rotation determines the movement pattern of the stairs. Her words were suddenly stuck, because in the shadow below the device, a figure in a black cloak was slowly turning around. He was a tall and thin man with pale skin that was almost transparent and a crescent-shaped scar at the corner of his eye. Harry had seen him before, last month in the castle's west tower. The man who called himself a laboratory assistant was measuring the thickness of a stone wall with his wand, as he said he was studying the effects of medieval castle structures on magical fluctuations. At this moment, half of his silver armor was revealed under his cloak, and on the armor was engraved the same gold emblem as the Black Shadow cloak. "The little detectives arrived faster than I expected." The man's voice was like the turning of rusty gears, and his right hand pressed on the main gear of the device. "But it doesn't matter, you won't survive the night anyway. You controlled the moving staircase." Harry's wand was pointed directly at the other person's chest. "Those injured students. Did you do it on purpose?" Just an appetizer. The man suddenly smiled, his teeth dazzlingly white, and when the core spell of this device was completed, the entire magical structure of the castle would collapse, the stairs would become a meat grinder, the corridors would devour living things, and the towers would collapse like a house of cards. And your dear headmaster Dumbledore will be so busy saving the students that he won't have time to stop the real plan. What plan? Hermione's wand lit up with a blinding white light. Who ordered you to do that? No comment. The man's left hand suddenly raised, and a black pearl bracelet slipped off his sleeve. But I can send you to ask Merlin. The spells were cast almost simultaneously. The moment Harry shouted disarm me, a purple-black blade of light shot out from the man's wand. It was no ordinary black magic, the air was scorched. Hermione pounced over and pushed him away. The blade of light brushed Harry's ear and split the stone wall behind him. Ron's funny move hit the man's ankle accurately. He staggered 2 steps, but threw out a handful of silver flying needles the moment he touched the ground. Protect everyone. Hermione's voice was unusually sharp. A golden protective shield was spread out in front of the 3 people, and the flying needles hit the shield with a clanging sound. Harry took the opportunity to go around the side of the device. He noticed a button with a snake logo engraved under the main gear. That was the key to controlling the entire device. Ron, hold him back, he shouted. Hermione, find the spell to shut down the device. Ron's wand fired a series of obstacles, and the man had to dodge left and right. Hermione stood on tiptoe to reach the hanging scroll and flipped through it quickly. These are reverse spells. 7 magic threads need to be cut at the same time. Harry, use your ruby. It's getting hot, which means it's resonating with the device. Harry grabbed the pendant, and the red light of the ruby in the core of the device. The crystal ball resonated, and the castle model inside the crystal ball suddenly vibrated violently. The man's expression finally changed. He gave up attacking Ron and rushed over waving his wand. Don't touch it. Expelliarmus, Harry and Hermione shouted at the same time. The man's wand was knocked away, hitting the device and sending sparks flying. Ron rushed forward and pressed his wrist with his whole body weight. The man roared like a beast and dug his nails deep into the back of Ron's hand, but was soon tied up like a dumpling by Hermione's leg-locking curse. Speak, Harry put his wand to the man's throat. Who told you to do this? What is the bigger conspiracy? The man's eyes suddenly became crazy, and he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you win by defeating me? The real hunter. Has just entered the forest. When the dark wizards arrive. Bang. Hermione pressed the tip of her wand to his temple. Speak now or never. The man's Adam's apple moved, and cold sweat flowed down his scar into his collar. Yes. It's the Night Owl Society. They would take it out from the underground secret room when the castle collapsed. Take it out. He suddenly coughed violently, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Poisoned. I swallowed the poison sac. Tell Dumbledore. The real disaster. On the night of the full moon, before he could finish his words, his head hit the ground heavily, and his pupils dilated into dead gray. He's dead. Ron loosened his hand, blood dripping onto the bricks, but he mentioned the dark wizard. Harry, we have to destroy this device. Hermione had already begun to disassemble the scroll. We need to cut 7 magic lines at the same time, using your ruby as a conductor. She suddenly paused and looked up in the direction of the trapdoor. Did you hear that? In the silent tunnel, there were sounds of footsteps. It wasn't just one person, but many people. The sound of boot heels hitting the stone bricks became clearer and clearer, mixed with muffled spells. They were from the Owl Society. Harry grabbed the ruby, his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. They were here to silence him. Hermione, quick! Hermione pressed the ruby into the core of the device. 7 red lights shot up at the same time, and the scroll turned to ashes in the fire. The sound of the gears turning gradually slowed down, and the castle model and the crystal ball returned to calm. But the footsteps came closer, and from outside the trapdoor came the crisp sound of a wand hitting the stone bricks, like some kind of secret signal. Let's go. Harry grabbed Ron's arm and went out from another exit. Mrs. Filch said there was a backup entrance to the heart chamber. As the 3 rushed to the secret door at the rear of the device, the trapdoor was slammed open. More than a dozen wand lights shot in. The leading dark wizard wore a bird beak mask, and the gold emblem on his cloak glowed coldly in the firelight, like countless pairs of eyes staring at their backs. Catch them. The voice of the bird beak mask is hoarse and piercing. Don't let them get away alive. Harry's scar burned and he could hear footsteps approaching behind him, and Hermione's rapid chanting of spells. There is a wooden door at the end of the tunnel, and behind the door is the underground river of Hogwarts. The sound of flowing water mixed with the shouting of the pursuers roars in the ears. Quick! He pushed open the wooden door, and the damp river wind rushed in. Jump down. As the 3 fell into the icy river, an angry roar from the bird beak mask came from above. Block all exits. Even if they swam to the other side, they couldn't escape the castle. The sound of water drowned out the second half of the sentence. Its temperature had dropped a little compared to before, but it was still like a piece of red-hot coal slag, burning the skin and causing pain even through the cloth. The moonlight outside the window was cut into pieces by the clouds, casting mottled light and shadows on his scar. The burning pain there was rising and falling with the pulsation of the ruby, as if someone was prickling his nerves with a fine needle. Harry, Hermione's voice came from behind her, with the rustling of pages. When he turned around, he saw her bending over to sort out the book, magical devices and safety protection on the table. The light pink bandage slid down from her sleeves, shining like pearls in the candlelight. "You should go to bed." Her tone was very light, but she was hiding an imperceptible tension that she had to go to the library to look up information tomorrow, and she couldn't argue with Filch with dark circles under her eyes. Ron's snoring suddenly rose, shaking the bed curtains. The guy was sprawled out on the bed with one of his socks dangling from the bedpost, like a white flag of surrender. Harry looked at his heaving back, and his throat suddenly tightened. 3 days ago they were still discussing the review plan for owls, but now they had to face 6 unknown core devices and enemies hiding in the shadows. "Do you think his voice was a little hoarse when he spoke? Did Dumbledore really have a backup plan when he gave this ruby to you?" Hermione's fingers paused on the page. The candlelight cast a shadow on her pursed lips. "He gave us the clue to the trapdoor, he gave us the pensieve, he gave us the phoenix feather." When she looked up, her eyes shone like quenched gems. "If this was a trap, he wouldn't let us come back with it." Harry looked down at Ruby. The purple lines have completely disappeared, leaving only pure red, like a drop of solidified blood. He suddenly remembered the moment in the tunnel when Professor McGonagall used the patroness charm to knock Burke over, and the moment when the silver light swept across the ruby and almost invisible golden light flashed on its surface, like some kind of awakening mark. "Maybe we should go to the library now," he heard himself say, more firmly than he had expected, "tonight." Hermione's eyebrows rose slightly, but she didn't argue. When she closed the book, parchment slipped out from the crack of the book. It was a sketch of the location of the core device they had compiled earlier, with the edges wrinkled by sealing wax. Ron was awakened by the noise, rubbed his eyes and sat up. "What? Now? 2 in the morning, his hair is sticking up like he's been charmed with levitation, and Filch's cat is going to bite our legs off." Percy sneaked into the kitchen to get a pie in his sophomore year. Harry bent down to pick up the sketch. He said that the library's night guard spell only protects against dark magic creatures. He stuffed the sketch into his robe, the ruby against his chest. "We need to know what the Burks are looking for. Why is it the core device of Hogwarts? Why now?" Ron's complaint caught in his throat. He looked into Harry's eyes and suddenly reached out to grab the wand beside the bed. "Okay, but if I get caught, I'll say you forced me to do it." Moonlight filtered in through the stained glass windows, weaving a colorful web on the library floor. The tip of Hermione's wand flickered with a blue-white fluorescence, illuminating the broken diamonds at the ends of her hair. They had been scratched by the gravel in the tunnel just now and were still stained with blood. Her steps were as light as a feather, but she paused when she passed the restricted area. "Remember the last time we were looking for clues about the basilisk here? Filch's flashlight made my ears hurt. Last time we were still little. Harry touched the ruby inside his robes, and it heated up again. Now we have more important things to do." Hermione's fingers suddenly stopped on a row of leather spines. The cover of the book was inlaid with a bronze lock, and the gold letters on the cover had mostly peeled off, but Harry still recognized it: Secret Societies of Dark Wizards, from the 12th century to the present day. When she pulled out the book, a piece of yellowed parchment floated out, with a snake-shaped watermark on the edge. "Look at this." Her voice trembled. "Onsha Wood. A 17th century dark wizard organization that believed the core of ancient magic could reshape the world." The handwriting on the parchment was crooked, as if written with the left hand. "The 7 cardinals of Hogwarts, connecting the veins of the earth. Controlling them would make the castle become. Her voice suddenly stopped. "Become what?" Ron leaned forward, his breath on the parchment. "Become a weapon?" When Hermione looked up, her eyes were reflected with a pulsating blue light, a door to another world. There was a sudden muffled sound from the dome of the library. The 3 of them looked up at the same time and saw a dark shadow passing through the stained glass, like a crow that had been enlarged, or like it was going to Professor McGonagall's office. Harry grabbed Hermione's wrist. "Now." Professor McGonagall's office smelled of hot cocoa. She was sitting behind an oak table, her robe still stained with dust from the tunnel. When she saw the 3 people, her eyebrows behind her glasses raised sharply. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley." Her eyes swept over the burn marks on the corner of Harry's robes. "And I remembered I asked you to go to the hospital wing. We need to know more." Hermione spread the parchment on the table. "About the Dark Order, about the core device of Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall ran her fingers lightly across the parchment. Her face suddenly turned as gray as the clouds outside the window. "Last Wednesday, the number of thestrals suddenly increased by 6. Her voice was low. "Yesterday morning, the house elves in the kitchen found that all the silverware in the storage room had turned into snakes." When she looked up, there was a worry in her eyes that Harry had never seen before. "I thought it was the aftermath of the Dementors, but now it seems they were activating the core device." Harry held the ruby tightly, and every time he activated one, more dark creatures would appear. Professor McGonagall's wand suddenly emitted a crackling sound of electricity. She turned her head and looked out the window. The moonlight was completely swallowed by the dark clouds. "Someone is in the library." When the 3 rushed into the library, they only heard the crisp sound of paper tearing coming from the restricted area. Hermione's fluorescent light illuminated the corner, where a figure wrapped in a black cloak was trying to put a copy of Illustrated Ancient Magic Circles into his arms. When he looked up, Harry gasped. It was Burke's assistant. When he was knocked over by Professor McGonagall in the tunnel, the scar on his face stretched from his left eye to his chin, and was now swollen and purple. Catch him, Harry shouted, rushing over. The guy turned and ran, knocking over a row of alchemical books, and parchment flew like snowflakes. Ron's defeat charm flew past his ear and burned a charred hole in the wall. Hermione's impediment charm caught his ankles with pinpoint accuracy, and he stumbled into the glass case containing the planetarium, shattering the crystal ball to the floor. Harry could hear his own heartbeat as he held his wand against his throat. The guy's scar was trembling, and his breath smelled of rotten sage. You can't win. His voice was like rusty gears. On the night of the full moon, the 7 cardinals will all start up. Hogwarts will become the key to open the abyss. Abyss? Hermione grabbed his wrist. What abyss? Who is instructing you? The guy suddenly laughed, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Only then did Harry realize what he had bitten into. The black powder under his tongue was dissolving, emitting a bitter almond taste. His eyes gradually lost focus, and his last words were as light as a sigh. Black flame. Is waiting. Ron kicked the book in his arms away, and a copy of Hogwarts Architecture Secret Files fell out. Inside the pages were 7 sketches, each with the location of the core device marked on it. Harry's finger paused on the 7th. It was the mark on the bottom of the Black Lake, and next to it was written in red ink, the final cardinal, connecting to the fire at the center of the earth. He said the night of the full moon. Hermione's voice was trembling. 3 days later, the library clock struck 3. The moonlight suddenly broke through the clouds and shone on Harry's scar. The burning pain there was stronger than ever, completely synchronized with the pulsation of the ruby and the vibration of the castle in the distance. He looked down at the ruby in his palm, and suddenly found tiny golden lines emerging on the surface, like some ancient spell, slowly rotating. We have to find all the core devices, he heard himself say, his voice as firm as if he were under an armor spell, before the full moon. Ron picked up the sketch from the ground, his knuckles whitening as he cracked it. 7. And we only destroyed 1. Hermione stuffed the secret society of dark wizards into her arms, and the bandage was dyed a darker pink. I need to look up more information. About the Dark Core Society, about the Abyss, about the Black Flame, Harry added. The moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows of the library, casting tiny spots of light on the back of Harry's hand. He stared at the hot ruby in his palm. The golden lines were still turning slowly, like some living thing crawling under his skin. 3 days, only 3 days, the man's words before his death were still buzzing in his ears. The night of the full moon, the 7 cardinals, the key to the abyss. We have to find Mrs. Filch, Hermione said suddenly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the spine of Hogwarts Architecture Secret Files. She has been managing the school for 20 years, and she knows the locations of all the secret doors and secret passages. Even Peeves can't hide them from her. Ron was just picking up a piece of broken crystal from the planetarium with the tip of his wand. When he heard this, his hand trembled and the crystal fell to the ground with a clang. Filch? That old bat that always uses the trapdoor to clamp our ankles? It's strange that she would help us. She's not an old bat. Hermione glared at Ron and softened her voice. She just loved Hogwarts too much. Just like we would if we found someone breaking into the restricted section. She turned to Harry. Do you remember? Last term the kitchen elf said she checked the cellar in the middle of the night with a candlestick and said moisture was getting in between the stones and would eat away at the medieval beams. Harry's scar throbbed suddenly. He thought of Dumbledore, whom he saw in the Pensieve last night. The old man once said that the secrets of Hogwarts are often hidden in the hearts of those who care about them most. He clenched the ruby tightly, and the line seemed to move faster, as if urging it to move. Go now. He stood up, the hem of his robe sweeping across the broken crystals on the ground. She lives on the 3rd floor of the school building, right? Mrs. Filch's room smelled strongly of turpentine. When Harry knocked on the oak door, there was the sound of clattering porcelain and shuffling footsteps. The door opened a crack, and a hand covered with age spots was clinging to the doorframe, and cloudy blue eyes squeezed out from the crack. Potter? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night and you want a ticket? We need your help. Hermione took a step forward and stood in front of Harry, holding up the Hogwarts architecture file. That someone was destroying the school's core device. They plan to activate the 7 cardinals on a full moon night. Shut up. Mrs. Filch suddenly started to cough violently, her hands tightly grasping the doorframe, her knuckles turning white. This kind of words. This kind of words were also said 30 years ago. Her voice suddenly became hoarse, like a pinched Bella's. At that time, I was still a helper, following the old administrator to check the secret passage of the West Tower, and I ran into. She shook her head violently, her white hair trembling in the dim wall lamp. It's none of your business. Go back to the dormitory. Just as the door was about to close, Harry stuck his foot out to block the gap. The ruby burned in his palm, and he raised his hand as if possessed, allowing the red light to shine through the crack in the door onto Mrs. Filch's face. Her pupils suddenly contracted, like a ghost under a revelation spell. It's the gem. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, her fingertips almost touching the back of Harry's hand. The old administrator said before his death that when the ruby shines again, the guardian of Hogwarts should stand up. She suddenly opened the door, and the smell of turpentine wrapped in the smell of old parchment poured out, and came in. The room was filled with rolled-up parchments, hanging from the ceiling to the floor like countless brown waterfalls. Mrs. Filch climbed up the ladder to the top floor and tore off a scroll of paper marked with the 1912 renovation drawings of the school building. They were working on the medieval cardinal system. She unfolded the drawing and scratched a red dot with her cracked nails. The 7 cardinals corresponded to the 7 energy nodes of the castle, and the secret passages were the blood vessels connecting them. Do you know which secret passage can connect these nodes? Hermione leaned close to the drawing, her nose almost touching the ink. We need to find the location of all the core devices. Mrs. Filch's fingernails stopped at a hair-thin dotted line. Bloody Baron sighed out. Her voice suddenly became very soft. This was the nickname given to the secret passage by the old caretaker. It led from the kitchen cellar, through the foundations of the 4 towers, and finally to— she covered her mouth suddenly, her eyes swept over the ruby in Harry's hand, and finally to the cave at the bottom of the Black Lake. Ron whistled softly. That's exactly where the 7th sketch is. But the entrance to the secret passage was cast with a triple forgetfulness spell. Mrs. Filch took out a brass key from her apron pocket. The surface was engraved with winding snake patterns. Only by touching the 3rd bluestone slab of the kitchen cellar with this briar key could the door knocker be awakened. She put the key into Harry's hand, and the temperature in his palm was surprisingly hot. Remember, the magical devices in the secret passage are alive. 30 years ago. Someone tried to tamper with their operating rules, and the result was— she suddenly shut up, turned around to pick up the papers on the table, and left quickly so as not to be discovered by the ghost of curfew. When I left the school building, raindrops were dripping along the eaves. Harry tucked the key into his inner robe pocket and could feel it against his heart through the fabric. The heat of the ruby has faded, but the golden lines have become deeper, like gold threads washed by rain. What was she trying to say? Ron hunched over under the porch. 30 years ago. It might be related to the black flame. Hermione stuffed the architecture secret file into her skull bag and tapped her temple with the tip of her wand. Once we get into the secret passage, I need you two to help me remember the way. The secret passages in the Middle Ages often have confusing spells, so the map and the actual route will be reversed. The air in the kitchen cellar smelled of rising bread. Harry squatted in front of the 3rd bluestone slab, and just as the copper key touched it, there was a dull sound from the ground. A stone slab slowly sank, revealing a dark hole. The door knocker was a bronze mermaid with faded emeralds inlaid in its eyes. Mermaid eyes are alive. Hermione raised her wand, and the fluorescent light swept across the door knocker. They were blinking, and the frequency was 0.3 long and 2 short. She suddenly laughed. It was the same as the password to the prefect's bathroom. The door creaked open. The musty smell mixed with the damp earthy smell came out. Ron sneezed loudly. Hermione raised her wand, and spots of light moved around the walls of the passage. The walls were embedded with countless glowing crystals, like solidified galaxies, but some spots had gone dark, like cheese that had been gnawed. This place has been transformed. She reached out to touch a dark crystal, and as soon as her fingertips touched the surface, the crystal suddenly burst into blue sparks, and the black magic remained. A variation of the Imperious Curse was used to control the device's response. Harry's scar began to burn again. He took out the ruby. This time it didn't heat up, but felt like ice. The lines were dazzlingly bright, pointing straight to the depths of the passage. "Follow me," he said, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. "The further you go in, the more dazzling the light of the crystal becomes." Ron suddenly grabbed Harry's sleeve. "Do you hear? The sound of gears?" At the end of the passage was a pair of oak double doors with the ancient runes of the Hogwarts core cardinal engraved on the lintel. The door was not locked and opened with a slight push. The room was smaller than they had imagined. In the middle stood a bronze platform as tall as a person. On the platform was an ancient book with a leather cover. The gold-plated letters on the cover had peeled off, and the words "Heart of Darkness" could be vaguely seen. There were 7 mirrors embedded in the surrounding walls, each reflecting a different scene: a burning tower, a boiling black lake, and a corridor with floating green flames. These were exactly the locations of the 7 core devices in the sketch. "This is the surveillance system." Hermione rushed over and ran her fingertips over the nearest mirrors, which could display the cardinal's status in real time. "Look," she is pointing to the mirror in the lower right corner. "The scene inside is a collapsed ruin. It should be the device we just destroyed." Ron approached the ancient book and was about to open it, but Harry suddenly held his hand and said, "Wait a minute." He raised the ruby, and the lines on the surface of the ruby suddenly overlapped with the dark lines on the cover of the ancient book, like 2 keys fitting into a keyhole. "It's time to turn over." Hermione's voice trembled. This was a double protection spell, requiring rubies and the correct fluctuations of magic power. The moment the pages of the book were opened, a hoarse male voice rang out in the room, like an old gramophone record. "The Heart of Darkness, the core connecting the Hogwarts ley line and the magical network. If you control it, you can control the activation and deactivation of all the cardinals. If the 7 cardinals are activated at the same time, the energy of the earth veins will be drained, and the abyss rift will open up the abyss under the castle." Ron took a breath of cold air. The abyss that man was talking about. "So they need to control the Heart of Darkness first, and then activate all the cardinals." Hermione quickly turned the page, and it said that to activate the Heart of Darkness, 7 drops of the caster's blood were needed, 1 on each of the 7 mirrors. "Wait." Harry's voice suddenly stopped. He stared at the image in the mirror. The mirror that originally showed the ruins now reflected his own face. No, it wasn't him, it was a hooded man standing in the ruins of the device they had just destroyed, raising his wand and drawing circles in the air. Someone's in the mirror space. He grabbed Hermione's wrist. These mirrors might go both ways. Ron suddenly raised his finger. There were footsteps in the passage. It was not the sound of students' soft-soled shoes, but the crisp sound of leather boots rolling over gravel. One sound, two sounds, getting closer and closer. Harry's heartbeat quickened. He dragged Hermione and Ron behind the bronze platform, with their backs pressed against the cold stone wall. The ruby burned painfully against his skin, as if a thin needle was pricking his nerves. He counted the dark wizard's footsteps. The first one was the crisp sound of leather boots rolling over gravel on the left, the second one was the dragging sound of scraping on the ground on the right, and the third one was the lightest, but every step landed precisely on the seams of the bluestone slabs. Check the mirror. The hoarse voice was like rusty gears. They had broken the entrance spell. They couldn't come in empty-handed. Hermione's shoulders were shaking, not from fear, but from the rapid breathing she was trying to suppress. Harry could hear the slightest swallowing sound in her throat, like a small animal being wary of approaching hunters. Ron's knees pressed against his lower back, his muscles tensed, his fingers unconsciously picking at the moss in the cracks of the stone wall. That was his usual habit when he was nervous, just like when his legs were caught by the Whomping Willow in his second year. The closest shadow stopped in front of the bronze platform. Half of his face was revealed under the hood, his skin was a bluish-gray color like a dead fish, his right ear was missing a piece, and there was a dark red scab on the edge. The tip of his wand swept across the mirror, and a faint green light flickered in the direction where Harry and the other two were hiding, like a snake's tongue licking the skin. There is residual magic here. The man without ears tapped the mirror with his wand, and ripples suddenly appeared on the mirror, reflecting the ruins of the cardinal they had just destroyed, exactly where the hooded man was before. Harry's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the records in ancient books: 7 cardinal points, Abyss Rift. If these dark wizards gain control of the Heart of Darkness. Over there, the third shadow suddenly turned around and pointed his wand at the stone wall on the right side of the bronze platform. Ron's knee buckled and hit Harry's calf. All three of them paused in their breathing. The man with the missing ears was approaching. The tips of Harry's leather boots scraped against the gravel at his feet, making a small sound. Hermione's fingers quietly hooked around his wrist, her palms covered in cold sweat. Harry could see her eyelashes trembling and her pupils shrinking to pinpoints, a sign that she was concentrating on casting the spell. Wait! A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, secret passage. The earless man's leather boots stopped. Harry followed his gaze and discovered a shallow crack in the stone wall, covered by vines and spider webs, that was the entrance to the secret passage they had come from. Want to run? The man with the missing ear grinned, revealing 2 fangs stained with cigarette stains. It was too late. A green flame rose from the tip of his wand and he was about to swing it towards the secret passage. Let's go, Harry growled, grabbed Hermione's hand and went into the secret passage. Ron bumped into the stone wall and groaned, but immediately bent over and followed. The dark green flames brushed past the back of his neck, leaving charred marks on the stone wall. The musty smell in the secret passage was choking. Harry's forehead hit the protruding rock, which caused a burning pain, but he did not dare to stop. Behind me, I heard the curses of dark wizards and the crisp sound of wands hitting the stone wall. They were chasing me. To the left, Hermione suddenly pulled his arm. In the dim light of the ruby, Harry saw a mark on the stone wall, which was the alternative route they had marked in their third year. The 3 men stumbled into the fork in the road, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. I don't know how long I ran, but a bronze door appeared at the end of the secret passage. The door was embossed with a coiled snake, and the snake's eyes were 2 emeralds, glowing coldly in the darkness. It's here. Hermione held her knees and gasped. The Hogwarts architecture secrets said that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was where the snake heads intertwined. Ron had already reached out and pressed Snake Eyes. 2 emeralds lit up at the same time, and the sound of gears turning could be heard from inside the door. The moment the door opened, the 3 of them took a step back at the sight before them. It was a dome-shaped secret room, as high as 3 large auditoriums. A crystal prism was suspended in the center, 20 feet high, with purple-black light flowing on its surface, as if there were living things swimming inside. The prism is surrounded by 7 mirrors as tall as a person, each reflecting a different scene: the fireplace in Gryffindor Tower, the house elves in the kitchen, the willow trees by the Black Lake, all corners of Hogwarts. This is the Heart of Darkness. Hermione's voice trembled, and her fingertips touched the nearest mirror. The mirror was the terminal for monitoring the cardinal, and this prism. She held up a page torn from an ancient book, which said that the energy of the earth veins was converted into the power of the magic network through the prism. Control it and cut off the magic supply to all areas, or drain the ley lines and activate the abyss, Harry said. He stared at the runes at the base of the prism. Those twisted symbols were exactly the same as the cardinal device that was destroyed before. They required 7 drops of the caster's blood to activate. Now he might have collected several drops of blood. Bang! He was interrupted by the loud noise of the bronze door being smashed open. 3 dark wizards rushed in. The man with the missing ears pointed his wand at them, and the owner of the hoarse voice took off his hood. He was a man with a hooked nose, a black cloth covering his left eye, and a scar crawling from his forehead to his cheek, like an ugly centipede. Hand over the ruby. The one-eyed man's voice was like scraping glass, or I will make you die 10 times more miserably than those meddling professors. Harry reached for the ruby in his pocket and felt the cool stone against his fingertips. He remembered Professor McGonagall's hesitant look in the corridor yesterday. She was staring at his scarf and said that the ground veins were fluctuating abnormally recently. Could it be? Harry, Hermione suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the top of the prism. There is a recessed slot there, the shape of which perfectly matches the ruby. Ancient books say that the key to activate the Heart of Darkness is needed to destroy it. So the ruby was both the key and the destroyer. Harry understood it instantly. He gripped the gem tightly, his heart pounding so hard that his temples ached, but the protective spells around him. Leave it to me. Hermione has already taken out her wand. These are ancient defensive wards. I have seen similar ones in Advanced Protection of Magic. Ron, help me light up. Ron immediately raised his wand. Fluorescent flash. The silvery white light illuminated the runes on the edge of the barrier. Hermione's wand tip moved along the runes, chanting an obscure spell. Sweat oozed from her forehead, and the ends of her hair stood up due to the fluctuations of magic power. The one-eyed man's wand suddenly shot out a black beam, which brushed Hermione's ear and hit the barrier, splashing sparks. Delaying time, he sneered, wait for my people to activate other cardinals. Even if your headmaster comes, he can't save us. Avada Kedavra, the man with the missing ears suddenly screamed. A dark green blade of light came through the air, aiming for Harry's heart. Harry rolled over instinctively, his back hitting the prism. The ruby suddenly became extremely hot, and he subconsciously pressed the gemstone into the slot at the top of the prism with a click. The entire secret room shook violently. The purple-black light in the prism suddenly rolled back and shrank to the bottom as if being swallowed by a black hole. Hermione's spell was suddenly interrupted and her eyes widened. Harry, did you trigger the self-destruct sequence? Harry's words were interrupted by another explosion. The one-eyed man fired a chain spell from his wand, and cracks appeared in the barrier. At this moment, a familiar clear spell came from the top of the secret room. Armor protect you. Professor McGonagall jumped down from the secret door in the dome, her dark green robes fluttering like an eagle. A golden shield of light burst out from the tip of her wand, deflecting all the dark wizard's attacks. Mr. Potter, she said in a voice as calm as an ice cone, if you plan to destroy this thing, now is the best time. Harry looked up and saw that Professor McGonagall's hair was covered with dust. She had obviously come from another secret passage. He suddenly remembered the mint box she handed him yesterday. The school emblem engraved on the bottom was actually a locating spell mark. What do you need me to do? He yelled. Press the ruby all the way down. Hermione has started to remove the spell again, and the energy of the barrier is being directed to the self-destruct system. Quick. Harry pressed the ruby hard. The prism let out a sharp scream, and the purple-black light turned into blood red, spreading along the runes at the bottom. The dark wizard's attack suddenly became panicked, and the one-eyed man shouted, retreat. Quick! But it was too late. The blood-red light enveloped the three dark shadows, and their screams were drowned out by the roar. The prism began to break, and fragments fell like a rainstorm. Professor McGonagall's light shield expanded, protecting the three people in the middle. Close your eyes, she yelled. The moment the bright light flashed, Harry heard Hermione's exclamation, Ron's groan, and his own pounding heart. When vision returned, there was only rubble on the floor of the secret room. There was only a charred pit left where the prism was, and the ruby lay at the bottom of the pit. All the lines on the surface had disappeared, and it looked like an ordinary red stone. Success, Ron kicked the gravel cautiously. Hermione took out her wand and waved it in the air. Fluorescent flashes. This time the light was no longer fuzzy, but a stable silver white. The magic network was restored. She smiled as if she had survived a disaster, and the ground vein fluctuations returned to normal. Professor McGonagall bent down to pick up the ruby, her eyes deep. This thing needs to be kept properly. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Her voice suddenly softened. That you did a great job today, but remember, the real enemy hasn't appeared yet, Harry said. He looked into the darkness at the far end of the chamber and heard a distant bell, the curfew bell. As the three followed Professor McGonagall out of the secret passage, the castle's magical lanterns lit up again, illuminating the corridor with a warm yellow light. As the moonlight streamed across the ruby in Harry's palm, he heard shuffling footsteps in the corridor below. Ron, he whispered. A steady snoring sound came from behind the bed curtain. The red-haired boy had already wrapped himself in the quilt like a cocoon. Hermione's desk lamp was still on, and her shadow, bent over advanced potion-making, was cast on the wall like a tireless night owl. The footsteps were getting closer. Harry put the ruby down and walked to the door. Through the crack in the door, he saw the prefect Cassandra Walker walking towards the dormitory area. The ends of her hair were stained with grass debris, the collar of her uniform was tilted to her collarbone, and her golden braids, which were usually neatly combed, were now in a tangled mess. The strangest thing was her eyes. They should have been as blue as lake water, but now they were covered with a layer of gray fog. She stared straight ahead and didn't even react when her shoulder was hit by the doorframe. Cassandra, Harry pushed the door open. The girl paused suddenly, her neck turned towards him at an unnatural angle, and a stiff smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Potter, it's time to go to bed. Her voice was like a rusty gear, and every word she said was stuck for half a beat, and then she continued to walk forward mechanically, her slippers dragging 2 white marks on the floor. The goosebumps on the back of Harry's hands were still there when he closed the door. He looked at Hermione, who was biting the handle of her quill, and the edges of the pages were densely covered with notes. Hermione, Cassandra Walker just passed through the corridor, and she is not in a good state. Hermione looked up, her eyes flashing behind her glasses. Cassandra? She is the head of Ravenclaw, always so strict that she even casts a tidying spell on the ends of her hair. She closed the book, twirled her wand between her fingers, and said, I'll go to the common room to check it out. The tapestry in the common room still told the story of a knight saving a princess, but most of the students who were supposed to be gathered around the fireplace were gone. Parvati Patil sat in the corner hugging a cushion, her fingers picking at the embroidery thread unconsciously until blood oozed out. Then she slowly raised her head, her pupils were dilated like 2 faded glass beads. Neville Longbottom stood in front of the portrait and repeated to the fat monk's portrait, I want to go back to the dormitory, I want to go back to the dormitory. The fat monk rubbed his hands anxiously, but you are already in Gryffindor Tower, child. The tip of Hermione's wand began to glow lavender, which was the legilimency readiness state for detecting curses. Just as she was about to approach Parvati, the girl suddenly stood up, knocking over the pumpkin juice on the coffee table. The amber liquid spread on the carpet, but she acted as if she didn't see it and walked towards the stairs on the wet marks. Harry, Hermione grabbed his wrist. Their magic fluctuations were weak, as if something had been taken away. Her thumb unconsciously rubbed the skin of his wrist. This was her habitual action when she was anxious. When the heart of darkness was destroyed yesterday, the ground pulse fluctuations were restored, but there might be residual curses spreading along the magic network. Defense against the dark arts, Harry said suddenly. What? The first class tomorrow is defense against the dark arts. Harry looked at the stairs where Parvati disappeared, and his Adam's apple moved. Professor Flitwick said that the aftermath of dark magic is most likely to spread in a collective magic field, and the classroom is where students gather the longest. Hermione's fingers tapped a rapid beat on her wand, her signal that she agreed with the other party's point of view. I'll go get Ron. Ron was still mumbling "Sizzle-bee candy" when he was dragged off the bed. It was not until he saw his classmates walking mechanically in the common room that he suddenly woke up and his wand snapped into his palm. Merlin's big pants, are they under the Imperious Curse? The Imperious Curse would show signs of struggle. Hermione squatted down and caught Neville, who almost hit the corner of the table. The boy's body was as hard as a board, but his muscles were not tense, more like a puppet being pulled by strings. A puppet spell? Harry remembered the description in the textbook. Something that required a medium? Older. Hermione helped Neville sit down, and his eyes finally moved for a moment, like the eyes of a dead fish blown by the wind. Professor Slughorn mentioned in the potion class that some dark magic would use living people as conductors to hide the curse in the collective memory. Let's go to class first. Harry held Hermione's shoulder. We will know more in the defense against the dark arts class. The early morning sun shone through the stained glass windows, casting colorful spots of light on the floor of the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor Flitwick was standing on the podium, using a levitation spell to display a boggart specimen, but the students below were even quieter than the specimen itself. Who can tell me what a boggart is most afraid of? Flitwick's voice rose a little, and his pointed hat tilted to his ears, which was his signature gesture when he was nervous. A mechanical chorus of responses came from the back row. Laughter. Harry felt a chill on the back of his neck. The people who answered were Seamus, Dean, Parvati, and Cassandra Walker. They sat bolt upright, their hands folded on their desks, like wax figures under a spell. The tip of Flitwick's wand began to tremble, and he obviously noticed something unusual. Just as he was about to speak, Cassandra suddenly stood up, and her chair made a harsh sound on the floor. Professor, we want to learn more powerful magic. What? Dark magic. Seamus stood up, his face still covered with scratches from last night's Quidditch practice, but now he was smiling like a puppet. We want to learn how to control other people's magic. The temperature in the classroom dropped suddenly. Hermione's wand was already against her inner thigh. This was the position she was ready to cast a silent spell. Ron's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and a few wisps of green smoke came out of the tip of his wand, which was the overflow of magic caused by excessive tension. Harry stared into Cassandra's eyes, where a very faint purple-black light was swimming, exactly the same color as the heart of darkness before it collapsed yesterday. Sit down. Flitwick's wand burst into a blinding white light, but it only shook Cassandra, quickly imprisoned. The rope wrapped around Cassandra's ankles and she fell like a puppet with its strings pulled, but the smile on her face remained intact. It's no use, Professor. Her voice suddenly broke into a sharp buzzing megaphone. The moment the bell rang, all the abnormal students collapsed to the ground at the same time. Flitwick slumped down on the podium, his pointed hat fell off, revealing his graying temples. Potter, Granger, Weasley, follow me. No. Harry bent down and picked up Cassandra's hairband that had fallen to the ground. There was a strand of golden hair on it, and the roots of the hair were a strange purple-black colored. We are going to find Professor Slughorn. The potions classroom was filled with the bitter aroma of angelica. Professor Slughorn was mixing a demulcent in a crystal bottle. There were a few green stains on his velvet vest. When he saw 3 students rushing in, the smile on his round face froze. Dear children, now is not the time. Professor, someone is using dark magic to control students. Harry put Cassandra's hair on the podium. The purple-black color looked like a living thing in the reflection of the crystal bottle. After destroying the heart of darkness yesterday, their eyes had the same color. Slughorn's fingers tapped a rapid drumbeat on the crystal bottle, and his small eyes suddenly narrowed into 2 slits. That was the expression of remembering something. Follow me. He opened the dark curtain behind the podium and led them into the storage room. Various potion materials were soaked in glass jars on the shelves, and the cabinet at the back was wrapped with a faded silver chain. This is my notebook from my youth. Slughorn untied the silver chain, and an old book with mottled leather appeared in the cabinet. The snake-like pattern on the cover was wriggling. 20 years ago, I saw a similar curse in Nocturne Alley. They call it Soul Chain, which requires the suffering of living people as nourishment and spreads through the collective magic field. His voice suddenly lowered. The medium is usually a book that records the spell. As long as the book is there, the curse will not stop. Where? Hermione's fingertips were almost poking the cover of the book. I don't know. Slughorn quickly closed the cabinet, but mediums of the dark arts always like to stay in where magic gathers. Harry interfaced. He thought of the old tapestry on the back wall of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and of the words "clean it up" that Professor Flitwick would recite to that wall before every class. When the 3 of them slipped back into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the setting sun was dyeing the windows blood red. Hermione used the Illaho to open the secret compartment under the podium. Ron held up his fluorescent wand and kept alert. Harry's fingers just touched the things in the secret compartment and retracted as if burned by fire. It was a cold book, and the snake-like patterns on the cover were swimming against his skin. The Pact of Shadows. Hermione's voice trembled, and the tip of her wand swept across the spine of the book. The ancient runes that emerged confirmed her guess. It was a forbidden book.